The narrative has severed its ties with the main storyline of HP, transcending the confines of British lore, ushering in a new era with the commencement of the Triwizard Tournament. The mischievous blunder of the twins has sent Snape soaring into the heavens. Voldemort's premature resurrection coincides with the decapitation of Bellatrix. Dumbledore clasps that aged hand as the saints welcome their deity. The vanishing Silver Age has taken away too much brilliance, yet the denizens of today have discovered a grander new epic. To this end, they tread upon the abyss in pursuit of a new world. Chapter 1. The Pig-Headed Boy. Outside the village of Autry-Saint-Chipple, a low stone wall encloses a square courtyard. Though termed a courtyard, it resembles a vast pig pen, not due to filth and odor, but rather for its dilapidated state. A rusted cauldron lies abandoned within, containing some soaked grains. Not far from the cauldron, a humble chicken coop harbors a few brown hens, peacefully slumbering in the night. In the small vegetable patch, enriched by chicken droppings, potato-sized, muddy, and foolish little creatures stand in a line. The foremost little potato clutches a leaf, while the others tug at its feet, exerting force to pull it backward. Yet, the radish leaves remain steadfast, and the last potato, unable to budge the one in front, which is pressed to the ground, cannot possibly uproot the radish. These foolish little potatoes bear a name ill-suited to their demeanor. They are called goblins, yet exhibit no cunning. At the center of this dilapidated courtyard stands a crooked house that harmonizes perfectly with its surroundings. The structure, a haphazard assemblage of several cramped rooms, barely forms a four-story edifice, with 5 or 6 chimneys standing askew in a disordered fashion. As the sign indicates, it is aptly named the Dreadful Dwelling. Yet, on this tranquil night, a light suddenly flickers to life in the topmost window of the Dreadful Dwelling. The warm glow of the lamp sends a shiver through the goblins who are laboriously attempting to uproot radishes beneath the night sky. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, these bumbling little potatoes resolutely persist in their futile endeavor. What is happening to me? A perplexed murmur emanates from the room, illuminated by the soft yellow light. A boy clad in pajamas sits groggily at the edge of his bed, covering his face, striving to untangle the chaos within his mind. His head feels heavy, as if besieged by a multitude of unfamiliar memories that seem both foreign and familiar, throbbing painfully. Perhaps 10 minutes passed, or maybe half an hour, before he lowered his hands from his face, directing his gaze to his palm. It was a small hand, precisely that of a boy around 10 years of age, neither particularly handsome nor unappealing, distinct from the recollections he held. Have I traversed through time, or been reborn? The boy murmurs, a mournful smile creeping across his face. Why must it be the day after my college entrance exam that I find myself reborn? The low murmur of discontent abruptly ceased as he raised his gaze, staring blankly at the wall. Opposite him, adorned with numerous curled-edged posters. Among them, a diminutive figure soared triumphantly upon a broomstick. The boy rubbed his eyes vigorously. He pressed harder, causing blood vessels to burst, rendering his eyes a startling crimson. Smack! He struck himself across the face. Am I not dreaming? Smack! Another slap, inflicting pain upon his hand and cheek alike. In a flurry, the boy sprang to his feet, recalling that this room once possessed a small mirror, which had been obscured by a poster. Rip! That he violently tore down the poster emblazoned with the words Chadley Cannon Squad, disregarding the silent protest of the airborne figure, who grimaced in disapproval. Leaning close to the mirror, he glared at his reflection with a mix of astonishment and fury. Freckles, indeed. Blue eyes, undeniably, and the signature red hair. The boy fixed his gaze upon the mirror, gritting his teeth. Damn, he muttered under his breath, his tone laced with a complex, indescribable blend of disgust and rage. Ron Weasley, why have I been thrust in the body of this imbecile? Even Neville would be 1,000 times better than this brainless fool. The boy muttered curses, his voice subdued, yet the fury within him surged uncontrollably. Staring at his flushed face, the freckles became glaringly prominent. The genuine disdain could not be quelled. You are honest, kind, and brave, the boy spoke softly to his reflection. You are loyal to your friends. You possess courage. You are a commendable Gryffindor. Every one of your brothers is exceptional. Your friends shine brightly as saviors and brilliant scholars as an ordinary person. You have performed adequately. Now, I have become you. The boy's gaze remained unwavering as he scrutinized his reflection. What a distasteful feeling. Foolish. Smack. Jealous. Smack. Cowardly. Mean-spirited. Selfish. Smack. 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 A barrage of slaps rained down upon his own face, yet he felt detached from that visage. I have yearned to hit you for so long. Breathing heavily, the boy continued to glare at his reflection, a persistent irritation lingering in him. Useless and unambitious, idling away the days in foolishness, venting frustrations upon others without a glance at one's own worth, becoming arrogant over minor achievements. Do you think the world revolves around you? Damn it. Gritting his teeth, he unleashed a torrent of frustration upon his swollen visage, finally releasing the pent-up anger within. Relief. Exhaling deeply, the boy leaned back against the creaking chair, collapsing as he gazed up at the unremarkable ceiling, before breaking into a fit of silly laughter. Amusingly, just as laughter filled the air, a voice suddenly pierced through his thoughts, abruptly halting the merriment. Good job. A reward for you. You have received 666 gold galloons as a reward from your esteemed system master. Your esteemed master's affection for you has increased by 1. Thank you. What a polite little fellow. This reward is for you. You have received a novice gift pack from your esteemed system master. Acquired brain closure technique 1. Acquired surge of magic power. Your esteemed master's affection for you has increased by 1. Is this really not a figment of my imagination? With his face already swollen, he pinched his arm, wincing at the sharp pain. Then, thank you, esteemed system master? Just call me master. Oh. Before he could further engage with the system master or inquire for more information, a flurry of hurried footsteps at the entrance drew the pig-headed boy's attention. Mom, Dad, quick, come see Ron. Your little son has gone mad. The shouts in the dead of night proved quite effective within moments. The poorly soundproof shack was ablaze with light. The hasty footsteps echoed from the second floor as the Weasley couple, clad in pajamas, hurried upstairs, wands in hand, upon hearing their twins' cries. Bang! The already fragile wooden door was kicked open, and Mrs. Weasley was the first to squeeze into the cramped room. Ron. As the words escaped her lips, Mrs. Weasley covered her mouth, locking eyes with the pig-headed youth. Ah! Her scream, imbued with a multitude of emotions, reverberated through the room, causing the very walls to tremble. The sound of the ghoul in the attic coughing followed suit. Chapter 2. The Curse? Ron, what on earth has happened to you? Mrs. Weasley advanced swiftly, her plump figure suddenly imbued with remarkable agility. She grasped Ron's shoulder, gazing at his pig-like visage, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Arthur, what is going on? What has happened to Ron? Molly, visibly distressed, turned to her husband, Arthur Weasley, who approached with his tousled Mediterranean hairstyle and a grave expression. They each took hold of Ron's shoulders and wrists, fearful that he might inflict further marks upon his swollen head. There was no longer any room for additional handprints. Do not worry, Molly. Ron will be all right. Despite the shock and disbelief that flickered in Arthur's eyes upon seeing his son in such a state, as the nominal head of the family, he must maintain composure. Fred, George, restrain Ron for me and prevent him from hurting himself further. I need to ascertain whether he has been cursed. Cursed? Mrs. Weasley's tears surged even more fiercely, resembling a broken strand of pearls cascading down, dampening Ron's nightshirt with a chilling touch. Is it truly that severe, Arthur? He is just a child. Who would do such a thing to him? Rest assured, Mother, Ron will be fine. The twins spoke in unison, their hands firmly pressing down on Ron, their usual mischief entirely absent. With a subtle flick of his wand, Mr. Weasley executed a series of common counter-curses and curse detection spells with unprecedented speed. Under normal circumstances, he might have jested with the children, claiming that no one could surpass his swiftness in a duel. However, the rising tension rendered Mr. Weasley devoid of any inclination for humor. His serious demeanor caused Mrs. Weasley to hold her breath, her anxious yet helpless gaze fixed on her husband, occasionally darting toward the pig-headed boy seated in the chair, her youngest son, Ron. Send Ron to St. Mungo's. Molly. Mr. Weasley grasped his wife's hand, his voice heavy with difficulty. I cannot discern the issue. It is possible that the curse is too advanced. I will write to Professor Dumbledore shortly. Dad. This soft utterance interrupted Mr. Weasley's words. Mom. The pig-headed boy tilted his head, directing his gaze at Mrs. Weasley. Fred, George, Percy, Ginny. Ron spoke softly, his eyes no longer vacant but instead earnest as he regarded each person present, seemingly confirming their presence, perhaps even delighting in it. No one spoke or sought to interrupt Ron. Ginny, cradled in Percy's embrace, clutched the hem of her brother's shirt nervously, while the others remained raptly focused on Ron, awaiting his next words. I am not cursed. Ron spoke calmly, yet what he encountered was an increasingly profound concern. There's really nothing wrong. He glanced at Mrs. Weasley, whose comical expression bore a hint of a ridiculous smile. His voice dropped slightly. I just feel like I was exceedingly foolish before. Fred, George. Let go. I'm truly fine. Your grip is incredibly strong. It's quite painful. The twins, Fred and George, were the beaters for the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and their strength was formidable when wielding their bats. Ron imagined the spots where they held him must surely be bruising. They were certainly not holding back. Incredible. Fred exclaimed in astonishment. What a miracle. George echoed, his eyes wide with disbelief. You're actually thinking, Ron. They both voiced their shock in unison. Send him to St. Mungo's. He is absolutely beyond help. Their synchronized shaking of heads was so convincing that it momentarily startled everyone. Fred, George. Mrs. Weasley shot a stern glare at the twins. He is your brother. Exactly, because he is my brother, Fred retorted, his expression earnest. We know him better than anyone. George's words stumbled out as if they had punctured something, and a deflated sound escaped Ron, revealing his exasperation. Is it my fault for believing your nonsense? I took the phrase Daisy, sweet cream, and sunshine literally and foolishly repeated it several times. The twins strained to maintain their serious expressions, but their lips betrayed them, breaking into laughter. No, it's a genuine spell. You must say it aloud during sorting. Of course, we would never deceive our dearest little brother. If you don't say it, you'll end up in Slytherin. Enough. Mrs. Weasley glared at the twins, prompting them to retract their heads and seal their lips. Ron, after reprimanding the twins, Mrs. Weasley gently reached out to caress Ron's round face with a touch of maternal affection. I'm really fine, Mom. Who would curse someone like me? Who hasn't even started school and isn't even a wizard yet? Besides, I've been at home these past few days with no opportunity to go out, unless it was Fred and George. I didn't do it. P.S. lying. The twins glared at their beloved little brother, their grip tightening further, causing Ron to wince. All right, Ron, if that's the case, why did you turn yourself into a pig face? After a moment of silence, Mr. Weasley spoke up, gesturing for the twins to release Ron. He squatted down to meet his youngest son's gaze. I just feel like I was too foolish before. Ron shifted his arm, which had fallen asleep from their grip, gathering his thoughts on how to navigate this situation. In just over a month, I'll be going to school. I had a dream last night where I was so foolish, unable to think things through. I couldn't study, couldn't do anything right. And instead of being sorted into Gryffindor, I ended up in Hufflepuff. Bill serves as the president of the student council, while Charlie captains the Quidditch team. Percy has ascended to the position of prefect this year, and Fred and George excel in the art of point deductions. Ahem. Ron cleared his throat, realizing that he must not continue in foolishness. To be a simpleton would bring shame upon his family. With Ginny set to attend Hogwarts next year, he could not afford to lag behind his brothers. Mother, Father, Ron spoke earnestly, I absolutely refuse to become like the version of myself in my dreams. Ron, Mrs. Weasley embraced her pig-headed son, exclaiming, You've grown. You've truly grown. Tears welled up once more as she enveloped Ron in a warm hug, gently cradling his round face in her hands, nodding in satisfied approval. Arthur, Ron is indeed our flesh and blood, she affirmed. Indeed, Mr. Weasley replied thoughtfully, nodding in agreement. No mistake there. Had their sense of disparity already caught their attention? Yet it seemed entirely reasonable. Their elder sons were remarkably clever. And even Fred and George displayed a certain cleverness that surpassed their peers. In contrast, their rather simple-minded youngest son was undeniably conspicuous. With an authoritative wave of his hand, Mr. Weasley asserted his role as the head of the family. By the way, Father, I have some delightful news to share, Ron interrupted Mr. Weasley, prompting the family to halt in their tracks. I just found out that I've won a prize. What? A chorus of curious gazes turned towards Ron, their expressions filled with bewilderment. I previously filled out a prize questionnaire, and it seems I've won a substantial sum of 666 galleons, which will arrive tomorrow morning. Wow. Upon hearing this news, the drowsiness that had lingered in their eyes vanished instantly. For the Weasley family, 666 galleons constituted a significant fortune. Mr. Weasley's meager salary barely sustained their family of 9, making this good fortune all the more exhilarating. Really? Even if it weren't true, we wouldn't actually incur any loss. No, we would, Fred replied ominously. Yes, indeed, George echoed, as a familiar mischievous grin spread across their faces. They slung their arms around each other and headed upstairs to their room. Sighing, Mrs. Weasley refrained from chastising the twins. The playful bickering among her sons had become a familiar norm. Soon after, the lights in the burrow dimmed, and in the ensuing tranquility, the garden gnome continued its fruitless toil of pulling up carrots, showing no signs of progress. Chapter 3. The first day at the burrow. As dawn broke, August in England unveiled its rare, splendid weather, dispelling the dreary, sleepy fog of the morning. Yet, the air remained tinged with a slight chill. Ron awoke early, and after Mrs. Weasley applied an unfamiliar potion, the swelling in his face had subsided remarkably. The cool ointment worked wonders. Had it not been for the knowledge that he would be visiting Diagon Alley the following day, Ron might have spent the entire night wide awake. Unable to contain the thrill of his newfound circumstances, he pushed open the small window of his room. The slightly damp air carried the scent of earth, and as he inhaled the refreshing morning breeze, a sense of reality washed over him. This was not a dream. Leaning out of the narrow window, he spotted a hen pecking at the grains that had swollen in a rusty cauldron. Were it not for the animated poster beside him, the ghoul upstairs coughing, and the myriad of bizarre yet magical trinkets that constantly reminded him of his extraordinary situation, Ron might have found it difficult to believe that this was indeed his reality. Magic, Ron murmured to himself, clutching an already opened letter. The pale yellow envelope bore an exquisite inscription in delicate green ink. Ronald Bilious Weasley, The Burrow, 4th floor bedroom. Ottery St. Catchpole, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Headmaster, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, President of the International Confederation of Wizards, Chief of the Wisingamot. First Class Wizard of the Order of Merlin. Dear Mr. Weasley, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Enclosed is a list of required books and equipment. Yours sincerely, Minerva McGonagall, Deputy Headmistress. Children, rise and shine. Just as Ron was lost in thoughts of a magical life, Mrs. Weasley's voice echoed from the kitchen below. The sudden yet familiar call startled Ron, and though he had heard it countless times in memory, hearing it in person was a first. The pale yellow envelope slipped from his fingers, swirling out of the window. No, he instinctively gasped, reaching out. But the letter had already soared several meters away, far beyond the reach of his small hands. Wait, I didn't even utter a spell. It shouldn't have happened. Ron muttered, recalling that in the original story, young witches and wizards often unwittingly cast spells due to their inability to control their magic. Just as Harry had made the glass disappear at the zoo, he thought he might have done something similar. Interesting, he chuckled, shoving the letter into his pocket. He descended the stairs, the enticing aroma of fried eggs making his stomach growl. The first floor of the Burrow served as the dining room and kitchen. The modest house lacked spacious sofas. Instead, a long rectangular table flanked by 8 chairs occupied nearly half the space. It was narrow yet warm. Ron was the first to arrive at the dining hall, where Mr. Weasley yawned while perusing the Daily Prophet, and Mrs. Weasley served freshly made eggs, sausages, and toasted bread to the table. With a flick of her wand, the laden plates glided gracefully through the air and settled neatly onto the table. Good morning, Mum and Dad. Although he was merely a guest who had traversed through time into Ron's body, he felt no hesitation in uttering the words Mom and Dad, despite a twinge of unease in his heart. Before this journey, he had never had the opportunity to express such familial affection. Good morning, son. Mr. Weasley lowered the newspaper, peering at Ron, pausing momentarily before inquiring, is everything all right? Of course, I'm doing splendidly now. Plopping down in front of Mr. Weasley, Ron smiled brightly. Has the owl not arrived yet? My galleons. Ha ha. Mr. Weasley chuckled at Ron's exclamation, his eyes narrowing in delight. Perhaps the owl has lost its way and will arrive later. However, scarcely had the words left his lips when a loud crash echoed from the kitchen window. A hapless owl had shattered the glass, landing with a thud on the kitchen floor, startling Mrs. Weasley, who was tidying up. Oh, poor little thing. After the initial shock, Mrs. Weasley bent down to see the dizzy owl spinning in circles on the ground and felt a pang of sympathy. Are you all right? She gently scratched the owl's head. Who? The little creature, regaining its composure, ignored Mrs. Weasley, struggling to maneuver a large bag that seemed to weigh it down, before fluttering over to Ron's side, puffing out its chest with pride. Thank you. Would you like some eggs? Ron offered half an egg, pushing it towards the owl, which happily pecked at Ron's fingers before devouring the treat. The bag was about the size of a volleyball, plump and tightly packed, weighing over 20 pounds, a heavy load indeed. After Ron retrieved the package the owl had delivered, Mr. Weasley set aside his newspaper, and Mrs. Weasley wiped her hands and exited the kitchen. It seems I truly have won something, Ron exclaimed, untying the bag and shifting the plates on the table slightly before tipping the contents out. The clattering of coins accompanied the brilliant golden light that burst forth as a mound of gleaming coins emerged, topped with a delicate card. Dear Barala Little Sorceress, congratulations on winning the surprise grand prize of 666 galleons in the lottery. Wishing you a joyful life. Yours sincerely, your beloved uncle. Who is Barala Little Sorceress? Mr. Weasley pondered aloud after reading the card, gazing at Ron as if seeing his son for the first time. Wow! Fred's astonished shout interrupted Mr. Weasley's thoughts. Golden legend. George's voice boomed just as loudly as Fred's. What is going on with you two? Percy, rubbing his sleepy eyes, stretched out a hand to nudge the obstructing twins. Hiss! A sharp intake of breath marked Percy's feeble contribution to the global warming debate. He exaggeratedly gaped, his eyes stinging from the dazzling golden light. The bonus has arrived. Ron beamed at the twins, then cupped a handful of galleons, allowing the coins to cascade through his fingers. Brother! Brother! The twins materialized beside Ron with remarkable speed, each wrapping an arm around his neck. From this moment forth, you shall be our elder brother. Through any trials, at your command, we shall not falter. Ouch! Mom, be gentle, don't hit my head. The twins squatted on the floor, pitifully cradling their heads, their expressions tinged with mock grievance, yet their smiles remained unabated. I shall remember this, Ron winked at the twins. All shall partake. Excellent. Brother is incredible. On the very first day in this humble abode, how splendid. Ron silently mused, grateful for the fortune bestowed upon him. No need for thanks, it's merely a trifle. Your esteemed elder has a favorability rating of 1. Chapter 4, A Family. 600 galleons is certainly no trifling sum. particularly for the somewhat financially constrained Weasley family, where it constitutes a veritable fortune. The family relies on Mr. Weasley's modest salary to sustain their livelihood, with 7 children to nurture. With Ron attending school, the burden of 4 children requiring education becomes particularly onerous, and next year, Ginny will also be heading to Hogwarts. The expenses for 5 children's education are no insignificant matter. Just look at Arthur's thinning hair. His Mediterranean hairstyle serves as the most evident testament to the weight of his familial responsibilities. To speak candidly, Ron harbors great affection for the Weasley family. His fondness remained unchanged before and after his journey through dimensions. Apart from himself, Ron Weasley cherishes each member of the Weasley clan. Originally, he would have included Percy in this admiration, but after delving into Ron's memories, he gained a deeper understanding of Percy. As the 3rd child in the family, Percy witnessed their once comfortable circumstances begin to wane upon his arrival at school. The Weasley family's struggles began to weigh heavily upon him. Unlike his 2 older brothers, and distinct from the exuberant twins, Percy, being astute, had the seeds of inferiority planted within him from the start of his education. His yearning for power and change became his fervent obsession. "This is yours." Ron counted out 50 galleons and placed them before Percy. "Congratulations on becoming the prefect, Percy. Although I may have murmured a few words earlier, you likely didn't hear them." The Weasley parents entrusted Ron with the authority to allocate this generous reward. It was, after all, his achievement. As parents, they were quite open-minded and curious to observe how their youngest son would handle this responsibility. "Thank you. I mean, this is fantastic." Percy, somewhat incredulous, extended his hand to accept the galleons Ron offered. After a moment of overwhelmed excitement, Percy forced himself to regain composure. Placing the galleons on the table before him, he then patted his chest and added, "Upon arriving at school, should you encounter any difficulties, do not hesitate to seek my guidance, in matters of study." Percy adjusted his glasses, and the brilliance of wisdom sparkled in his eyes behind the lenses. The weighty gold coins solidified his resolve. From that moment onward, he vowed to protect his younger brother, who had once seemed as foolish as a child misplaced from his family. This was for Ginny. Counting out 100 galleons, Ron placed 10 of them into Ginny's palm, handing the remaining 90 to Mrs. Weasley. Next year, Ginny would be attending Hogwarts, and our little sister would undoubtedly blossom into the most charming little princess. Ron affectionately stroked Ginny's long red hair, saying, "Here's 10 galleons for your pocket money. As for the rest, how about we let Mum pamper you with a grand transformation when school starts next year?" Though merely a year older, Ron now seemed significantly taller in Ginny's eyes. To be honest, prior to yesterday, Ginny had felt quite disappointed in her youngest brother. After all, amidst a family of clever individuals, having a simpleton was rather disheartening. Despite being only 10, Ginny was acutely aware of these dynamics. However, following the arrival of that boisterous boy last night, she truly believed in what she had heard. Ron had an epiphany and was no longer the same foolish brother, but had matured into a respectable member of the Weasley family. "Wow!" exclaimed Fred, exaggerating his delight upon seeing Ron gift Ginny a full 100 galleons. "No wonder you're the eldest brother. You truly excel at brotherhood." The twins chimed in harmoniously. And though Ginny received a substantial amount, no one felt it was unwarranted. After all, she was a treasured gem in their midst. With this newfound wealth, Ginny would no longer have to wear hand-me-downs, and the brothers felt immense joy at this prospect. Then came Fred and George. Upon hearing Ron's words, the twins became animated. "Your knights, Fred and George, at your service, dear sir," they proclaimed with mock seriousness, performing a knightly bow that elicited laughter from the gathered crowd. "Percy is the prefect." Ron cleared his throat. "Therefore you two, we will only lose points, be grounded, and cause Mum distress." The 2 dejected knights slumped into their chairs. 30 each. "If that seems excessive, I can reduce it," Ron offered. No. That's more than enough." The twins interjected, frantically shaking their heads. The brothers, to be honest, were in dire need of funds for their budding enterprise. "We are easily satisfied, dear brother," George stated. "Remember to call me elder brother." Fred added, "Understood, Fred. Henceforth, Ron shall be our elder brother." Delightedly clutching the gleaming galleons, the twins exchanged gleeful glances. "Now, there are 456 galleons left. I shall take 100. Pushing the remaining coins forward, Ron looked at his parents, acknowledging their years of hard work. "I recall Mum mentioning something she desired recently before he could finish." Mrs. Weasley wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, smiling as she grasped Ron's hand. She gently shook her head, conveying a wealth of unspoken understanding. "We are family." Ron firmly held onto her plump hand, then reached for his father's palm. "Indeed, we are a family. Father and Mother, your hard work is appreciated." The twins chimed in, followed by Percy and Ginny, as they huddled closely together, palms pressed against the backs of their hands. Were Charlie and Bill forgotten? Who could blame them, given how far their workplace is from home? Their absence this time means there will be another opportunity, perhaps? Who can say? Don't you wish for it? Of course. I do. Amidst laughter and playful banter, bread slathered with sweet butter, cradling sausages, and fried eggs filled their empty stomachs, as the satiated siblings leaned back in their chairs, grinning foolishly. This generous feast brought joy to their home, yet no one forgot the task at hand for the day. Dressed appropriately, pockets filled with gleaming, delightful Floo powder, the Weasley family formed a line before the fireplace. Percy was the first. Mr. Weasley held a small bowl filled with shimmering powder, an essential for any outing, Floo powder. He sprinkled it into the fireplace connected to the Floo network, allowing wizards to travel to their desired destinations. Diagon Alley, Percy announced clearly, then tossed the Floo powder at his feet. In an instant, green flames erupted, and he vanished into the fireplace. Fred, I'm George, Dad. All right, George, you're second. Just kidding, I'm Fred. You rascal. With the twins departing in succession, Ron pinched a handful of Floo powder. The texture was reminiscent of sand. The tiny crystalline granules slightly abrasive. Although he had memories of using Floo powder before, this was indeed Ron's first time employing it himself. Suppressing his curiosity about magical artifacts, Ron stepped into the fireplace, the soot lingering with the warmth left by the previous green flames. Puff. He exhaled, then spoke clearly. Diagon Alley. The roaring green flames engulfed Ron's vision, swirling madly as he was spun about, akin to a cat tossed into a tumble dryer. Just as he felt as though his brain might be centrifugally separated, this wild magical journey finally came to a halt. Ugh. Supporting himself against the fireplace, Ron retched slightly, his hands covered in soot as he stumbled out. Yet, the wave of nausea was instantly dispelled by the enchanting sight before him. Cobblestone streets, winding pathways stretched endlessly. And perhaps due to the early hour, the foot traffic in Diagon Alley was sparse. However, the shops lining the streets had begun their day. Steam billowing from peculiar alchemical machines, while a string of cauldrons hanging by the shop doors chimed musically in the breeze. Ron. Mrs. Weasley emerged from the fireplace beside him, followed by Mr. Weasley, who placed an arm around his youngest son's shoulder and cheerily said, "Let us go, son." Chapter 5. The Art of Wand-Making for 2 Millennia. Having money in one's pocket brings a sense of calm, they say. While this may hold true, the possession of wealth often causes one's heart to soar. Upon their arrival at Diagon Alley, Fred and George immediately donned charming smiles, playfully ingratiating themselves before Mrs. Weasley. Aside from procuring essential textbooks for the new semester, the twins were intent on embarking upon an unprecedented investigation at Zonko's joke shop. On a typical day, Mrs. Weasley would have narrowed her eyes and employed a firm grip to ensure the boys behaved, but today was different. "Thank you, Mom. You're the best," they exclaimed, executing an exaggerated bow before colliding into one another and dashing away in a flash. "Percy, you should join them," Mrs. Weasley encouraged, patting her diligent third son on the back. Percy, eager to explore, nodded in agreement and departed. "I'll take Ginny for a stroll, Arthur. How about you take Ron to buy the necessities for school?" "Leave it to me," Mr. Weasley replied, guiding Ron towards Diagon Alley. "Where shall we venture first, my son?" he inquired. "I wish for a new wand," Ron replied. Initially, he was meant to inherit Charlie's old wand, which had become so worn that the core of unicorn hair was nearly exposed. Now that he had money, Ron's foremost desire was to possess a wand that truly belonged to him. "Of course," Mr. Weasley said, somewhat awkwardly, as he had contemplated the same notion. "Ollivander's. Let us proceed. His shop is at the very end." They traversed the winding cobblestone path of Diagon Alley until they reached a dilapidated shop. Its sign barely legible and faded, reading, "Ollivander, established 382 BC. Exquisite wands." In the dusty window, upon a faded purple cushion, a solitary wand lay on display. Mr. Weasley pushed open the door, stepping inside, the tinkling of a bell accompanying their entrance. Ron followed closely, entering a dimly lit, narrow shop, nearly devoid of decoration save for a long bench. Yet, to Ron's eyes, it was a wondrous place. The shelves behind the counter brimming with rectangular boxes that reached almost to the ceiling. An air of solemnity enveloped the space, reminiscent of a library filled with enchanting magic or a museum of wonders. "Good morning," a gentle voice floated from behind the tall counter. An elderly gentleman emerged silently, his pale eyes shimmering with an unexpected brightness that belied his age. "Good morning, sir," Ron replied, his curious eyes wide with politeness. "Arthur Weasley, I presume," the old man said, his wrinkled face breaking into a smile as he looked at Mr. Weasley. "Elder wand, unicorn tail hair, 14¾ inches in length. It swishes wonderfully when waved. I believe this is the 6th time, am I correct?" "Indeed, this is my little son, Ron." It seems that Mr. Weasley feels rather uneasy in the presence of this remarkably astute elder, as if he is being scrutinized, which renders him exceedingly uncomfortable. "Ah, I recall," Ollivander murmured. "You once mentioned that the Weasley family is quite numerous. Now, come here, child, let me take a look at you." Ollivander approached Ron, producing a lengthy measuring tape embossed with silver markings from his pocket. "Which arm do you prefer?" "Splendid." The tape, operating of its own accord, glided through the air. Measuring Ron's dimensions meticulously, from shoulder to fingertip, wrist to elbow, shoulder to floor, knee to armpit, and even the circumference of his head. Each wand crafted by Ollivander possesses exceptional magical properties, which is the essence of his craft. Mr. Weasley, I utilize unicorn hair, phoenix feathers, and dragon heartstrings. Yet it appears that your family has a particular fondness for unicorn hair. Ollivander winked, a mischievous smile playing on his lips. However, this is a good sign. Wands containing unicorn hair tend to produce the most stable magic and are the most loyal of their kind. Each wand from Ollivander is unique, and now, let us try this one, a wand of ash wood, with a unicorn hair core, measuring 10 inches, identical in material to your brother Charlie's first wand. The slender wand lay quietly within a velvet-lined box, but as soon as Ron reached out and barely touched it, Ollivander swiftly withdrew the wand. Curious. The wrinkles on the old man's face deepened as he muttered to himself. Curious. What is it? Observing the expression on Ollivander's face, Ron asked, feeling somewhat anxious. As a time traveler, he was slightly apprehensive. Try this one, a blackthorn wand, with a unicorn hair core, 11.5 inches, quite resilient. Give it a flick. Whoosh. Ron instinctively waved it briefly, yet aside from the sound of slicing air, the wand offered no response, behaving like an ordinary stick, devoid of any special reaction. An intriguing customer, truly an intriguing customer. Here, child, try this one, a cherrywood wand, with a dragon heartstring core. You must possess exceptional self-control and willpower to wield it. Ollivander's light-colored eyes fixed intently on Ron as he accepted the wand and gave it a gentle wave. A wisp of black smoke emerged from the tip of the wand, and a pungent, burnt odor wafted through the dilapidated shop. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean to, Ron stammered, momentarily flustered, the earlier excitement of acquiring his first wand now overshadowed by a wave of panic, an unforeseen circumstance entirely. No worries. No worries, Ollivander chuckled, a peculiar smile gracing his lips, infused with a hint of helplessness and a touch of uncontainable excitement. It is not your fault, my dear child. The wand chooses the wizard. It yearns to harness your powers, yet it has faltered. I believe there exists a wand that is most ideal, perfect, and suited to you. Allow me a moment to ponder. After a moment of troubled contemplation, Ollivander swiftly darted behind the counter, rummaging through the depths of the shelves as if searching for something well concealed. The sound of his frantic search echoed from the shadows. Here, try this. Let us conduct a test. A wand, considerably thicker than an ordinary one, was presented to him. In comparison, it resembled a mere stout stick, a rather painful instrument, indeed. This was crafted during my initial lessons with my father. It is inflexible, heavy, and poorly conducts magic. Its only merit lies in repurposing. It holds little value. Made of black ironwood and adorned with troll whiskers, this wand measures 18 inches in length. I distinctly recall the scolding I received from my father upon its clandestine creation. As Ron grasped the short stick, its weight convinced him of Ollivander's words. A blow from this wooden rod would certainly be unforgettable. This stick, at least 10 times heavier than a standard wand, possessed unparalleled sturdiness. Ron cautiously flicked the stick. A faint crackling sound ensued. And after a considerable delay of about 10 seconds, a few scattered sparks finally erupted from the tip. I see now, Ollivander exclaimed, suddenly enlightened as he reclaimed the stout stick from Ron's grasp, carelessly placing it back on the counter. Mr. Weasley, Ollivander leaned closer, his face animated. You possess a rather unique talent. Wizards channel and release their magical powers through wands. For most wizards, their magic flows like a gentle river. However, yours is different. Your magical energy courses swiftly, akin to a raging torrent. Ordinary wands cannot withstand such a rapid influx of power. When you touched the first wand, it conveyed a sense of fear to me. The second rejected your magic entirely, while the third, crafted from dragon heartstring, lacked the fortitude to endure the turbulent flow of your magic and consequently broke. Fear not, there is no need for compensation. A broad smile spread across Ollivander's face, his eyes sparkling with curiosity and delight, reminiscent of a child presented with a new toy. However, do take heed. Until you reach adulthood, refrain from excessive use of magic. Your current magical reserves are limited, and your consumption far exceeds that of others, although your spells wield exceptional power. I understand, Mr. Ollivander. Thank you for your advice. Ron nodded, but hesitated before asking, does this mean it will be exceedingly difficult to find a wand suited for me? Indeed, it will be quite challenging. Ollivander affirmed with a nod. You require a wand that is exceptionally sturdy, indeed, remarkably robust. Otherwise, it may break after only a few uses of magic. The wand selects the wizard. Yet it is undeniable that there exist certain exceptional wizards for whom the wand must choose with utmost care. Please return in an hour. Your wand requires a little more time, said Ollivander before retreating into the shadows behind the counter, his faint footsteps gradually fading away. Shall we go purchase robes and books? Ron tugged at Mr. Weasley's sleeve. Oh, yes, let us proceed, Mr. Weasley replied, suppressing what seemed to be a look of surprise, scratching his head in confusion as he led Ron out of Ollivander's wand shop. Chapter 6, The Phoenix and the Fire. Dad, it appears I only need to buy these 2 books, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them and Dark Forces, A Guide to Self-Protection, Ron said, flipping through the list to confirm. He then nodded at Mr. Weasley. The other books remain unchanged. I can use my brother's old ones, which still have Charlie's, Bill's, and Percy's notes. Those are treasures. Well, you could purchase new ones, Ron, Mr. Weasley suggested, ruffling Ron's hair. It is certainly permissible. No need, Ron replied, his bright blue eyes shimmering as he looked up at his father, who wore an expression tinged with guilt and apology. He smiled radiantly. I would prefer to save the money to buy additional books. May I, father? Of course, as long as it pleases you, Mr. Weasley assured, affectionately tousling his youngest son's hair. For the first time in 11 years since Ron's birth, Mr. Weasley discerned a spark of cleverness in his youngest. Just as Ron had claimed the previous night, he was awakening to his potential. At Ron's earnest suggestion, Mr. Weasley chose not to take him to Flourish and Blots, but instead directed their steps to a dilapidated bookshop situated quite a distance away. This establishment was piled high with haphazardly stacked books and was the largest secondhand bookstore in Diagon Alley, a frequent haunt of their family in years past. Good morning, Martin. Arthur greeted the proprietor with familiarity. Morning, Arthur. Is this your youngest? Off to Hogwarts, then? Martin inquired, lifting his weathered face from behind a table made of stacked old books. He lazily stretched and covered a large yawn with his hand, a non-smoking cigarette dangling from his lips. The books required for new students at Hogwarts are over there, though it's rather messy. You'll have to pick through it yourselves. Same deal as usual, 5 sickles for £1. With that, Martin rubbed his fingers together and, with a flick of his fingertip, ignited the cigarette, taking leisurely puffs that filled the air with a strong minty aroma, dispersing the musty scent that lingered in the bookstore. Thank you, my friend, but Ron will choose a few more today. He has a fondness for books. That is splendid. The prices are all marked. The last shelf does not count by weight, 10 galleons per book. Take your time selecting. Ron, however, paid little heed to the adult's conversation. Upon entering the shabby second-hand bookstore, he was captivated by the disarray of various magical tomes, each one more enchanting than the last. In the second-hand bookstore, one can find an array of items. Yet apart from the stack of Hogwarts textbooks situated closest to the entrance, the most numerous and frequently browsed collection consists of peculiar magazines adorned with illustrations of little figures. It must be acknowledged that the ability to animate the drawings within these pages is truly remarkable. With a mere glance, Ron noticed various explicit and bizarre humanoid and tentacled creatures depicted in an old book that had lost its cover, all engaging in animated antics. Wow, this is quite something, he exclaimed, clearing his throat. Mr. Weasley, evidently having overheard Ron's murmurs, paused his conversation with the shopkeeper, stepping beside Ron and obstructing his view. Children shouldn't be looking at those things, he thought, grappling with how to address Ron further. He shot a frustrated glare at Martin, yet the shopkeeper merely shrugged innocently. These sell well, Martin silently communicated, offering a knowing expression. Dad, could you please help me retrieve that book up there? The Phoenix and the Fire, The Travels of Tafandra Leon. Ron's request interrupted Mr. Weasley's muddled thoughts, prompting his gaze to follow Ron's pointing finger. It was a row of bookshelves at the back of the store, and unlike the haphazardly strewn ordinary secondhand books, the volumes here were meticulously arranged. Even in their worn condition, these books exuded an understated elegance. The tome Ron indicated, a hefty volume wrapped in fine leather, displayed significantly faded gilded lettering. Yet its texture struck Mr. Weasley as peculiar. It was dragon hide, or at the very least, the soft underbelly of some large magical beast. Exuding a comforting warmth upon touch, this cover alone could be valued at 3 to 5 galleons. Martin, where did this book come from? After removing the book, Mr. Weasley didn't hasten to hand it to Ron. In a second-hand bookstore, one wouldn't expect to find anything particularly precious, yet magical tomes, especially those that appeared extraordinary, could harbor hidden surprises. No curses? Mr. Weasley asked half-jokingly. Then you ought to visit Borgin and Burke's, Martin replied, grinning widely, revealing a mouthful of green teeth. If there were, I would have sold it to that old man long ago. I run a legitimate business, you know. Very well. After casually flipping through the thick volume, without sensing any issues, Mr. Weasley handed it to Ron. Do you want to browse further? I'd like to look some more. How about you head over to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink? We can pick up the wands in an hour. Ron thoughtfully suggested, yet Mr. Weasley could only manage a wry smile. If your mother finds out, she'll have my head. He shrugged innocently, his face displaying a comical expression. How about I buy you an owl? Mr. Weasley leaned in closer to Ron, whispering, I've saved a bit of pocket money over the year. Consider it a small gift from Dad. Could it be exchanged for a cat? Suddenly struck by a thought, Ron winked at Mr. Weasley, genuinely fond of the proposal. No problem, you wait here for me. After exchanging a cordial greeting with his boss, Martin, Mr. Weasley beamed as he made his way towards the pet shop. Upon opening the book in his hands, Ron was instantly captivated by the introductory synopsis. I am Typhon de Leon, an adventurous soul driven by curiosity. Accompanied by my phoenix companion, Jinx, I traverse this enchanting world, feeling an urgent need to leave behind something before my demise, something to elucidate to others why Jinx emits a beguiling fragrance upon rebirth. I assure you, it is due to my influence. Yet, people often focus solely on the superficial, unaware of the true beauty of the phoenix, which surpasses mortal imagination. For instance, no one has tasted a phoenix but me, Typhon de Leon. To prepare a phoenix, we must first procure a phoenix and a flame of magic. How intriguing. A playful whisper echoed. Your esteemed patron has assigned you a task. Will you accept? Accept. Task. Untitled 1. Accepted. Current progress. 0. Task reward. Dependent on mood. Chapter 7. Cluck Cluck. The task bestowed by the esteemed system offered no hint, not even a formal title, yet Ron did not underestimate it. The lack of elaboration suggested that no further explanation was necessary. He would explore it himself. After a cursory glance through the tome Phoenix and Fire, Ron reached 2 conclusions. First, the task assigned by the system was undoubtedly related to this book, as evidenced by a 0. 1 increase in task progress after his brief perusal. Second, this was far from a serious adventure narrative. Rather, it was a work penned by a seemingly curious adventurer, who was, in fact, a gluttonous connoisseur chronicling his culinary escapades across the globe after savoring various delectable magical creatures. From the continent of Europa, he journeyed westward, completing 3 species extinctions and 15 encounters with endangered magical creatures boasting exquisite flavors, all while weaving a tapestry of tall tales, exaggerations, and whimsical anecdotes in this irreverent ancient manuscript. It is well known that phoenixes are immune to most natural and magical flames. Even fierce fires are merely a spicy seasoning in their eyes. Although one cannot indulge excessively, they are certainly not at risk of perishing from such feasts. The magical fire capable of roasting a phoenix requires, among other ingredients, the fabled powdered philosopher's stone, a form of magical stone. Equally well known is the fact that the only documented owners and creators of such magical stones are the legendary Merlin and the renowned alchemist Nicholas Flamel. However, would these two truly part with their precious stones to provide this fellow with the powder needed to roast a phoenix? Even if they would, Typhon de Leon did not mention in his text about sharing his roasted phoenix meat with anyone. That would be rather egregious. One should not indulge alone. Though such thoughts crossed his mind, upon encountering the exquisite descriptions of the flavor of phoenix meat, Ron could not help but let tears trickle down the corners of his mouth. The prose was so masterful that it genuinely awakened his appetite, as if he had truly tasted it. By a stroke of fate, after setting aside the book Phoenix and Fire, Ron pulled a tattered copy of Alchemy, from novice to master from the shelf, and cradled it in his arms. In the contemporary magical realm, the term alchemy had become increasingly rare. This primitive, rugged, precise, and intricate discipline had been meticulously deconstructed by wizards over time. Today, the various fields such as potion making, ancient magical literature, and alchemical studies were all products of this refined and disassembled art. Compared to the vast, complex system of alchemy, the individual disciplines were easier to learn and specialize in. After all, few could become polymaths, though many gifted individuals excelled in a singular craft. How many were required in total? Ron approached Martin, struggling slightly under the weight of the 4 books he carried. While the 2 textbooks were not particularly heavy, Phoenix and Fire and Alchemy were substantial tomes, weighing no less than 20 pounds together, 20 galleons and 15 sickles. He tossed the 2 second-hand textbooks onto a brass scale, and Martin announced a series of figures. Waiting for your father? My dad has already given me the money. We agreed to buy 2 books. The sight of 20 gleaming galleons brought a smile to Martin's face, and after he retrieved 2 sickles in change for Ron, he cheerfully hummed a little tune. Before long, Mr. Weasley, carrying a cage draped in black cloth, made his way through the crowd to Ron's side. While Ron was engrossed in examining Phoenix and Fire, he had completed his selection. The diminishment of his private funds did not dampen his spirits, for with Ron's unexpected windfall, Mrs. Weasley had generously bestowed upon Mr. Weasley 20 galleons of pocket money, more than he typically saved over an entire year. This was bound to be a delightful surprise. Setting the small cage before Ron, Mr. Weasley smiled as he helped Ron gather his books, a hint of excitement in his voice. I assure you, he will be the coolest pet at Hogwarts. Really? That is wonderful. With his hands now free, Ron unveiled the black cloth, revealing a pair of pointed triangular ears adorned with a tuft of erect black fur at their tips. Though still a juvenile, the creature's size surpassed that of an ordinary cat. What kind of cat is this? Ron inquired, somewhat puzzled. The little creature timidly locked eyes with Ron, then bared its teeth in a mock-fierce manner, appearing adorably fierce. A serval from Algeria, Mr. Weasley leaned down to inform Ron. You will take good care of him. Won't you, Ron? Of course. Ron nodded emphatically, scratching the soft pads of the little creature through the bars of the cage. By the way, Dad, can I hold him directly? He wants to come out, doesn't he? The fierce little kitten seemed to comprehend Ron's words, but after a moment's hesitation, it opted not to show Ron any courtesy. Instead, it bared its teeth and attempted to scratch at the finger that dared to invade its territory, though its efforts lacked any real menace. Be cautious. This little creature appears rather ferocious, Mr. Weasley remarked, hesitating briefly before ultimately agreeing. After all, with magic at their disposal, even if injured, a mere spell or a dash of potion could remedy the situation. As the cage door swung open, the previously menacing little creature withdrew its head and emitted an adorable meow, instantly shedding its earlier ferocity in a heartbeat. The swiftness of this transformation startled Ron, reminding him of a certain husky he had seen in a previous life, barking raucously from within a cage, only to cower upon release. Its bravado a mere fade akin to keyboard warriors, perhaps venting its frustrations on immobile furniture to feign strength. Ron reached down and grasped the scruff of the little creature's neck. The kitten, lying obediently in the crook of Ron's arm, was surprisingly docile, even extending its barbed tongue to lick Ron's finger, sending a delightful tingle through him. I've made a decision, Ron declared, his palm lifting the kitten before him with earnest determination. What decision? Mr. Weasley inquired, scratching his head in confusion. His name, Ron replied, playfully scratching the little one's ear. The kitten, seemingly enjoying the attention, wiggled its short legs and let out a sound that resembled a playful coo. As a male cat, it should not be so adorably charming. Such behavior lacked any semblance of feline dignity. Mr. Weasley, puzzled by this turn of events, was left with a head full of questions. Ron paused, revealing a devilish grin. Giggity, 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 meow. Son, what on earth are you babbling about? Mr. Weasley asked, utterly bewildered, as he failed to grasp the meaning behind Ron's final remarks. Those words were not in English. Oh, my apologies. I inadvertently let slip a local expression, Ron said with a mischievous wink. What I meant was, if he only knows how to be cute, we might as well consider neutering him. Meow, meow, meow. Ron continued, elaborating on the procedure of making a small incision in the furry pouch and, with a gentle squeeze, extracting the two little testicles as one would press grapes. Goodness, son, that seems rather extreme, Mr. Weasley exclaimed, suddenly feeling a chill beneath him. That's not very humane, is it? However, it could prolong his life. I read about it in a Muggle magazine. We have magic, and Muggles have science. I believe the Muggles make a valid point. Oh, is that truly what Muggles say? Mr. Weasley replied, intrigued. Yes. Fascinating. Well, son, why don't you give it a try? Meow? Meow, meow, meow. Chapter 8. What a spectacle. The sound of a bell chimed. The dimly lit, dilapidated shop remained as tranquil as before. You've arrived, a soft voice from behind the counter, belonging to Ollivander, emerged from the shadows once more. Mr. Ollivander, is my wand ready? It would be impossible to suppress his excitement, particularly after the minor setbacks. Ron's yearning for his wand had intensified. Ollivander's voice remained calm as he regarded Ron, his light-colored eyes flickering slightly, perhaps to a degree that might catch one off guard. Ron tilted his head in confusion, and perched on his shoulder, the little creature, Lukey, mimicked him. Both faces adorned with curious expressions as they gazed at the counter where Ollivander had placed a long box, made of ironwood, with the core of a dragon's spinal nerve. 22 inches in length, remarkably heavy, extraordinarily sturdy, and immensely powerful. A wand, measuring 55 centimeters and as thick as an adult's thumb, materialized before Ron's eyes. What on earth is this? The unexpected wand startled Ron into using his local dialect. No, I mean, this is far too extravagant. Do you have a smaller one? He tentatively touched the wand, feeling its metallic chill at his fingertips, and quietly addressed Ollivander. Well, this wand could very well belong to Ron's grandfather, Ollivander stammered, suddenly a bit embarrassed. Unfortunately, I cannot provide a smaller option. The selection of cores suitable for your magical flow is quite limited. I have chosen the thickest spinal nerve of a dragon for the core. It can bear a magical capacity exceeding 10 times that of a heartstring, with a resilience that surpasses it. It serves as one of the magical conduits for semi-permanent alchemical arrays. Its only drawback is its considerable thickness. To stabilize the wand's magical transmission, the wood encasing it must also be somewhat thickened. Thus, I crafted it to 22 inches to further cushion and stabilize the magic. Otherwise, while the spells would be powerful, their control would be severely compromised. Clearing his throat, Ollivander suppressed his earlier embarrassment. In conclusion, although this wand may seem somewhat oversized, it is undoubtedly the most suitable wand for you, Mr. Weasley. You simply need to practice diligently to acclimate to it. Ollivander, with a lineage of wand-making spanning over 2,200 years, asserted his expertise. We are the most proficient wand makers, bar none. Trust in my expertise. I never speak falsely regarding wand crafting. While Ron found this proclamation slightly peculiar, he eventually nodded. Having read the original text, he held some reservations about the phrase bar none, yet regardless, he recognized Ollivander as one of the world's foremost wand experts, particularly in Britain. At his advanced age, he had no inclination to jest with a child. Shall I give it a try? Upon seeing Ollivander nod, Ron reached for the wand, which was nearly half his height. Grasping the solid ironwood wand with one hand proved quite strenuous, yet as he held it, the earlier dissatisfaction dissipated entirely. When Ron previously wielded ordinary wands, he felt a peculiar discomfort, akin to a toothpick stirring a vast vat, utterly mismatched. The toothpick felt constrained, while the vat remained unfulfilled. However, now everything fell into place seamlessly. A myriad of sparkling lights erupted from the wand's tip, a unique spectacle that manifested when the wand harmonized with its master. The wand flawlessly embraced Ron's magical essence, engendering an intimate sense of unity. Marvelous. Upon witnessing this scene, Ollivander could not help but smile in admiration. As a wand maker, his aspiration was to facilitate wizards in discovering the wand that best suited them. Just as he endeavored to ensure that the wands he crafted found their rightful wizards, an inseparable bond between the two. Father, Ron looked up at Mr. Weasley. This time, I shall undoubtedly be the most dashing freshman at Hogwarts. Of course, Mr. Weasley replied, bemused, nodding in agreement, in every conceivable sense. Goodness, this is fascinating. Just as Ron was about to settle the payment, the system unexpectedly chimed in. You have received a Wizard Duel gift pack from the System Lord. Bloodline Awakening. The Night King's Legacy. Oath of Victory Wand. Acquired. Mastery of one-handed weapons. Acquired. Mastery of heavy armor. Acquired. Mastery of all mounts. Compulsory task. The Night King's Glory Reborn. Activated. Your esteemed relative has a favorability of 1 towards you, and a favorability of 1 towards Ollivander. Goodness. After this flurry of notifications flashed by, Ron, holding his wand in a daze, suddenly let out a loud shout, startling the 2 adults nearby, who nearly lost their footing. Father, may I ask you something? What is it, my son? Mr. Weasley, thinking Ron might be struggling to accept the wand's uniqueness, offered. Perhaps I should take a leave and accompany you to Germany to find Gregorovic. He might. Impossible. Upon hearing Gregorovic's name, Ollivander scoffed, interrupting Mr. Weasley with a wave of his hand. That fellow may boast superior power in his wands, but in every other regard, he falls far short. This wand is indeed the most suitable for Ron. Indeed, it is, Ron interjected, cradling his wand as he addressed Ollivander. I truly adore it. Although there is a slight surprise, it feels like an extension of my arm. I believe I can learn to wield it correctly. Your craftsmanship is splendid, and I cherish this wand. Ah, good lad. You possess more wisdom than your father, Ollivander remarked, lifting his chin with satisfaction, clearly pleased by Ron's acknowledgement. Actually, I wanted to inquire. Ron tugged at Mr. Weasley's robe. Father, is there any connection between our family and the Night King, Arthur? Perhaps in terms of bloodline? Upon hearing this, Ollivander paused, and Mr. Weasley was momentarily taken aback. Well, ha ha ha. Mr. Weasley chuckled awkwardly, although I have never openly stated it. You must be aware that our Weasley family is indeed one of the 28 pureblood families. While we do not take pride in this fact, it remains the truth. Therefore, the legendary King Arthur, in actuality, Mr. Weasley elongated his tone, tantalizingly, causing even Mr. Ollivander to roll his eyes toward Arthur. It is of little relevance to us, unless your father were to unify England and establish the Holy British Empire. In such a case, a real-life King Arthur might indeed come into existence. Ron, Ollivander, what peculiar thoughts do you entertain? This is a wand, not a knight's sword. Although it may be somewhat thicker and longer, that should suffice. Mr. Weasley, perplexed, waved his hand dismissively. It is only natural for children to indulge in fanciful imaginings. How could a grown man comprehend the whimsical thoughts of a child, separated by decades of generational divide? Very well, it seems I have overthought this. By the way, Mr. Ollivander, how much do I owe you? A custom wand must be quite expensive, I presume, though my pockets still hold a fair amount of galleons. It is evident that this wand cannot be compared to an ordinary one, and Ron had already braced himself for a significant expenditure. 7 galleons. Ollivander cheerfully announced the price. The first wand purchased by a new student at Hogwarts from me only costs 7 galleons. The school will cover the remaining expenses, so you need not worry. As the finest and only magical institution in Britain, Hogwarts is exceedingly affluent. Not to mention the annual allocations from the Board of Governors and the educational funds from the Ministry of Magic, the school's own output is astronomically high. Potions, herbs, new spells, and innovative techniques. This institution, home to many distinguished educators, operates similarly to a prestigious research institute in the Muggle world, producing an abundance of exceptional talents. While expenditures flow like water, their capacity to generate revenue is astonishingly impressive. How splendid! The relief of not having to spend excessively is indeed delightful. After handing Ollivander 7 gleaming galleons, the gentleman kindly presented Ron with a specialized wand holder, the kind that straps to one's back. Crafted from his well-worn dragon hide non-slip lining. This too possesses a certain flair, does it not? Farewell. Chapter 9. The beginning of the Tool Mouse's growth. Although they missed lunch, Florin's ice cream cones and honeyduck sweet treats had already filled their bellies. The joy this galleon brought to the Weasley family was unparalleled. At least for today, their excursion to Diagon Alley was immensely satisfying. Dear Ron, my beloved brother. The twins, their faces beaming with sunlight, squeezed beside Ron, speaking in an annoyingly sweet tone, while casting a few rather nauseating glances. Ugh, Ron himself was unaffected, but the little creature, perched on Ron's shoulder, stretched its neck and emitted a gagging sound. How dreadful. It must be you, Fred, being utterly revolting. Just look. You've scared this little fellow to the point of regurgitating furballs. Don't be ridiculous. It was you who just threw a flirtatious glance, George. Aye, Fred. Stand firm and resolute. I would never engage in such antics. Without further ado, the twins instinctively began to exchange playful jibes, their lively banter creating a delightful spectacle. Suddenly, Ron pushed them, causing their heads to collide, forehead to forehead, nose to nose, lips almost touching. A kiss to settle old scores. Dear brothers, let us not quarrel. It would tarnish our bonds. What brings you here, then? Speak up, what mischief do you intend? Yet, Fred and George were oblivious to his words. Their eyes wide as saucers, locked in a fierce stare before they simultaneously grabbed each other's heads. A soft pop resonated in the air. Mother, how splendid, they exclaimed, their voices harmonizing in a playful manner. We are here to welcome our dear brother Ron. Fred called out towards the kitchen. Today is simply marvelous. We must express our gratitude to our sibling. George continued with an exaggerated, lyrical tone. Dinner will be ready shortly. Do refrain from causing a ruckus at home. Do you understand? Mrs. Weasley, in a surprisingly good mood, seemed unaware of the peculiar excitement in their voices. Understood, Mother. Once they had appeased Mrs. Weasley, they turned their attention to Ginny. With a flourish, Fred and George produced 2 jars from their pockets, as if by magic. You saw nothing, Fred declared, shaking the jar filled with buzzing honey candies, the amber sweets radiating a sweet, gentle glow, as he smiled kindly. Or perhaps you are merely imagining things, George added, rattling the jar containing candy shaped like cockroaches, which appeared to scurry within, eager to leap into one's mouth, delivering a thrilling taste. He too wore a genial smile. Oh. Ginny blinked innocently, her gaze fixated on the honey candies without a hint of movement. Fred shoved the jar of honey candies into her arms, then released his hand from covering her mouth. Our little brother has grown up, George. Indeed, he has, Fred. What a tremendous revelation. It seems we must hold him to the standards befitting a man. At this, 2 pairs of round eyes darted sideways, noticing Ron's previous spot was now vacant, with only Percy, who was amusing himself with his recently acquired owl, remaining. Percy, where's Ron? Fred inquired. He has stepped out. Claiming he needed to train for a wild call for Luxie, Percy replied, pointing towards the door. In an instant, with a whoosh, the twins dashed to the entrance. The gust of wind they created startling the tiny owl, causing it to flit about its cage. Be careful, you 2 fools, Percy shouted, shaking his fist in frustration. But the twins had already bolted outside. As the door creaked open, a piercing screech from a mouse momentarily halted the twins' intentions of confronting their brother. Their younger sibling was crouched on the floor, while the mischievous cat named Lucy sat attentively opposite Ron, its eyes fixed unwaveringly on Ron's hand. Had it not been for the mouse's desperate cries and the frantically puffed fur of Lucy, the twins would have continued their approach. They both sensed an atmosphere laden with an inexplicable subtlety that eluded their comprehension. Ron, Fred cautiously stepped forward, his voice tinged with uncertainty. He himself was unsure why he felt compelled to act this way, but it seemed undeniably right. What are you doing? Isn't that Percy's mouse? George remarked, noticing the frantic creature in Ron's grasp. He recognized the diminutive, unattractive gray mouse, as such a peculiar specimen could only belong to their household's unique pet, Scabbers. Well, Percy has Hermes now, so I asked him for Scabbers, intending to put him to good use, Ron explained. Scabbers has been with us for a decade, and for an ordinary gray mouse, he has reached the twilight of his life. You see, he hardly shows any vitality. This is a clear sign of impending demise. Fred and George exchanged glances, observing the lively mouse, writhing and screeching in Ron's grasp. Indeed, it appears he lacks vigor, Fred conceded, speaking candidly as he was merely curious about Ron's intentions, devoid of any ulterior motives or dishonest undertones. Quite so, but to train Lucy's instincts, Scabbers is essential. I've also prepared some gnomes, but they are rather dim-witted and sluggish, proving ineffective. Thus, I plan to extend Scabbers' life a bit longer so he can better serve as Lucy's training partner. Come, Lucy, take a whiff and remember this scent. Never forget. Scabbers will be your mentor, for the world's most cunning and agile creatures include mice. Lucy obediently approached Scabbers, taking a deliberate sniff. Though not a dog, a cat's sense of smell is remarkably acute. What exactly are you planning? George inquired, slightly perplexed by Ron's intentions. Are you suggesting they play hide and seek? You're too adorable, Ron. George chuckled, but quickly silenced himself upon noticing Ron retrieving a razor blade from his pocket, a peculiar collection of their father S, who delighted in gathering odd Muggle artifacts. Yes, but it's not quite like that, George. Lucy possesses a significant flaw, a grave and substantial one. Huh. The twins exchanged confused glances at the docile Lucy. Wasn't the little feline meant to be merely charming and endearing? The little creature was behaving splendidly. Lucy is a wildcat, distinctly different from a domestic cat. He is a hunter capable of growing to a meter in length, born to prey on rabbits, birds, and even small antelopes. Yet, don't you think he appears a tad too adorable at the moment? Perhaps it is due to his diminutive size? Luke is merely a few months old. He is still a child, and is it not entirely reasonable for him to be adorably playful? No, the instinct to hunt must be cultivated from a young age. I do not wish for Luke to resemble those foolish, gluttonous cats, endlessly meowing and merely indulging in cuteness and tantrums. That would be a lamentable waste of his potential. I am preparing to undertake wild training, aiming to nurture Luke's hunting instincts, enabling him to fully explore his capabilities and become an extraordinary feline. Ah, I see now. The twins, suddenly enlightened, exchanged a high five before speaking earnestly. You intend to train a killer cat, correct? Impressive, Ron. That is quite an idea. Once we arrive at Hogwarts, we could even take him to the Forbidden Forest for some exercise. It is teeming with elusive galleons. Hush, Fred. Keep it low-key, came the admonition. Apologies. I got a bit too excited. The twins, their eyes gleaming with golden ambition, began to envision countless ventures to exploit Luke's prowess in the Forbidden Forest, where resources overflow. However, as mere humans, capturing those charmingly swift galleons would prove exceedingly challenging. But Ron, how do you plan to train Luke? Of course, we shall start by reinforcing the training of Spot, while also instilling a sense of determination in Luke, steering him away from his adorable, yet detrimental habits. For instance, we shall implement the technique known as giggling. Giggling? That's a new term for us, the twins replied, utterly perplexed. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak. The unfortunate Spot, gripped by the scruff of his neck, emitted a pitiful wail, causing Luke's previously relaxed demeanor to bristle once more. Abandon all hope. Ye who enter here, thought the wretched mouse, yet found no opportunity for resistance. Chapter 10. Extending Spot's life by a decade. I read in a Muggle magazine that we possess magic while Muggles rely on science. Although their scientific prowess may not match the wonders of magic, it can elucidate many obscure matters. For instance, regarding the extension of life, in our magical realm, only the elixir of life derived from the Philosopher's Stone can prolong existence. However, Muggles have deduced through scientific analysis that, at the cost of certain sacrifices, an individual's lifespan can be extended to some degree. This concept mirrors the alchemical principle of equivalent exchange. Upon losing something, one may gain additional gifts. The method to prolong Spot's life is, indeed, giggling. To put it simply, if those two small grapes are not removed, the hormones they secrete will compel Spot to engage in procreation, significantly depleting his already limited lifespan. This is a source of distress for many creatures. Once the root of their worries is eliminated, their lifespan can potentially be extended. While this may not seem magical, it is fundamentally scientific. Though Ron cannot definitively ascertain the truth of this, his expression remains earnest and serious, suggesting he is not jesting. Upon hearing Ron's words, the twins instinctively covered their precious parts, exchanging concerned glances. I believe living too long can be rather dull. Wouldn't you agree, George? Fred murmured softly to George. As if at that moment, his spirit began to transcend, and his thoughts experienced a profound revelation. An extraordinary life does not require an extended duration to be accentuated. Often, brilliant splendor manifests in mere instants. I have comprehended. Fred, what about you? George, whose eyes shimmered with a celestial light, felt an urge to ascend. And in his state of enlightenment, he grasped the new pursuits and goals for his future. He steadfastly gazed at Fred and extended his right hand. Of course, my brother. I too have comprehended. Their hands clasped tightly, both understanding what kind of future they needed to pursue. Their hearts were filled with unparalleled purity and determination. Indeed, Fred, we were undoubtedly too innocent and youthful before. So, can you lend a hand now? George inquired. I previously skimmed through the textbook, but I am not confident in casting the spell directly. Scabbers is struggling quite a bit. Could you perform a petrification spell on him? Certainly. But why not use the stunning spell? Fred glanced at Scabbers, his gaze filled with sympathy, but more so curiosity, pondering whether the method of prolonging life through grape cutting would be effective. Though he is a rat, I am still a child, and so is Ron. It is best to avoid bloodshed if possible. The twins silently mused. So, children are indeed transformed from demons, right? No problem. This is simple. Although they were a few years older than Ron, 13 is still a child. After all, they were merely 2 years his senior. Petrify him entirely. Fred drew his wand and tapped it against Scabbers, who had been incessantly shrieking, and instantly fell silent, his body becoming rigid as stone, unable to move. Truly remarkable, Ron murmured quietly. The petrification spell did not literally turn Scabbers to stone. Rather, his body became as stiff as if frozen. His once soft fur now felt as prickly as needles. What did you say, Ron? I didn't catch that, Fred asked. Nothing, let us proceed. The blade in his hand twirled gracefully. Having mastered single-handed weapon proficiency, the blade danced at Ron's fingertips, gleaming like silver, a sight to behold. Cool. The twins whistled in admiration at Ron's display. When did you learn that? Just today. If you want to learn, you can start with pin spinning. Once you master that, you'll be good. The whirling blade was pinched between his index and thumb, and Scabbers' desperate struggles were frozen in that moment by the petrification spell. However, as he gazed at the large gray rat before him, Ron suddenly hesitated. If Scabbers were a true rat, Ron would have no reservations. However, he was not. Even though he resembled a rat, having read the original story and being a time traveler disguised as Ron, he clearly understood that Scabbers was, in fact, Peter Pettigrew, an unregistered illegal animagus aided by 3 close friends. 10 years prior, he had aligned himself with Voldemort's ranks, betraying 3 friends, framing Harry's godfather Sirius, and selling out Harry's parents. In a treacherous act, he had utterly forsaken his brother. Neither foolishness nor cowardice could serve as justification, nor could insecurity and fear be deemed valid excuses for his defection. Serving as a pet in the Weasley household was merely a means to better acquire information from the Wizarding World. His concealment within Ron's family was no coincidence. He understood that the Weasleys were trusted by Dumbledore, making this a realm of shadow amidst the light, the safest haven. Isn't it rather inhumane? Ron's blue eyes fixated on Scabbers' diminutive, beady gaze. As Ron uttered this statement, a flicker of what appeared to be hope glimmered within the rigid, vacant eyes of Scabbers. Shall I give it a try? Fred, eager to experience this newfound thrill, spoke up, noticing Ron's hesitation. No, allow me, Fred interjected. I just finished a round this morning. My hands must be trembling. I am steady. Bah, you were the one sleepwalking while I did it. George, you're talking nonsense. Ron retorted. For a fleeting moment, a thought crossed Ron's mind. The absurdity of it all, but he swiftly cast it aside. Fine, I shall do it. Should you make a mistake, Scabbers would be left with only one. As someone who had recently traversed into this world, and had relentlessly struck his own unhandsome visage in a fit of rage born from the novels read prior to his arrival, transforming himself into a grotesque sight, he reasoned that as long as he did not harm himself, he could steel his resolve. This would merely serve as interest paid on behalf of Harry and Sirius. Scabbers, allow me to extend your life by a decade. Ron said solemnly. I believe that, in the future, you will express gratitude for my actions. Over the years, you must have caused the demise of many female rodents. Your rodent existence has not been lonely. Though the brilliance of your past has faded, a more splendid future awaits. As his words faded, the blade gleamed, and 2 grape-sized lumps were swiftly severed, leaving the rest of Scabbers unharmed. With a flick of his fingers, Ron sent the blade, along with the remnants, flying far into the weeds beyond the yard. Ugh, the twins gasped, clutching their precious prize, then giving Ron a thumbs up. What a thrill, brother. Chapter 11, Scabbers' Collar. Mew. Although he was not the one harmed, Loxy, in sheer terror, clutched his jewels and cried out. Astonished that his master was not merely speaking in jest, he could indeed take action. In that moment of realization, Loxy seemed to mature significantly. His previously adorable expression transformed into one of earnest determination. He resolved to complete Ron's training and become an exemplary hunter. All done, but shouldn't we disinfect the wound? The 3 individuals remained oblivious to the subtle shifts in Luxy's expression, their gaze fixed intently on the creature, whom they referred to as Spot. After being petrified, the wounds did not ooze blood, appearing as though they had solidified. Indeed, this was a fortunate turn of events. Do we have any strong liquor at home? Ron and Fred inquired simultaneously, yet their responses diverged significantly. Alcohol serves to disinfect wounds and prevent further injury, as stated in Muggle magazines, but it must be high proof. Noticing the twins' bewilderment, Ron proceeded to elucidate. Marvelous Muggles. Let us try both, George declared, dashing into the house, only to return shortly with half a bottle of whiskey and the family's medical kit in hand. Father kept this hidden well, or so he thought. However, both Mother and I are aware of his secret stash. With a flourish, George uncorked the whiskey bottle. His interest piqued as he gazed at Spot in Ron's hands. How much do we need? Is this sufficient? That will do, Ron replied. He scooped a small pit in the ground and poured about a cup of whiskey into it, subsequently submerging Spot's rigid rear into the high-proof liquid. After approximately half a minute, sensing the disinfection was complete, Ron lifted Spot, shaking off the excess whiskey, and applied a dab of ointment to the wound. Miraculously, the tiny injury healed instantly, yet the lost appendage could not be regenerated. By the way, are you skilled in transfiguration? We ought to fashion a collar for Spot, lest he become too spirited and wander off, which would surely vex Luxy. What material shall we use? Iron, Naturally, something sturdy. Fred sighed. Though George and I are indeed formidable third-year wizards, we still lack proficiency in metal transfiguration. That's a fifth-year subject. Oh, Ron said, turning to leave. Percy, could you lend a hand? Please create a robust collar for Spot. Fred hesitantly chimed in. We ought not to doubt. George patted Fred's shoulder. Indeed, we have been fortunate. By the way, what initially brought us to seek Ron's assistance? I seem to have lost my memory. Who knows? What were we here for? Perhaps it was something related to investment. We are still short on startup funds, and Percy locked away his homework, so we cannot sell answers this year. As the twins continued their murmurs, Ron emerged from the house, holding Spot, now adorned with a sturdy steel collar around his neck. Inscribed upon it were the words, Spot's collar. True to form, Percy, despite just advancing to fifth year, had already practiced transfiguration in advance, and his flawless metal transformation would surely earn a nod of approval from Professor McGonagall. Now, if he wanders off, we can locate Spot with the summoning charm, Fred exclaimed. Lift the spell, then. Setting Spot on the ground, Luxie fixed his gaze upon him, ready to receive the training. Spell halt. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak. A sudden, unexpected shriek pierced the air as the petrification was lifted, the high-pitched squeal akin to a mouse causing a painful throb in the eardrums. From that diminutive body erupted an immense force. The speckled forepaws pressed firmly against the ground, while the hind legs and rear end arched high. Those short little hands flailed about as it ran in circles, defying gravity. How astonishing is the science of Muggles! It was my first time witnessing such agility from Speckle. Previously, it indulged in a lazy routine of eating and sleeping, resembling a slothful pig. Yet, this peculiar maneuver seemed to have some merit. Is it dead? The bewildered twins crouched down, prodding Speckle's body, but the large gray mouse lay still, as if it had indeed kicked the bucket. No. I suspect our technique is at fault. Perhaps we should have removed its tail as well. It might be due to improper dismemberment. Ron's devilish suggestion echoed in Speckle's ears like thunder. Really? Fred exclaimed, elated. Then allow me to take the lead. George seamlessly usurped Fred's line. This time, I shall employ the severing charm, ensuring a clean cut, as pristine as Merlin's beard. With a sudden, piercing cry, Speckle, feigning death, bolted away, revealing the true mischievous nature of these children, demons indeed. The plump gray mouse darted out of the yard with extraordinary speed, its rapid footsteps stirring a cloud of dust. Luxie, go, catch Speckle. Meow. At Ron's command, the still juvenile Luxie lunged forward. Though still inexperienced, the agility and latent explosive power of the young cat manifested for the first time. However, after dashing past a thicket, Luxie lost sight of its quarry. No worries, it's just the first attempt. You'll catch Speckle next time, right? Meow. The little feline, previously disheartened, regained its spirit at this encouragement. As a cat, it felt quite embarrassed for having lost the mouse, even without Ron's admonition. Well then, Ron poked Fred's arm, prompting Fred to retrieve his wand. Speckle's collar, come forth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A large gray mouse was yanked from the bushes by the collar around its neck, its tiny paws futilely clawing at the unyielding steel collar. The iron collar, reinforced by Percy's spell, was far sturdier than an ordinary one, rendering escape impossible. Children, dinner is ready. Mrs. Weasley's cheerful voice rang from the kitchen, her tone bright and inviting. Tonight, we have a feast. Coming, Mum. As twilight descended, the dim light of their humble abode shone brightly, casting the reflections of a family of 7 joyfully partaking in a grand meal upon the small window. Chapter 12. The Night Before School. August was a bustling month, particularly for Ron. The Weasley family is never in short supply of second-hand textbooks, particularly those for charms, transfiguration, herbology, and potions, which have not been updated for an exceedingly long time. The Ministry of Magic has designated textbooks for these subjects that have remained unchanged for decades. Unlike the frequently updated Defense Against the Dark Arts course, the professors at Hogwarts who teach these subjects are all seasoned veterans. For them, textbooks hold little significance. They themselves are living compendiums of knowledge, as magic is derived from practice, and many concepts cannot be adequately captured in written form. Despite being raised in a wizarding household, Ron's understanding of magical knowledge is only marginally superior to that of students from Muggle families. The original Ron was rather dim-witted. Aside from wobbling through the air on a rickety broom and engaging in antics that exasperated Mrs. Weasley, he was utterly uninformed and inactive. Remarkably, throughout his 11 years, he had yet to articulate a single complete spell. Of course, the family was acutely aware of Ron's shortcomings, and their apprehension about him discovering the genuine spells and potentially wreaking havoc was a significant concern. Even an innocuous levitation charm could transform into a dangerous summoning charm if mispronounced by Ron. If he were to inadvertently mumble a new incantation, it would spell disaster for the already beleaguered Weasley household. They could hardly afford another dilapidated residence. However, circumstances have shifted. Upon realizing that Ron had begun to grasp the concepts, They no longer opposed his studying the textbook material at home. Witnessing Ron fervently immersed in his reading, Mrs. Weasley often found herself stealthily wiping away tears at night. Thank Merlin, we did not choose the wrong child. Such sentiments accompanied Mr. Weasley through many a long, rambling night. Magic is an intricate discipline. Incantations and wand movements are the two fundamental elements essential for the successful execution of a spell, particularly for novices. Without a profound understanding of a particular spell, adhering to the standard incantation formula is an unavoidable necessity. Ron, who does not suffer from stuttering and possesses commendable memory, faced no issues with the verbal aspects of spells. He articulated each point from the textbook with clarity. Yet, the wand movements posed a formidable challenge. His wand, crafted from ironwood, was exceedingly heavy, almost 10 pounds, boasting a hardness comparable to steel and a flexibility that far surpassed it, allowing for tremendous physical impact when wielded as a weapon. However, when it came to spellcasting, Ron's lack of physical strength hindered his ability to maintain a firm grip on the wand, preventing him from executing the necessary movements with precision. His gestures were either too exaggerated or imprecise. 1998. 1999. 2000. With a deep breath, Ron rose from the ground, brushing the dust from his hands. After a brief respite, he seized a pair of stone dumbbells, each weighing a formidable 30 kilograms, and repeatedly lifted them, his nascent biceps contracting with each exertion. This had become Ron's daily routine over the past month, poring over textbooks in the morning, seeking Percy's counsel after lunch, and then diligently training his body from afternoon until night. Rather than merely a wizard, Ron had transformed into an ardent fitness enthusiast, driven by an almost obsessive fervor. With the aid of potent potions, the aches in his muscles were rendered inconsequential, and any fatigue was swiftly replenished. Mrs. Weasley had prepared extra meals specifically for Ron, enabling him to endure this astonishingly rigorous regimen. To wield his wand with steadiness and successfully cast spells, Ron had to engage in specialized strength training. Within this brief span of a month, the twins had completely surrendered in their arm wrestling matches against him. The burgeoning muscles he possessed were far beyond what one would expect from an 11-year-old, especially considering Ron's already tall stature. Even though he was 2 years younger, his height was on par with theirs, and now, with his enhanced physique, he was an even more formidable presence. It was indeed a pity that he did not pit his strength against the Slytherins and their gang of hulking brutes. Each time Ron compelled the twins to test his strength, they would mutter resentfully under their breath. After all, as their older brother, it was quite a blow to be overpowered by a younger sibling, leaving their tender hearts with an indelible sting. "Mom, what meat is this today?" "Dragon meat." The mere mention ignited an uproar. Upon hearing those words from Mrs. Weasley, the twins feigned distress, tears welling in their eyes as they put on a dramatic display. "Mom, it's not fair. We are your children too. Why don't we get any?" "Fred, it seems we were indeed picked from a rubbish bin, right?" "Yes, George. I always thought Mom was joking when she said we were foundlings, but now it appears." The two comical giants embraced, weeping as they pretended to wipe their tears. They furtively cast glances at the sizable piece of roasted meat on Ron's plate, the drool-inducing aroma of the dragon meat wafting through the air. However, Mrs. Weasley was not swayed, brandishing a ladle meant for serving mushroom soup. She gave the twins a playful thwack on the head. "Ron needs to train. We can't have you two unable to even wield a wand." She shot a half-hearted glare at the twins, her eyes lacking any real ire. All right, there's plenty more. Let us save some for tomorrow's train ride." The Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures just took down a rampaging Welsh green, and Amos procured a considerable amount of meat, sending me several pounds. "Mr. Weasley chimed in with a smile, attempting to ease the tension. "None of you have tasted this before. Let Ron have a go first, and then we will." "Oh, the task of tasting falls to you, my dear brother. If by any chance you were to pass away, Lucy, we would take good care of you. Dream on." Ron rolled his eyes. One should not expect to hear anything complimentary from his two brothers. Having grown accustomed to this dynamic, Ron was not angered. "Lucy, come here." With a beckoning hand, the now larger serval gracefully leapt onto Ron's lap. The once playful little creature had begun to exude the presence of a hunter. Its gradually darkening sandy gray coat shimmered healthily under the light, and the powerful muscles gave each of its movements a blend of strength and agility. Its pale gray eyes gleamed brightly as it gazed up at Ron. Wow! Perhaps due to its maturation, Lucy had outgrown the typical meows of ordinary cats, now producing a lower, almost electric sound. "Come, try some dragon meat, freshly prepared by Mother. It's particularly delicious." With a knife and fork, Ron sliced a substantial, chewy piece of meat, entrusting the tasting duties to the valiant feline warrior, Lucy. With a quick bite, Lucy seized the hearty chunk of meat, leaping down from Ron's lap. The somewhat tough dragon meat, with claws and teeth working in unison, was soon shredded and devoured. "Wow!" Lucy licked its lips, eyes sparkling as it fixed its gaze on Ron. It seemed quite the eater. "Ron, having shared another piece of dragon steak with Lucy, began to indulge himself, savoring the rich flavors. The dragon meat was difficult to chew, slightly tangy, and rather sinewy, but once swallowed, a warm sensation accompanied by a delightful aroma enveloped Ron, causing his face to flush. This stuff is remarkably nourishing. I'm full. After setting down his knife and fork and finishing the mushroom soup, Ron pushed himself up from the table. I'm going for a jog. Otherwise, I fear I won't sleep tonight. Be safe, Mrs. Weasley said with a warm wave. Mother, with one hand, Ron could take us all down. What are you worried about? It seemed more prudent for those who encountered Ron to heed caution. One punch from him would be unbearable for anyone. Observing the twins nodding eagerly before their mother, Ron chuckled. Come on, Lucy, let us burn off some calories. Strapping on a simple, handmade weighted backpack, Ron began striding briskly along the uneven country lane, with Lucy silently keeping pace by his side. Chapter 13, The Surge of Magic. Ottery St. Catchpole was a Muggle village, yet several wizarding families resided nearby, including the Weasleys, Mr. Weasley's colleague, the Diggory family, who supplied dragon meat, the somewhat distant Fawcett family, and of course, the peculiar Lovegood family, perched atop a hill to the north of the village. During his nighttime run, Ron avoided the Muggle village, for his wizarding attire would seem exceedingly strange to their eyes. Moreover, the Muggles had not discovered the hidden dwellings for decades. If Ron were to suddenly appear in the dead of night, he would likely frighten quite a few people. Jogging along the uneven path, Ron found himself under a cloudless sky, with the full moon gracefully suspended in the night. There was no fear of stumbling, for the silvery moonlight illuminated his way. The cool night breeze whisked away the heat from Ron's body, restoring the flush of his face, which had reddened from exertion, to its natural hue. The increasingly steep path hinted to Ron that he was now halfway up the hill. Yet, this was precisely his intention. He aimed to cross the small mountain and reach the valley at its base. His physical training had yielded some results, and his once cumbersome wand now felt perfectly balanced in his hand. The month of dietary supplements, coupled with rigorous exercise, had undoubtedly borne fruit. He had expended potions worth 100 galleons this month, and without the generous contribution from the system, the Weasley family would have struggled to afford such unexpected expenses. After jogging for over half an hour and breaking a slight sweat, Ron slowed his pace. Recently, he had ventured out in search of a secluded spot to test his abilities. Beyond mastering fundamental theories and enhancing his physical fitness, Ron had also discreetly carved out time to delve into the gift bestowed upon him by the system. The system's instructions were always succinct, and the items provided were of notable quality. However, much like the tasks it assigned, they came with only a name and little else. Perhaps in the eyes of the system, these matters were self-explanatory, yet for Ron, he needed to thoroughly investigate to comprehend the essence of what had been bestowed upon him. Surge of Magic. This was the second gift from the system, presented alongside the brain closure technique. Ron was aware of the efficacy of the latter. A passive magic that could shield one's thoughts from the intrusion of legilimency, all without the need for a wand. As a traveler from another world, Ron's mind was brimming with knowledge about this realm. Should someone decide to use legilimency on him, it could spell disaster. The thought of being an interdimensional traveler raised concerns about potential curiosity leading to capture and sacrifice, or worse, attempts at interdimensional summoning. Particularly concerning was Dumbledore. Although he was the most powerful white wizard of the age, Ron often sensed that the old fox had a perpetual legilimency active, an unsettling thought upon deeper reflection. While there were no detailed explanations, through a month of exploration, Ron had gleaned the effects of Surge of Magic. As Ollivander had noted, the extraordinary flow of magic within Ron was indeed influenced by this. Typically, wizards find it challenging to release their magic without a wand as a conduit. Especially adult wizards whose magical core stabilizes with age. Only those with exceptional control over their own magic could transcend this bodily limitation, a skill known as wandless magic. Conversely, young wizards, whose magic was still in a vigorous growth phase, would experience fluctuations in their magical output during moments of external stimulation, such as anger or fear, often unleashing magic unconsciously. However, this remains uncontrollable. In this context, what is unleashed is not a curse, but rather the nascent form of magic confined to a singular concept, akin to levitation, disappearance, transference, or even explosion. The magical outpouring brought forth by the Surge of Magic leans more towards the latter. A wizard proficient in wandless magic can harness their emitted magic to cast the spells they desire, while Ron can only consciously release his magic without the precision to manipulate it effectively. Perhaps he could manage some simpler spells, but as the complexity increases, he finds himself at a loss. Parting the dense underbrush, Ron guided Lux into a valley nestled between two low hills. The babbling brook mirrored the full moon above, and the ankle-high grass bore no trace of animal activity, save for the faint chirping of insects accompanying Ron on this moonlit night. Perhaps I should start with something simpler? He murmured to himself, refraining from hastily drawing his wand, and instead extending his right hand. A soft glow flickered. observing the luminous orb in his palm. Ron felt a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Yet, upon attempting to release the light sphere, he lamentably realized that without his wand, he seemed unable to let his magic escape his grasp. Not only the Lumos charm, but also the levitation charm could only affect objects that he physically touched. A pebble, roughly the size of his fist, gently adhered to his palm, rising as he lifted his hand. However, the stone seemed reluctant to part from the grip of gravity, teetering precariously as if it were determined to return to the ground, sealing Newton's coffin. Well, I might as well illuminate my way to the bathroom in the dead of night without needing to switch on the light, he mused. The wandless levitation charm could only manipulate small objects and required contact, so it was far more practical for Ron to simply lift something with his hand. Thus, the Lumos charm became the most useful incantation in his diminished wandless repertoire. More intricate spells like the cutting charm or the repairing charm proved utterly unfeasible without a wand. Nevertheless, Ron did not succumb to despair. This was merely an unforeseen delight, a modest trial of his abilities. He retrieved his hefty wand, crafted from ironwood and dragon heartstring. Measuring 22 inches from its sheath on his back, clutching the short staff, he resembled anything but a typical wizard, instead appearing akin to a rogue from the streets. With a deft flick, Ron twirled the wand, its end featuring a non-slip grip designed by Ollivander, fitting snugly in his palm. Let us begin with the simplest of spells, he resolved, inhaling deeply, a mix of trepidation and excitement coursing through him as he raised his right hand. Chapter 14. The Oath. Victory. At last. With his wand held aloft, aimed straight ahead, Ron's arm exhibited no tremor, steadier even than those of wizards wielding standard wands. The glow flickered. The incantation for the Lumos charm escaped his lips, yet instead of the familiar white orb soaring from the tip of his wand, it was replaced by a blinding sun-like radiance. A brilliant sphere of light erupted from the tip of a robust wand, a luminous orb the size of a truck tire, reminiscent of a sun rising in the depths of night, dispersing the shadows that cloaked the surroundings. The blinding white radiance pierced Ron's eyes, akin to a flashbang detonating. Knox. With his left hand shielding his eyes, Ron hastily uttered the extinguishing spell, and the blinding light that had momentarily rendered him sightless vanished in an instant. It seemed as though it were merely an illusion, yet the lingering afterimage on his retina served as a reminder that this was no mere figment of his imagination. This was not merely a slight enhancement of magical prowess. Ron recalled Mr. Ollivander's admonition, "Ron, do not overexert your magic, at least until you reach adulthood. The torrent of magic flowing through you enables the release of spells more potent than those of your peers, but the toll it takes is substantial. Frequent depletion of your magical reserves does not bode well for your growth." In that moment, Ron was entirely convinced that while Mr. Ollivander's words were indeed correct, they seemed to understate the matter. This power was not just a trifle greater. The light spell had transformed into a flashbang. Yet, as Mr. Ollivander had predicted, the consumption of magic was immense, far greater than anticipated. Ron's total magical capacity was not markedly superior to that of other young wizards. Rather, it was the rapid flow of magic that allowed him to unleash an extraordinary amount within the same time frame. For a spell as simple as Lumos, a typical young wizard might only manage a fist-sized sphere of light, which could illuminate for hours without straying. However, when Ron conjured this miniature sun, he distinctly felt a clear sense of depletion. It felt akin to a marathon runner executing an all-out sprint, though there remained some energy. Recovering would necessitate several deep breaths and a brief respite. Sustained, low-consumption magic and explosive, high-consumption magic may yield similar totals, but they are utterly incomparable. 10 Lumos spells could drain me dry. Should I consider that impressive or lamentable? With no point of comparison, Ron found it challenging to gauge his magical efficacy, as the wizarding world lacked definitive standards for measuring magical capacity. If only there were a Kakashi in the magical realm. Then I would know precisely how many cards of magic I possess, he mused, scratching the back of his head. Well, let us use Lumos as a benchmark. 1 cast equals 1 card. I'm quite clever, aren't I? However, having come this far, he resolved to give it one final attempt. Upon acquiring his wand, the Elder had bestowed upon him an impressive-sounding artifact, Bloodline Awakening, the Night King's legacy technique, Oath of Victory Wand. Though the term wand at the end seemed slightly off, Ron was well aware of its significance. Despite the alteration, the curry stick of the hapless king was unmistakable. Standing upright, he firmly gripped his hefty wand, suppressing the excitement that threatened to betray him, and with an air of feigned seriousness, Ron raised his wand-bearing right hand. The usage of the Oath Victory Wand requires no external guidance. Its profound legacy is etched clearly within his heart. Suddenly, the summoned magical energy converges from all parts of his body into his right hand, whereupon the obsidian wand becomes adorned with a series of enigmatic symbols. An air of majestic authority envelopes him, and the gentle currents stirred by the surging magic transform into a soft breeze, lifting the edge of Ron's robe. However, Just as Ron prepares to utter the subsequent incantation, the symbols on the wand extinguish in an instant, and the invigorating breeze dissipates. What just transpired? Aside from feeling utterly drained of magical energy, Ron finds himself at a loss for words. Overwhelmed by a sense of weakness, he plops down onto the gravelly ground. Panting and bewildered, a hearty laughter escapes him. "You have truly amused me." Ron sheepishly scratches his head. "I was merely experimenting. I had no idea the consumption would be so great. Is this my fault? Certainly not. It is merely my folly. You, wise and formidable, could not possibly be mistaken. The misunderstanding lies solely with me." Eager to appease, Ron smiles at his esteemed companion, insisting that any error must originate from his own miscomprehension. "You are quite perceptive," comes the reply. "You have received a reward of 233 galleons from the system." With a soft thud, a small wallet unexpectedly falls from above, striking Ron's head. "From now on, your pocket money shall reside here. Buy yourself some treats, grow taller, and do not embarrass me at school. After all, you are my host." As he reads the glowing text, it gradually fades away. Though the wallet appears lightweight, its interior expands effortlessly to accommodate Ron's arm, revealing a generous handful of cool, hard coins, forming a small mound. "Thank you, esteemed one. Your generosity is unmatched. Wishing you robust health." With a renewed sense of strength, Ron transfers the loose change he had on him into the new wallet. He rises from the gravel, feeling the weight at his back now heavier than ever. Yet he has no intention of relinquishing it. The previously startled Luxie, shaken by the wand's formidable presence, obediently follows in Ron's footsteps towards their humble abode. The swaying youth retraces his steps, unaware that a pair of curious eyes watches him depart from the summit of a nearby hill. Chapter 15, The Hogwarts Express. As the first rays of morning light penetrate the room through the window, Ron awakens. Having long established the habit of rising early, he requires no call to action. Swiftly getting out of bed and changing his clothes. After a brief wash-up, Ron hoists his somewhat worn trunk, filled to the brim with Mrs. Weasley's affection, and descends the stairs. For 11 long years, Ron, who had been rather unremarkable, suddenly exhibited a newfound ambition and intelligence a month before school commenced. Were he the son of another mother, she might have hesitated, pondering whether her child had been exchanged. However, for Mrs. Weasley, this unexpected yet anticipated surprise was merely a continuation of a pattern. After all, her first 5 sons were all quite clever, and Ginny was in no way inferior to any of her brothers. The previous clumsiness of Ron rendered him more out of place in their family than he was now. "Good morning, Mom. Where's Dad?" Ron inquired, dragging his suitcase into the dining room, only to find Mr. Weasley absent from his usual perch with the newspaper. "Yes, probably tinkering with that old car again. I specifically asked him to check it yesterday." With a thud, Mrs. Weasley emphatically struck the chopping board with her knife, her expression a mix of irritation and resolve. "It's always the same with him, dawdling about. If he doesn't make it to the train on time, I swear I'll have his hide." It was evident that the current Mrs. Weasley was not to be trifled with. Ron quietly set down his suitcase and made his way to the garage outside. "Everything all right?" As he stepped out, he spotted Mr. Weasley emerging from the garage, his face smeared with grease. With a flick of his wand, he magically removed the stains. "Ah, ha, ha." Mr. Weasley chuckled awkwardly. "It's nothing, the car is fine. I've completely fixed it." Muggle transportation is amusing, truly, but not very sturdy. He seemed oblivious to the fact that the vehicle he had acquired was on the brink of being scrapped, lacking the maintenance that a younger version of the old car would have received. The very fact that it could still function after his modifications was a miracle in the world of repairs. Fortunately, the Ministry of Magic overlooked such contraptions, and Muggle traffic officers could not apprehend the dilapidated vehicle. Otherwise, fines, points deductions, or even having the car towed to a junkyard would not be uncommon occurrences. "Good to hear it's nothing serious. I can hardly contain my excitement." Hogwarts. At that moment, the other children, still rubbing the sleep from their eyes, trickled into the dining room. Compared to Ron, Percy and the twins remained remarkably composed, while Ginny appeared somewhat forlorn and unhappy, realizing that with Ron off to school, she would be alone at home, which would surely be dreadfully boring. Today, Mrs. Weasley had prepared a breakfast of pumpkin pasties and vegetable soup, opting for a lighter morning meal. However, the lunch she had arranged for the children was hearty and abundant, as promised the night before. The dragon meat had been made into sandwiches, and each child was served 3 hefty portions, each weighing at least a pound, certainly enough to fill their bellies to the brim. The dilapidated Ford was driven out of the garage by Mr. Weasley, its magically expanded trunk capable of accommodating items several times its original size. Once the 4 brothers' large suitcases were stowed away, there remained enough space for a playful roll or two. The back seat, originally designed to fit 3, now comfortably accommodated 3 lying down side by side. Despite the car's occasional shivers and coughs while in motion, this magically modified old Ford was not inferior to a Rolls-Royce in any significant way. "All right, we are off. Have we got everything? Fred, George? Mom, Fred grumbled with a disgruntled expression. Why are you only mentioning us two? George, crossing his arms, glared at Percy and Ron in solidarity, their indignation palpable. If you two were half as easygoing as Percy and Ron, I would truly be blessed by Merlin, Mrs. Weasley remarked, casting a stern look at her troublesome sons. Whose theatrics did not fool her. Percy, I need not elaborate. The head boy, consistently the top of his class for 4 consecutive years, requires no concern from me. As for Ron, although he is just preparing to start school, observe how obedient and studious he has been this month. But you two, she continued, peering over her seat at the back with an air of authority. Night escapades, mischief, losing points. The moment Mrs. Weasley began her customary tirade about the twins. The clock's hands pointed to 10, and the dilapidated vehicle successfully arrived at their destination, King's Cross Station. Compared to previous years, they had arrived rather early today. Since the twins had started school, each annual trip to the station had been fraught with unexpected antics. But this year, there was Ron. His unspoken yearning and eagerness for school had curbed the twins' reckless impulses. Who knew if their little devil of a brother would rip them apart in excitement? Having endured a month of relentless wrist-twisting, the twins bore witness to their younger siblings' transformation from a weakling to someone who could take them both on without breaking a sweat. Pushing a cart laden with luggage, they navigated through the bustling crowd, soon arriving at the front of platform 9 3/4. Mom, why are there so many muggles crowded together? Ginny, who was accompanying them for the first time, asked while holding Mrs. Weasley's hand, almost being knocked over by the throng of travelers. This is a muggle station, so of course it's filled with muggles, Mrs. Weasley replied, affectionately ruffling Ginny's hair and shielding her from the crowd. Now, which platform is it? She queried, wiping the sweat from her brow. Having followed her instincts and muscle memory, she hadn't quite registered their current position. 9 3/4. Ginny exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Mom, can I go? You're still too young. Ginny, you can go to Hogwarts next year. All right, Percy, you go first. All right, Percy nodded, briskly pushing the cart filled with luggage and an owl cage towards the concealed entrance between platforms 9 and 10, which was magically hidden. If one lacked the magical aura, even a muggle pressing their face against it would be unable to enter platform 9 3/4. Next was Fred, having been chastised throughout the journey. The twins refrained from their usual banter, their expressions somber as they quickened their pace, and in an instant, they vanished from the platform. All right, Ron, it's your turn. Ron. The Weasley matriarch turned in confusion upon not seeing Ron pushing the cart ahead. There stood a young man with tousled, shoulder-length red hair. Wielding a hefty wooden stick that seemed capable of delivering quite a sting, his muscular frame exuding an aura of intimidation as he approached a frail, disheveled boy with glasses, a pitiful sight indeed. Despite their similar ages, the stark difference in their physiques rendered Ron particularly imposing. You must be a new student at Hogwarts, Ron thought to himself with a sigh. He had already noticed Harry, who appeared lost and hesitant to ask for directions to the station. In the original story, Harry never exhibited such timidity. Could it be that the portrayal in the book diverged from reality? Or perhaps, due to Ron's presence, the Weasley family had arrived at the station earlier than depicted, and this Harry had yet to master the art of navigating his way? Ron pointed at Harry's owl, and Harry stiffly nodded in response, managing to croak out, why yes. If you linger here, the train won't wait for you. Come, follow me. Platform 9 3/4 is this way. Okay, big brother, I'm coming right now. Harry, startled into alertness, quickly nodded. He had overheard Ginny's words and recognized the name of platform 9 3/4. However, Ron's muscular presence radiated an unsettling vibe that kept Harry rooted in place, too intimidated to approach until this red-haired giant departed. When Ron had first approached him, Harry felt every hair on his neck stand on end. Fortunately, Ron seemed disinclined to wield his stick against him. Harry assessed Ron's formidable stature and concluded that even if he were to exchange places with Dudley, he would likely not withstand a blow from Ron. Ron, who is this? Mrs. Weasley, entirely oblivious to Ron's intimidating demeanor, inquired with curiosity. Clearly, he is a new student unsure of how to enter the station. I noticed his owl. He was watching longingly when Percy and the others went inside. What an irresponsible professor. They should instruct children from Muggle families on how to reach the station. With a slight frown of discontent, Mrs. Weasley then kindly addressed Harry. Come. Dear, Ron is also a new student at Hogwarts. Just follow him straight ahead. If you're frightened, you may quicken your pace. Thank you, ma'am, Harry replied gratefully. Glancing at Mrs. Weasley. My name is Harry, and I truly appreciate your help. Not at all, dear. Now, do hurry inside. Mrs. Weasley smiled and nodded at him. After formally meeting Harry, Ron felt a wave of calm wash over him. Although Harry was the protagonist in the original tale, Ron no longer resembled the bumbling sidekick he once was. Avoiding Mrs. Weasley, Ron propelled the cart directly into the stone wall, and in an instant, the wailing of a whistle replaced the bustling noise of the crowd. A red steam locomotive, billowing white steam, came into his view. Hogwarts Express, 11 o'clock. Platform 9 3/4. Hogwarts, here I come. Chapter 16, Luxie, the pinnacle of debut. The thick smoke from the steam engine curled above the chattering crowd, as cats of various colors weaved through the legs of the people. Amidst the hum of conversation and the clattering of heavy luggage, owls screeched sharply, responding to one another in kind. Luxie's pale gray eyes were piercingly sharp, although merely sitting quietly. The dominating aura that eclipsed the pet hierarchy at platform 9 3/4 was unmistakable. Animals possess a sensitivity to instinct far superior to that of humans, enabling them to detect the atmosphere that eludes human perception. Luxie had witnessed blood during that month of training. Mrs. Weasley had even entrusted him with the task of slaughtering chickens. When Luxie worked, it was with remarkable efficiency. Observing the grand feline that debuted at the zenith of magnificence, Ron could not help but pat its head with satisfaction, then retrieved a piece of jerky from his pocket to reward Luxie, who had undoubtedly brought him considerable pride. The silence of the crowd did not linger long. After all, Luxie was merely a cat. Upon witnessing the large cat happily accepting and savoring the jerky, the onlookers couldn't help but chuckle, their eyes reflecting a hint of envy towards Ron. Who wouldn't he desire such a striking pet? Of course, Ron's somewhat exaggerated muscles compared to his peers deterred any attempts at approaching him. Who could fathom the temperament of a boy wielding a stick? Such peculiarities were not uncommon among wizards, evoking both surprise and familiarity among the crowd. Wow, Ron. The twins made their way to Ron with exaggerated strides. But this time they had dragged someone along with them. My flamboyant brother, allow me to formally introduce you to our kindred spirit. Fred draped an arm around Ron's shoulders, while with the other hand, he patted a black boy with long hair. Lee Jordan, this is our brother Ron. So what do you think? Are you smitten? George interjected with a mischievous wink. Lee has brought something magnificent. Would you like to see it, Ron? The twins, beaming with delight, flanked Ron, their smirks hinting at some mischievous scheme. Hey, Lee, don't keep it a secret. Show our flamboyant brother your treasure. Fred shot Lee a knowing glance, and Lee, understanding perfectly, stepped forward and carefully opened the box he held. With a flourish, he announced, Tada! This is the largest tarantula I have ever seen, hailing from Africa. Isn't it incredibly cool? Ron. Luxie, huh? Ron stared at the palm-sized, furry spider for a few seconds before glancing up at Fred and George. The twins exchanged a glance, sensing something was amiss. They communicated silently, pondering Ron's apparent lack of fear towards spiders. Hadn't he once been terrified by a coin-sized spider, retreating to their mother's room in fright? An awkward atmosphere enveloped the three brothers. Feeling the tension, Ron nudged Fred and George with his elbow. Is this for me? It shouldn't be. Fred exclaimed in disbelief. Aren't you scared, Ron? George's face was a canvas of skepticism. I'm 11 years old. Who is still afraid of such things? What is wrong with you two today? Though he was their younger brother, a different Ron now inhabited his being, one who felt little fear towards spiders and even harbored an unusual fondness for them. By the way, Ron glanced at Lee Jordan. I've heard that large spiders, when roasted, taste akin to crab. Are you offering me a taste? Honestly, I'm quite curious. Hey, brother, how can you even think that? Lee Jordan swallowed hard, eyeing Ron with a mix of belief and disbelief. Can you really eat them? I've never even tasted crab. I've been allergic to seafood since childhood. You might want to give it a try, but be sure to burn off all the hair and remove the head before eating. The leg meat is the best, succulent and tender. However, the abdomen is filled with spider silk, which might be off-putting, though I hear some people quite enjoy it. You should definitely consider it. Fantastic. Once I tire of it, I'll be sure to invite you along. Though he couldn't witness the twins' anticipated antics, Lee Jordan was unfazed by the unexpected delight, grinning as he carefully packaged the spider and exchanged a handshake with Ron. Oh dear, the twins sighed dejectedly, their eyelids drooping in resignation. Our little brother has grown up. What a pity. Yet, as their eyes wandered, the twins once more draped their arms around Ron's shoulders. When did you acquire a sidekick? Fred whispered conspiratorially in Ron's ear. We've only been apart for a short time. Impressive, little brother. George chimed in with a teasing tone, glancing back at the nervous, slender boy trailing behind Ron. The boy seemed eager to depart, but lacked the courage to do so. What? Ron turned to look behind him. It was Harry, evidently unaware of how to navigate the entrance. I brought him in. What sidekick? Where do you get that idea? Am I really that intimidating? Noticing the awkwardness and hint of unease on Harry's face, Ron smiled reassuringly. I'm just like you, a new student at Hogwarts. I'm Ron Weasley. These are my two rather useless brothers, Fred and George. Percy, well, I'm not sure where he has wandered off to, but you'll certainly meet him at school. Indeed, the esteemed prefect Percy, flawless and exemplary. Just be careful not to get caught breaking any rules, otherwise, he'll be incessantly chattering in your ear. With a habitual jab at Percy, the twins resumed their carefree demeanor, playfully shaking hands with Harry. Hello there. With the playful banter of the twins, Harry felt a wave of relief wash over him. The tension he had experienced upon first meeting Ron seemed to dissipate significantly. Such is human nature. When one knows little about another, One's imagination often conjures bizarre notions. I am Harry Potter, and it is a pleasure to meet you. As soon as he spoke, the twins' eyebrows shot up in exaggerated surprise. You are Harry Potter? Indeed I am. Harry, suddenly feeling tense again, nodded awkwardly. Although he realized that this unfamiliar magical realm seemed well acquainted with him, their astonishment did not fill him with pride. Is that your? George pointed to his forehead, winking at Harry with curiosity. Yes, Harry replied, brushing aside his hair to reveal the prominent lightning-shaped scar. Wow. So Harry, do you remember the mysterious hissing? Fred, receiving an elbow from Ron, gasped dramatically and began hopping around, grimacing in exaggerated pain. I think I've broken my ribs. George, help me, it hurts. Don't mind them, Ron said, rolling his eyes at his two exuberant brothers. What a curiosity it must take for Fred, who usually possesses great emotional intelligence, to poke at someone's scar like that. Let us find a seat. There are still plenty of empty compartments. We should stow our luggage and chat, as it will be difficult to find a spot later. With that, Ron hoisted his large suitcase, standing proudly atop it. Need a hand? Noticing Harry struggling, Ron extended his free hand. Thank you, Harry replied bashfully, watching in astonishment as Ron effortlessly lifted his heavy suitcase with one hand, while he held his owl cage, swallowing his surprise. It was just past 10 o'clock, with more than half of the carriage still unoccupied. They found an empty compartment, and Ron stuffed their luggage onto the rack. I'll be right back. See you soon. Leaving his pet, Locksley, in the compartment to keep Harry company, Ron hurriedly descended the train. Mrs. Weasley was seen admonishing Ginny as she clutched Fred and George's sleeves, her maternal instincts kicking in as her sons were about to depart. Is it true? Is it true? As soon as they disembarked, Ron spotted Ginny excitedly tugging at the twin sleeves. Of course it's true, Ginny. He even acknowledged it, they chorused. We even saw that scar. It's right there. Like a bolt of lightning. How cool is that? The twins chimed in unison. While they teased Percy, the twins exhibited remarkable patience with Ginny, the sole daughter in the family. Though unspoken, the brothers cherished her deeply. Poor child, no wonder she's all alone, Mrs. Weasley sighed, quickly pulling Ron closer when she noticed him. Upon arriving at school, it is essential to take good care of oneself. However, Ron, you instill far more confidence in me than Fred and George do. You are truly a good boy, much like Percy. After affectionately ruffling Ron's hair, Mrs. Weasley turned her attention to the twins. Remember, the two of you must behave this year. If an owl reports back to me, indicating that you two are causing visible trouble, a furrow will form on Mrs. Weasley's brow. Should you dare to blow up another toilet or lock a Slytherin student in the restroom. That's unjust, Mom. We have never blown up a toilet. Fred lamented loudly. And we certainly haven't locked a Slytherin in the loo, George added, wiping away non-existent tears in a plaintive murmur. But, is it permissible to detonate one while they are, occupied? What a brilliant idea. We had never considered that. Thank you. Mom, we love you. Momentarily taken aback, Mrs. Weasley clenched her fists but seemed to recall something, her previously stern expression softening as she chose to overlook their antics. This is no laughing matter, she stated, though the threat had dissipated. Do take good care of Ron, understood? Please don't. The twins exclaimed in unison, shaking their heads in mock terror. Thank heavens if he doesn't choose us as sparring partners. You have no idea how strong Ron is now, like a fully grown wild boar, impossible to restrain. Once this was said, they swiftly darted behind Ginny, her petite figure transforming into their steadfast shield. You too. Especially after Percy arrived, the twins, who had been teasing him, managed to alleviate some of Ginny's earlier sadness. The shrill whistle of the train interrupted the family's chatter. As a prefect, Percy had already bid farewell. Ron, Fred, and George waved to their mother and Ginny as they made their way towards the departing steam locomotive. Don't cry, Ginny. We will have the owl deliver you countless letters. Fred, unusually serious, spoke to his tearful sister. Stop crying. I'll send you a Hogwarts toilet seat, George quipped, only to receive a playful knee jab from his younger brother, leaping in surprise. I don't want a toilet seat. Stinky George, well done, Ron. Ginny, caught in a whirlwind of emotions, waved goodbye amidst tears and laughter, watching until the train carrying her brothers vanished from sight. Stop wailing, Ginny can no longer see you. Yet George still wore a sorrowful expression, while Fred grimaced, clutching his side where an old injury had flared up, albeit the pain now on the opposite side. My backside has split into 3 parts. My ribs must be broken in 18 places. Ron sighed. Well, what do you want? Just say it. He spread his hands in exasperation, fully aware of his brother's antics. Such a plan, indeed. After hearing Fred and George's back-and-forth explanation, Ron couldn't help but nod in admiration. You truly possess a remarkable business acumen, maintaining a commendable level of discretion. It appears you are in need of a modest amount of startup capital. How much do you require? Ron reached into his pocket, retrieving a small wallet. 50 galleons should suffice for us to stockpile some goods. Such a kindness from you. Dear brother, this favor shall not be forgotten. I shall offer you 100, with a return of 9 for every 13, compounded monthly. What are your thoughts on this? Upon hearing Ron's rather unprincipled proposal, the twins' expressions morphed into an anguished frown. Not very appealing, they replied dryly. What if I were to invest? The principal would be considered an investment, and I would take 25%. Percy, I will assist you, but you must ensure he receives his due. The twins' brows eased slightly. Their intention was to establish a monopoly, the sole one of its kind at Hogwarts. If the initial capital were insufficient, it would take a considerable amount of time to accumulate the necessary funds for expansion, a slow and steady approach. As the saying goes, if you wish to open a window in your room, merely asking the landlord might provoke him to retreat a step and remove the door. However, if you inform him of your intent to dismantle the roof, everyone will step back, and a window will naturally follow. Clearly, the second proposal was far more enticing. The twins huddled together, whispering for a while before turning seriously to extend their hands. It's a deal, however, for Percy to receive dividends. He must exert additional effort in connecting us with the prefects of other years. I believe he will not decline. Ron clasped hands with Fred and George. So, who will remove their clothing? The bewildered expressions on their faces soon turned pale. What do you intend to do? The twins feigned a heart-wrenching display of modesty, clutching their chests in mock despair, sending shivers down one's spine. We are to display the money. Ron shook the wallet. The clinking of galleons promptly restored the twins to their usual selves. Reaching inside, the wallet bestowed by the system does not require one to count meticulously. It dispenses precisely what is needed, as long as there are funds within, alleviating any burden of concern. The glittering coins were swiftly enveloped by Fred's discarded coat. And feeling the weight of their fortune, the twins exchanged joyful nudges, whistling foolishly as they made their way to their compartment. As Ron pushed open the door to his compartment, he found Harry, with a troubled expression, resting his chin on his hand, his vacant gaze directed at a chatterbox girl across from him, embodying a pitiable state of resignation. How amusing, Ron mused quietly. Upon hearing Ron's voice, Harry snapped to attention, his eyes pleadingly seeking assistance from him. Lucius is up there, Harry indicated towards the luggage rack. No sooner had he spoken than a cat with a large gray mouse in its mouth appeared from above. With a mighty leap, Lucius landed gracefully on Ron's shoulder. Let us wait until we reach school to play hide and seek with Scabbers. This space is far too cramped. With a gentle pat on the owl's head, Luxie deftly tossed the large gray rat onto his back. Having come to terms with his fate, the sorrowful Banban nestled into the small backpack on Luxie's back. Chapter 18. The Scholar, the Tycoon, and the Unfortunate One. I am Ron Weasley, also a freshman this year. Greetings to you all. Ron, with his muscular build, spoke amiably. Yet his imposing stature inadvertently created an undeniable sense of hierarchy among the other two passengers in the compartment. I am Hermione Granger. The girl who had nearly driven Harry to despair exhibited a boldness that was apparent. Once she had tentatively accepted that Ron was indeed a fellow freshman, she spoke, though the arrogance she had displayed before Harry had noticeably diminished. Hello, I'm Neville Longbottom. The chubby boy sitting next to Harry, who seemed eager to disappear into the corner, spoke with a quavering voice. His round face flushed crimson. Evidently overwhelmed by the courage born from the fear of being perceived as timid, he managed to greet them. Don't be so tense. I merely enjoy sports, like fitness, Ron said as he settled into his seat, bending his arms, muscles taut against his shirt, almost bursting forth. Regardless of being a wizard, possessing a healthy body is undoubtedly advantageous. If anyone bullies you, just come to me. Ron patted Neville's arm, his smile seemingly easing Neville's anxiety. Interestingly, our families are actually related, albeit quite distantly. Just call me Big Brother from now on. Sure thing, Big Brother. No problem, Big Brother. I understand, Big Brother. Neville said gratefully, nodding, his previously hunched form relaxing slightly as he carefully exhaled. By the way, I believe I overheard you discussing modern magical history. How rare. Perhaps, Ron replied. You've read it too? Unlike Harry, Hermione perked up at this. In modern magical history, the rise and fall of dark magic, and significant magical events of the 20th century, they all mention Harry. It's simply unbelievable, akin to how the Allies ended World War II. 10 years ago, Harry put an end to the threat posed by the Dark Lord. Are you not astonished? I cannot fathom how he accomplished it. It is utterly incredible. Hermione's rapid-fire exclamations resembled the staccato of a machine gun, causing Harry's complexion to pale further. He murmured softly, I wish I knew, but all I remember is a flash of green light. I'm sorry. I haven't read those books you mentioned, Ron shrugged at Hermione. However, it is certain that it was Harry's parents who protected him. The wizarding world is rife with countless unknown and mysterious magics. Rather than the absurd claims that elevate Harry to a pedestal, I firmly believe that it was his parents who entrusted him with the hope of survival. Ron, do you have any information about my parents? Could you share it with me? Harry, who had previously been downcast, suddenly perked up, leaning forward eagerly to gaze at Ron. In the magical realm, every individual he encountered extolled him in a manner that eluded his comprehension, leaving him feeling neither prideful nor accepting of such bewildering accolades. I apologize. But what I do know is that both your parents are graduates of Gryffindor. Perhaps you might inquire with Professor McGonagall. She should possess considerable knowledge. Though there is a prerequisite. What condition? Harry swallowed hard, his gaze resolute. I will achieve it, I swear. Professor McGonagall is the head of Gryffindor. Ron winked at Harry. She teaches transfiguration. I believe your performance in that subject will earn her respect. I understand. Without further ado, Harry climbed onto a chair and rummaged through his trunk, emerging with a hefty transfiguration textbook cradled in his arms, plunging into fervent study. Observing Harry's dedication, Ron could only shrug, silently wishing him well. Hoping Harry would indeed cultivate his focus and not squander his talents like in the original story, idling away with the inept Ron. Do you know much about Hogwarts? Ron queried. Noting Harry's immersion in a sea of knowledge, Hermione, the academic overachiever, refrained from disrupting his concentration. I suppose so. I have 5 brothers. Charlie and Bill are both graduates. They attended Hogwarts. That's wonderful. Hermione whispered, her prominent front teeth glinting in the sunlight. Do you know which house we will be sorted into? They say Gryffindor is the best. Even Dumbledore graduated from that house. As she spoke, a rare hint of anxiety crossed Hermione's face. But Ravenclaw isn't too shabby either. How exactly does the school determine which house we belong to? Is it through an examination? She bit her lip, troubled. I wonder if it's based on tests. I've memorized all the textbooks. I hope that proves useful. A magical school must differ from, Muggle schools, right? What should I do? Ron, whose innocent eyes were a bit dazed, blinked in bewilderment, having witnessed the terrifying ordeal Harry had just endured. Did Hermione grow up with 100,000 questions? Ahem, Ron cleared his throat, organizing his thoughts. Hogwarts does have a sorting ceremony, but it remains a closely guarded secret, revealed only in due time. The train would arrive at Hogwarts in just a few hours. Why not leave a little surprise for yourself? Very well, Hermione replied. A hint of disappointment flickering in her expression as she nodded, but her enthusiasm quickly reignited. You must know a lot of magic. Ding ding ding. The sound of a trolley interrupted Hermione's impending soliloquy. The clattering cart arrived at the compartment door, and a cheerful lady with dimples pushed open the door and inquired, Dear, would you care to purchase some refreshments from the train? The gaze of the crowd followed the direction of her finger, landing upon a cart brimming with an array of bizarre and delightful snacks. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from Harry's stomach, a timely reminder that he had eaten nothing since breakfast. And now, as noon approached, the dazzling assortment of food tempted his appetite. Feeling slightly embarrassed, he ran a hand through his disheveled hair, setting aside his book to gaze eagerly at the cart. Let us sample a bit of everything. Having inherited a substantial fortune from his parents, Harry, unbeknownst to himself, was the wealthiest among the 4, and without hesitation, he boldly proclaimed his intentions. He transported a vast collection of chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, super bubblegum, pumpkin pasties, cauldron cakes, licorice wands, and an endless variety of other treats to the table. 1 galleon, 6 sickles, the vendor chimed cheerfully. Dear, just 1 galleon will suffice. Wishing you a delightful time at Hogwarts. Thank you, goodbye, Harry exclaimed, recalling that he had forgotten his lunch, even though his grandmother had prepared it. At that moment, Neville, looking quite forlorn, spoke up. He always struggled to remember what he had brought or left behind, a habit he had been unable to shake since childhood. I'll share some with you. My mother packed far too much. Hermione opened a lovingly prepared lunchbox from her mother, revealing an abundance of her favorite puddings and cakes. And these, Harry gestured towards the towering mound of snacks before him. I've never seen such a plethora of magical food before, and I accidentally bought too much. Please help me, Neville. Thank you, Neville said, his eyes glistening with gratitude, nodding gently, fearful that any sudden movement would unleash his tears. I believe no one would refuse a dragon meat sandwich, right? Although Mrs. Weasley had prepared a simple lunch for the children, the plump sandwiches held a certain allure. Dragon meat? Wow, is it real? 3 pairs of bright eyes leaned in closer as Ron unwrapped the bag, releasing a delightful aroma that wafted into their nostrils. Absolutely genuine. Though it may not taste as exquisite as when it's hot, the flavor is undoubtedly superb. My mother is an excellent cook. But what about you, Ron? Hermione quietly inquired, noticing Ron had shared 3 sandwiches among them. I devoured a steak of dragon meat this big last night. Ron gestured to indicate a size comparable to 2 large bricks. I overindulged. While dragon meat is delightful, one mustn't overeat. I had to run for a whole hour just to feel somewhat comfortable afterward. It is quite rich. Right, Luxie? Woof, woof, woof. Luxie, perched on Ron's lap, nodded vigorously. Though after a glance at the sandwiches, he decisively shook his head. Ha ha ha, his name is Luxie, isn't it? Quite clever. The minor rift that had lingered among the 4 evaporated in that moment. No one could refuse food when their stomachs were grumbling. No one at all. Chapter 19. The Search for the Missing Leaf. 3 burly men reclined comfortably in the plush chairs of the private room, letting out satisfied belches. After all, they were just boys. Such a little indulgence was hardly excessive. In stark contrast, poor Hermione bore the brunt of the situation, having always been the exemplary child. The academic prodigy revered by her peers, she often neglected her appearance amidst her rigorous studies, her unruly hair a testament to this. Yet, in the presence of these three boys, whom she had only recently met and would soon call classmates, she dismissed any notion of lowering herself to their level of frivolity. As she observed the slight flush on her face, Ron erupted into a snorting laugh that resembled the sound of a pig unable to contain its mirth. Hermione, undeterred, puffed out her chest, raised her chin defiantly, and turned her head away with a huff, gazing out at the countryside beyond the window. She left Ron with a view of her back, and then, covering her mouth, released a suppressed belch. Though the train rattled noisily in the hushed confines of their compartment, the sound was unmistakable. Harry and Neville turned their heads, stifling laughter. There was no real humor to be found, but after Hermione's series of antics, they felt compelled to respond in kind. In stark contrast to the internally struggling Harry and Neville, Ron, who had spent 18 years as a solitary bachelor, flawlessly embodied the archetypal oblivious male. Ha ha burp. In an instant, Hermione shot him a venomous glare, her expression brimming with ire directed at the grinning Ron, whose laughter was unabashedly boisterous. Though her ire was not aimed solely at him, Harry and Neville felt the palpable tension and instinctively lowered their heads, shrinking into themselves. At that moment, they were reminded of their aunt, whose expressions of displeasure transcended age. There was a familiar ferocity in a woman's anger. Let us hope our older brother is unharmed, they silently wished, hoping Ron would survive this onslaught. At that very moment, catching the fierce look on Hermione's face, Ron's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity, his expression reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley when reprimanding the twins. It was as if he had encountered a formidable adversary. His bulging muscles offered no protection against her fury. Is this amusing to you? Hermione asked coolly, her lips pressed together. Absolutely. Ron unhesitatingly ignited the powder keg of jest. The way you just acted was utterly adorable, huh? He tousled her unruly hair with a large hand, reminiscent of how he would playfully ruffle Ginny's hair at home, a task he was well acquainted with. Pervert. After much internal deliberation, Hermione finally spat out the word. Though it lacked any real force, the earlier ferocity had seemingly evaporated. Don't be angry, don't be mad. I apologize, Ron said, retrieving a small bottle of honey-flavored candy from his pocket and offering it to her. I have a little sister named Ginny, who will be coming to Hogwarts next year. She has developed some bad habits at home, and I didn't mean to offend you. Here, try this. They don't sell it on the train, but it's delightful. Under Ron's apologies and encouragement, Hermione took the small candy jar, pinched one sweet, and placed it in her mouth. The momentary burst of sweetness melting on her lips caused her to narrow her eyes in delight. Very well, I shall forgive you this time. Long live Lady Hermione. In gratitude for not facing execution, the skills acquired from the twins were put to use. It must be said that even a superficial grasp of the twins' ability to amuse at any moment proved to be quite effective. Observing Hermione blissfully enjoying the honey candy, quietly leaning by the window engrossed in her book, Harry and Neville, who had finally ceased their huddled position, surreptitiously cast admiring glances at Ron. A brother is indeed a brother. They exchanged a glance and nodded gently. As the compartment fell silent once more, Harry reopened the book he had barely begun. Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration, furrowing his brow as he turned the pages with determination. Ron, too, rummaged through his belongings to extract the rather obscure alchemy, from basics to burial, and began to read with patience. During the month at home, though he had wished to delve into this book, the language barrier had made it feel like an insurmountable challenge, an ancient tome filled with arcane symbols, some of which Percy couldn't even decipher, truly a nightmare for Ron. Yet, with some leisure time, he found solace in this book. Having managed to learn a few foundational ancient runes, he could now recognize some characters. Just as everyone was engrossed in their reading, Neville hesitated before recalling something vital. His toad was missing. No, it had been missing for quite some time. But it was only now that he remembered its absence. Is it your pet? What happened? Hermione, unable to conceal her concern, instantly perceived the unspoken words of Neville. She closed her book and asked with genuine worry. Trevor is gone. He disappeared when I boarded the train. I should have searched for him immediately upon getting on. But I forgot, Neville lamented, his eyes glistening with unshed tears as he stared despondently at his knees. What should I do? He expressed his bewilderment. His eyes filled with panic. Let us help you search. Harry, weary yet resolute, set his book aside, despite having read for only a few minutes. He preferred to assist Neville in finding his pet over continuing to read. Yes, we will help you find Trevor, Hermione chimed in. There are 4 of us. If Trevor is on the train, it should not be difficult to locate him. We can simply ask in each compartment. With that, she intended to rise from her seat. But Ron remained motionless. Slightly annoyed, Hermione gently nudged Ron's shoe with her foot. We are wizards, after all. We can use the summoning charm. Ron innocently shrugged, then pulled out a drooping, speckled creature from Luna's bag. What kind of pet is it? A cat? A rat? Or something else? Although aware it was a toad, Ron still felt compelled to inquire further. Trevor is a toad, about this big. Neville awkwardly gestured for size, his watery eyes fixed on Ron, seemingly radiating hope. The summoning charm? Hermione, puzzled, inquired softly, then tapped her forehead, deep in contemplation. I have memorized all the spells from elementary spells. So why have I never encountered this particular incantation? It is taught in the 4th year, yet it is not particularly difficult. Fred and George, who are only in their 3rd year, have already mastered it, as they often create a chaotic mess in their room for their secret experiments. It serves them well. So, what are we waiting for? Hermione gazed at Ron with curiosity, embodying the essence of a diligent scholar, especially after having been captivated by magic for merely a month. Her curiosity at its zenith. Let us broaden our horizons, she urged gently. Chapter 20. The late arrival of Malfoy. I have yet to use it. Ron had no intention of drawing his wand, although he knew the spell and its nuances and was familiar with the wand movement. He admitted to the group that having never used it meant he was untested. Moreover, he pondered whether his own Lumos spell could rival a flashbang. Who knew if LeFou would bypass the intense force of his spell and crash through the train partition to arrive here? If that were the case, one could only imagine that the toad would no longer be a mere toad, and LeFou's name would be etched upon a gravestone. You're still boasting. Hermione, unsatisfied, pouted and turned her gaze away from Ron, lifting her chin slightly, a scholarly aura blossoming from her. I have indeed experimented with numerous spells at home, merely for practice, and each was successful. Alas, no one in my family understands magic. The summoning charm seems rather intriguing. I shall attempt it once I arrive at school. The brilliance on Hermione's face left Harry and Neville momentarily speechless. Having not reviewed their textbooks during the holiday, they instinctively shrank back, clutching their arms. What spells? Harry, unable to contain his inquisitive nature, whispered. All of them. Ron's answer, entirely expected, struck Harry with a desire to find a crevice to hide within. Neville, scratching his head in a rather naive manner, had endured his grandmother's tales of other children's accomplishments, thus possessing a resilience that surpassed Harry's. Just as Ron was rising, Luxie, who had been crouched beside him, suddenly leaped onto Neville. The little creature's nose twitched as he earnestly sniffed the air. Wow! The electrifying sound halted Ron in his tracks. Oh, Luxie, what have you discovered? Having fully accepted the peculiar notion of his cat possessing a dog-esque sense of smell, Ron found it perfectly reasonable after spending a month with Luxie. It was only natural that he would develop a knack for feline communication, especially since Luxie could comprehend human speech. Wow! Luxie softly mewed, then leaped onto Hermione's shoulder, using it as a springboard to ascend to the luggage rack. With sharp claws extended, glinting ominously, Luxie swiped at Neville's suitcase. A hoarse croak emerged from the suitcase's crevice. Wow! A commanding and intimidating howl pierced the air, accompanied by the jarring sound of nails scraping against the suitcase. The hoarse croaks echoed, imbued with a sense of urgency, followed by the clumsy sound of footsteps. With a sudden slap, Lucy's front paw swiped, sending a soft, flabby creature tumbling from the luggage rack. Leaf! Neville exclaimed. But his clumsy hands failed to catch the toad that Lucy had sent flying. The well-fed toad, plump from Neville's attentions, bounced awkwardly around the not-so-spacious compartment before landing with a thud on the floor. Ron intended to reach out and catch Leaf, but upon seeing its slimy, unappealing skin, he retracted his hand in disgust. A frog is one thing, but a toad? No, thank you. However, Neville displayed no such aversion. He swiftly scooped up the flattened Leaf, whose pudgy form was now contorted in Neville's embrace, causing its flabby mouth to stretch wide, its large tongue lolling out in a comical display of resignation. With a belch-like croak, the toad released a bellyful of air, surrendering to Neville's bare hug and feigning death, which startled Neville into releasing his grip. Worry etched across his face as he gazed at his toad. With a leap from the luggage rack, Lucy gracefully perched on the snack-laden table, emitting a low growl that startled the dead Leaf into a sudden burst of energy. In an instant, the toad sprang to life, glancing at Lucy before darting onto Neville's shoulder, eager to escape the feline's line of sight. The group exchanged incredulous glances at Neville and his toad. Even the slowest among them could deduce why Leaf had a tendency to go missing, especially after Neville's earlier bear hug that had likely made the toad's life rather challenging. Nonetheless, the important matter was that they had found Leaf. Although they missed the spectacle of a spell searching for the toad, everyone present was intrigued by the incantation. Harry felt a sense of curiosity. Hermione was deep in thought. And Neville, despite being born into a wizarding family, was clumsy enough that his grandmother would not allow him to practice such dangerous spells at home for fear of blowing it up. As for Ron, he was naturally fascinated, being a soul reincarnated from another world. After the toad debacle was resolved, the four of them eagerly delved into the book's standard spells. Beginner, with Hermione once again showcasing her brilliance, effortlessly repairing Harry's broken glasses wrapped in tape. Yet, Ron couldn't shake the feeling that he had forgotten something. Sensing a slight emptiness during their journey to Hogwarts, suddenly, a blond boy with a pretty face entered the compartment, followed by two plump, dim-witted companions. Their unattractive features suggesting the unfortunate consequences of inbreeding. Is this for real? The blond young man spoke for himself, scanning the compartment with his nose as if it were an eye. His gaze settled on Harry, fixating on his forehead. The passengers on the train were abuzz with chatter, mentioning that Harry Potter was in this very compartment, implying that it must be him, right? The haughty demeanor was rather nauseating, yet as the named protagonist, Harry, whose temperament was not one to provoke conflict over a mere glance, restrained his discomfort and nodded curtly. Yes, Harry replied, I've seen you at Madame Malkin's robe shop. Despite his words, there was a distinct lack of warmth in his tone, which felt somewhat detached and stiff. Is that so? I didn't notice, but it's all right. This is Crabbe, and this is Goyle. The blond young man seemingly remained oblivious to the chill in Harry's demeanor as he introduced his companions. I'm Malfoy. Draco Malfoy. Ah, indeed. Without this spectacle, the journey on the Hogwarts Express would lack a certain flavor, Ron mused to himself, delightfully unwrapping a chocolate frog and taking a bite of its wildly flailing head. Instantly, the headless chocolate frog kicked its legs and met its demise. Blimey. Both the master and the cat are terrifying. They de-scare the toad to death, Ron remarked, causing Neville to burrow closer into his embrace, trembling at the sight. Ron's antics caught Malfoy's attention. He had previously focused solely on Harry, neglecting the other occupants of the compartment. Upon noticing Ron, Malfoy involuntarily shivered. But as he retreated, he collided with the robust forms of Crabbe and Goyle, quickly regaining his composure. After all, I have 2 bodyguards. Malfoy reassured himself inwardly. Just as he was pondering how to continue the conversation with Harry, Malfoy seemed to find a suitable topic. You look like you probably don't eat properly all year. Do you? With that haughty posture resurfacing, Malfoy directed his nostrils toward Ron. My father told me that the Weasley family consists of red-haired, freckled people, and they have too many children to afford. He then turned to Harry, saying, You will soon discover that some wizarding families are far superior to others, Potter. You wouldn't want to befriend this sort of fellow, would you? In that regard, I can be of assistance. With that, Malfoy extended his right hand. However, the anticipated enthusiastic handshake and sycophantic praise did not materialize. Harry glanced at Ron. In truth, he did not feel as brave as he appeared, especially with Malfoy's 2 bodyguards standing behind him. If a confrontation were to ensue, he and Neville might struggle against just one of them, leaving Ron to fend for the rest, and they had to protect Hermione as well, ensuring she wouldn't be dragged into the fray. If I were you, Potter, I would tread cautiously, Malfoy drawled slowly. You ought to be more polite, or you may find yourself following the same path as your parents. They are utterly oblivious. If you associate with individuals such as the Weasley family or Hagrid, you will undoubtedly be influenced. You, Ron. Hermione glared furiously at Ron, who, despite being taunted by Malfoy, was blissfully consuming chocolate frogs, having already devoured the heads of 3 in mere moments. Is this your girlfriend, Weasley? A buck-toothed, impoverished redhead truly suits you. The laughter of Crabbe and Goyle echoed, while Malfoy, arms crossed, wore a mocking grin. You've arrived too late. Ron glanced out the window. They should reach Hogwarts by nightfall. Time was not on their side, with only 3 or 4 hours remaining until their destination. How wonderful it would have been to arrive earlier. What a pity. Discarding the empty wrapper, Ron stood up, towering above his peers. He cast a sidelong glance at the trio before him, muscles straining against his robes with each movement. Do you wish to fight? Malfoy held his ground, backed slightly away, while Crabbe and Goyle nudged him forward. I'll tell you, Weasley. My father is. Chapter 21. Malfoy, your father is a Death Eater. What are you shrieking about? Ron's quiet interruption silenced Malfoy's wailing. I haven't even begun, you fool. Shifting his foot, which had inadvertently stepped on Malfoy's. Ron looked at his pale face and inquired, What did you just say? What about your father? You remember this, Weasley. My father would never bang. A swift kick struck Malfoy in the stomach, sending him crashing against the wall of the train corridor with a dull thud, having bypassed Crabbe and Goyle, who were utterly inept as bodyguards. This seemed to trigger an instinctual response from Crabbe and Goyle, who raised their fists and mindlessly swung at Ron. Watch out, Hermione screamed. Yet before her warning could fully escape her lips, Ron retaliated with 2 punches that struck the noses of the 2 portly boys, shorter than him by a head. Following this, he raised his fists high and brought them crashing down upon their skulls, causing the floor to tremble slightly beneath them. Before they could even roll their eyes in unconsciousness, Ron pressed down on their heads, driving them further into the ground with a knee strike, instantly caving in their already bloodied noses. 2 more dull thuds echoed as Malfoy, struggling to rise, was knocked down again by the weight of his fallen companions. What about your father? Ron exited the compartment and noticed countless head. Ron grasped Malfoy's collar with one hand, a sinister grin spreading across his face as he spoke. Your father, Lucius Malfoy, is a Death Eater. If you have the audacity, let him roll up his sleeve and reveal whether a dark green mark of the Dark Mark is etched upon his arm. Do you take pride in that? Perhaps you bear the same mark? The corner of Ron's mouth curled into a cold smirk, his terrifying gaze rendering Draco speechless, unable to muster a retort. Harry Potter is right here in this compartment. He has vanquished your master. So, are you, a wretched dog of a fallen house, seeking revenge for your former master? Gasps of astonishment echoed from the heads peering out from the compartments on either side. Those familiar with the Malfoy lineage understood the family's reputation, particularly their wealth, which often obscured their misdeeds, a truth that was widely acknowledged. Even those from non-magical families garnered a general understanding through the chatter of their friends. In an instant, discussions surrounding Ron's assault on the three were overshadowed by the tale of the legendary savior, Harry Potter, and the son of a Death Eater, clearly capturing their attention. I can disregard your insults and disparagement. One does not stoop to the level of a dog. Yet, above all, you must not speak ill of my parents, nor of my friends. Do you presume that just because you were born without a mother's care, everyone else shares your plight? Allow me to temporarily assume the role of your father and discipline you, an ungrateful wretch. With a left hook followed by a right. The sound of fists meeting flesh sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers, their teeth clenching in sympathy as they struggled to contain their saliva. A series of heads peered out, shielding their eyes with their hands, only to glimpse the surreal transformation of a turnip head into that of a pig. Well done! Someone yelled, reveling in the chaos, and soon a chorus of cheers erupted in support. Despite the grievous state of the beaten party, the narrative of a Death Eater's son had shifted the crowd's perspective, leading them to feel a sense of vindication. Though a decade had passed, the shadows cast by Voldemort and his Death Eaters lingered in the hearts of the people. Otherwise, why would they still refer to Voldemort as the Dark Lord? The applause had scarcely subsided when a cacophony of hurried footsteps surged from both ends of the carriage, among the mixed company of students from various years and houses. How could such an event remain concealed? Within mere minutes, nearly a third of the train's occupants had learned of the unfolding drama. Initially, the story remained intact. But after a few retellings, it morphed into something else entirely. While the notion of Gryffindors assaulting Slytherins was relatively realistic, after all, the Weasley family had long been Gryffindors while the Malfoys had always been Slytherins. Exaggerations soon crept in. Tales of a Death Eater's son attacking Harry Potter on the train, leading to a bloody confrontation, began to emerge, raising eyebrows and concerns alike. Do not even mention it. There are indeed quite a number of individuals who believe such rumors, although I have not witnessed it with my own eyes. The person relaying the message in the train corridor spoke with such conviction that a group of unsuspecting students were thoroughly taken in. Draco, what's the matter? Are you all right? She seized Pansy Parkinson from Ron's grasp, shaking him vigorously as if fearing his brain might not be properly aligned. Her grip was so forceful that it roused Draco from his half-conscious state. Pansy released her hold, yet Draco's struggles only fueled Pansy's determination. With a mix of laughter and tears, she tugged at Draco, seemingly trying to lift him, but in a misguided attempt, she slammed his face against her chest, inadvertently rendering him unconscious once more. Speak, Draco. What is wrong with you? In a flurry of panic, Pansy resumed shaking him, as the dull thuds of his face echoed against her solid frame. Ron could barely watch. Her actions were far from gentle. And while he knew how to moderate his strength to avoid serious injury, Pansy's method risked inducing a concussion. At this rate, Draco will end up knocking himself out, Ron remarked, his humanitarian concern evident. Oh no, it might even be considered murder. A chorus of snickering erupted from the onlookers, encapsulating the absurdity of the situation perfectly. Make way, make way. A group of tall students surged through the crowd, clad in Hogwarts robes adorned with the green stripes characteristic of Slytherin. Having heard tales of Gryffindor's assault on Slytherin, and the supposed attack on Harry Potter by the Death Eater Draco, the Slytherin students, feeling wronged and victimized, pushed their way to the front. Pansy, what is going on? Boomed a towering figure, nearly 6'3". Most of the Slytherin students hailed from wizarding families, entwined in a web of complicated relationships. Though Pansy was also a newcomer, many recognized her from private gatherings within their pureblood circles. Draco, the thuds continued. Draco was perilously close to losing consciousness. This little brat is about to kill Draco, Pansy shrieked, though her relentless actions suggested something more sinister. Marcus, go teach this brat a lesson. My Draco. The tall boy Pansy pointed at frowned, reluctant to take orders from a freshman. After all, he was a senior. It was hardly customary to be commanded by someone of lower standing. Yet, considering Pansy was distantly related to him, he chose to suppress his irritation. Stop shaking him. Back away with Draco. If you end up killing him, just think about how Uncle Lucius will deal with you, Pansy Parkinson. Marcus dropped the statement, recalling that his father had mentioned he should look after Lucius's son, especially since their family still needed the support of the Malfoy household. Times were tough for wizards, and not everyone was as affluent as the Malfoys. Hey kid. Marcus clenched his fists, the sound echoing ominously as he advanced, with fellow Slytherin students pressing forward beside him. You've picked the wrong person to provoke. Chapter 22, Madness. Fred, George. Big news. Big news. A slender boy burst into a crowded compartment, where over 10 people were squeezed together. The Weasley twins sat atop a table, engaged in hushed discussions. Ron's substantial investment of 100 galleons had allowed them to expand their smuggling business significantly, relying on secondary distributors among the nearly 1,000 students across the 4 Hogwarts houses to facilitate their endeavors. "What's the matter, Fortlin?" Fred smiled at the boy who had entered, a teasing grin playing on his lips. "Did you confess your feelings? Congratulations on your romantic pursuits." No, that is not it. I haven't even spoken to Frant yet. I'm not ready." Fortlin, feeling a bit embarrassed by Fred's remarks, squirmed and playfully wiggled his hips. "This isn't the time for that." Seemingly recalling the urgency of the matter, he wiped away his awkwardness and spoke earnestly. "Death Eaters attacked Harry Potter on the train." "What? You must be joking. That can't be true." "No, it's real." Fortlin interrupted their chatter, his expression grave. "The Death Eaters are from the Malfoy family. I swear it's absolutely true." "Oh, Malfoy? Then it's nothing to worry about." Understanding dawned on the group, and soon a wave of curiosity overtook them as they dragged Fortlin closer, chattering excitedly about the details. However, before Fortlin could elaborate on the thrilling battle, Fred and George exchanged knowing glances, jumped up, and flung open the recently closed door of the compartment. "Where are you two going?" The others could only catch a glimpse of the brothers' swift departure. In summary, Malfoy had stirred trouble, and Ron was undoubtedly involved, with Marcus from Slytherin in the mix. Additionally, the Slytherin team members were present. Marcus was quite the celebrity at Hogwarts, a member of the Slytherin Quidditch team, now in his 5th year and freshly appointed as captain. He was as robust as a gorilla, and Slytherin had clinched the Hogwarts House Cup for 7 consecutive years, largely due to their fierce style of play. The team was composed of formidable players, known for their strength and ruthlessness. Thus, it was only natural for the gorilla-like Marcus to be named captain, as he was even more muscular than some 7th-year students. "Make way. Clear the path," Fred shouted, pushing through the crowd blocking their way. "My brother is up ahead. Move aside." As a batsman for Gryffindor, along with being the most well-connected brothers at Hogwarts, their shouts commanded respect from many. As a narrow path was cleared, the eager twins expressed their gratitude while pushing forward, beads of sweat glistening on their foreheads. "Ron, here come the brothers. Those Slytherin fools dare to bully my brother," they yelled, squeezing through the last group of people, oblivious to the peculiar glances directed their way. "Drink this." A sharp command reverberated, leaving a buzzing sensation in the air, followed by a quick, decisive punch landing squarely on a terrified face. The recipient of the blow, his skin rippling with shock, leaned back dramatically, his face pressing against the train's thick glass, leaving a saliva-streaked mark. The boy delivering the punch, though not particularly tall, exuded an intimidating presence with his well-defined muscles. This was Ron. Slytherin, known for its lack of honor and morality, produced its share of unsavory characters, and as Marcus raised his fists, chaos erupted. After dispatching one minor opponent, Ron propelled himself off the train's compartment wall, skillfully evading several outstretched fists. His shorter stature, rather than being a hindrance, proved advantageous in the confined space. "7th years are impressive," came a dismal, heart-wrenching wail from a figure rolling on the ground. "My eggs." The agonizing cry momentarily halted those intending to tackle Ron, causing them to instinctively squeeze their legs together, the sight of shattered eggs indeed unnerving. "He's all alone. Charge. Beat him," shouted someone trapped in the back. The frontline cannon fodder hesitated briefly before rushing forward with a cacophony of shouts. Bang! A size 38 foot connected with the stomach, eliciting a pained scream from the unfortunate recipient, who crashed into his comrades, the two tumbling together and struggling to rise. A fist, the size of a sandbag, came hurtling toward Ron, but an ill-executed uppercut nearly shattered the loudmouth's jaw, sending him into unconsciousness before the others could intervene. Did I pick the wrong fight? Ron stomped down on a fellow who had tripped over his companion, then closed the distance to Marcus, gripping his neck and pinning him against the compartment wall. "Say that again." With his arm twisted painfully, Marcus could only wail, tears streaming down his face. A stark contrast to his earlier bravado. "Not speaking, are we?" Ron's fist swung in a flurry, landing repeatedly on Marcus's face, distorting his features within mere seconds. Blood and saliva mixed as Marcus collapsed to the floor. "Is this what Slytherin is?" "Huh." Ron spat a mouthful of phlegm onto Marcus's face. "What a worthless display. I was merely warming up." On the ground lay 5 or 6 individuals in disarray, all members of the Quidditch team, brought by Marcus along with his friends. Despite his words, Ron felt a twinge of discomfort as he shifted his shoulders. He had endured several punches to his back, and to claim it didn't hurt would be a jest. When a boy 4 or 5 years older than him landed a blow, it was certainly no trifling matter. "Are you lot still hoping for a beating?" Ron squinted at the group of indecisive onlookers, issuing a fierce threat. His gaze, laden with menace, intimidated many. Although it was somewhat embarrassing, the sprawled figures were seasoned fighters. Ultimately, they retaliated against Marcus, delivering a brutal thrashing that left him in a pitiable state. instilling a sense of caution among the others. What on earth are you doing? A boy clad in a green-striped robe pushed his way through from the front of the train. Clearly, he held a significant status within Slytherin House, for upon his arrival, the previously hesitant Slytherin students appeared to find their backbone. They gathered around him, engaging in hushed whispers. These useless fools. They've sullied our house's reputation. A newly enrolled freshman, Weasley, exclaimed. The leading man fixed his gaze upon Ron, declaring, for causing a ruckus on the train. I'll have you detained and handed over to Professor Snape. Though his words were cloaked in a veneer of authority, the grim expression he wore betrayed a far more sinister intent. You're asking for death. He kicked aside the advancing fodder, delivering a headbutt that shattered the nose of a subsequent attacker. Ignoring the torn robes and a punch to the face, Ron, after a knee strike that incapacitated one opponent, successfully breached the wavering defenses of those hesitating in response to the anguished cries. Watch out for curses. Ron, the Weasley twins, having just navigated through the throng, spotted the wand raised in the boy's hand and shouted loudly, reaching for their own wands tucked at their waists. Stupefy you to oblivion. Ron grasped the short stick at his back, sending an unfortunate soul crashing into the boy, interrupting his spellcasting. So you want to draw wands, do you? Ron clutched the ironwood wand, 22 inches long and as thick as his thumb, crafted from dragon heartstring. The sound of bones snapping and tendons tearing surged forth like a tide, the heightened wails piercing the ears of those present. The chaos ahead had escalated into madness. Chapter 23, Reflection and Oath. Having a weapon in hand is an entirely different affair from being unarmed. After dispatching the 5 or 6 individuals led by Marcus, Ron found himself somewhat fatigued. Should the 10 or so of them converge upon him, he would surely end up a beaten mess. However, with a weapon in hand, his mastery of one-handed combat techniques elevated Ron to the pinnacle of human prowess. Even without this reinforced and elongated wand, armed only with a belt or a day-old baguette, Ron could effortlessly make his way through the fray. Weapons serve as an extension of his arm, akin to a wand that he wields with effortless grace, transforming simple thrusts, slashes, and stabs into a mesmerizing dance. In the narrow confines of the train corridor, this short staff is no less formidable than a heavy machine gun fully loaded with ammunition. The one who drew the wand, along with his wand-holding right hand, found them both severed by Ron's swift strike. The anguish from the severed limb had yet to morph into a cry of despair when Ron retaliated, delivering a crushing blow to the commanding mouth, shattering half of his teeth. So you fancy brandishing your wands, do you? The wretched Slytherins. This gruesome spectacle rendered the students who had intended to pounce on Ron, or perhaps attempt to cast a curse of their own, to tremble in involuntary retreat. No, I didn't. The ironwood wand sliced through the air with a whistling sound, akin to steel, as it made intimate contact with the left arm of a boy on the verge of losing control of his bladder. The sickening crack of bone echoed, soon followed by the ghastly exposure of white bone piercing through flesh, crimson blood erupting and splattering across Ron's grimacing visage. Today, none of you shall escape. Thus commenced a scene reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. Clad in protective armor, the fortunate soul at the rear of the crowd managed to draw his own wand, trembling as he brandished the small stick. Though he had indeed learned the shield charm at school, in this moment of panic, he forgot every crucial detail and waved his wand in vain, utterly incapable of channeling any spell. Are you not going to cast a curse? Ron, having just felled a senior student into unconsciousness, approached this solitary figure who had yet to be struck. Isn't this what Slytherin excels at? Care to give it a try? Perhaps your spell will be swifter than my stick. Even if it falters, it's merely a hand that will be lost, easy to mend. I assure you, I do not take lives. With blood smeared across his face, Ron spoke with a grin that resembled a hellish tableau, causing the boy to roll his eyes in utter defeat, surrendering to unconsciousness without a shred of dignity. How dull. A boy, crushed under Ron's boot on his calf, jolted from his stupor, howling in agony. I ask, you answer. The fortunate lad, upon regaining consciousness at Ron's command, quickly covered his mouth and grimaced in pain, nodding vigorously. Where is your Slytherin prefect? With so many of you ganging up on me, a mere freshman? I demand an explanation. Over there, it's Nelson. The lucky one pointed towards the chaotic battleground, where cries of distress intertwined with the wreckage. His finger directed at a figure with a twisted arm, a broken wand dangling in his grasp. So it was him, no wonder. The first to draw a wand with the intention of cursing Ron indeed possessed some skill, explaining why this group had been so obedient to his commands. Those who can still move, step aside. I wish to speak with your prefect. Those who had been ruthlessly beaten by Ron, their faces bruised and limbs broken, swiftly fell silent, gritting their teeth to endure the pain as they hurriedly shuffled aside, trembling with fear and creating a vacuum of space for this young tyrant. Wake up! Ron delivered a harsh kick to Nelson's severed hand, the excruciating pain jolting him back to consciousness. Mom, it hurts so much. Tears and snot streamed from Nelson as he instinctively shouted, his own voice sounding foreign to him. However, upon seeing the visage of that eerily familiar boy, he attempted to scramble away, only to find himself pinned against the carriage wall, utterly immobilized. You are the head of Slytherin, correct? Why yes, I am Nelson, a 6th year. Now, trembling in fear, Nelson dared not make any sudden movements and nodded with a woeful expression. Explain yourself. 24 Slytherin students ganged up on me, a newcomer yet to enroll. What is the intent of your house? Does school policy not extend to matters aboard the train? Or is it that Slytherin venerates might above all, where the fist reigns supreme? Provide me with an explanation. Ron flashed a brilliant smile, adding, otherwise, none of you shall leave the train. An inexplicable aura emanated from his sturdy yet equally battered frame, akin to that of a predator fixating on its prey, instilling palpable dread in the remaining conscious students. We were in the wrong. We shouldn't have done this. Nelson, shaking his injured hand, spoke with trepidation, casting a pleading glance at Ron. I will do whatever you ask. I beg you. I am not a demon. Ron chuckled awkwardly, yet those around him held a different sentiment. Write an account, 800 words. And you have half an hour. Document the events as they transpired, detailing your collective assault on me. No embellishments, simply the truth. As there are over 100 witnesses in this carriage, lying is unacceptable. Gazing at Ron's calm yet menacing expression, none dared to shake their heads in dissent. Fred, George, do you have parchment and quills? Prepare some for them. 24 copies should be quick to assemble. All right, Ron, just a moment. At the far end of the carriage, the twins nodded swiftly upon hearing their brother's call, the crowd parting to make way for them. Thank you, thank you. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The chorus of pained cries echoed as Ron kicked each unconscious victim awake. Being upperclassmen, they all possessed knowledge of healing spells, essential for the ordinary wizarding level examinations. While broken bones could not be mended, staunching blood flow was well within their capabilities. A gentle green light enveloped their wounds, alleviating the torment they had endured. After distributing paper and quills, the beleaguered Slytherins sat in the carriage aisle, fervently scribbling their accounts. Even Marcus, whose intellect was comparable to that of a gorilla, unleashed a rare potential, displaying a focus never before witnessed since his enrollment. In a mere 10 minutes, the 800-word confession had been swiftly completed. Without exception, they grasped the crux of the matter, with the instigator, Malfoy, becoming the target of their collective ire. Although Malfoy was not present, this was perhaps more advantageous. He had instigated the entire affair, and thus, the burden of blame rested upon him, regardless of his absence. The pages, imbued with blood, tears, and unending sorrow, as well as profound remorse, were scrutinized by Ron. Observing the honesty with which his peers recounted the events, a faint smile of relief crept upon Ron's face. The final step was to draw their wands and pledge an oath over the words they had penned. Surely, their personal accounts of the events would not contain any distortion of reality. Indeed, the group nodded in agreement, affirming that what they had written was the truth. This oath, though lacking the necessity of a third-party witness, was nonetheless a form of magical contract. In the wizarding world, idle boasts without a wand held no weight, while an oath made with wand in hand bore significant consequence. Though one would not face death for a breach, there would still be considerable repercussions. Linked to the nature of the oath and the caster's magical prowess, the more powerful the wizard, the more binding the oath. Repeat after me, Ron instructed, clearing his throat. In accordance with the principles of voluntariness, honesty, fairness, and justice, all that is inscribed herein is factual, under the witness of Merlin. Should the aforementioned differ from my subsequent declarations, may I be diminished by 5 centimeters. A chorus of students, internally lamenting yet maintaining a facade of sincere contrition, gritted their teeth and completed the oath. Even Nelson, the head boy with a broken wand, borrowed another to fulfill his pledge. They dejectedly rose from the ground, handing the parchment and quill to Ron. What is the matter? A puzzled voice inquired. Please make way. I am the head boy. Percy, who had arrived late, squeezed through the crowd, his bewildered gaze falling upon the disheveled and blood-stained Slytherin students. It's nothing. Nelson managed a grim smile, revealing a gap where half his teeth should have been. I apologize for leaving the meeting early. He inclined his head towards Percy. I must take my leave. Oh. Very well, head boy Nelson, Percy replied, blinking in confusion as he maneuvered through the disheveled throng to reach Ron. What is going on? I was just at the meeting, and it was my turn to speak, so I was delayed. Ron, what happened? They attacked me. Ron indicated the departing students. Instantly, the group shivered, quickening their pace. Before Percy could utter a word, Ron interrupted his brother's spellcasting, but they have already admitted their wrongdoing. This is their letter of contrition. Let us show mercy. I am no demon. With a shrug, Ron added, I'm going to change my clothes. I'll see you at school later, Percy, pointing to his tattered robe. Ron sidestepped Percy and entered the privacy of his compartment. Chapter 24. Snape emerging from the darkness. Ron, are you all right? A concerned inquiry followed the moment he opened the compartment door. I'm fine. Just took a few punches, nothing too serious. As he casually removed the torn outer garment, Ron retrieved his Hogwarts uniform from the trunk. Could you help me apply some ointment? Without immediately changing his clothes, Ron held a small vial, a potion prepared by Mrs. Weasley, typically effective for typical bruises and scrapes. It was an essential item in every wizarding household, as recovery spells were not infallible. Let me do it. Hermione took the vial, noticing that the red mark on Ron's back had already turned to a bruise. Those Slytherin students had certainly not held back. What about them? I mean, those Slytherins? Even without peeking outside, the horrific wails, far more brutal than a slaughter, were vividly imaginable. Harry glanced at the bloodstains on Ron's old robe, uncertainly inquiring, "Isn't it a bit early in the term for fights?" He expressed his concern. He was unaware of what Hogwarts was like, but in the Muggle world, such behavior could lead to expulsion. Harry fervently hoped Ron wouldn't face such consequences, especially since Malfoy was primarily responsible for the incident. They should be the unfortunate ones. If the head of Slytherin weren't Snape, I reckon they'd be fretting over the possibility of expulsion. I'm the victim here, Harry. The cool potion stinging his wound made Ron grimace and wink at Harry and Neville. 24 Slytherin students ganged up on a new student who hasn't even started yet. And they lost. If they had won, they'd surely be in trouble. What is up with Snape? Harry asked, puzzled. A biased professor. Fred and George have often berated him. Ron shrugged and then shook his head dismissively. I don't need to worry about anything. Not demanding compensation from them is already showing them some grace. As for Malfoy, I have plenty of time to settle the score with him later. Smack. Hermione, agitated, slapped Ron's bruise while applying the ointment, causing him to sharply inhale. What was that for, Hermione? That really hurts. You're aware of pain now? Hermione set down the vial, hands on her hips, glaring at Ron. This sudden display of authority was reminiscent of Mrs. Weasley. Ron shrank back, averting his gaze. At that moment, he felt a newfound empathy for his twin brothers. Hogwarts rules explicitly state that no one is permitted to instigate trouble, especially in the form of fights. Minor infractions could lead to detention, while serious ones could result in expulsion. This incident had already escalated significantly. A series of school regulations spilled forth from Hermione's lips, detailing each specific rule, including the precise line and even the page number, leaving Ron trembling in awe of her academic prowess amidst the desolate winds. Even Harry and Neville, who stood nearby, were drawn into Hermione's fervent lecture, nodding fervently like chicks pecking at grains. Do you understand now? Hermione asked, raising a glass of lukewarm lemonade and downing it in one go, her sparkling eyes surveying the timid trio. We understand, we understand. Although Harry and Neville had committed no offenses, they joined Ron in affirming her words. That's good. Now you may leave, Hermione instructed, gesturing towards the compartment door. The trio of quails exchanged glances. Are we truly being dismissed? Are we not allowed to remain in the compartment? Ron cast a pitiful look at Hermione, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance. We're nearly at school, Hermione replied, crossing her arms, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks. I need to change. Oh, we'll step out right away, Ron said, seizing a small vial of potion and exiting the compartment. With a click, the door locked behind him, and the curtain was drawn shut, sealing them off completely. Girls can be quite terrifying, Ron remarked, handing the vial to Harry to assist him in applying the remaining potion to his unhealed spots, his voice laced with reflection. Just like my grandmother. Neville nodded sadly, huddling closer to his plump self, prompting another eye roll from Leaf. Outside the train window, the scenery had faded, and as the last vestiges of sunset disappeared, the encroaching darkness enveloped the world. Yet, this did not evoke disappointment. With the arrival of night, the train was nearing Hogwarts. The rhythmic clattering gradually subsided. The whistle's sound grew increasingly urgent, and with a somewhat jarring screech, the Hogwarts Express came to a halt at the dilapidated little station of Hogsmeade. Passengers jostled and surged towards the doors, the dimly lit platform brimming with heads of various hues. The chilly night air invigorated the young wizards, who rubbed their hands together, exhaling puffs of mist as they hurried towards the carriages, except for the first-year newcomers. A booming voice echoed across the dimly lit platform. First-year students. First-year students, over here. A towering figure, easily twice the height of an average person, wielding an oil lamp that pierced the darkness, called out. Oh, Harry, come over here. Are you well? The giant waved at Harry, his exceptional vision spotting him immediately as he stepped off the train. Hagrid, Harry exclaimed, raising his right arm in a wave, delighted to see the bearded Hagrid grinning and beckoning him. I heard there was a bit of trouble on the train. You're all right, aren't you? Hagrid's enormous palm clapped down on Harry's shoulder, nearly toppling him. I'm fine, really. Harry managed a faint smile. Although Hagrid was not being forceful, his small frame could hardly withstand the pressure. He then turned to glance at Ron, who seemed utterly unperturbed, gazing into the distance of the dark night, as if searching for the lights of Hogwarts. Let us proceed. Who is Ron Weasley? Just as Hagrid was about to lead the new students away, a drawn-out, sticky voice echoed in their ears. Why is Snape here? Hagrid mumbled loudly, stepping forward, the light from his lantern illuminating a greasy wizard from the shadows. That would be me. Ron stepped forward, leaving the ranks of the newcomers, with Harry, Hermione, and Neville closely following behind, exchanging anxious glances. "Follow me," Snape intoned in his usual manner, but before Ron could respond, Hagrid let out a displeased grunt. "Professor Dumbledore has instructed me to safely escort each new student to Hogwarts, not for you to whisk them away with a mere command, Professor Snape." Hagrid pointed towards the distant darkness, where a faint path could be discerned. "This is a tradition of Hogwarts, an experience every newcomer must undergo, without exception. As Professor Dumbledore has informed me." Hagrid's repeated references to Dumbledore seemed to irritate Snape, who frowned and subtly moved his lips. "Then let him have a proper look. There won't be another chance." Snape fixed Ron with a stare for a moment, then waved his robe and turned back into the shadows. Hagrid smiled and patted Ron on the shoulder. The robust Ron easily bore the gesture, though his feet sank a few inches into the ground. And he reluctantly pulled his shoes from the dirt. "Watch your step," Hagrid called out, leading the newcomers into the darkness along a bumpy, narrow path. Chapter 25, The Castle Gates. "Aren't you worried, Ron?" Despite Ron's earlier assurances of indifference, Harry still felt a twinge of concern after Snape's appearance. "Things will sort themselves out," Ron said, comfortingly cradling the back of his head. "Besides, I can't possibly end up in Slytherin. The Weasleys have always been in Gryffindor. If there's any oversight, it will be from Professor McGonagall. The most Snape can do is make my life difficult after the term starts, maybe impose some detentions. What do I have to fear?" Harry found Ron's nonchalance perplexing, ruffling his hair in frustration, ultimately falling silent. The long, winding mountain path was treacherous, the descent uneven and rocky. With the moon obscured by clouds, the darkness enveloped the young wizards, making their journey arduous. Hermione," Ron turned to her, who was tugging at his sleeve. "Could you use a Lumos spell? It's pitch black, and you might trip. Is that allowed?" Hermione hesitated, recalling Hagrid's mention of school traditions. "I thought magic was prohibited." "Hagrid just isn't adept at using magic, right, Harry?" "Yes, it seems that way." Harry, led away from his aunt and uncle's house by Hagrid to procure supplies in Diagon Alley, was well aware of Hagrid's magical prowess. The pink umbrella concealed Hagrid's wand, which should have been broken, but it was inconceivable for him to reveal it in front of so many students. "All right then," Hermione cheerfully interjected, feeling quite harried from the bumpy journey. She drew her wand, but, curious, asked Ron before casting a spell, "Ron, you don't know how to do it, do you?" "That shouldn't be the case." The Lumos charm was a very elementary spell, and Hermione could hardly believe that Ron, born into a wizarding family, would be unaware of how to perform it. During their conversation about spells on the train, she had clearly understood that Ron, like herself, had certainly completed standard spells, beginner. "Ah, ha. Ron chuckled awkwardly, well aware of what casting a spell entailed. "My magic is a bit unique, so I'll rely on you for now." Mysteriously, Hermione murmured softly and then raised her right arm. Lumos. A glowing orb, about the size of a fist, illuminated the tip of her wand, its flickering white light dispelling the darkness within several meters. Instantly, a stir arose among the young wizards. In the pitch-black night, Hermione, with her radiant light, quickly became the center of attention. Don't crowd. The little wizards instinctively gravitated towards the light, and Hermione found herself unexpectedly enveloped by them. Pressed closely against Ron, she shot a glare at the instigator of this predicament, feeling as though she had been unwittingly outsmarted. Her body pressed against Ron's as she regarded his awkward grin. "Shall I cast one too?" Ron hesitated, aware that the narrow path might pose a problem. If his spell were to explode, the startled young wizards might panic and tumble off the path, and he would bear significant blame for that. "A splendid Lumos." Hagrid's voice boomed, and he continued, "Just around this bend, you will soon see Hogwarts for the first time." As they rounded the curve Hagrid mentioned, the young wizards collectively gasped. The narrow path opened up to reveal a vast, dark lake, with a grand castle perched atop a steep hill across the water. The castle towered magnificently, its spires reaching towards the sky, with warm lights spilling from its windows, twinkling under the starlit sky. At the lakeshore, a humble dock was lined with dozens, if not hundreds, of small boats. Each boat can hold no more than 4 people. Hagrid called out, pointing at the vessels, then standing still as he gazed at the curious young wizards. Ron, Hermione, Harry, and Neville boarded the same boat, while the other young wizards clumsily made their way across the pebbled shore to board their own boats. "Everyone aboard, right?" Hagrid shouted, and then he took a seat in a separate boat. His towering frame caused the little vessel to lurch dangerously, raising concerns that it might capsize mid-journey. "All right, let us set forth." Without the need for human control, the enchanted little boats set sail at Hagrid's command, creating rippling waves across the lake's surface. The dark waters, illuminated only by the faint moonlight, seemed to conceal enormous creatures moving beneath the surface alongside the fleet. "Duck!" Hagrid bellowed as the first batch of boats approached the cliffs, prompting everyone to lower their heads. The boats carried them through a curtain of ivy covering the cliff face, arriving at a hidden, expansive entrance. They advanced along the dark tunnel, as if descending into the castle's depths, until the boats finally docked at a spot resembling a wharf. The anxious yet exhilarated young wizards stepped onto the gravel and cobblestones, following Hagrid, who held a lantern aloft, as they ascended a tunnel carved into the rock. When the space before them suddenly opened up, they found themselves on a flat, damp lawn, where the castle's immense shadow loomed, revealing the true visage of Hogwarts, which instantly captivated the young wizards. "We have arrived," Hagrid grinned, stepping forward to raise his fist, which was as large as a human head. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy wooden and iron doors of the castle echoed with his knocks. Yet there was no need to wait. The formidable doors silently slid open to reveal a tall, black-haired witch in a vibrant green robe standing behind them. Beside her, the hook-nosed, greasy-haired professor in black robes also appeared. Snape's brow was furrowed with a shadowy intensity, displaying a greater sense of agitation than when he had first appeared. "First-year students, Professor McGonagall," Hagrid addressed the stern witch. "Follow me," Professor McGonagall instructed the anxious young wizards, leading the way alongside Snape as they entered the castle. Chapter 26. The deathly gaze before the sorting. The vast entrance hall of Hogwarts could easily accommodate an entire villa. The castle's black, massive stones appeared rugged, yet upon closer inspection, one would discover the opulent, time-worn decorations that had accumulated over the years. As they turned a corner, the murmurs of hundreds, perhaps thousands, of voices echoed from the doorway on their right. These were the upper-year students who had arrived earlier via carriages, likely congregating in the main hall. Professor McGonagall led the first years into an empty room, where they all crowded in, jostling against one another. The young wizards nervously scrutinized their surroundings, their hearts racing as they approached the pivotal moment of their sorting. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall announced. "The opening feast is about to commence, but before you take your seats in the dining hall, you must first ascertain which house you will enter. The sorting ceremony is of great significance, as you all know. For the next 7 years, your house will be your home here at Hogwarts. You will attend classes alongside your fellow students within the college, reside together in the college dormitories, and share common lounges where you will spend your leisure time. The 4 houses are named Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. Each house boasts its own illustrious history, having nurtured countless exceptional witches and wizards. During your tenure at Hogwarts, your commendable performance will accrue points for your house, while any misconduct will detract from its total. At the year's end, the house with the highest score will be awarded the Hogwarts House Cup, a prestigious honor. I hope that regardless of the house to which you are assigned, you will bring glory to it and make your house proud." The young wizards listened attentively to Professor McGonagall's address, and observing this compliant group of students, she nodded with satisfaction. "Where is Mr. Ron Weasley?" After addressing the young wizards, Professor McGonagall called out Ron's name. "I'm here, Professor McGonagall." Calmly stepping out of the first-year lineup, he felt the gaze of hundreds of eyes fixed upon him. Everyone was aware of the events on the train, and a murmur of whispers arose, revealing the youthful exuberance of children. "Very well, come with me," said Professor McGonagall as she led Ron from the small room. Severus Snape followed closely, a chilling presence behind him, though it seemed his attention was somewhat diverted, not fixated solely on Ron ahead. Professor McGonagall pushed open a wooden door, and a warm red hue enveloped the entire room. The crackling fire in the hearth blazed brightly, dispelling the chill of the night, creating an atmosphere of comforting warmth. "Mr. Weasley," she gestured for Ron to take a seat in the armchair before sitting opposite him, her demeanor serious. "We have received reports regarding a serious altercation between you and students from Slytherin on the train. Is this true?" "Indeed, that is the case. Dozens witnessed it firsthand," Ron replied, nodding readily and looking calmly at Professor McGonagall. "You must understand, this is a grave violation of school regulations. Hogwarts does not permit students to engage in private duels, and this incident is of significant concern. Such severe occurrences have been rare since the school's founding." "I already stated it, Professor McGonagall, expulsion," Ron interrupted. "To engage in such behavior before even starting school, Hogwarts is not Azkaban. We are here to learn magic, not." "Professor Snape, I believe, correct?" "I have heard of you, the head of Slytherin, an esteemed potions master," Ron interjected, merely because Snape's condescending tone suggested that whatever he had to say would not be favorable. Who would be so petty as to derive pleasure from being insulted? "Flattery will not absolve your transgressions, Mr. Weasley. I believe it is time for you to bid farewell to Hogwarts." "Transgressions?" Ron's lips curled into a smirk that mirrored Snape's own sarcasm. "Indeed, a grievous error. Professor Snape, let us now deliberate on the compensation that Slytherin House ought to provide me. I, Ron Weasley, an 11-year-old first-year student yet to complete my sorting, was besieged by 24 Slytherin students from the 5th to 7th years aboard the Hogwarts Express, among whom the head boy, Nelson, was the first to cast a spell upon me." A stack of parchment emerged from Ron's robe, which he presented to Professor McGonagall ahead. This document contains their letters of contrition, acknowledging their misdeeds and detailing the circumstances surrounding my assault, accompanied by their magical oath. Rising from his seat, Ron, who was notably shorter than Snape, defiantly met Snape's gaze. "You ought to feel ashamed, as the head of Slytherin House. Is it truly your charge to educate such students? They resemble trolls, with naught but muscle in their withered minds. For a fleeting moment, I found myself questioning whether this institution can genuinely impart knowledge to its students. Yet, my brothers thrive here, receiving a splendid education in Gryffindor. Thus, I must conclude that Hogwarts itself is not at fault. The professors of other houses excel in their duty. So why, then, does Slytherin produce such a multitude of dullards? Is it due to their own foolishness, or perhaps because you, Professor Snape, excel at transforming wizards into brutes? Perhaps it is a combination of both. Fixating on the malevolent glint in Snape's eyes, Ron revealed a grimace, teeth clenched in determination. 24 individuals assaulted a single person. Had they triumphed and subdued me, it would have been understandable, for is it not Slytherin's tradition to prey upon the weak? What does one more display of bravado matter? Yet they faltered. I broke the arms of 17 of them, leaving them prostrate upon the ground, too fearful to meet my gaze, pleading for mercy. I, in my magnanimity, could not be bothered to hold a grudge against you. Instead of reflecting on your own shortcomings, you dare to trouble me. How commendably diligent you are as a professor. With an air of unyielding confidence, Ron seemed to freeze the very atmosphere between them. It had been some time since Snape had encountered such direct confrontation from a student. Typically, he was the one to deliver scathing remarks. This unexpected boldness momentarily left him at a loss for words. Very well, Snape responded, discarding his earlier sardonic demeanor. His expression became more solemn, his gaze as profound and treacherous as an unfathomable mire. Mr. Weasley. Just as Snape commenced his incantation, Professor McGonagall intervened forcefully, disrupting the spell. This is quite improper. How can you speak to Professor Snape in such a manner? She set aside the parchment, her tone remaining stern yet imbued with an unmistakable sense of protection for Ron. Beneath her words lay a subtle relief, for Gryffindor had long endured the oppression of Slytherin, and a lingering resentment simmered within her. Oh, I beg your pardon, Professor McGonagall. It was my impulsiveness. The individuals who attacked me were merely a small faction of the older Slytherin students, and they do not represent the entirety of Slytherin. I deeply apologize for that. A hint of appropriate remorse flickered across Ron's face. I should not have suggested that Professor Snape would turn Slytherin into a den of trolls. He is a respected educator. The notions of injustice, distortion of truth, and personal bias do not exist in his teachings. Those who assaulted me acted out of their own personal grievances, unrelated to Professor Snape's instruction. Well, henceforth, you must refrain from speaking in such a manner about Professor Snape, understood? Professor McGonagall gently nodded, bringing the matter to a close, her gaze silencing a retort from Snape, who clenched his jaw in frustration, unable to voice a single word throughout the exchange, as McGonagall's authority as deputy headmistress overshadowed him. Indeed, before the term began, Percy often mentioned you while helping me review the textbooks. You are the most equitable professor at Hogwarts, and I shall hold your teachings close to my heart. Ron nodded in agreement, but then shifted his tone earnestly toward Professor McGonagall. However, Professor McGonagall, since we are on this subject, you have seen these parchments regarding the unprovoked assault by the older Slytherin students. Should not Slytherin House provide compensation, or require those students to make amends to me? I have endured considerable physical harm at their hands. Although I have applied potion, the effects have yet to fully dissipate. With that, Ron lifted his robes, revealing a back marred by extensive bruising. Furthermore, my wand requires maintenance due to their actions, as it was used to break over 10 bones. Should any issues arise while casting spells, it could lead to dire consequences. He brandished his wand, a sturdy piece of ironwood gleaming with a metallic sheen, faint traces of blood still clinging to it. Should it affect the casting of spells, it could indeed prove fatal. I am quite certain of this. I ask for little: compensation for emotional distress, medical expenses, lost wages, and wand maintenance. Altogether, a sum of 80,000 galleons will suffice. A derisive snort escaped from Snape's nostrils. Is that truly considered modest? The audacity of Ron's request, demanding 80,000 galleons, was outrageous, treating Slytherin as if they were mere sheep to be sheared. Your father, Arthur, earns barely over 100 galleons a month at the Ministry of Magic. 80,000 would take him decades to accumulate. Oh, Professor McGonagall interjected softly, once more interrupting Snape's incantation. She regarded Ron's wand, her voice tinged with a hint of resentment. So, the doubling of Ollivander's wand reimbursement this year was due to you. 8,360 galleons, 11 sickles, and 6 nuts. As deputy headmistress, and with authority over Hogwarts finances, Professor McGonagall found the surge in reimbursement claims quite distressing. Over 8,000 galleons, enough to cover a month's salary for all the teachers combined. Ahem, I am not privy to that. Is the core of this wand truly so expensive? Ron coughed awkwardly, unsure of what to say, realizing the worth of his humble wand. The core of the wand is crafted from the nerve marrow of a fire dragon over 500 years old, typically employed as a semi-permanent magical conduit in alchemical arrays. Such ancient fire dragons have become exceedingly rare. As the older they grow, the more challenging they are to nurture. Generally, fire dragons are culled before reaching the age of 120. Professor McGonagall softly elucidated, then turned her gaze towards Snape. I believe, she cleared her throat, that both the Slytherin students and Mr. Ron Weasley bear some responsibility for this recent altercation, hence the medical expenses and compensation for emotional distress shall be waived. Ron's minor bruises will fade with a good night's sleep, and when considering emotional trauma, it is the Slytherins who have truly suffered both mentally and physically. However, she continued, I believe you should bear the costs for the wand's maintenance, as it was your Slytherins who instigated this conflict. The subsequent upkeep and reimbursement for Mr. Ron Weasley's wand shall be deducted from Slytherin's budget this year. I deem 10,000 galleons a suitable figure. Snape retorted, Am I allowed to curse? No. Then I have nothing further to say. Professor McGonagall. Snape squinted, his venomous glare fixated on Ron, the instigator of this debacle. He struggled to suppress the fury bubbling within him, gritting his teeth to speak. I have no objection to Mr. Ollivander's selection of wands. He is indeed a master in that realm. However, the dragon's nerve marrow is the most stable and potent magical medium, and I do not foresee any issues arising from this wand. The reimbursement of over 8,000 galleons will undoubtedly be deducted, but the additional 1,000 galleons is entirely unwarranted. What nonsense, wand maintenance fees. Although Slytherin possesses its own treasury, bolstered by donations from wizarding families, that 1,000 galleons could be transformed into potions worth tens of thousands in my hands. Regardless of how one calculates it, it feels like a grievous loss. Snape's heart ached at the thought of such an offense. How could Slytherin endure such indignity? You are mistaken, Professor Snape, Ron interjected. Professor McGonagall is correct. My wand indeed requires maintenance. Mr. Ollivander had his reasons for using such costly materials in its creation. He raised the wand above his head. Please lower your heads and close your eyes. He winked at Professor McGonagall before incanting, Lumos. A colossal sphere of light erupted within the warmly hued room, the blinding brilliance evoking the sensation of gazing directly at the sun. Ron promptly shut his eyes, while Professor McGonagall, albeit puzzled, followed suit. Among the three present, only Snape, who remained wide-eyed and unheeding of Ron's instructions, witnessed the sun's orb ascend and its dazzling radiance unfurl. Nox. At the utterance of the extinguishing charm, a muffled thud echoed through the air. Snape, having fallen to the ground, willed himself to suppress the classic exclamation, My eyes are deceiving me. Yet, tears streamed down uncontrollably. A reflexive response of humanity that he could not help. I should have given prior notice, he thought. Isn't that right, Professor McGonagall? Observing Ron's innocent expression, Professor McGonagall pursed her lips and gently shook her head, letting out a resigned sigh. It seemed that Professor Snape, distracted, had not heard such a careless oversight. Shall I escort you to Madame Pomfrey? She inquired with concern, noting Snape's apparent discomfort as he remained motionless in his armchair. There's no need for that, Snape replied tersely, having just washed his eyes with an obscure potion to alleviate the temporary blindness caused by a flash of light. His eyes, bloodshot and reddened, bore the marks of recent distress, resembling someone who had just wept. My magical flow exceeds that of an ordinary wizard, making my wand exceedingly vital. Should any issue arise, the surging magic could result in a catastrophic incident. Imagine if, while engaged in a friendly magical discourse with my Slytherin classmates, something were to go awry. It would be dreadful. A simple Lumos spell could lead to chaos. And what if we were discussing more perilous incantations such as the shattering or explosion charms? Are you threatening me, Weasley? No, I am merely stating a fact. After all, there exists a term called just in case. Anything could transpire, right? Every occurrence has a cause, does it not? The cycle of cause and effect is inescapable. Professor Snape, being as learned as you are, I trust you understand that those who instigate trouble will ultimately find themselves ensnared by their own misdeeds, suffering the consequences. The two glared at each other, their mutual defiance creating a palpable tension that seemed to freeze the air around them. Minerva, Severus, a vibrant yet aged voice resonated from the doorway. Professor Dumbledore. What brings you here? McGonagall responded with slight surprise. The children are hungry, and so am I, Dumbledore chuckled, gesturing towards the clock. 10 minutes had elapsed since Ron's arrival. A duration brief, yet sufficient. Let us proceed with the sorting, Minerva. He nodded at her before turning to Snape. Humph. Snape snorted disdainfully, sweeping out of the room without uttering a word. It seems you have sufficiently vexed Professor Snape, Dumbledore said, winking playfully at Ron. Do not take it to heart. Though strict, he is fundamentally a good man. Indeed, I believe all the professors at this school are worthy of respect. Although I sense that he may have a slight bias, is it not the responsibility of a head to care for the students of his own house? Professor Dumbledore, is there something specific you wish to discuss with me? Ron asked, maintaining a calm facade, though his mind was taut with tension. His memory from a past life was firmly sealed away, leaving only his own recollections exposed, and though he felt no hint of intrusion, he remained on guard. The secret of being a traveler is something he absolutely wishes to keep hidden, as its implications are far too great. He cannot risk his very existence relying on the conscience and benevolence of others. Such an approach would be an utter irresponsibility towards oneself. My curiosity, however, lingers. The eyes behind the half-moon glasses are bright and clear, betraying none of the age that belies the 100-year-old soul they belong to. The astonishing magical aura is vast and stable. Initially, I suspected someone had become overly anxious, resulting in a magical surge. Though such incidents are rare after the age of 11, exceptions do exist. However, it appears my concerns were unwarranted. Dumbledore gently shook his head, his curious gaze falling upon Ron's wand. May I take a look? Dumbledore inquired softly, gesturing towards Ron's wand. Of course not, Ron replied, handing over the wand. Dumbledore grasped one end of it with his right hand, and without uttering a single incantation, a pure orb of white light emerged from the wand's tip. Under the immense influx of magic, this orb expanded rapidly, soon matching the brightness of the spell Ron had just cast. It seems this wand is suited solely for you, Ron, Dumbledore remarked. Although he could replicate Ron's level of magic, it was evident that his own formidable strength and mastery over magic were the foundation of his skill. However, you must exercise caution. I must say, your magic may impose considerable pressure on your classmates. I hope you will enhance your understanding of self-control regarding your own magical power. Professor Flitwick has conducted extensive research on spells. I encourage you to engage earnestly in his lessons and seek his guidance, as it will prove immensely beneficial. An overwhelming output of magic is not always advantageous. Much like when we rise during the night, a gentle glow suffices. Like this, Ron extended his empty right hand. Luminosity. A soft white light ignited in his palm, its glow gentle and far from blinding. To his unexpected delight, the gaze behind the half-moon lenses softened further. Dumbledore, with an appreciative tone, said, "If you wouldn't mind, could you spare a little time every Saturday afternoon to listen to this old man's ramblings? It would be my utmost honor." "That sounds magnificent, Professor. I would be delighted to accept your instruction." Genuine joy illuminated Ron's face. Though he harbored concerns about Dumbledore possibly uncovering his status as a traveler, it was clear that the protective enchantment provided by his elder was of reliable quality. Trusting in the elder's abilities, Ron readily acquiesced. "Excellent," Dumbledore replied, rising and pulling Ron up with him, returning the wand. "Now, do not miss the annual sorting ceremony. A moment that comes only once for each individual. Go on, my child, Professor McGonagall is about to begin." Dumbledore stepped towards another exit, which led directly to the side of the teacher's dais. Once Dumbledore departed the room, the elder's gentle voice resonated. "Young one, do you know the virtues of a knight? Your elder is somewhat disappointed in you. Your elder's fondness for you is at level 1. You received a kick from your esteemed elder. This is his way of motivating you." Hiss. Ron, clutching his backside, leapt over a meter into the air. His eyes widened in shock as an invisible foot made contact with his rear, nearly transforming it into 4 distinct segments. The sensation was beyond description, a peculiar mix of pain and numbness, akin to an electric shock, yielding a strangely subtle feeling. If one were to say it hurt, it was not entirely accurate, yet Ron, fearful of an embarrassing mishap, was acutely aware of the sheer force behind that kick, propelling him skyward. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Humility, honesty, compassion, courage, justice, sacrifice, honor, soul. In that moment of surprising clarity, Ron recalled the virtues of knighthood he had encountered in a previous life while reading a fantasy novel. However, he was mistaken. His elder, slightly disheartened, dismissed Ron's answer. The virtues of a knight are not fanciful notions. They are rigid, stagnant, detached from reality, mere adornments for self-congratulation. A lion exerts its utmost effort even when hunting a rabbit. Decisive action leads to assured victory. You are my host. Yet you allow yourself to be struck by children merely a few years older than you. Where does that leave my dignity? Just wield your stick and resolve the matter. Did I provide you with these tools to serve as mere decorations? When your opponent comes unarmed, do you too go unarmed? Will a dragon, when facing you in naked combat, shed its claws and skin to wrestle? The essence of knighthood is to eliminate your adversary before they can harm you. The spoils of victory belong to the victor. How do you not comprehend this? In my day, I emerged from the bloodshed, which is how I now enjoy a leisurely retirement. Now be gone. I have decided to confiscate your enrollment gift. I have decided to withhold your allowance for this month. I understand, esteemed elder. I will change my ways and this will not happen again. Ron nodded vigorously, sincerely reflecting on his missteps. I believe there is still hope for you. My fondness for you stands at 1. Chapter 28. The Dandruff of a Millennium Ago. Emerging from the warm confines of the room, Ron traversed the corridor to the area where the new students had previously gathered, only to find it deserted. Professor McGonagall had already led the young wizards away. However, the open door echoed with the sounds of a bustling crowd. Following the noise, Ron passed through the grand double doors, revealing a scene of opulence before him. The older students of the academy were already seated at the sides of 4 elongated tables, gleaming golden plates and goblets adorning the surfaces. At the head of the dining hall, A long table reserved for the professors stretched horizontally. The young wizards, scrutinized by hundreds of watchful eyes, appeared pale, arranged in a lengthy line as if awaiting their fate at a gallows, their bodies taut with tension, refraining from any movement. Ron stealthily approached, softly speaking behind the trio. Hermione, Harry, and Neville, entirely captivated, jolted in surprise, nearly losing their balance. "Oh, Ron, you're here?" Although startled, Harry's voice carried a sense of relief. It was indeed comforting to have his brother by his side. Neville, who remained silent, cast a grateful glance at Ron, and they squeezed together to make room for him. "Is everything all right?" Hermione inquired quietly after Ron joined them. "Absolutely splendid. I just gave Snape a right tongue lashing." It was exhilarating. Hermione, unsure how to respond, fell silent for a moment, but finally exhaled with relief, her gaze drifting to the ceiling. Hundreds, if not thousands, of candles floated above, illuminated against the backdrop of a starry night sky. Her voice conveyed a sense of wonder. Having grown up in a Muggle family, this magical world enchanted her beyond measure. "It's about to begin." All eyes converged on the unassuming, tattered hat, and the once boisterous dining hall fell into a hushed anticipation. The hat began to stir under the weight of their collective gazes, splitting open as though it were a mouth, and it sang, "You may think me unremarkable in appearance, but do not judge by looks alone. Should you find a hat more exquisite than I would gladly consume myself. You may polish your top hats to a glossy sheen, yet I am the magical hat of Hogwarts, far superior to your caps. Every thought concealed within your minds cannot escape my keen perception. Wear me, and I shall reveal which house you belong to. Perhaps you are suited for Gryffindor, where courage lies buried deep within, their bravery and spirit setting them apart. You may belong to Hufflepuff, home to those who are steadfast and loyal, where the students embody resilience and honesty, unafraid of arduous toil. If you possess a sharp intellect, you might find yourself in the wise company of Ravenclaw, where the learned gather to meet their kindred spirits. Or perchance you will join Slytherin, where you may find genuine friends in pursuit of their ambitions. Come, don me. Fear not. Do not panic. In my grasp, despite lacking a hand, you are utterly safe. For I am a hat with thoughts of my own." The hall erupted in thunderous applause, and after receiving this annual cheer, the Sorting Hat bowed to each of the 4 tables, then fell silent. "It seems we need not take an exam." Harry sighed with relief, placing a hand on Neville's shoulder. "So we merely wear this hat?" "Indeed," came the reply. As Neville finally relaxed, he exhaled deeply, sweat glistening on his forehead, causing his hair to cling damply to his skin. Unlike these 2 unfortunate souls, Hermione felt a twinge of disappointment. She had been rather looking forward to the exams. "Next, I shall call out a name, and that individual shall step forward to don this hat, take a seat, and await their house assignment." Professor McGonagall shook the parchment in her hand. "Hannah Abbott," exclaimed the professor. "Wow, steadfast Hannah," Ron muttered to himself, and soon after, he witnessed a rosy-cheeked girl with 2 pigtails stumble out of the line to place the hat upon her head. The Sorting Hat obscured her eyes, and after a brief pause, it proclaimed loud and clear, "Hufflepuff." A group at the table on the right erupted in applause and cheers, welcoming her to their table. While the Hufflepuff ghost waved amiably, the sorting proceeded in an orderly fashion. Once a student donned the hat, they were assigned to their respective houses in a matter of seconds to a minute. The number of new students this year was comparable to previous years, and the line dwindled swiftly. Hermione Granger called Professor McGonagall. The previously composed girl hurriedly ran forward, disregarding the hat's grimy appearance, and sat down to place it atop her head. Gryffindor. It came as no surprise that Hermione was sorted into the lion's den, although Ron believed that Ravenclaw might have been a more comfortable fit for her, as the house's emphasis on knowledge and wisdom provided an ideal stage for a scholarly talent like Hermione. Next was Neville. Hearing his name, he trembled nervously, shaking the excess flesh on his body. "Don't worry, just go on," Ron encouraged, giving him a reassuring pat on the back. With newfound courage, Neville hurriedly stepped forward, placing the hat upon his head, and then the group faced the longest wait of the evening. The Sorting Hat seemed to hesitate, pondering for what felt like an eternity, before finally exclaiming, "Gryffindor." Thank heavens. The little chubby boy actually moved quite swiftly. When Malfoy was called, the unfortunate lad, who had just received a beating from Ron and been unceremoniously shoved by Pansy, was preparing to strut forward, though he sensed malicious eyes upon him. "Still want to get beaten?" Ron silently mouthed, a mischievous smile gracing his face. In a panic, Malfoy dashed ahead, casting aside any semblance of noble etiquette. With a loud thud, he tripped over his own feet, executing a rather graceless fall that sent him crashing into a stool. The Sorting Hat landing unceremoniously atop his blonde head, muttering, "The quality of this year's newcomers is truly dismal." Slytherin. Not even a second was wasted. Upon encountering Malfoy's head, the Sorting Hat exuberantly declared its choice, sending the jeering Malfoy scurrying to the Slytherin table in disgrace. Following the likes of Moaning Myrtle and Parkinson were the twin sisters named Patil. When Professor McGonagall finally uttered the name Harry Potter, Harry felt an end to his turmoil. prompting Ron to breathe a sigh of relief. After all, it is quite intolerable for a boy to stand before you, shifting his hips left and right as if to flirt, while simultaneously desiring you to take the initiative. As a spirited and earnest young man, Ron could only exclaim in disbelief at Harry's antics, feeling overwhelmed by the peculiar customs of the wizarding world. How could he, viewing Harry as a younger brother, even contemplate that Harry might harbor feelings for him? The grand spectacle of Harry's arrival was indeed astonishing to Ron. Although he had inherited the memories of a local boy, he had not absorbed Ron's reverence for this world. Thus, he felt no extraordinary sentiment towards the savior. Harry Potter, having completed 9 years of compulsory education and a high school curriculum, he was a proper young man from China. The fierce battles described in his history textbooks stirred his blood, yet Voldemort, a village cult leader devoid of political acumen, merely seemed formidable. He elicited neither dread nor awe. Consequently, regarding Harry, who had vanquished Voldemort, he merely perceived him as an ordinary boy. Having read the original story from a godlike perspective, the air of mystery surrounding Harry had long since dissipated. However, this did not diminish the fervent enthusiasm others felt upon Harry's entrance, be it students or professors. Their gazes followed Harry as he donned the hat, eagerly awaiting the Sorting Hat's declaration of his future. The hat appeared to struggle with its decision, akin to its uncertainty over where to place Neville, as it pondered with audible deliberation. Gryffindor. When the hat proclaimed those 4 words, a wave of jubilant clamor erupted. Ron witnessed his 2 inept older brothers shouting in ecstatic triumph, "We have Potter! We have Potter!" It sounded as if they had successfully arranged a match, leaving Ron, their younger brother, feeling rather bashful and inexplicably awkward. Beside Ron now stood only 2 unfamiliar young wizards. When a girl named Lisa Turpin was sorted into Ravenclaw, it was finally Ron's turn to step forward. Ron Weasley. Professor McGonagall's tone remained unchanged, yet at the utterance of this name, the lively dining hall experienced a second peculiar shift. The first shift had been Harry, welcomed with raucous cheers. This time, however, silence and intense scrutiny enveloped Ron. Apart from his brothers Fred, George, and Percy, everyone else inexplicably held their breath, casting him complex and inscrutable looks. With a light chuckle, Ron met the professor's gaze, which was laden with palpable malice, and then calmly approached the stool. "Have you truly not bathed in over 1,000 years?" Ron inquired, his gaze fixed upon the Sorting Hat. "Do not tell me that remnants of a millennium-old dandruff still linger within that hat. That is utterly revolting." The Sorting Hat, in response, stammered, "I." Chapter 29, The Bathing Ritual. A small commotion arose as Ron's words echoed through the hall. The young witches and wizards, seated at their respective house tables, instinctively began to touch their heads and hair, particularly the young girls. They glanced helplessly at their newly acquainted friends, their faces a portrait of despair. A millennium of accumulated dandruff. Oh, why must I endure such a fate? The girls, wishing fervently to sever the roots of their distress, sank into a profound state of anguish. You. The Sorting Hat trembled and quivered, struggling to articulate a coherent response. After a prolonged silence, it finally confessed, "Indeed, I have not washed for over 1,000 years." With a resigned sigh, it continued, "But..." Suddenly, its voice soared in indignation. "You are tarnishing my reputation. There is no dandruff from over 1,000 years ago. You are fabricating tales. I have endured for over a millennium, and I have never faced such an affront. Shouldn't you be infested with lice by now, given such a lengthy absence of bathing?" "That is common knowledge," Ron quipped, delivering a metaphorical jab at the hat's integrity. Oh dear. The hat spiraled into a frenzy, writhing as Ron's remark struck a nerve, causing it to bleed metaphorically from its wounded pride. The intensity of its agitation surged, as if it might faint at any moment. "You are spouting nonsense." It finally managed to utter a curse. "Professor Dumbledore." The old hat twisted to face the headmaster. "Do say something." Dumbledore, caught in the crossfire of the hat's distress, squinted with concern, a glimmer of confusion flickering behind his half-moon spectacles. It appeared as though Hogwarts had overlooked a significant matter. With a heavy heart, Dumbledore spoke, and upon his words, the beleaguered hat collapsed onto its stool, resembling a lifeless relic. "Oh no, I am filthy." The girls burst into tears, their wails echoing throughout the once quiet dining hall, a cacophony of sorrow reverberating through the air. Not only the freshly sorted first years, but even the upperclassmen felt a wave of discomfort wash over them. Who among them had not faced the sorting? The thought of ancient dandruff and centuries-old fleas ignited an itch atop their heads, leaving them fidgeting uncomfortably in their seats, tormented by the imagined afflictions. "Look, there's a layer of grime." Ron retrieved a hard piece of jerky from his belongings, intended for Lockhart's teething needs. He lightly scraped the jerky against his hat, successfully dislodging a clump of dark matter. He held the stick towards Dumbledore, who for the first time wore a polite, yet awkward smile. "I understand, Mr. Weasley. Thank you for the reminder. We shall be more cautious in the future." "May I wash it?" Ron inquired. "If you wish, then by all means," Dumbledore replied, his expression returning to normal as he nodded in agreement. With that, Ron drew his wand. It levitated gracefully. The long, hefty ironwood wand was deftly waved, executing a textbook-perfect spellcasting gesture without a hint of flaw. The floppy hat resting on the chair was lifted by an invisible force, floating mid-air. An impressive levitation charm. Too bad you have not yet completed the sorting, so I cannot award you any points, Dumbledore remarked with a twinkle in his eye, watching Ron's actions with keen interest. Thank you for the compliment, Ron replied, taking the praise unabashedly. After a month of diligent study, he was capable of much more. A surge of water erupted from the tip of Ron's robust wand, a torrent as thick as a human thigh. The exaggerated power of the spell startled the students. The roaring column of water crashed violently into the sorting hat, flooding it from below. The hat emitted strange sounds as if it were drowning. But this lasted only a second. With a splutter, a jet of murky water erupted from its wide-open mouth. Thanks to the levitation charm, the spray did not splatter everywhere, but instead formed a large floating water sphere, with the hat bobbing in the center. What should have been pure water was tainted by the dark, foul liquid spewing forth from the hat's mouth, transforming it into a murky, grayish sphere that was quite nauseating to behold. It seems there are no fleas. Just a bit too much mud, Ron announced while guiding the swirling water to cleanse the hat. The girls, who had nearly resorted to using their wands to cut their hair off in fright, let out a sigh of relief. The most dreadful thing was gone. Yet they could not fully rejoice, for the hat remained exceedingly dirty. With a flick of his wand, Ron swiftly wiped away the dirty water, and the wand tip released a fresh stream, continuing to scrub the hat inside and out. What a dreadful sensation, the hat murmured, spitting out a mouthful of clean water. Sounding somewhat dazed, it appeared to be a novel experience for the sorting hat. Dumbledore gently waved his fingers, and the damp hat was instantly devoid of all moisture. Although the drying charm was a household staple, the wandless and silent casting, executed so effortlessly by Dumbledore, left Ron awestruck. Ron understood that the small gesture from Dumbledore was intended for him, likely signaling the Saturday tutoring session to teach him the art of wandless magic and the mastery of his magical capabilities. After a thorough cleaning, the old hat appeared far more appealing than before, wouldn't you agree? Although the hat still bore numerous patches, it no longer exhibited its former grimy state, revealing its original hue, a deep blue wizarding hat, distinctly different from its previous dark appearance, which had been cloaked in centuries of accumulated grime. Despite the passage of time having faded its color somewhat, one could still discern that the hat's initial form was undoubtedly splendid, adorned with silver thread intricately weaving patterns reminiscent of a celestial map. Ron suspected that this hat must have originated from Ravenclaw. Among the four houses, Gryffindor favored red, Slytherin preferred green, Hufflepuff embraced yellow, while blue, shining with starlight, was undoubtedly the beloved color of Ravenclaw. As for the great Gryffindor sword hidden within the hat, the bond between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw was well established, posing no issue at all. Well, are you satisfied now? Grumbled the old hat, which was subsequently placed upon Ron's head. Let me see what thoughts occupy your mind. Oh, no need to look further. It's a Weasley, the hat quipped. Gryffindor. A wave of cheers erupted from the Gryffindor table. Notably, Ron's earlier confrontation with Slytherin on the train was sufficient to incite jubilation among the young lions. Gryffindor had long endured Slytherin's dominance, suffering 7 consecutive defeats at the hands of the Snakes, who had claimed the Hogwarts House Cup for 7 years running. As the house most at odds with Slytherin, the arrival of Ron was met with immense joy by the Gryffindors. Chapter 30. The red flag flies high at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall stowed away the sorting hat and rolled up the parchment, disappearing for a brief moment before reappearing at the staff table. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, a broad smile illuminating his face as he surveyed the students, extending his arms wide, seemingly elated by the sight of them gathered together. Welcome. Dumbledore's voice resonated clearly and robustly. Welcome to Hogwarts as we embark on a new academic year. Before the feast commences, I wish to share a few words. That is fool, crybaby, rubbish, twist. Thank you all. Amidst the bewildered expressions of the attendees, the headmaster concluded his brief address. Is he perhaps a bit eccentric? Harry found himself among the confused crowd, glancing at Ron and then at Hermione, pondering whether their displayed knowledge on the train might assist him in unraveling this mystery. Perhaps the headmaster desires for our 4 houses to foster a greater sense of harmony and camaraderie. Ron, lost in thought as he stared at the golden plate awaiting the arrival of food, remarked absent-mindedly, Ravenclaw considers other houses to be fools. The valiant Gryffindor believes other houses are nothing but whimpering weaklings. Slytherin deems all wizards outside their ranks as unworthy of casting spells. And Hufflepuff thinks the other houses should focus on work like they do. This perplexing self-deprecation from our headmaster is rather amusing, isn't it? With a slight grimace, Ron continued, his eyes suddenly brightening as he exclaimed, the dinner offerings are quite abundant. In an instant, the previously empty golden plate was filled to the brim with an array of delectable dishes, the rich aromas swiftly enveloping the dining hall. So much meat. Yet, it appeared to consist solely of meat. gazing at the mountainous heap of roast beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steaks, accompanied by baked potatoes, chips, and fries. Ron's initial excitement quickly deflated at the sight of England's meager culinary repertoire. Harry, who had grown accustomed to meager meals at Aunt Petunia's, had never encountered such a feast. Famished, he eagerly stuffed his mouth, with a chicken leg in one hand and a rib in the other, while chewing on a piece of steak. "What is up with you? This shoe is really good," Harry mumbled, hastily finishing the food in his hands, and then glancing curiously at Ron, who had touched his utensils. "Nothing," Ron shook his head. "I just suddenly craved steamed lamb, steamed bear paws, steamed deer tails, roasted duck, roasted chicks, roasted goslings, braised pork, braised duck, sauced chicken, cured meat, delicate pork belly, cured meat, sausages, assorted platters, smoked chicken, steamed treasure pork, and glutinous rice stuffed duck." Harry was momentarily taken aback by the litany of dishes Ron recited. Suddenly, the once enticing spread before them seemed less appealing, and he dismally set down the chicken leg bone, wiping his hands before slowly cutting into the steak. Across from Harry and Ron, the twins were snickering, having just swallowed a mouthful of mashed potatoes, and turned to their beloved brother. "Why can't you forget about those fanciful dishes from the book? It's just a nonsensical novel. There aren't that many delicious foods in the world. That Typhon de Leon is just teasing you, dear brother. You wouldn't understand," Ron retorted, glancing at the twins as he speared a piece of roast beef and chewed leisurely. In the east of England, on that majestic continent, the mysterious Eastern civilization not only boasts a rich history, but has also cultivated an astonishing culinary culture. Alas, born in the culinary purgatory of England, you cannot fathom the exquisite flavors that are the pinnacle of earthly delights. Ron stood up to pull over a sardine pie, exuding an ominous black aura for the twins. "Enjoy your stargazing. Let me reminisce a little longer." The fish head, lifeless yet staring blankly at the ceiling of Hogwarts, seemed to complement the starry night sky adorned with twinkling lights perfectly. "Isn't this quite delicious?" Fred and George divided the troubling pie, which made Ron's scalp tingle, between themselves, devouring the sardines within a few bites. "Oh, come on," Ron groaned, clutching his throbbing head, promptly losing his appetite. The roast beef he chewed on tasted as bland as sawdust, devoid of any exquisite flavor. "Child, you ought to savor your dinner. Although I have not feasted on anything substantial for 4 centuries, I assure you that, in my memory, this would certainly qualify as delectable." A translucent ghost floated beside Ron, garbed in a nostalgic ruffled collar that was fashionable centuries ago. "Oh, greetings." Ron turned to see the specter, Sir Nicholas. "I have heard Fred and George mention you." "It is a pleasure, though you are far more polite than those two," Sir Nicholas responded, clearly pleased to be addressed formally, especially given Ron's brother's sharp tongues. "We're merely stating the truth. You've been dead for hundreds of years," Fred muttered, rolling his eyes. "Let it go, right, nearly headless Nick?" George quipped, his irreverent humor evident. "You two rascals. You must learn to respect your elders." Sir Nicholas shot a disapproving glare at the twins before gliding through the dining table, passing right through them, causing the twins to shiver as if doused with icy water. "Serves you right," Ron chuckled, grinning at them mischievously, with his appetite waning. Ron propped his chin on his hands, waiting for the gluttons to finish their hearty meal. Once they belched in satisfaction, the remnants on their plates vanished, leaving the golden dishes gleaming anew. Shortly thereafter, an array of ice creams, puddings, and exquisite desserts filled the table once more. Hogwarts, with its generous resources, spared no expense on the students' meals, presenting caloric bombshells that could easily fatten one up. Ron, having polished off a plate of pudding and strawberries, resumed his daydreaming. Harry was engrossed in a boastful tale from his newfound friend, Seamus, while Hermione chattered away with Percy about schoolwork, leaving Ron with little opportunity to interject. Fortunately, the dessert course did not linger long, and soon the puddings had disappeared. At that moment, Dumbledore rose, and the hall fell into a hushed reverence. "Now that everyone is satiated, I have a few words to share. At the onset of this term, I must remind you of several important matters. First-year students, heed this. The woods surrounding the campus are strictly off-limits to students, and our older students must also bear this in mind." Dumbledore's bright gaze swept toward the direction of the twins. "Furthermore, Mr. Filch, the administrator, has asked me to remind everyone not to perform magic in the corridors during breaks, nor to engage in various amusing activities. Mr. Filch has compiled a list of prohibitions, which is quite extensive. If one is interested, one may take a glance at it posted outside his office. The tryouts for the Quidditch team will take place in the second week of this term, and any students wishing to join the house team should contact Madam Hooch. Lastly, I must caution those who wish to avoid untimely misfortune and grievous demise. Please refrain from entering the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor." As Dumbledore's words faded, a few light chuckles erupted from the dining table. The headmaster had made jest at the opening feast more than once. I sensed that the headmaster was enticing us towards mischief. Fred nodded gravely in agreement. "No, this is merely baiting. Your perspective is too narrow, Fred," George interjected wisely. Filch is surely lurking there, or perhaps Madame Pomfrey. The twins exchanged knowing smiles, yet they pondered what concern it was of theirs. In Hogwarts, transgressing school rules was hardly daunting. So long as one was not caught, the professors would remain oblivious, for this was one of Hogwarts' unspoken traditions. Now, before you all retire for the night, let us sing the school song, Dumbledore proclaimed joyfully, though the professors behind him froze, their smiles stiffening. With a gentle flick of his wand, a long golden ribbon spiraled into the air, twisting and curling above the grand dining table, forming lines of text. Each of you may choose your preferred melody, Dumbledore announced. Ready, sing. Ahem. Ron cleared his throat earnestly. He had awaited this moment for a long time. At that instant, a resounding, majestic tune filled his ears, reminiscent of the Soviet bear roaring, as the Soviet march fully occupied Ron's mind. Hogwarts, 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 grant us knowledge. Whether we be balding elders or children with scraped knees, our minds are open to intriguing pursuits. For now, our thoughts are vacant, filled with naught but air, dead flies, and trivialities. Bestow upon us valuable wisdom. Restore to us what we have forgotten. Do your utmost, and the rest we shall manage ourselves. Striving to learn until we are no more. What should have been a jovial song, in Ron's rendition, brimmed with a raw, martial spirit. This melody, drawn from a past life, resonated with a domineering essence, proclaiming invincibility. The twins, initially singing the somber school song to the tune of a funeral march, found themselves unintentionally off-key, the infectious melody forcibly redirecting them from a path of the grave to a battlefield drenched in bloodshed. Before long, Gryffindor, infected by the spirit of the song, settled into a singular melody, the martial tones drowning out the chaotic murmurs of the other houses. As the crimson-faced lions completed their transformation, were there a hammer and sickle flag present, this spirited assembly would surely have erupted in a triumphant cheer. Then, wielding a golden platter, they trailed behind Ron and charged towards Slytherin, determined to plant that crimson banner across every inch of Hogwarts. The fierce gazes of these revolution-ignited little lions bore down upon them, and despite the intervening Ravenclaw table, the little snakes felt an inexplicable discomfort wash over them. A loud cough from Dumbledore interrupted the menacing glare emanating from Gryffindor. Ah, music. He wiped the corner of his eye, not as if he were brushing away tears, but rather as though he were dislodging something unsightly. It never fails to surprise us. Splendid performance. Mr. Weasley, Gryffindor earns a point. However, it is imperative that students treat one another kindly. Once Dumbledore and the professors departed, the once boisterous dining table echoed with the voices of the prefects. First-year students, follow me. Percy, brimming with boundless energy, led the newcomers to their dormitory. Chapter 31, Peeves Plays a Game. As they traversed one long corridor after another, it became evident that the grand Hogwarts castle was somewhat underutilized for housing so many students, boasting the capacity to accommodate thousands, even tens of thousands, with numerous vacant chambers. Consequently, the journey from the dormitory to the dining hall felt lengthy, at least for the Gryffindor students. Sated and drowsy, the little wizards followed Percy, yawning as they ascended flight after flight of stairs, passing through numerous halls adorned with portraits. When Percy guided them through doors hidden behind slide panels and draped curtains twice, the young wizards were hardly astonished. Their dwindling energy was gradually sapped by the seemingly endless trek. Suddenly, the crowd halted, and Percy furrowed his brow, staring intently at the air ahead, where a bundle of floating wands hovered. The little wizards, unable to halt their momentum, collided together, and many stumbled and fell. It was Peeves, Percy explained to the little wizards, his astonishment growing as he watched Ron push past him to the front of the line. What are you up to? Percy scratched his head in confusion. He and the twins had informed Ron of Peeves' existence. Yet, unlike the twins' description of him as a mischievous companion, Percy, like others at the school, found Peeves to be quite a nuisance. Hee. A sharp voice emerged from the air, and a comical little imp, adorned with a pointed hat, suddenly appeared. Another Weasley imp. This time, a wild one has joined the fray. Your family is truly full of oddities. Hee. Peeves grinned widely, floating cross-legged in the air, clutching the bundle of mysterious wands tightly. First-year little imps, would you like to play a game with Peeves? He tossed the bundle of wands into the air. And should those errant sticks strike someone, it would surely be quite painful. All right, let us play. Ron reached for the wand on his back, gripping it firmly in his hand and twirling it with flair. I've been eager to try this out. As soon as the words left his lips, a swift gust of air tousled his hair. Without reciting an incantation, he simply released his magical energy, an approach Ron had discovered to be the most primitive and wasteful method of magic usage. The invisible surge of magic coiled around his wand, and had this energy been visible to the naked eye, the wand would have appeared enveloped in a fiery aura. With merely 10 units of magic, he could cast the Lumos charm 10 times. The energy spent while scrubbing the sorting hat had now replenished. But the 10 seconds of magical release could not afford to be squandered. What was he playing at? Without a moment's hesitation, Ron sprang off the wall. Soaring 2 meters into the air, his right hand raised high, the ironwood wand charged with power. Of course, he was playing baseball. With a swift whoosh, the wand sliced through the air, leaving a blurred afterimage as the swinging bat struck Peeves squarely in the face. Puff! You wait. Peeves' shriek faded into the distance, soon disappearing down the long corridor. Blimey! Percy, who rarely uttered profanities to uphold his prefect image, broke his composure at that moment. Well done, Ron. The earlier fervor instigated by the raucous song still simmered, and Percy, beaming with pride, embraced Ron's shoulders, shaking him enthusiastically. That was brilliant. How did you do it? He inquired curiously. Fred had informed him that Peeves, unlike the ghosts, had a physical form and could be affected by spells, so Ron decided to give it a try. And it seemed the results were splendid. With a smug grin and hands on his hips, Ron reveled in his triumph. Percy, thoroughly impressed with his brother, nodded with pride. But then turned to the first-year wizards, cautioning them, do not emulate Ron. Peeves is not so easily dealt with. Should you encounter him, exercise extreme caution. The Slytherin ghost, the Bloody Baron, is one of the few beings Peeves fears. If necessary, seek the school's ghost for assistance in summoning the Bloody Baron to handle Peeves. What about the other one? A young wizard asked Percy. That would be Professor Dumbledore, Percy replied. Peeves hardly listens to us prefects, let alone you. He only pays heed to Dumbledore and the Bloody Baron. He might half listen to the other professors at best. All right, we are almost at the dormitory, just ahead. At the end of the corridor hung a portrait of a woman of ample stature, resplendent in a pink gown. Password? The plump lady in the portrait inquired. All right, everyone. Come in now. Percy was the first to crawl through the opening created by the fat lady's portrait, revealing a spacious common room filled with a circle of plush armchairs. The crackling fire blazed warmly, lulling the already drowsy young wizards into a state of near slumber. Percy escorted the girls to their dormitory before leading the boys through another door. Just as Ron prepared to ascend the spiral staircase, Fred and George seized him by the arms. We have something to discuss with our dear Ron, particularly concerning him and Wood. Fred gestured towards the sturdy, tall boy, and Percy hesitated momentarily before nodding. Do not lead Ron astray, he admonished sternly, or I shall write to Mother. She explicitly instructed me, do you understand? Oh goodness, Percy. George exaggeratedly spread his hands and shrugged. Mother would certainly have Ron kick us off this tower. After all, we are your brothers. You are truly cruel. All right. We are here to talk about Quidditch, my esteemed older brother, Fred light-heartedly intervened, swiftly ushering Percy into the stairwell and seating Ron in a chair. Take the mantle, Ron. Inherit half of our glory. Become the brave, undefeated beater of the Gryffindor Quidditch team. George and I are off to procure supplies. You know, business is paramount. So we intend to alternate as substitutes, and you shall cover one of our spots. Allow me to introduce Wood, our team captain, a brilliant keeper, Oliver Wood. In his 5th year, it is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Wood extended his hand, though his expression bore no joy. He scrutinized Ron with hesitation and uncertainty. Chapter 32, Quidditch Night. Hey, Wood, Fred feigned discontent. Do not underestimate our dear little brother Ron. He is a treasure. Just look at Slytherin. He single-handedly knocked all those gorillas down. Does that not speak volumes? Speak of what? Wood cast a glance at Fred. He had no objections to the twins engaging in business, but he was decidedly displeased at the prospect of sacrificing one player to run errands, leaving his brother to fill in. The twins were undeniably skilled. Although Gryffindor had consistently faltered in Quidditch, their synergy and prowess were indispensable to the team. Even if Ron was their brother, how could he possibly match the twins' coordination? This was common knowledge, especially considering Ron was merely a first-year student, fraught with uncertainty and unknowns. It means Ron is more of a gorilla than a gorilla. Fred yelped dramatically after receiving Ron's playful elbow jab, rolling on the ground in mock agony. I've definitely broken a rib. Tears streamed down Fred's face, while George gazed down at him with a sorrowful expression, reciting a funeral dirge under his breath. I'm not dead yet, you get, George. Fred retaliated with a hefty kick to George's calf, and the twins once again engaged in their exuberant and peculiar antics on the floor. Are they both all right? Wood hesitantly inquired of Ron, wondering how it seemed that after just one holiday, they had begun to resemble wild huskies. It's nothing, Ron replied, shaking his head as he approached the twins. A good beating will suffice. Bang, bang, bang. The twins, having endured a rather severe reprimand, stood before Wood and Ron with their heads bowed in compliance. Ron, possessing considerable practical experience in dealing with his brothers, was now able to think clearly. There was no need to fear foolishness if one employed the right methods to rectify it. Wood, with his brow twitching in exasperation, covered his forehead in disbelief. He couldn't help but question whether these three truly belonged to the same family. The palpable camaraderie, expressed through each punch, was something he found utterly incomprehensible. With a weary sigh, Wood lamented, Are you truly intent on proceeding this way? He gazed intently at the twins, unwilling to see even one of them replaced. The Gryffindor team was already in a precarious state, especially after Charlie's graduation last year. As the captain, he had come to realize the team's deficiencies, and losing the twins would only exacerbate their dire situation. Indeed, we are serious, they declared in unison, their voices brimming with conviction. Trust me, Wood. Ron will undoubtedly prove to be an exceptional batsman. Have faith in our judgment. They recounted how Ron had, on several occasions, collided headfirst with the chimney at home, necessitating Charlie and them to extract him from the depths of winter like pulling a stubborn turnip. Yet, that was in the past. During this holiday, they had witnessed their beloved brother evolve from a bumbling fool into a source of pride and excellence. They would stake their word on it, not a jest, but a solemn promise. The twins locked eyes with Wood, their expressions earnest and unwavering, devoid of any hint of jest. They cherished Quidditch and aspired for Gryffindor to clinch the championship. But they were also reluctant to abandon their aspirations, an essential step toward the grand vision they had for their future. Wood found himself at a loss for words. The determination reflected in the twins' gaze was profound and sincere. Very well, I shall consult Professor McGonagall tomorrow and assess Ron's abilities. There will be no room for negotiation on this matter. If Ron truly possesses the talents you claim, I would not hesitate to see Gryffindor grow stronger because of him. My singular aspiration at this school is to witness Gryffindor triumph over all rivals, raising the trophy in jubilant celebration. I am now in my 5th year, with only 3 years remaining. I refuse to carry any regrets into the next life. I must witness this day come to fruition. Wood's powerful voice resonated, his eyes shimmering with the firelight's glow, embodying a resolute spirit that rendered the twins momentarily speechless. What are we waiting for? Fred exclaimed. Let us go now. George chimed in immediately. Where to? Wood inquired, tilting his head in confusion. To the pitch. We're off. The twins ushered Wood and Ron forward, and together they pushed open the door, departing the common room amidst the fat lady's discontented protests. You two are truly my beloved brothers for embarking on a midnight escapade on the very first day of school. Yet, despite his words, Ron bore no burden of guilt. After all, who were the twins? In contemporary Hogwarts, the nocturnal little prince has mastered numerous secret passages and shortcuts, along with the invaluable Marauder's map, a gift from the illustrious predecessors known as Bigfoot, Pointed Fork, Moonface, and Wormtail. They are virtually invulnerable to capture. Indeed, a life devoid of night excursions at Hogwarts would be incomplete. Fred beamed with pride, then led his companions into a narrow path concealed behind a flip wall. This route would lead them to the castle's back door, and just a few more steps would take them to the Quidditch pitch. Rest assured, nothing untoward would occur. George confidently patted his chest, assuring them that this serpentine passage, barely wide enough for a single person to sidle through, was just one of many winding shortcuts connecting different areas of Hogwarts. While most of these were documented in the Marauder's map, many remained uncharted. After all, the predecessors, despite their wisdom, could not fully uncover all of Hogwarts' mysteries. Over the ages, this castle has been subtly altered by countless individuals. Even those who originally constructed it, if resurrected, would struggle to decode all of its secrets. The enchanting magic that forged Hogwarts has bestowed countless surprises upon future night wanderers. Here we are, Fred announced, relishing the caress of the night breeze as the quartet traversed the deserted path. Having left the castle's confines, the professor's chambers were devoid of windows facing this direction, a fact confidently asserted by the twins, well acquainted with the consequences of countless detentions. However, Ron knew better. Not all was concealed. At least Dumbledore's office had a view of the Quidditch pitch. Yet, Dumbledore rarely concerned himself with students' nocturnal escapades. As alarming a curious student with his mere presence would surely disturb his peace of mind. Hogwarts is a realm of freedom, or so Dumbledore believes, and he is willing to safeguard this joyous liberty. Hail Merlin, hail the wonders of magic, Fred intoned theatrically before drawing his wand and giving it a gentle wave. Alohomora. The broom shed creaked open with a groan, revealing a haphazard assortment of battered brooms, remnants prepared for first-year flying lessons, most of which could be classified as antiquities, fit for a young wizard's grandfather. The dilapidated Clean Sweep and Comet Series brooms were in such disarray that they seemed unworthy even compared to the street-sweeping tools used by the elderly in their past lives. With Hogwarts' ample wealth, Ron couldn't help but question Fred and George, who were rummaging through the dismal selection. Can these really fly? They seem worse than the Clean Sweep 260 we have at home. Aren't you worried a first year might break one just by sitting on it? I inquired with Professor McGonagall, and the Board of Governors has no intention of allocating separate funds for equipment designated solely for first-year students. After all, those born into wizarding families have typically had experience with flying brooms, while those of Muggle descent are indifferent. Ron nodded in sudden realization. It is understandable, given that the benefactors of the board are predominantly pure-blood wizarding families. Well then, this broom seems quite satisfactory. Fred rummaged through a heap of discarded items, searching for a less dismal antique broomstick. The Comet 260, akin to our own, should have no significant issues aside from a frayed tail. Upon inspecting the markings, I discovered that it had been replaced by the Ravenclaw Quidditch team. The only commendable trait of those big-headed players is their care for their equipment. Come now, dear brother. Let us present this to Wood. George extracted a dusty box from beneath the pile of brooms, containing discarded Quidditch balls. However, the golden snitch was absent. And of the 2 bludgers, only one remained. The quaffle was untouched. Once this long-sealed box was opened, the long-neglected bludger sprang to life, bouncing energetically. It appears this little creature still possesses some vigor. Careful. It must have been confined for too long, for the latch that restrained the bludger was snapped by its unyielding energy. This mischief maker is known for soaring across the field, wreaking havoc and distracting players. The twins, assigned as beaters, would typically ensure that this troublemaker would not interfere with their teammates, but rather cause chaos for the opposing side. This little thing is quite powerful. Observing the small black ball struggling futilely in his palm, Ron muttered. The ghostly ball, firmly gripped in his hand, seemed utterly immobilized, its solid form slightly dented. Made from a rubber-like material, it could deliver quite a painful blow. I believe I can understand your confidence now. Wood, with a twitching brow, regarded the twins with significance. Setting aside Ron's flying abilities for a moment, he mentally awarded Ron a passing grade for such exaggerated strength. What a normal person could barely restrain with both hands was effortlessly subdued in Ron's grasp, something even the slithering gorillas could not achieve. Our eyes are keen. Ever since Fred and I were sent plummeting from the sky by Ron's brick, we have firmly believed that he is destined to surpass us as a Quidditch prodigy. Listening to the twins recount their embarrassing history, Wood's expression grew increasingly indescribable. Is that individual you speak of truly a person? By the way, Ron, this is your bat. A sturdy stick, about the thickness of an arm and slightly shorter than a baseball bat, was handed to Ron. This weathered wooden club bore the marks of its history. Each scar from striking bludgers a testament to its past. But what of the dried black stains? What do they signify? I feel I am beginning to understand Quidditch. After scrutinizing the bat, Ron nodded thoughtfully. The 3 individuals exchanged bewildered glances, voicing their confusion in unison. A legitimate competition for killing? Ron uttered a statement that sent shivers down their spines. This bat is not for striking others. That would be against the rules. Wood, well aware of Ron's previous antics on the train, quickly interjected. This bat is not meant for fighting. I know, Ron replied, clutching the battered broom and wielding the bat as he departed from the shed, with the trio hastily following in his wake. They advanced 100 meters to the vicinity of the Quidditch pitch, where Ron surveyed the elevated platform before positioning himself towards the goalposts. Of course, I know this bat is intended solely for the quaffle. Ron nonchalantly tossed the broom to the ground, a smile creeping onto his face. However, if the quaffle strikes someone, it should fall within the rules, right? Indeed, Wood gulped, a primal instinct warning him that trouble was imminent. That has settled then. After Ron released the quaffle, which had been nearly crushed in his grip, he brandished the bat with one hand and swung it with fervor, connecting with the quaffle that had just regained its senses. The sound of the bat slicing through the air was piercing, followed by a dull thud as the powerful swing struck the solid black ball with tremendous force. The impact was thunderous, resonating sharply as the quaffle lost all control, propelled forward by the sheer strength of the blow. It soared over 200 meters before colliding violently with the sturdy goalpost. As a knight, Ron understood that his steed was as crucial as his armor and sword. His mastery over all mounts ensured that no creature was beyond his taming. The dazed quaffle barely had time to recover from its impact with the post before Ron. The vengeful broom rider appeared before it in an instant. Charge! He bellowed, swinging the bat once more, shattering the quaffle's resolve, as if to affirm that his actions were justified. In the inky darkness of the night, the small black orb was nearly invisible, yet the howling wind pointed the way. Ron, darting left and right, continued to wield the bat, and the once erratic quaffle found itself at his mercy, unable to evade his relentless strikes. This spectacle of brutal sport lasted a full 10 minutes, culminating in Ron's final vertical swing that shattered the bat in his grip, bringing the farcical display to a close. The quaffle, struck down by a fierce blow, landed at the feet of Fred, George, and Wood, who recoiled several steps, staring at the quaffle embedded deep into the ground, still emitting wisps of smoke. Ron, they exclaimed, murder is against the law. But Quidditch is legal, is it not? Having enjoyed himself thoroughly, Ron, with a refreshing spirit, tossed the broken bat to George and then leaned down to hand the quaffle to Fred. Isn't Quidditch just a legalized form of murder? I understand, he remarked, patting his brother on the shoulder. The twins, wearing long faces, were already regretting their decision to let Ron take their place. Mum is going to kill us, Fred muttered, gazing at the steaming quaffle in his hands, battered and even smoldering with residual energy. Professor McGonagall will stop your mother, I swear. As long as Ron can play and help us secure the Quidditch championship, Professor McGonagall will agree to anything. As the head of Gryffindor House and deputy headmistress of Hogwarts, Minerva McGonagall was also an unwavering Quidditch enthusiast, her passion rivaling that of Wood. All right, All right, let us save these discussions for tomorrow, Ron interjected, dismissing the topic with a wave of his hand. After dismounting his broom, he patted his impressive abs. Where's the school kitchen? I barely had dinner. Let us grab a midnight snack. Tonight, we feast on barbecue. Close enough. It all amounts to the same. Let us go. Chapter 34. Midnight Barbecue and the Morning of Great Beasts. Descending 6 flights from the Gryffindor common room, Ron followed the marble staircase into a hall, turning left into a corridor where he discovered a portrait of a silver bowl filled with fruit. A gentle scratch on the pear would elicit a soft chuckle, transforming it into a large green door handle. Upon opening the door, the kitchens of Hogwarts revealed themselves. Following Fred and George's guidance, they ventured deeper into the corridor until they reached a room resembling a storeroom, piled high with enormous oak barrels. A few taps on the farthest barrel would open a lid, leading them into the Hufflepuff common room. This was closely tied to the character and ideals of the 4 founders. The warm-hearted, kind, and inclusive Hufflepuff welcomed every young witch or wizard to Hogwarts, regardless of their house affiliation. What a shame, Cedric is asleep, Ron lamented. Indeed, a pity. We shall return tomorrow and bring Cedric along, he added, as the twins, with grease-laden mouths, harmonized their agreement. Before them stood a charcoal grill, while the house elves in the kitchen watched with wide eyes. And I too, Wood exclaimed loudly, simultaneously devouring skewers of meat, reveling in the delightful flavors that were entirely new to him. Excuse me, may I have a glass of iced lemon juice? He tossed aside his skewer and extended his hand, and the elves quickly presented him with the requested beverage before bowing and retreating. Their performance as servers was impeccable, devoid of any faults. My dear brother, what is in this drink? I feel we are one step closer to fortune, Fred remarked, inhaling deeply. He seized the half-finished lemon juice from Wood and gulped it down, his eyes sparkling with newfound excitement as he turned to Ron. Chili peppers, cumin, and Sichuan peppercorns. As the weather begins to grow humid, indulging in some spicy Sichuan peppercorns can help dispel the dampness. The beef and lamb of England are not bled, resulting in an overpowering flavor, which also serves to suppress the gamey taste. What exactly is Sichuan peppercorn? Although they are familiar with spices like cumin and chili, Sichuan peppercorn is entirely absent from the English table. The mere addition of this spice elevates the flavor profile from simple heat to a delightful numbing spiciness, offering a refreshing and stimulating experience for them. This Eastern spice, devoid of mere heat, embodies true essence. It is the numbing spiciness that reigns supreme. Did I not mention that the book is not mere exaggeration? See, it brings such comfort. However, true to Hogwarts, the kitchen is indeed replete with a myriad of ingredients. Ron lifted his gaze toward this expansive kitchen nestled underground, marveling at the unexpected presence of these spices and used in England. Please wash 4 eggplants and chop some garlic for me. By the way, do you have oysters? If so, I would like 10 pounds, and also soak some vermicelli. Certainly. Sir, it will be ready shortly, the house elf replied with a proud yet humble demeanor. Despite Ron's praise for the kitchen, the house elves too felt a sense of pride. Ron pushed open a door marked with his name, and at that moment, a pair of gleaming eyes in the darkness turned toward the entrance. Were you waiting for me, Lucy? Ron scratched Lucy's chin, and the proud guardian nuzzled against Ron's palm before obediently settling on the bedside table. Good night then. Aside from the nocturnal wanderings, though they hardly counted, when the first light of dawn filtered into the dormitory, Ron was already awake, yet he lingered in bed, savoring this rare chance to be lazy. It was not until 7 o'clock that his roommates, who had been snoring the night away, began to rub their eyes and rise sluggishly. Ah, a monster! A terrified scream jolted Harry and Neville from their dreams. Where's the monster? Neville stammered, his eyes still not fully open. There. The boy with light brown hair, Seamus, who had been boasting with Harry the night before, pointed nervously at the empty space in the center of the 4 beds. Harry's bed was positioned next to Ron's and opposite Seamus's. He discerned no monster, only the puzzled expression on Ron's face, coupled with his well-defined abdominal muscles. Are you still half asleep? Ron, in the midst of doing squats, set down the oversized suitcase he had been carrying, casting a look of disdain. It's Ron. Neville sighed in relief, gasping for air, then turned with concern to Seamus, asking, Did you have a nightmare, Seamus? I'm sorry, it seems I mistook things. Seamus retreated slightly, stuttering an apology. But it's not my fault. He pondered inwardly with a bitter smile, having just awakened and lifting his gaze to behold a grotesquely muscular back, undulating with sinewy movement, a sight that would startle any normal person. His unease stemmed not from cowardice, but from the anxiety of having ventured away from home for the first time. Nevertheless, since he was already awake, he decided to change his clothes and head down for breakfast, planning to take a shower first. He rummaged through his suitcase, retrieving a towel and a few changes of clothing, before Ron, clad in shorts, swung open the door. What are you staring at? He questioned, flexing his chest muscles and sending a group of young wizards, drawn in by Seamus's scream, stumbling back 3 steps into the wall. Am I really that frightening? It's rather odd. Don't wizards ever engage in physical training? Chapter 35. Hermione's Fear of Enrollment. The colossal edifice of Hogwarts elicited groans from countless first-year students. Despite the warm portraits, the ghosts, and the guidance of upperclassmen, many young wizards found themselves lost within the labyrinthine halls of the school, excluding Ron and his companions, who, after a night of vigilance, had managed to follow Percy closely and remember the way. "Good morning, Hermione." Hermione sat alone at the dining table, her roommate absent, and amidst the typically cliquish newcomers, her solitude was conspicuous. "Good morning." Upon seeing Ron and his friends, Hermione's face brightened with a sweet smile. "I can hardly believe we are all sorted into Gryffindor, right?" she remarked with a beaming expression. "Hufflepuff is a splendid place," Ron chuckled, noting that the kitchens of Hogwarts were merely a stone's throw from the Hufflepuff common room, a coveted location envied by other houses. "Indeed," Neville nodded earnestly. "But making it into Gryffindor, I believe my grandmother would be even more delighted. Both my parents are Gryffindors." However, at this point, Neville's excitement waned, and he sank into a more somber demeanor next to Harry, shoving a piece of buttered bread into his mouth. "But now that you're here, don't dwell on it too much, Neville. Be a bit more confident. You can do wonderfully. If need be, Hermione and I can help you catch up." "Yes." Neville nodded gratefully, his eager eyes causing Hermione to blush and shyly avert her gaze. "That was merely your suggestion," Hermione whispered, poking Ron's arm. "So you disagree?" "That's not what I meant. I simply don't know if I'll excel. Though I did well at my previous school, that was in the Muggle world. This is magic." Hermione waved her hands dismissively, her gaze fixated nervously on the fried egg on her plate. "Excessive modesty is unwarranted," Ron remarked, shaking his finger playfully before pulling Harry closer. "Hermione is quite remarkable. She memorized all the first-year textbooks over the holiday." "Of course." Harry hastily swallowed his sausage. "I haven't even finished reading Transfiguration yet. That's impressive. I'd wager that no more than 5 first years could achieve such a feat indeed, though I must admit, I'm still slightly behind." Ron extended his right hand to gesture an imaginary universe between his fingers, arching his eyebrows in an exaggerated manner. "Ah, of course. By the way, Neville, I've taken your textbook. It's in my backpack. I knew you would forget it again. Thank goodness I forgot to bring my bag." Neville thought with a sigh of relief, patting his chest anxiously. He always seemed to misplace things in both ordinary and peculiar places. However, in contrast to fried eggs and bread, Ron tapped his fingers on the plate in front of him, expressing his preference for congee. Suddenly, a steaming bowl of white porridge appeared, accompanied by 3 small dishes of refreshing side dishes glistening with moisture. "Can we actually order food at Hogwarts? I visited the kitchen last night and taught them how to make this porridge and pickles, just for us. Would you like to try some first, Hermione? I wouldn't mind if you took a couple of bites." "Forget it." Hermione rolled her eyes, picking up a piece of buttered bread to accompany her chopped fried egg as she continued to fill her stomach. As Ron slurped his porridge, he heard Hermione's gentle reprimand. "I can't believe you went out for a nighttime adventure on your very first day. If a professor catches you, you'll definitely face consequences, points deducted, detention, or even a call to your parents. You mustn't do that again." Ron, smiling wryly, dared not respond. What could he possibly say? He knew Hermione's nature all too well and wished he could slap himself for his reckless words. Yet, he understood her anxiety. Hermione, feeling a mix of nervousness and apprehension, was merely trying to distract herself. As a diligent student who held herself to high standards, she must have developed some odd form of school-related anxiety. Nevertheless, Ron believed that, being the academic prodigy she was, she would soon come to terms with herself, and once she began to excel over her classmates, her worries would dissipate. It was evident that the 4 of them were among the first to arrive at the classroom, thanks to Hermione, who had inquired about the first-year classroom's location from Percy the day before. With clear directions, they swiftly reached their destination after a brief exchange with the portrait. "Why is there a cat? Is it Professor McGonagall's pet?" Harry asked curiously, glancing at the tabby cat lounging on the podium. "Though I think Lucius is a bit more impressive. That gaze is quite commanding. If only you had brought Lucius along, Ron, it might have startled the cat." "Perhaps," Ron replied, casting a peculiar glance at the tabby. The markings around its eyes mirrored Professor McGonagall's glasses, unmistakably indicating that this cat was indeed her animagus form. "I let Lucius out for a stroll around the castle. Perhaps he'll make a few friends. There are plenty of cats at Hogwarts, and he has been cooped up for too long," Ron explained. There was another reason for letting Lucius roam. Ron, who was already aware of the existence of Mrs. Norris, intended for Lucius to have a proper encounter with her, given that his nighttime escapades were bound to be frequent. Establishing a rapport with Philip's feline companion was crucial for Ron. After all, the Marauder's map still resided with his older brother, and while he was curious, he couldn't simply ask the twins for it. "By the way, Harry, where have you been with your Transfiguration studies?" Ron informed him that Professor McGonagall should possess considerable knowledge about his parents, a belief Harry shared as he resolved to master Transfiguration to leave a favorable impression on her. All the while hoping to glean information about his parents. His determination was palpable, even though the arduous and perplexing learning process sometimes left him feeling dizzy. Yet, he held on to hope, with a clear objective and direction. The tabby cat observed the group of young witches and wizards engaged in discussion over their textbooks, and a glimmer of amusement seemed to flicker in its bright eyes. Chapter 36. The Unassuming Transfiguration Class. As they conversed in hushed tones, more young witches and wizards trickled into the classroom, and by 8:50, it was brimming with eager students, animatedly chatting about their recent arrival at Hogwarts. A wellspring of topics seemingly endless. Just as the clock struck 9, the tabby cat sprang forward from its perch on the desk, rapidly transforming midair into a stern witch clad in a black robe, her hair tightly tied in a bun, appearing unexpectedly at the front of the classroom. The once boisterous room fell into complete silence, and Neville, seated closest to the podium, inadvertently dropped his textbook, which thudded heavily against the floor. "Gather your textbooks, Mr. Longbottom." "Thank you, Professor," Neville responded with a hint of trepidation. Professor McGonagall nodded, then addressed the young witches and wizards. "Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous of the spells you will encounter at Hogwarts." Her expression bore the weight of sincerity, and the students instinctively tensed, listening intently. "Any mischief in my classroom will result in immediate expulsion, and you shall never return. I have warned you." Her authoritative words compelled the young witches and wizards to sit up straighter, even without such a warning. The mere sight of their headmistress's demeanor obliterated any thoughts of late disruptions. "However, should you commit yourselves to diligent study and execute the spells correctly, transfiguration can also be one of the most fascinating arts you will learn at Hogwarts. For instance," a murmur of awe rippled through the students as even Hermione's eyes sparkled with excitement, her voice a fervent whisper, I know, this is incredibly difficult and nimagous transformation. Far more challenging than turning a living being into an inanimate object. The professor is truly remarkable." Professor McGonagall, momentarily softening her stern countenance, allowed a faint smile to grace her serious features, revealing her adeptness in captivating the students' curiosity. Having established her authority and piqued their interest, she officially commenced the lesson. When a matchstick was distributed to each student, excitement surged once more. The toil of note-taking seemed to dissipate, replaced by an eagerness as they clutched their wands, their eyes fixed on Professor McGonagall. "Now let us give it a try." Unable to contain their excitement, the little wizards eagerly raised their wands and tapped them against the matchsticks. "Change it well." They strived to envision the transformation of the match into a needle in their minds, yet despite their flushed faces and the effort that left them nearly breathless, they failed to succeed. This type of magic, which alters the physical form, structure, and even the material of objects, is profoundly idealistic. Without exceptional talent, it is difficult to progress far along the path of transfiguration. If one possesses sufficient aptitude, it is even possible to transform an object with a mere flick of the wand, manifesting one's desires effortlessly. Harry nearly punctured a hole in the desk. Yet the match remained a match, and he and Neville exchanged frustrated glances, helpless in their plight. "Look at Hermione," Ron nudged Harry's arm. There stood Hermione, cautiously lifting her wand. As she murmured softly, the match visibly changed before their eyes. Although it did not completely transform into a needle, the wooden match had become a glimmering silver-headed toothpick. "Well done." Observing this, Professor McGonagall stepped down from the podium and approached Hermione, gently nodding with a rare smile. "Why not give it a try, Mr. Weasley?" Professor McGonagall addressed the inactive Ron softly. "Be bold in your attempts. While private practice requires caution in class, feel free to experiment." Dumbledore had evidently informed the professors about Ron's current situation during the Sorting Hat ceremony. The professors had clearly noted the extraordinary output of Ron's magical energy. McGonagall understood Ron's hesitations, yet reassured him of her presence. "All right, thank you, Professor McGonagall." Ron withdrew his wand from behind him. Although this extravagant wand was not a new sight, the little wizard's attention instinctively gravitated towards it, for they had failed to make the match roll and were now curious to see if any amusement might arise. "Change it well." The magic within him surged towards the wand. Despite the wand's tip not glowing, the palpable fluctuations of magic rippled outward, with a series of popping sounds. The textbooks on the desk fell to the ground, followed by the sharp clatter of metal hitting the floor. No one paid heed to the fate of the match. The dispersed magical energy did not affect merely one point, but enveloped the entire desk, transforming it into Ron's experimental canvas. A thick iron rod, the size of a thigh, crashed onto the floor. The sound of the metallic giant striking the ground resonated in the hearts of the little wizards, leaving them inexplicably chilled. "Does this count as a success?" Ron asked uncertainly, contemplating that if giants indeed existed, this iron rod might well be considered a needle in their enormous hands. Though it may be somewhat larger, Professor McGonagall hesitated, it can be deemed a success. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall furrowed her brow slightly and earnestly addressed Ron, stating, "Mr. Weasley, it appears you must swiftly learn to master your magical abilities. I do not wish for you to inadvertently affect objects other than your intended target while performing transfiguration. The absence of the final pinhole is noted, Mr. Weasley. Yet for a novice wizard attempting magic for the first time, you have performed admirably. And Miss Granger, you must ensure that the needle becomes sharper. Each of you shall receive an additional 3 points. Now pay attention, as I demonstrate how to transform a matchstick into a needle. First, we must ascertain the ultimate outcome of the transformation. Despite Professor McGonagall's meticulous explanation and personal demonstration, the other young wizards in the classroom failed to produce any significant change in the matchstick, at most lazily rolling it about with a poke from their wands. As the lesson drew to a close, some despondent young wizards began to rise. Mr. Weasley, please wait a moment. Professor McGonagall beckoned Ron, her serious countenance softening into a rare smile. This morning at 6, Wood came knocking at my door. We need to have a conversation. You may leave now. Wait for me in the dining hall. I shall join you shortly. It is nothing dire. Expect good news from me. Slinging his backpack over Harry's shoulder, Ron waved goodbye and made his way toward Professor McGonagall. Chapter 37. The Misguided Social Circle of Wealthy Harry. Cool. Ron, you truly joined the Quidditch team? Well, I'm just a substitute for Fred and George. Ron plopped down beside Harry, placing a hefty steak onto his plate. He was ravenously hungry at this age of growth. The Gryffindor team was in dire need of a chaser, as Charlie had graduated, leaving Wood in a state of distress. According to him, last year's selection trials were nothing short of a catastrophe. Even a pig riding a broom would have fared better than those participants. But who knows about this year? A loud voice interjected. That's because I'm not there. A boy with slightly wavy blonde hair pushed past a girl sitting opposite Ron and boldly declared, standing directly in front of him, "They should have let me join in my first year. That was a monumental error. If I had been present, Gryffindor would have captured the House Cup last year. But it is not too late. I shall secure the position of chaser, and under my leadership, Gryffindor will surely triumph this year." This grandiose proclamation, paired with an air of confidence and seemingly domineering gestures, suggested that the individual before them was not merely posturing. "Who are you?" Ron queried, glancing up at the boy of similar height, perplexed as to whether he was indeed speaking to him. "Cormac McLaggen," the boy replied, lifting his chin as if expecting Ron to shake his hand. "Oh, you're the one who caused a commotion during the selection trials, suffered a concussion from a bludger, and fell into Professor Sprout's compost pit, enjoying a rather unpleasant experience, and then spent half a month in the hospital? Charlie and Fred and George mentioned you. Thank you for not killing them with laughter. It must have been quite the ordeal." Ron lowered his head and continued to tackle his steak, while the little wizard beside him chuckled mischievously, causing the one who had made a grand entrance as a dragon-slaying hero to flush with embarrassment. It was all because those wretched brooms malfunctioned. Otherwise, how could I have been hit? Once airborne, that contraption was utterly unresponsive. It was nothing short of a massacre. McLaggen spoke with indignation, then loudly recounted his legendary escapades to those nearby, claiming to have soared over the English Channel at the tender age of 3, crossed the Atlantic at 5, flown alongside a Muggle airplane at 8, collided with a rocket at 10, and subsequently carried a satellite beyond the atmosphere. His animated speech, accompanied by wild gestures, was both fervent and entertaining. Truly, it was a shame he did not join the Red Bull Daredevils, and his guardians should certainly consider collecting a death benefit to start anew rather than nurturing such a troublesome individual. Look, Harry, with such a motley crew, can you really expect Gryffindor to triumph? Why not join the Quidditch tryouts next Thursday? I'll have a word with Wood to let you give it a shot. Yet, Harry felt entirely unprepared, as he had never ridden a flying broomstick. Although Ron's suggestion was tempting, Harry harbored no confidence. You ought to visit the trophy room. Professor McGonagall told me that your father was once a brilliant seeker for Gryffindor. Perhaps you've inherited that talent. What? My father was. Harry stared incredulously at Ron, astonished by the revelation. But first-year students aren't allowed to join the team, are they? Having finished her meal early, Hermione, who was engrossed in her History of Magic textbook, looked up. Aren't I also a first year? Ron grinned. But you've flown at home. And you have 3 brothers who made the team, while Harry hasn't even touched a broom. Hermione, ever the skeptic, closed her book and fixed Ron with a piercing gaze. So, you went out last night. Wood was eager to see my skills, so he dragged me out. He knocked on Professor McGonagall's door at 6, and now he has been punished by having to polish the Gryffindor trophies. How could he be so irresponsible? Taking you out at night. Hermione's focus was always peculiar. As a model student, she scrutinized any infraction of school rules with great intensity. All right. Ron reached out to tousle Hermione's already unruly hair, attempting to silence her. Let us not dwell on Professor McGonagall. I understand. Next time, I'll be sure to bring you along. Let me share a secret. Ron leaned in closer, whispering into Hermione's slightly flushed ear. The tradition at Hogwarts is that as long as you're not caught, it doesn't count as breaking the rules. When Dumbledore was a student, he was known as the Nighttime Prince. There are so many secrets within Hogwarts. Only a fool would obediently sleep through the night, snoring until dawn. That's impossible, Hermione replied. pursing her lips in disbelief. Despite the casualness in Ron's words, his earnest demeanor left Hermione momentarily taken aback. As a proficient wizard, we must learn to make the most of every fleeting moment. A mere 7 hours of sleep each night suffices. Hogwarts classes commence at 9 o'clock. Are you not curious why such a late hour? This is intentionally designated as rest time for the nocturnal students. Observe the Muggle schools, where classes begin at 7. We enjoy a 2-hour reprieve. Is that not the case? Hermione, seemingly enchanted and a bit bewildered, nodded thoughtfully, her mind wandering beyond the confines of reality. But wait. You are merely engaging in sophistry. How about the shooting star broomstick? It is a third more affordable than the Nimbus series, yet the performance disparity is negligible. They are all the latest models. Every boy born into a respectable wizarding family possesses a profound understanding of broomsticks. Do not be deceived by Neville's seemingly clumsy demeanor. Although his riding skills may be lacking, his theoretical knowledge is remarkably solid. 75 galleons is no trifling sum, while Ron's purse still contains a modest 200 galleons. As a proper Weasley, he embodies the family's age-old wisdom of frugality. I shall gift you one. Consider it an early Christmas present. Let it be the Nimbus 2000. I have a particular fondness for that broomstick. Gazing at the advertisement that dominated an entire page, Harry found his eyes inexorably drawn to the Nimbus series. Although Neville presented valid arguments, Harry ultimately opted for the Nimbus. Neville, would you like one as well? I shall bestow upon you an early Christmas gift. I cannot think of anything more fitting, for you are all my friends, my dearest. As a young man whose vault overflowed with galleons, a sum exceeding 100 galleons was but a triviality to Harry. The inheritance left by his father amounted to no less than several 100,000. Broomsticks were hardly a concern. He could afford dragons if he wished. With that, Harry tore the order form from the newspaper. Look, McLaggen is practically drooling. You surely do not wish to be splattered by his sticky saliva, do you? Following Ron's gaze, Harry spotted McLaggen, who had seemingly lost his audience for boasting. Clearly, Harry's extravagant declaration had caught his attention. The intensity of McLaggen's gaze felt as though it could consume Harry whole. Upon noticing Harry's glance, McLaggen's enthusiasm surged even further. As he grinned and winked in a sycophantic manner. Discretion is key, Ron whispered. Then may I? McLaggen seemed eager to push his luck further. However, begone. Ron's glare was fierce, and McLaggen, intimidated by the palpable aura of menace emanating from him, stumbled backward and fell to the ground. Rising, he caught sight of Ron demonstrating his prowess by bending a spoon with 2 fingers, and he sheepishly refrained from speaking further. I am off to the library. See you in class shortly. Chapter 38. 1,000 Peculiar Ways to Eat. A Vampire's Culinary Guide. In comparison to the Transfiguration class in the morning, the afternoon's history of magic was exceedingly captivating. The atmosphere in the remarkably quiet classroom was exceptionally pleasant, regardless of the daring Gryffindors or the wise, knowledge-loving Ravenclaws. Students from both houses shared an unusual consensus. They fixated on their books, occasionally gliding their quills across the parchment to inscribe words. The only regret lies in their dreamy gazes and the slow nodding of their heads, which render the words inscribed on parchment so obscure that they likely do not even comprehend their own meaning. With a tone devoid of any inflection and a voice lacking in expression, Professor Binns, the only ghostly instructor at Hogwarts, effortlessly captivated all his students. This impact surpassed even the formidable presence of Professor McGonagall. In her classes, as well as those of other professors, students strained to maintain focus, diligently memorizing every piece of knowledge. Conversely, in the History of Magic class, they fought to stay awake, lest they embarrass themselves by snoring in front of their peers. History is a monotonous and profound discipline, dealing with events that have already transpired, requiring no flights of fancy or imaginative thought, merely the memorization of each word, preserving the tales of yore in their hearts. How could they? Hermione murmured softly, glancing at the girl beside her who had dozed off, drooling across the table. Hermione was one of the few students still conscious, yet notably, she did not take a single note during this lesson. The reason Hermione refrained from note-taking was that the recitation by the monotonous Professor Binns adhered strictly to the text of the History of Magic, not deviating a single word. Although he did not consult the textbook, it was as if he had consumed it whole, lacking any emotional depth, merely a relentless echo of the text. Haven't you memorized the entire History of Magic? Hermione admitted reluctantly. Has Professor Binns shared any tales not documented in the textbook? Not a single word. Hermione conceded with pursed lips, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Then that settles it, Ron exclaimed cheerfully. Since sleeping is out of the question, we might as well read a book. Phoenix and Fire, he said, is an intriguing volume I stumbled upon in a second-hand bookstore. Fred and the others would likely dismiss it as fiction, yet I find the stories within quite compelling. Perhaps they hold a kernel of truth. Ron nudged the book towards Hermione. As the legendary adventures of Typhondalion unfolded, now situated in the Balkans, between the Adriatic and Black Seas, the very cradle of vampire lore. This self-proclaimed adventurer recounted his exploits of subduing a vampire countess and the bizarre, indescribable acts that followed her disrobing. It is well known that vampires fear not the Muggle's cross. The myriad peculiarities surrounding vampires in the Muggle world are largely erroneous, with a significant portion stemming from wizards' misguidance, albeit not without some contributions from Muggle imagination. Firstly, vampires do not transform from bats, nor can they become bats. Secondly, I do not believe they are wizards, or even human, despite their human-like appearance. They possess a fundamentally different physiological structure. I prefer to think of them as a unique breed of magical creature, akin to centaurs, yet distinctly different from the rather dismal beings known as werewolves. This is a truly enchanting magical creature, possessing an innate ability to cast spells akin to fairies. However, unlike the magical energy wielded by fairies and wizards, they utilize a power I shall tentatively name blood energy, for its crimson hue closely resembles that of blood. They acquire the latent magical essence contained within the blood of other magical beings, including wizards, by siphoning it, subsequently transforming it into their unique blood energy. Being drained by a vampire does not lead to one's assimilation into their kind. Vampires expand their lineage through a peculiar method of procreation. On the day of the fullest moon each year, they share their blood with other vampires, amalgamating the mixed blood into a blood cocoon, a surreal process through which they nurture the next generation. This serves as evidence for my assertion that they are magical beings rather than wizards. The newly born vampires possess bat-like flesh wings, which, however, are significantly atrophied and gradually vanish as they mature. Some exceptional vampires may experience a second growth of these wings, giving rise to the bat-like lore. For instance, the creature I currently hold has retained her wings, albeit not excessively large, allowing them to fold neatly against her back, closely adhering to her skin. It is worth mentioning that female vampires possess an exquisite physique, which explains the obsession of the master of this ancient castle with her. What a pitiable Muggle duke he is. This vampire is merely drawn to him for the abundance of fresh sustenance he can provide. The children born of Muggles who possess magical potential are the most accessible food source for vampires, in comparison to other magical beings. These children represent the optimal source of magic, easily obtainable, posing minimal danger, and free from the threat of vengeful parents, as pureblood wizard offspring rarely manifest in Muggle society. However, this is a grave error, particularly in light of such blatant actions. Although the wizarding community still harbors considerable disdain for wizards born of Muggles, this is unjust. I am acquainted with numerous brilliant wizards of Muggle descent who flourished during the twilight of the Golden Age, albeit their achievements often go unnoticed. What a fool. I must convey to him that vampires and humans are fundamentally incompatible. Despite their humanoid appearance, they are inherently different and offer no genuine pleasure. Moreover, the fangs of a vampire are exceedingly sharp. Should they cause significant bleeding while feeding, it would undoubtedly be fatal. The vampiric blood toxin induces an unusual euphoria, numbing the wound and rendering one incapable of substantial resistance during the feeding. Nevertheless, they will bleed their prey without offering any means to stem the flow. These avaricious beings will extract every drop of blood from their victims, oblivious to the concept of renewable resources. This is a crucial factor in their antagonism with other magical beings and wizards. To be candid, the sensation of being drained by them is undeniably pleasurable. However, one should carry a bottle of blood-stopping potion and ideally have a trustworthy companion to keep watch. Damn it, I seem to have digressed again. Now, let us commence the proper preparations for her. This incantation proves exceptionally effective against vampires. It is also applicable to any non-sentient magical creatures, as it disrupts the internal flow of magical energy, causing it to dissipate from the body akin to a leak. Vampires are not devoid of intellect. On the contrary, they are quite astute. However, blood is inherently more volatile than magical energy, rendering vampires entirely susceptible to this spell. First, we must procure a lethal amount of garlic. For a vampire's sense of smell is highly acute, and they seem to detest this aroma. Though it poses no harm to them, it possesses a remarkable effect. Garlic can eliminate the foul stench of blood that permeates their flesh, and given the rapid circulation of their blood, continuous feeding for approximately 5 minutes will thoroughly marinate the vampire. I recommend supplementing the garlic with a dash of your preferred spices, although I personally favor the unadulterated essence. I utilized a silver knife to slice open the chest of this creature. I must digress momentarily to remark on the remarkable anthropomorphism of vampires. I was momentarily dizzy from the sheer size of it, unable to grasp it with a single hand. However, upon exposing their thoracic cavity, the fundamental difference between them and humans becomes evident. They possess 3 hearts. The 2 lateral ones are responsible for blood circulation, while the central one converts magical energy to sustain their blood power. Having drained this creature of its blood energy, the central heart now gleams with clarity, resembling a precious gem, nearly causing me to salivate. Vampires are indeed consumable. However, Most sorcerers who hunt them abandon the idea of consumption due to their appearance. It must be said that this is one of the benefits of their pronounced anthropomorphism. I swear, should those individuals set aside their biases and sample the flavor, they would undoubtedly fall in love with it. For vampires, a chest wound is not particularly grievous. They are remarkably resilient. I once encountered a venerable specimen that had lived for over 7 centuries, though at that time, I was but a child. At the tender age of 4, I severed one of his wings with my father's wand. I later proceeded to barbecue it. For I was born into hardship, and meat was a rarity in our home. My family had a long-standing tradition of producing and selling dragon dung as fertilizer. And life was quite frugal, with 17 siblings to support. That was my inaugural experience tasting vampire flesh, and it was indeed remarkable. I observed the wound slowly mending. The regenerative abilities of vampires are quite impressive. I ponder that if this were to be used in crafting healing potions, it might yield astonishing results. However, my current objective diverges from that path. Magical energy is a wondrous force, influencing every entity capable of harnessing or encountering it. It is widely acknowledged that beings imbued with magical energy exhibit a stark contrast to those devoid of it, even within the same species. This disparity is most palpably expressed through flavor. Magic affects the taste of ingredients, and each magical creature possesses its unique flavor profile. Vampires are no exception. A mature vampire has siphoned the lifeblood of numerous magical creatures, each infusion imparting its own unique effects. As the vampire assimilates this potent essence, it transforms into a vital force coursing through every sinew of its being. For instance, this specimen, with its crystalline heart, is not devoid of color. Rather, it is imbued with a spectrum of 16 varied hues, each shade a testament to its diverse origins. I have encountered this young creature, scarcely 2 centuries old. The culinary delight of a vampire increases with age, yet this one is slightly less seasoned. Nonetheless, we are not particular. These cunning magical beings possess an extraordinary talent for concealment. Although the act of opening her chest is not particularly injurious to her, and even the removal of her 2 hearts would not be fatal, as long as they are provided with a sufficient supply of magically infused blood. Their formidable regenerative abilities could restore their hearts. However, such an endeavor is ultimately unworthy, as the cost outweighs the benefit. They are not a viable renewable resource. I have an affinity for phoenixes. The central heart serves as their source of power, the heart of energy. This energy core, tainted by various magical influences, is the most delectable part of a vampire, each creature previously consumed bestowing a unique and exquisite flavor upon it, while mere mortals may only experience these flavors in isolation. A vampire possesses the extraordinary ability to amalgamate these tastes, crafting an unparalleled and singular delicacy. As I angled my blade downward and incised the abdomen of this female vampire, the outraged Muggle Duke abruptly halted his tirade of curses and protests. Though he understood that vampires are not human, his desire was drawn to her alluring form. Yet, when confronted with certain truths, he appeared to awaken to reality. Inside a vampire's abdomen, there exists no semblance of human anatomical structure. Instead, several fist-sized crystalline stones are ensconced in blood-red threads. Though their exterior bears a resemblance to humanity, they are fundamentally different beings. Their method of reproduction diverging entirely from that of humans, thus failing to satisfy the Muggle Duke's expectations. Fortunately, he was not dealing with a male vampire, nor was he of the British nobility, as those lacking certain anatomical features are more easily discerned than their female counterparts. I beheld the Duke's expression of disappointment as he gazed at the vampire, his sudden disillusionment akin to that of one who has lost a cherished possession. It must be said, this fellow is utterly hopeless. Why must something meant for consumption also serve a utilitarian purpose? I released the bonds that ensnared him and, after dismantling the ingredients, warmly invited him to partake in the feast. Regrettably, his courage appeared to flourish solely in matters of a lascivious nature, while in other respects, he was as ordinary as any other. I can empathize. After all, adventurers like myself, who possess a fervent passion for gastronomy, are a rarity. Engaging with such exotic ingredients requires a considerable amount of bravery. However, my dear companion Jinx appeared to be exceedingly joyful. Just the other day, I had indulged in a delightful meal with him, and now, Jinx remains a fledgling, incessantly clamoring for sustenance each day. The phoenix can only feast once a year, which fills me with profound regret. I hope this sumptuous vampire banquet will hasten his growth, as I fondly reminisce about Jinx's delectable roasted wings, the taste lingering exquisitely in my memory. The translucent heart of energy requires little preparation. The vampire, now marinated after consuming several pounds of garlic, has shed its fishy odor, revealing its flesh as an exceptional ingredient for roasting. The heart of energy, imbued with a fusion of marvelous flavors, can even be savored raw after slicing. A sprinkle of coarse sea salt enhances its essence, and as the subtle salinity disperses, an enchanting aroma, born from various magical beings, envelopes your palate. In the end, I extracted the crystal from its abdomen, a a material of considerable magical quality. Although few scholars have delved into its study, I am convinced that fertilizer fermented from this substance can nurture the growth of carnivorous magical plants. After all, my family has always engaged in such endeavors. I have never forsaken the legacy of the Dragon Dunk clan. At that moment, Professor Bin's lullaby ceased, accompanied by his relieving proclamation, "Class dismissed." The little wizards, who had been teetering between slumber and wakefulness, suddenly jolted awake. The classroom erupted into a cacophony, diverting Ron and Hermione's attention from their extracurricular reading. Was it this fellow who fabricated the rumor that vampires detest garlic? That incantation seemed familiar. Ron and Hermione spoke simultaneously, their focal points diverging entirely. "Why did you think of garlic first?" Hermione queried, perplexed by Ron's response. "Isn't the spell itself more worthy of attention? Perhaps the spell is indeed genuine." Hermione's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Clearly, if this incantation holds truth, what distinctions exist between the spells employed by ancient wizards and those of contemporary times? Well, perhaps it's because I'm hungry. Vampires and garlic, you know, Ron mused, stroking his chin and swallowing hard, pondering how delightful it might taste. "You've got to be kidding me," Hermione retorted, rolling her eyes. She then extracted a quill, meticulously transcribing the unfamiliar characters, preparing to visit the library for thorough research. "What's the matter with you two?" Harry called from the doorway. "Class is over. Coming right away." Chapter 39. Is man inferior to cat? Having just enjoyed a refreshing slumber in History of Magic class, Harry now brimmed with vitality. With a knife in one hand and a fork in the other, he savored a plate featuring half a tender lamb chop, a sight that would tantalize anyone's appetite. It was Ron's first time relishing a feast at dinner, though he had only been at Hogwarts for 2 days, and the gluttonous boy, having devoured nearly half a cow, lay sprawled over the table, unable to move, his eyes fixed on the disappearing pudding and fruit, utterly incapable of consuming another bite. "Ron, do you have a moment?" "Of course, just speak up if you need anything," Ron replied, belching. "Shall we visit the trophy room? I feel as though I might lose myself within this castle if I go alone," Harry expressed, his voice a blend of excitement and trepidation. "I wish to see my father's trophies." The mere mention of his parents brought a curious and nostalgic smile to Harry's face. "Of course. It's a perfect opportunity for a leisurely stroll," Ron replied, glancing at Neville, who was nodding enthusiastically. "Neville will definitely join us." He then turned to Hermione, who sat beside him, her brow furrowed in concentration. "Are you coming?" Hermione closed the hefty tome in her hands, its cover suggesting it was a book from the Muggle world. One could never truly fathom the number of books Hermione kept in her bag, akin to guessing the peculiar assortment of items a girlfriend might carry in her purse. Harry longed to glimpse his father's trophies, the legendary seeker who had led Gryffindor to 5 consecutive championships. "Oh, this," Hermione murmured, rubbing her temples. She had just perused the pages of Civilizations Lost, a world atlas of scripts, but the familiar symbols evaded her understanding, causing her to question her own memory. "I wish to visit the library." Hermione hesitated as she caught sight of Harry's hopeful green eyes. Stepping into the magical realm had left Harry bewildered. He had achieved fame in a haze, receiving accolades he could hardly comprehend. Yet, he cared little for the recognition he had garnered. His heart yearned for the elusive memories of his parents, whose sacrifices and dedication had paved the way for his current notoriety. The title of savior rightfully belonged to his parents, and Harry was determined to uncover their past, to illuminate their glory for others, and to relinquish the unwarranted fame he bore. "Is that all right, Hermione?" he asked cautiously. "Of course," Hermione nodded, stowing her book into her bag. "It will be a good way to clear my mind. I've been too hasty." With a belch, Ron stretched his body, his abdomen bulging from the feast, and ambled toward the dormitory. Though the hour until curfew was still ample, Hogwarts, vast and daunting, allowed them to meander leisurely through its corridors. Yet, they perhaps overestimated their confidence. Hogwarts boasted a staggering 142 staircases, some grand and spacious, others narrow and precarious. Certain stairs shifted destinations at fixed intervals, while others seemed to change based on their own whims, moving left when displeased and right when joyful. When Hogwarts was first founded, the clever yet discerning Ravenclaw had remodeled the Slytherin castle, and these capricious staircases were her creation. To her, anyone unable to navigate such trivial obstacles was unworthy of the title of wizard. Only the astute could master magic. Ravenclaw valued intellect above all else, yet in Ron's eyes, she seemed to take particular delight in tormenting mischievous children. "The staircase has certainly become overly industrious, has it not? Is this a sign of irregularities?" Gazing down at the marks he had left with his wand, a look of despair etched across Ron's face. He stared at the seemingly unassuming staircase, then clenched his fist and struck the banister. With a resounding thud, the mischievous staircase began to transform, as if throwing a tantrum, its labyrinthine structure shifting entirely, leaving one to wonder where it might lead. Perhaps it would be best to consult the portraits. Hermione cast a disapproving glare at Ron, recalling how he had confidently marched ahead moments ago. only to find himself in this predicament. Perhaps he ought to read more. After all, one cannot remedy the absence of intellect with mere brawn. Oh, Hermione, how cruel you are. I sense a tinge of jealousy towards my talents, Ron retorted. Just as Hermione was scanning the surroundings for a portrait to inquire about directions, a sandy gray figure leapt down from above the heads of the group. Wow! Exclaimed the imposing Lucy, his voice crackling with excitement. Are you here to lead the way? Lucy perched atop Ron's shoulder and nodded before gracefully leaping down. Is this reliable? Harry voiced his skepticism, feeling oddly that a feline might be more competent than a human in this instance. Well, since we are lost anyway, let us place our trust in Lucy for once. After all, he has already been roaming the castle during our lessons. Very well then, let us proceed. Observing the steps indicated by Lucy's paw, Ron nodded in understanding. They ventured down a dim, eerie corridor devoid of portraits, which appeared to be a forgotten corner of the castle, neglected by Filch, as a fine layer of dust coated the armor lining the walls, a rarity in Hogwarts. The trophy room was not difficult to locate. This grand exhibition hall, housing the honors of Hogwarts, was surprisingly spacious. Numerous wooden shelves displayed a dazzling array of trophies, each uniquely ornate, some encased in glass, while others were openly displayed. The shelf designated for Gryffindor's trophies stood out prominently, unlike the dust-laden trophies of other houses. Gryffindor's shelf gleamed with cleanliness, a testament to Wood's diligent polishing under Professor McGonagall's orders. Counting along the brass plaque of years, they arrived at the plaque for 1973, where the first trophy bearing the name James Potter caught their eye. The golden trophy showed no signs of fading, with the names of the 6 members of the Quidditch team engraved upon it, notably on a separate line in the third row, James Potter, Seeker. That brief inscription left Harry standing there, entranced, as if he wished to etch those words deeply into his heart. Dad, he murmured, a radiant smile illuminating his face as he extended a finger to gently touch the inscription, remaining silent for what felt like an eternity. The 3 friends chose not to disturb Harry's reverie, dispersing to explore the myriad trophies, each representing not only Hogwarts accolades, but also various other honors. Even Neville found his parents' names among the array, the Duel Champions Gold Cup awarded by the Wizarding Duel Club, featuring his father Frank's name, with his mother Alice's name inscribed in the assistant position. Suddenly, tears streamed down, and Neville's silent sobs added a weighty atmosphere to the trophy room. They lingered in silence, lost in the moment. After an indeterminate time, a soft exclamation from Luxie snapped everyone back to reality. With a hint of agitation, Luxie fixated on the entrance, his ears twitching as if he had heard something. Mrs. Loris? Ron gazed incredulously at his cat. You can't defeat her? The multitude of question marks bouncing in Ron's mind rendered him unable to accept this revelation. Meow? Luxie, now meowing in frustration, lowered his head. Despite Mrs. Loris' gaunt appearance, reminiscent of someone who hadn't eaten in 30 years, her ability to evade the fate of being pranked by the audacious little wizards at Hogwarts, while keeping them firmly in check, indicated that her prowess among feline warriors was formidable. Amused yet bewildered, Ron crouched to stroke Luxie's feline head. Meow? Luxie presented Fong, giving it a playful shake in front of Ron. All right, I understand. Fong is not so easily toyed with, at least until you come of age. You must refer to him as teacher. Meow? Hurry, let us skedaddle. Filch will be here soon, Luxie urged as they stealthily departed, for individuals and one cat moving swiftly, while behind them, a fleeting shadow of a thin cat vanished around the corner. Chapter 40, Luxie's Good Friend. I say phew. Harry, breathless from running, exclaimed, clutching his chest. Ron, is it necessary to run this far? I feel as if I've traversed several miles. Gasping for air, Harry and Neville leaned on each other, their unsteady steps threatening to collapse at any moment. I'm not sure, Ron replied nonchalantly, seemingly unfazed, as he turned to run backward, exuding a sense of helplessness at the sight of his 2 struggling companions 2 meters behind him. You both need to enhance your fitness. How about joining me for morning runs from now on? Even Hermione has better stamina, and the young master with weak kidneys is destined for a lifetime of solitude. Though Harry and Neville didn't grasp the meaning of young master with weak kidneys, they understood solitude well enough. They looked up at Hermione, who, despite also panting, appeared far less disheveled than they did. With forlorn expressions, they nodded and gritted their teeth in agreement. By the way, Luxie, why do we have to run so far? Couldn't we just find a classroom to hide in? Ron pivoted on his toes and asked Luxie, who was leisurely jogging. A woo. Mrs. Loris remembers your scent. So you must run farther to tire Filch out, ensuring he can't catch up. I believe Harry and Neville will be grateful, Ron chuckled, glancing back at the pair, who were clearly on the brink of exhaustion. Indeed, their gazes towards Luxie were tinged with lingering resentment. Meow? Moments later, perhaps just seconds, after rounding a corner, Luxie softly called out. What happened? Have we arrived? The exhausted duo collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, their tongues lolling out as they could run no longer. Lucy expressed his desire to introduce us to a friend he had met earlier that day, having sought refuge here after being chased by Mrs. Loris. Even Felch's cat dared not venture into this area. Shall we go see? Ron inquired of his 3 companions. All right. With feline grace, Lucy nimbly ascended the wall, climbing up several meters before squeezing through a narrow opening. The 4 young wizards stood before a sturdy, locked wooden door, and soon the sound of scratching claws was heard as Lucy unlocked the door from within. They entered in a single file into a room illuminated by 2 torches, but the space was so vast that the flickering flames failed to fully illuminate it. Lucy's ash-gray form was perched atop a high platform, where he seemed to be enthusiastically introducing his friend to the group. Is this the friend you mentioned? 3 pairs of large eyes widened in surprise as 3 enormous dog heads slowly lifted from the ground, emitting a menacing growl from deep within their throats. A colossal 3-headed hound loomed over the 4 young wizards. Not even Ron had anticipated such a turn of events. You've got to be kidding me. Lucy, get down here. Lucy, perplexed, stood atop the central dog's head, and after a moment's thought, he playfully patted the massive head beneath him, producing a series of soft thuds against the leathery skin. The central head let out a perplexed bark, and Lucy leapt onto the right head, his sharp claws scratching playfully as he engaged in an unorthodox form of persuasion. To everyone's astonishment, the drooling head seemed to be swayed by Lucy's antics, yawning lazily as it ceased its menacing glare at Ron and the others. Mimicking the behavior, the left head also acquiesced to Lucy's whims. Woof, woof, woof. With his legs firmly planted and hands on his hips, Lucy stood on the nose of the central head, imparting a serious lecture, his claws occasionally landing on the hound's face, evoking a mix of admiration and concern from onlookers. Isn't it said that cats and dogs are natural enemies? Yet here was Lucy, seeming to train the hound as if it were his own child. However, the central head, as the elder sibling, appeared less amenable than its 2 counterparts. Woof, woof, woof. After a lengthy monologue with no response from the central head, a frustrated Lucy settled down on its back, cross-legged and clutching his paws, engaging in a negotiation with the dog. Perhaps Lucy's fur had grown a bit too long, for it tickled the giant dog's nose. And after several seconds of mutual staring, an uncontrollable sneeze erupted, sending Lucy flying backwards like a cannonball. The sticky look-see abruptly collided into Ron's embrace, causing the bewildered little cat to tumble and roll unsteadily. He then extended his paw and vociferously protested. Woof, woof, woof. Suddenly, the large dog barked with fervor, as though the negotiations between cat and dog had utterly collapsed. The slumbering canine seemed to awaken with a grumpy disposition, having engaged in conversation with Looksee for quite some time, and his dwindling patience had been entirely exhausted. While perhaps lacking in malice, the sheer size and formidable appearance of the dog rendered its bark intimidating, nearly causing Neville to lose control of his bladder as he clutched Ron's robe and emitted a terrified shriek. With a thud, Ron, startled by Neville's reaction, instinctively threw a punch that struck the moist nose of the large dog squarely. Although a blow strong enough to incapacitate a person met the soft flesh of the dog's nose, the damage was negligible, yet the insult was profound. Instantly, the massive dog opened its mouth, ready to take a bite. Run, Ron shouted, tossing Hermione onto his back, while he clamped Neville under one arm and Harry under the other. He kicked open the door and bolted outside. Looksee, reluctantly left behind on the ground, waved a paw at the dog's head, which was nearly protruding through the doorway, before darting ahead to lead the way. With Looksee sprinting ahead, Ron, bearing the weight of 3, moved swiftly. Collectively, their weight was lighter than his training dumbbells, rendering this burden trivial. Initially considering running on their own, the trio soon relinquished their struggle as they observed Ron outpace them despite the additional weight. In less than 2 minutes, slightly breathless, Ron arrived at the entrance of the Hogwarts common room on the 8th floor. The fat lady, glancing at the disheveled Ron, burdened with various packages, merely furrowed her brow and opened the door for him. The 4 young wizards, having narrowly escaped the jaws of the dog, collapsed onto the armchairs, with even Ron feeling a tinge of fear. That was a 3-headed dog, despite being merely a dozen times larger than an ordinary dog. Its 2 additional heads presented a significant threat. This creature was a highly dangerous magical being, akin to a land tank, impervious to most forms of attack. Possessing exceptional resistance to both magic and physical assaults, its endurance was second only to dragons. While the dog had fur, dragons were armored with scales, underscoring the formidable resilience of this creature. Although it had a susceptibility to hypnosis, even when entranced, ordinary wizards still found themselves at a loss against it. With 3 heads, 3 hearts, and 3 lives, it could endure 3 Avada Kedavra curses, particularly after losing 1 head or sustaining a severe injury. The enraged 3-headed dog would be unfazed by musical hypnosis, unleashing despair upon anyone who crossed its path. Looksee, the 4 young wizards glared at the sticky feline, their expressions a mix of annoyance and confusion. Looksee, realizing his mistake, drooped his eyes and mewed pathetically, cradling his head in his paws and elevating his rear. Is this what we do when punished? Harry, perplexed by Luxie's behavior, glanced at his own hands before casting a look at Luxie's raised fluffy backside, uncertainly inquiring. When did receiving punishment involve a spanking? Ron, equally baffled, questioned, who taught you that? Meow? Luxie cracked one eye open. A woo, he explained to Ron, revealing that he had witnessed such antics in an empty classroom. Please refrain from learning such nonsense in the future. Ah, never mind. Although it was a bit shocking, at least everyone is fine. No, only children require such lessons. Luxie, it's time for a bath. The moment the words were uttered, Luxie's eyes widened in terror as he stared at his master. Meow, 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 he protested, shaking his head fervently. He wished to flee but was too frightened to do so, caught in a tumultuous struggle between the fear of bathing and the instinct to escape, trembling uncontrollably. The initially irate young wizards couldn't help but chuckle at Luxie's pitifully near-tearful visage. What is wrong with him? Neville, bewildered, asked Ron. It's his first infraction of the school rules, sneaking out at night. But it's fine. Next time we go out, we'll take him along. He'll get used to it. Now, Luxie, you're in for a washing, Ron declared, gripping the scruff of Luxie's neck. Starting tomorrow. You two will join me for morning runs at 6 o'clock, circling Hogwarts several times. Oh dear, they groaned in unison. Spare us. We were joking. The poor lad is destined for a life of solitude. They exchanged glances of despair. Very well then. Chapter 41. A year of shock for Hagrid ultimately. Ron relented and spared Harry and Neville. The two were sufficiently frightened by the three-headed dog, tossing and turning until the early hours of the morning, muttering bizarre phrases in their sleep, undoubtedly plagued by unpleasant dreams. The castle lay in eerie silence, devoid of sound. Even Filch, the diligent caretaker, refraining from his rounds at this hour. Though typically a light sleeper, even the elderly man required rest. Stealthily making his way to the kitchen, Ron startled the house elf busily preparing breakfast. May I assist you? The elf inquired. I intend to go for a morning run, but I'd like to bring some breakfast with me. Do you have any sandwiches? Ham and beef with tomatoes and lettuce. No salad dressing, please. Certainly, just a moment. Watching the cheerful elf scurry away to prepare his breakfast, a flicker of sympathy crossed Ron's azure eyes, even though they hardly needed it. I think I begin to understand why Hermione later established the House Elf Protection Society. As a traverser, Ron's mindset is not vastly different from that of those young wizards born of Muggle heritage, for both have grown in a society devoid of magic. Their experiences and perceptions starkly contrast with those of true wizards. Take, for instance, the concept of slavery. While the term may seem harsh, and though house elves serve wizards with eagerness and enthusiasm, fundamentally, it is a form of subjugation, a one-sided exploitation. The Weasley family, being the most populous among the 28 pure-blood families, may be somewhat impoverished, yet within their ordinariness, one can always find elements that distinguish them from other commonplace wizarding households. For example, there exists a magical clock that reveals the current circumstances of family members, or a collection of rare magical tomes that would be impossible to find elsewhere, even if they barely fill a single bookshelf. Within a tattered book resembling a wizarding chronicle, Ron discovered accounts regarding the origins of house elves. They are a branch of fairies, but fundamentally, they ought to be considered a subset of those beings. Goblins from Gringotts have historically engaged in numerous recorded conflicts with wizards, as well as countless unrecorded skirmishes. As highly intelligent magical beings endowed with systematic independent magical abilities, wizards being a type of magical being themselves, they cannot be devoid of ambition concerning their position at the pinnacle of the magical food chain. Goblins are fond of wealth, and an elevated status would facilitate their ability to amass gold and jewels. In those early days, goblins did not delve deeply into the study of finance. Like the wizards of their time, they relied on brute force to assert their influence. Is there anything more lucrative than robbery? Certainly. Yet in that era of limited resources, one had no choice but to depend on one's strength. House elves, on the other hand, represent the reparations following the goblins' defeat in their wars against wizards a millennium ago. After a series of humiliating treaties that stripped them of rights, a disdained faction among the goblins was offered to the wizards as tributes. They became trophies of conquest and the first servants. The vanquished have no recourse for resistance or bargaining. This binding contract, etched in their very essence, has been thoroughly ingrained over countless generations. Even today, despite the oaths and bindings having long surpassed their original timelines, and the efficacy of the binding spells having completely waned, the house elves still refrain from rebellion. Your breakfast is ready. The house elf meticulously wrapped a steaming sandwich in oiled paper, fully aware of Ron's appetite. The sandwich was hefty, weighing at least 2 pounds. Thank you very much. Momentarily dazed, Ron reached out to accept the breakfast package, which he then stowed in his backpack. Is there anything else you require of us? The house elf inquired humbly, his bright eyes sparkling with anticipation. To be of service is a source of joy for house elves. Well, there are some requests. Ron nodded, though he felt it was not the appropriate time to discuss them. I need to go for my morning run, but I shall return with Fred and the others tonight. Could you assist in preparing some ingredients? Ron extracted a handful of golden galleons from his wallet and placed them into the somewhat bewildered hands of the house elf. Although this was not the first instance, just the previous night, after a late-night snack with Fred and George, he had also paid for the ingredients. It was a matter of course. Was it not? The house elves quickly jotted down the ingredients Ron required, and after bidding him farewell as he departed the kitchen, they resumed their bustling activities. Preparing breakfast for 1,000 patrons, a task not easily accomplished, despite their proficiency. Ron contemplated making slight changes for the house elves, though he would not pursue the extreme measures Hermione had taken in the original narrative. Such unilateral considerations were fundamentally misguided, as the ingrained servility lay deep within their hearts, and the wizarding world was far from ready to embrace Hermione's radical views. Any unilateral actions taken would yield no positive outcome, only adding unnecessary burdens to the house elves. Nonetheless, Ron entertained the notion of enhancing their conditions, albeit not at this moment. Change must come incrementally. The flames of revolution could not ignite prematurely, and were the house elves not content as they were? Ron had little interest in planting a red flag throughout the magical realm. However, driven by a sense of humanitarian compassion, he acknowledged that even capitalists pay wages, adhering to the last vestiges of human decency. He felt a twinge of guilt for taking advantage of their efforts without reciprocation and resolved to contribute in some meaningful way in the future. Stepping out of the castle gates, he gazed across the remarkably expansive greenery that stretched for miles around Hogwarts. After making a full circuit of the grounds, he followed the lakeside path, where the morning breeze wafted from the Black Lake, laden with moisture. Unbeknownst to him, after running approximately a third of the circuit along the lakeshore, he gradually came to a halt, not due to exhaustion, but because Luxie, his feline companion, was panting heavily, nearly out of breath. Cats are not naturally suited for long-distance running, and this lap must have covered no less than 15 miles. Despite Luxie's canine-like sense of smell, he was still a young kitten, and his inherent limitations were glaringly apparent at this moment. At the terminus of the lakeside path, proceeding further would lead them to the sparse edge of the Forbidden Forest, where one would encounter no peculiar magical creatures, though rabbits and various birds were plentiful. Ron mused that he could hardly outrun the fleeting rabbit that had just vanished from sight, and his desire for roasted rabbit for breakfast was reluctantly abandoned. Beyond these small creatures, however, there were some domesticated animals near the forest's edge, such as a hunting dog wearing a collar, squatting to relieve itself under a small tree. Startled by the unexpected presence of a young wizard wandering about at such an early hour, the dog jumped, causing its stream to quiver and warm liquid to splatter onto its front paws. The dog raised its leg and licked its tongue. The familiar scent, undoubtedly its own, though it seemed a bit pungent lately. However, now was hardly the time for such musings. Someone was actually spying on the dog while it urinated. Woof, woof, woof. A towering canine stood, barking exuberantly with its mouth agape, its tail wagging excitedly while feigning a ferocious demeanor. Yet, in its fervent defense of its territory, its gaze frequently darted toward the small cottage nearby, diminishing its bravado significantly. The dog appeared far less valiant than it pretended. Luke, who had been panting heavily, suddenly sprang forward after taking a few deep breaths, his arched back and fluffed fur lending him an air of grandeur. Luke was no ordinary house cat. The rarely vocal feline had awakened his primal instincts as a hunter, and there was no way this dog could intimidate him. The raspy growl, reminiscent of electric music, caused the dog's tail, which had been held high, to tuck between its legs. Before Luke could make any further move, the creature bolted, showing no hesitation whatsoever. Barking furiously, the dog quickly stood and hurled itself through the large wooden door, slipping inside with a swift motion. Inside the stone cottage, the panicked barks echoed continuously. Luke, puzzled, turned his head towards Ron, his expression almost conveying, "I haven't even exerted myself. How did he vanish so quickly? Perhaps it was sheer cowardice." Ron's lips twitched in a wry smile. Although aware of Fong's timid nature, he found it hard to believe such a display. After all, it was a dog. How could it be frightened so easily by a cat? How utterly embarrassing. A cacophony of noise erupted from within the cottage, abruptly halting the dog's barks, replaced by a muffled whimper that could be discerned upon closer listening. "Fong, what's the matter? Are you all right?" A voice, familiar and booming, resonated. Just the day before, this very voice had guided the young wizard along the path to the boat. "Did you get scared by a rabbit again? You are a dog. Please, don't humiliate yourself like this. Just smell yourself, you reek of urine." With a heavy sigh, the door of the cottage swung open. A small giant emerged, Hagrid, his hair a wild, unkempt mane, dressed in what seemed to be the same clothes he had worn for days. He carried what appeared to be a rather flattened dog. "Who's there?" Hagrid called gruffly. Though it was about time to rise, there was a stark difference between waking naturally and being roused abruptly. "It's me, Hagrid. I was out for a morning run when I encountered your dog, but it seems Luke frightened him," Ron replied. a grin spreading across his face at the sight of the dog, tongue lolling and wearing a comical expression of impending demise. "Oh, just a cat. I see you've made some progress, Fong. It wasn't he a rabbit this time." Hagrid, with a resigned gesture, released Fong, who immediately sprang up from the ground. Hiding behind Hagrid and curiously staring at Luke, its previously tucked tail now standing tall once again. What a display of canine bravado. "Well done." Upon recognizing Ron, Hagrid raised his hand and gave him a thumbs up, remarking that Snape had suffered a considerable setback. "I hear you gave him quite a tongue lashing?" "Absolutely." Professor McGonagall kept her lips sealed, maintaining a strict discretion. Yet, Hogwarts was rife with portraits, and many matters could not be concealed, especially such unprecedented amusement. Come on, hurry inside to warm up. It's only September, yet the chill is unbearable," Hagrid continued, gesturing for Ron to enter. His beaming smile revealed his undeniable delight. After all, guests were a rarity in his humble abode, and he greatly admired Ron's robust stature. Now, this is what a man should look like. Despite the modest appearance of Hagrid's cottage, the space felt rather cramped compared to his towering physique. Nevertheless, upon entering, Ron was immediately dazzled by the scene before him. The ceiling was cluttered with an assortment of various trinkets, and a bundle of unicorn tail hairs hung from above, each worth at least 10 galleons. Rare and precious magical materials lay strewn about haphazardly, resembling discarded rubbish. Though constructed of stone, the worth of Hagrid's collection far surpassed that of 10 average dwellings. This was the epitome of affluence. "What is the matter?" Hagrid inquired, bending down to place a soot-blackened kettle over the fire, scratching his head in bewilderment. "Oh, it's just that I've never seen such an array of magical materials before. It's rather overwhelming." "Is that a unicorn horn? Don't they burn themselves to ashes when they grow old? How could there be horns remaining?" Ron pointed curiously at a pristine, spiraled horn, recognizing its immense value. Unicorns were extraordinarily difficult to hunt, and the repercussions of slaying one were dire. This single horn could fetch no less than 30,000 galleons. Though rare, it's not unusual for me. I have several sacks full of such items. How dare those wretched souls think they could target Hogwarts? Hagrid huffed indignantly, gesturing towards a bulging sack propped against the wall, filled with an assortment of peculiar objects. While the Forbidden Forest was not under Hogwarts protection, both Dumbledore and several previous headmasters had established magical alarms within its boundaries. The moment any ill-intentioned individuals breach this area, I'll be alerted immediately, he declared, pointing to an old, yellowed map hanging on the wall. At first glance, one might mistake it for a childish crude doodle, for the map was drawn in an exceedingly hasty manner. The Forbidden Forest, depicted in a trapezoidal shape, was divided into more than a dozen distinct regions, each marked with small inscriptions indicating the territories of various creatures. Ron's gaze fell upon the names of the eight-eyed giant spider, the chimera, the manticore, the acromantula, and the five-legged beast. Aside from dragons, werewolves, and basilisks, the forest harbored an entire collection of perilously dangerous creatures. Ah, indeed. There exists a serpent creature within the castle of Hogwarts, and soon, fire dragons and werewolves shall also grace its grounds. This is utterly outrageous. No wonder the Forbidden Forest is deemed forbidden. Should an impetuous young wizard inadvertently venture deep within, who could fathom the perils that await? It is a pity that Hogwarts lacks dragons. How splendid it would be to have such delightful companions. I have long desired to care for one. Hagrid sighed with a tinge of regret, yet in the next moment, he appeared invigorated. By the way, your brother Charlie has gone to Romania to tend to dragons. Has he not? How enviable. He mentioned to me before graduating that among the Weasley clan, that lad was my favorite. Of course, now with you in the mix, you are quite impressive as well. Both held steaming cups of tea, slurping contentedly, as the damp chill of the early morning dissipated. Just as Hagrid was introducing Ron to his beloved creatures, the towering giant suddenly furrowed his brow. He gazed at the yellowed map, where a yellow dot flickered incessantly. Has there been an invasion? Ron sprang to his feet, his gaze fixed fervently upon Hagrid. No, an invasion would trigger a red alert. This indicates a conflict has arisen. Hagrid frowned slightly, vexed by the centaurs. Why could they not rest a bit early in the morning? What is troubling the centaurs? Although it is not an invasion by poachers, such conflicts involving magical creatures are not found in textbooks, and first-year students do not have classes on magical creature protection. It is difficult for Ron to feign disinterest. How about I accompany you? Ron's eyes gleamed with fervor as he fixed his gaze on Hagrid, causing Hagrid a headache from the intensity of it. Why must you Weasleys burden me so? With a pained sigh, Hagrid lamented the chaos brought by the twins, and now. Another Ron had joined the fray. Absolutely not. It is far too perilous. You are merely a first-year wizard. I cannot permit you to take such risks. Professors McGonagall and Dumbledore would have my head. Hagrid adamantly refused this unreasonable request. I can take care of myself. Just watch. Ron brandished his wand, pointing it at the emptied wooden teacup before him. Hagrid stepped back. Yes, a bit further. Splintering charm. With a flick of his wand and the incantation uttered, An invisible force struck the enormous wooden cup, shattering it into a multitude of tiny splinters, along with the solid wooden table beneath it. Reduced to fragments by the unleashed magic. What have you done? Hagrid's booming voice reverberated, leaving Ron's head ringing. Have you gone mad? This is utterly insane. Hagrid, who had been forced to abandon his studies prematurely, could scarcely find words to describe such an outrageous spell. Not even a 7th-year student could accomplish such a feat. Perhaps a professor could, but he had never witnessed anything like this before. Restore it to its original state. As the wand waved once more, the splinters of wood astonishingly reverted to their original state. Hagrid rubbed his eyes vigorously, gazing at Ron as though he were a creature of peculiar origin. I must admit, you are the most extraordinary person I have ever encountered. Let us not dwell on it. It's simply absurd, he lamented, tugging at his hair in frustration. He was at a loss as to how to counsel Ron. Self-preservation seemed a distant dream, and enduring such a curse might prove perilous. Not to mention the welfare of those adorable creatures. Professor Dumbledore had scheduled weekly tutoring sessions for me every Saturday afternoon, and I deemed my skills to be quite commendable. As long as I didn't encounter magical creatures with fully maxed-out resistance, I should be able to fend for myself. Hagrid fixed a serious gaze upon Ron, his brow furrowed in distress, still hesitating to give his consent. I can ensure Fred and George refrain from recklessly wandering into the Forbidden Forest. Really? Indeed. It's a deal. A resounding clap of hands echoed as Hagrid, having made up his mind, nodded affirmatively. Only this once, but it must remain a secret, understood? My lips are sealed. It seems the achievement of 30 days of 3 will have to be postponed. If I keep this up today, I could complete it by next week, which suddenly makes me feel a bit unsettled. Chapter 42. Force is not the optimal solution to problems. Hagrid hastily stuffed several rock-like biscuits into his mouth, crunching them with a loud crack, and after slightly satiating his hunger, he retrieved his hunting bow. The bowstring, made from the tendons of an unknown magical beast, was as thick as his little finger. Ron attempted to draw it, but could barely manage to stir the string. This bow can kill an elephant with a single arrow? Despite his astonishment at Hagrid's immense strength, Ron held unwavering faith in his words. An elephant? What is that? I don't believe I've heard of it. Hagrid began to insert spear-like arrows into his quiver, and, once secured on his back, he took the bow from Ron's hands. Curiosity evident in his expression. It's a large animal you can see in a Muggle zoo, with an extraordinarily flexible trunk. It's the largest terrestrial creature. Oh, not a magical creature then. Hagrid responded with a hint of regret. He had little interest in non-magical animals, for in terms of ferocity, magical creatures overwhelmingly surpassed their ordinary counterparts. In Hagrid's eyes, those mundane animals were merely fodder for his beloved pets. All right, let us be off. We must hurry. As centaurs are particularly protective of their territory. However, he sighed, but Aragog has truly multiplied excessively. Aragog, he was my pet spider from school, a fluffy little fellow. Quite endearing. Hagrid chuckled, scratching his head and then glancing at Fong. I know you're too scared to go. Fine, you can guard the house today. Woof, woof. Fong's eyes sparkled with joy as he wagged his tail incessantly. It was splendid for him not to venture into the Forbidden Forest. By the way, Ron, it's best not to bring your cat. If it runs amok, it could easily get hurt. To be honest, Aragog's offspring can be a bit temperamental. We wouldn't want to frighten them. Upon hearing Hagrid's words, Lucy let out a defiant growl, disdainfully lowering his head, causing Yaya to scurry into a corner, trembling in fear. All right, little one, you are just like Ron, always by my side. Hagrid glanced at Lucy with satisfaction before turning to Ron, asking, do you mind if I find him a companion? I believe a manticore would get along splendidly with him. Yaya is too timid. If we can't have a hunting dog, a hunting cat would suffice. Lucy was merely a few months old. Ron wiped the sweat from his brow and gently ruffled Lucy's bristled fur, attempting to soothe him. Though to no avail. We'll discuss this later, Ron thought to himself, well aware of Hagrid's remarkable cross-species breeding capabilities. That blast-ended screw-it was a testament to his extraordinary talent. As they engaged in aimless chatter, the two hurriedly departed the small cabin and ventured towards the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid's strides were long, compelling Ron to jog to keep pace. The underbrush, thick with weeds and thorns, posed no challenge to Hagrid, but for Ron, it was a different story. His robes had become tattered from the relentless snags, and even trailing behind Hagrid, he could not escape the inevitable wear and tear. The initially humid and cool air was soon replaced by the foul, decaying odor that permeated the Forbidden Forest. After approximately 15 minutes of running, they reached the heart of the forest, where distant roars and the howls of centaurs echoed ominously. I'm going to speed up, Ron. Can you keep up? If not, hop on my back. As Hagrid took off, his speed was astonishing. His massive frame, though appearing cumbersome, belied a remarkable stride that allowed him to cover ground far more swiftly than an ordinary person. Ron sprinted desperately to remain in Hagrid's wake. Emerging through the dense thicket, Ron found himself in a modest clearing. While it still boasted its share of trees, it felt significantly more spacious. Arrows, densely packed, had impaled spiders of various sizes, from those as small as wash basins to those as large as bathtubs, onto the treetops, trunks, and ground. The centaurs, skilled archers, were not foolish enough to engage in close combat with the multitude of acromantulas, despite their commendable melee capabilities with spears. Stop right there. Hagrid's thunderous roar interrupted the fierce battle, momentarily halting both sides. Hagrid, a battle-frenzied centaur shouted defiantly, I must slay these wretched spiders today. They've harmed our foal. These eight-legged beasts must die. Not even you can stop me this time. This burly centaur, dark-skinned and heavily muscled, stood out among his kin, seemingly more adept in melee than archery, as he wielded his spear against the encroaching spiders. Bane! Damn it! Hagrid glared furiously at the centaur. Yet he could not bring himself to strike it or shoot an arrow in its direction, knowing full well that such an act would result in severe consequences. A creature of that stature could not withstand the force of Hagrid's wrath. As for the acromantula, they were descendants of Aragog and would heed only his commands. Though Hagrid was Aragog's master, it was a clear truth that a vassal's vassal is not necessarily a king's subject. While they would not harm Hagrid at Aragog's behest, they would likewise disregard his orders. Surely this creature is edible, thought Ron, as he patted Lucy, the obedient feline who approached, its little nose twitching as it earnestly sniffed the air. With a soft paw, Lucy tapped the spiny exoskeleton of the enormous spider, nodding in response. It detected no particularly foul odor. Biological toxins typically exude a distinctive scent, whereas the colorless and tasteless poisons are usually products of refinement. Clearly, the acromantula lacked such capabilities. Lucy then pointed to the severed head of the deceased spider, gently shaking its head. I know, Ron replied, recalling Hagrid's lesson. We must remove the head before it is safe to eat. He tore a substantial piece from his tattered robe to cushion his hands, placing one foot firmly on the spider's back before exerting a forceful pull. With a sharp crack, he detached one of the spider's legs, which was as thick as a man's arm. Ron glanced around. Hagrid was engaged in a second negotiation with the centaur. With Aragog absent, the spider was uncooperative. Yet the centaur was always amenable. Once the centaur departed, it would not be too late to discuss matters with Aragog. Noticing that no one was paying attention to him, Ron gathered a few twigs and constructed a modest fire pit, then reached in to probe. The flames roared to life. A blazing inferno sprang forth in his hands, igniting the somewhat damp twigs. Using his wand might have been too powerful, potentially causing a conflagration. But he had to keep his ability to perform magic without a wand a secret. Though limited to simple, singular spells, it was quite an extraordinary feat for a young wizard. As for Hagrid, despite his kind nature, he was notoriously loose-lipped, unless instructed by Dumbledore. He would prefer not to have the entire school aware of Ron's wandless magic. Jealousy is a sin, especially when one is unable to transform envy into admiration. While the roaring bonfire did attract a modicum of attention, the centaurs were more focused on the spiders scuttling about in the trees. The acromantula, however, lacked the cognitive ability to ponder such matters. Before long, Ron had propped two severed spider legs atop the crackling fire, the flames licking at the ebony exoskeleton, consuming the short, needle-like hairs. Ron had accompanied Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest not merely for knowledge, but to satiate his curiosity. There was no quicker way to fulfill that yearning than to sample the forest's unique delicacies firsthand. Hagrid, who was not particularly eloquent, found it exceedingly challenging to persuade the centaurs to cease their actions, especially since the one leading them was Bane, a rather obstinate and brash fellow. Had it been Firenze or any other centaur, perhaps his counsel would have been heeded. Just as Hagrid clenched his fists, contemplating delivering a slap to instill some sense into Bane, a peculiar fragrance, mingled with the scent of burning wood, wafted into his nostrils. Ron, be careful. Hagrid, would you like to try some spider legs? They taste like crab and are delightfully crunchy. Ron, with a grin, pointed toward the campfire while reaching for his wand on his back. I noticed it earlier. Magical energy surged into his wand like a torrent. Reminiscent of the time he had pummeled Peeves, the resultant magical wind caused the flames to flicker. With a swift motion, Ron waved his wand above his head, and the giant spider that had just lunged at them was struck squarely on the head by the wand. The sound of its carapace shattering was crisp and melodious, drawing the centaur's attention toward them. They beheld a diminutive colt, no, rather a youthful wizard, brandishing his stick, and with a swing akin to that of a baseball bat, he obliterated the grotesque head of the eight-eyed spider. The head, severed from its body, traced a straight line towards a tree trunk, where its fangs embedded themselves with a dull thud. The headless spider's body continued to descend, but a hefty boot landed forcefully on its unspiked abdomen, sending the corpse hurtling 2 meters into a thicket with a muffled thud. Hagrid, would you care to sample? The spider legs are ready. I believe they should taste quite delightful. Ron issued the invitation once more, and Hagrid blinked, then shook his head with a somewhat inscrutable expression. We did not come here to feast, he lamented, furrowing his brow. Hagrid was familiar with Ron's strength, which did not particularly surprise him. That is easily remedied. Do you require assistance? What do you intend to do? Force is not the optimal solution to our problems. Ron removed the roasted spider leg from the fire, cracked open its shell, inhaled deeply with delight, then set it aside. Yet force is the quickest means to resolve an issue, especially when they refuse to heed your words. Ron raised his wand once more, but this time, he did not intend to strike the spider. Thunderous explosion. He swung his wand vigorously, and upon uttering the incantation, a red orb of magical energy, roughly the size of a basin, shot forth, aimed at an open space several dozen meters away, where the spiders were clustered, 20 meters from the centaurs. There was no time for reaction, although the spell had a travel time. It was a forceful spell that defied conventional logic. When the projectile's weight was negligible, its speed surpassed that of a bullet. The greater the amount of magical energy, the more potent the explosive force upon release. In this case, the magic possessed no mass, allowing it to soar with unparalleled velocity. The residual shadows flickered upon the retina, only to be swiftly engulfed by an overwhelming explosion that commandeered the entirety of one's vision. A thunderous roar erupted within the forbidden forest. Although the dense foliage absorbed much of the sound, preventing it from escaping the woods, within a mere few dozen meters, neither centaurs nor acromantulas could evade the calamity. Obstacles loomed large. Ron, who had yet to master the shield charm, temporarily substituted it with a barrier spell, deflecting the debris of stones, trees, and earth that were violently hurled about by the detonation, keeping them at bay by several meters. However, the centaurs lacked any magical protection, despite the 20-meter distance. The ferocity of the shockwave was akin to a direct detonation, instantly tearing through the ranks of the centaurs. Bane, positioned at the forefront, was hurled several meters away, colliding violently with a robust tree, incapacitated for a considerable time. Now, are you willing to heed Hagrid's counsel? Ron spoke kindly, observing the dazed centaurs slowly nod in agreement. Then I leave it to you, Hagrid. With that, Ron stowed his wand and nodded towards Hagrid, settling upon a stone, turning his back to them as he picked up a roasted spider leg. His hands trembled, but with his back turned, none were the wiser. The explosion charm was of a far greater magnitude than the Lumos spell. A mere 10 units of magical energy had been abruptly drained by 5. The prior disarray and restoration spells, coupled with the barrier charm, had depleted the remainder of his magic. Should it not have been for his sheer willpower, Ron would have collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. Even so, it took a lengthy pause for him to regain a modicum of strength. However, the spider leg, once a tad too hot, now possessed the perfect temperature for consumption. The tender, white flesh was remarkably elastic yet astonishingly succulent, delivering a delightful sweetness that danced upon Ron's palate, a taste of sheer bliss, rendering him utterly satisfied and entranced. I absolutely adore this place. I am enamored with acromantulas, Ron exclaimed with genuine admiration, causing Hagrid, who approached him, to shudder inexplicably. Regret washed over him for bringing Ron along. He would have preferred to contend with the twins, as preventing them from entering the forest seemed of far lesser concern. Chapter 43, Mosaic. It appeared that Hagrid had reached an accord with the centaurs. Following Ron's devastating explosion spell, the remnants of the acromantulas had scattered, as those remaining had long since fled. Those spiders may lack intellect, their instinct to seek safety is undeniably strong. With the absence of threats and foes, the centaurs were left without purpose, especially since their leader, Bane, had been violently propelled away, nearly suffering a grievous injury. Hagrid, already possessing considerable authority within the Forbidden Forest, wielded a combat prowess capable of overpowering most magical creatures therein, with few beings able to stand on equal footing with him. After calming down, the centaurs naturally conceded to Hagrid, nodding obediently, eager to depart from the scene. Ron, having finished the roasted spider legs and regained some strength, rose and approached Hagrid. The centaurs, seeing this diminutive figure, grew increasingly anxious, shifting nervously and huddling together. They were well aware from Hagrid that this young foal was indeed a first-year student, merely 11 years old, with no pretense whatsoever. Ron, have you eaten well? Upon hearing Ron's greeting, Hagrid turned, his expression noticeably relaxed. Hagrid always applied the principle of might makes right when dealing with magical creatures. He was genuinely pleased and somewhat envious of Ron's actions. After all, he was theoretically deprived of his wand and unable to cast spells, though he could discreetly use his pink umbrella. Nevertheless, he wished he could catch a dragon and secretly raise it in the Forbidden Forest. Alas, it was all about Aragog. At the mere mention of this name, Hagrid sighed deeply, lamenting, "He is aging, and I fear his time is short. Perhaps he wishes to secure more territory for his offspring to thrive before his clan disperses." Such is the heart of a parent. Hagrid wiped the moisture from his eyes, evidently moved by his own heartfelt sentiment. Bah! Bane spat disdainfully. These 8-legged creatures even feast upon their own kin. They possess no heart. Even if they did, it would have long been consumed. Bane remained irritable, his words harsh but not unfounded. Compared to other magical beings, the intelligence of the acromantula was relatively primitive. Only ancient creatures like Aragog could exhibit any semblance of normal intellect, and even fewer could speak. Most encounters with Acromantula involved those who had not attained sentience. The intelligent ones would avoid conflict with wizards. Such a waste, Ron thought regretfully upon hearing Bane's remarks. What? Despite a lingering trepidation, Bane held his ground defiantly. I mean, these Acromantula consuming themselves is truly a waste. They are delicacies. Ron licked his lips, the sweet flavor of the spider legs still lingering in his mouth. Could you assist me? Ron suddenly inquired, startling the centaurs. Is that possible? As he stepped forward, the centaurs recoiled in unison, except for the defiant Bane, who remained still. Although beads of cold sweat began to form on his brow, even now, his back still ached. What are you jesting about, little fool? Bane spoke, a hint of unacknowledged tension in his voice. Centaurs are not mules. We have no obligation to aid you. The rigid opening caused Ron to furrow his brow. For some inexplicable reason, Bane felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. He harbored a deep aversion to wizards and loathed any interaction with them. Despite the heavy psychological burden he bore, he had no intention of retracting his words. Did I not assist you in vanquishing those 8-eyed giant spiders? Your arrows are nearly depleted, and should these creatures close in, even the valiant centaurs would find it difficult to retreat unscathed. At the very least, their venom would spell trouble for you. We must coexist harmoniously and lend each other aid. Do not be so stingy. I apologize for the accidental injury earlier. But to eradicate the 8-eyed spiders, I had no choice but to unleash my magic there. However, I trust that as robust centaur warriors, you are all unharmed, correct? Ron reached out and patted Bane's muscular arm. The force of the gesture agitated Bane's dull ache, and he barely managed to suppress a cry of pain. Of course, Bane enunciated each word through clenched teeth, feeling as though he had been struck by a bear. Where did this young stallion find such brute strength? Yet it appeared that the centaurs were indeed rather petty, unwilling to offer assistance over such a trivial matter. Ron shrugged, his disappointment palpable. The group of centaurs behind Bane began to stir, contemplating the situation. It seemed that Ron's assertions held merit. Aside from Bane's unfortunate tumble, the others bore no injuries. And Ron had indeed helped them deal with the 8-eyed spiders. In contrast, they were reluctant to assist in clearing the battlefield, leading the more innocent centaurs to display awkward expressions of embarrassment. Whispers of mockery might soon circulate within the tribe. Oh look, it's Bane. After just a few days. How he has fallen. To think he was rescued by a mere young stallion. What a remarkable warrior he is, ha ha ha. Such jibes from the future transcended the confines of time, reaching Bane's ears as if conjured by illusion. His complexion fluctuated between shades of green and black as he tightened his grip on the spear, his chest swelling with a deep breath. Yet, this was of no avail. At that moment, sensing Bane's turmoil, Ron spoke up, fully aware of Bane's disdain for wizards. Do you dare? Ron taunted, lifting his chin provocatively. Hearing the grinding of Bane's teeth. You dare to look down upon the brave centaur warriors. Instantaneously incensed, Bane reared up on his hind legs, his heavy hooves crashing down upon the earth with a resounding thud. So do you concede? Ron grinned at Bane, but in his eyes, it was merely another opportunity for ridicule. Ron, Hagrid interjected with a tone of discontent, you cannot act this way. It is far too dangerous. He placed a hand firmly on Ron's shoulder, his palm encompassing Ron's wand. You will kill him. Hagrid's words fell like a battering ram, shattering the remnants of Bane's reason. You are talking nonsense. Bane's mane flared up, resembling a firecracker ignited in the form of a robust black centaur, exploding instantaneously on the spot. Fear not, for I shall refrain from employing magic. At most, you may find yourself half paralyzed, but death will evade you. Ron patted Hagrid's large hand, then drew forth his wand. Let us commence as soon as this canute touches the ground. With a copper canute secured by his left thumb, Ron flicked it with his finger, sending the coin soaring high into the air before it began its swift descent, tumbling gracefully. Both man and centaur focused intently on one another. As the canute fell between them, producing a faint thud upon impact with the ground, the two sprang into action. Mere meters apart, Bane wielded a spear, a weapon characteristic of centaurs, its wooden shaft adorned with an unknown metallic tip, submerged in a special potion concocted by their kind. This spear's sharpness and resilience surpassed that of steel. A mere 2 to 3 meters lay between them, well within Bane's striking range. Centaurs are notably tall, and with an extended reach coupled with a spear nearly 2 meters long, this distance was inconsequential. A fierce whistle sliced through the air as Bane unleashed a devastating sweep with his obsidian spear, propelled by an immense force. In his frenzy, Bane momentarily forgot to hold back. He had long since disregarded the consequences of inadvertently slaying the young wizard before him, which would invite terrifying repercussions from both the Ministry of Magic and Hogwarts, potentially even endangering his own tribe. The intent to kill has surfaced. Prepared for the assault, Ron crouched low as the spear approached. Just as it grazed overhead, he angled his wand, striking along the trajectory of the spear's sweep. Greetings. A grinning visage appeared before Bane. Employing a technique akin to the dog-beating stick method, Ron wielded his iron birch wand with finesse, each strike resonating with a sound that compelled the surrounding centaurs to cover their faces in horror, peering through their fingers, suppressing cries of alarm. The relentless barrage of blows continued for a full minute, leaving Bane a mosaic of bruises, his features grotesquely swollen, resembling a basketball. Yet, fortunately for him, his dark centaur coat served as natural camouflage, concealing any potential marks. Aside from his swollen visage, Bane appeared to have endured little harm. Still alive, I see. Ron sheathed his wand and took a few deep breaths to steady himself, gently patting Bane's face, eliciting a shuddering twitch from the beleaguered centaur. Observing Bane's pain complaints, Ron felt a wave of relief. Although he had not enchanted his strikes, he had indeed struck with genuine force. Yet, the centaur's tough hide had proven resilient. Thus, I claim victory. Ron raised his gaze towards the centaur warriors behind Bane, tilting his head slightly to urge them to hasten their efforts. However, the centaurs retreated in unison, taking 3, 4, 5, or even 6 steps back, utterly lacking in perception. What are you dawdling for? Ron shot them a glare and exclaimed loudly. Why aren't you getting to work? A bet is a bet. Do you intend to renege? A flurry of panicked affirmations ensued as the centaur warriors hastily drew their weapons and moved forward. If the acromantula was still alive, they might face some difficulties. However, dismembering the corpse posed no challenge at all. The venomous fangs and venom sacs were deftly extracted by the skilled centaur warriors, who handled the task with remarkable efficiency. All of this is for me. To be honest, Ron had not expected Hagrid to show any interest in these items. After all, Aragog had many offspring. A visit to their lair would reveal the sheer multitude, a dark mass stretching as far as the eye could see. Yet, as soon as Hagrid's words left his lips, he offered an awkward smile to mask his embarrassment. If Ron were to accompany him there, it wouldn't be long before the acromantula faced extinction at Hogwarts. Hagrid had nurtured them for 50 years and had developed some degree of attachment, even if he wasn't particularly fond of them anymore, having grown weary after so long. Oh, is that so? So many? Ron feigned ignorance of Hagrid's expression, responding with an exaggerated look of delight. Hagrid, let us make a deal. He chuckled, playfully perching on Hagrid's shoulder. I know nothing, absolutely nothing. Just take these and leave swiftly. The Forbidden Forest is no place for a little wizard like you. Points will be deducted. Hagrid flustered, attempted to divert the conversation, but his efforts were in vain. Ron's resolve was far from fragile. What if I could give you the opportunity to raise a dragon, or perhaps even more? The word dragon resonated with Hagrid like a potent enchantment, instantly occupying his every thought. Really? His eyes widened, gleaming brightly as if they could illuminate the entire room. You must understand the conditions for raising a dragon, right? A Ministry of Magic permit. The facility must meet standards for the care of dangerous creatures, and the caretaker must pass the first level of the Beastmaster examination, obtaining a Dragon Handler-S qualification. Charlie has already passed the first level, and he is close to acquiring the Dragon Handler certification after another year of internship. I can find a way to secure the Ministry permit. Do you know Cedric? His father is the head of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. While it's not right to use connections, we could strive for the best conditions. Our families maintain a good relationship. However, the most pressing issue at present is the construction of the facility. Even if we don't intend to establish a large-scale breeding operation, just one, even if it's only one. Hagrid's gaze was fervent as he fixed his eyes on Ron, speaking with urgency and excitement. Of course, we wouldn't start on a grand scale, perhaps just 1 or 2 at most. Nevertheless, the costs for the facility are substantial. Meeting the standards for the care of dangerous creatures requires a hefty sum of galleons, a result of generations of accumulation for dragon-keeping families. Well then, Hagrid, would you trade an acromantula for a fire dragon? Absolutely, Hagrid declared with unwavering certainty. Let us make the exchange right away. I have at least 10 to 20,000 acromantulas available. Aside from Aragog, all are fair game. However, the Forbidden Forest belongs to Hogwarts. And while I can assure you of the acromantulas, I cannot make promises regarding anything else. If the fire dragon breeding grounds are established, wouldn't that also belong to Hogwarts? Headmaster Dumbledore is quite reasonable. After all, the Forbidden Forest is vast, and raising a few fire dragons shouldn't pose any issues. Fire dragons are treasures in themselves, and the professors will undoubtedly adore them. Chapter 44. Quirrell, everyone likes him. Hagrid's assistance proved far more efficient than that of the centaurs. He single-handedly carried the mountainous load of ingredients out of the Forbidden Forest and into the castle with great strides. Breakfast had long since concluded, and as he traversed the empty hall, Ron expertly pushed open the kitchen door. With the help of the house elves, this batch of spider legs was sent directly into the underground ice cellar of the kitchen, along with the venom sacs and fangs that had not been processed in time. The house elves designated a separate compartment to ensure that the toxic items would not contaminate the other fresh ingredients. As one of the most eagerly anticipated classes for the young witches and wizards, the students had gathered early in the classroom, now seated obediently. They exchanged excited glances and whispered amongst themselves, undeterred by the pervasive scent of garlic that filled the room. "Apologies, Professor. I hope I'm not late," Ron said, addressing Quirrell, who stood at the podium, as the attention of the young witches and wizards focused on him. "Not at all," Quirrell responded, seemingly startled by Ron's timely entrance, or perhaps for other reasons. He managed a strained expression that was uncertainly reminiscent of a smile and nodded. "Please, have a seat. Mr. Weasley, there is still a moment to spare." His stammer appeared more pronounced than usual, perhaps due to the nerves of his first class, making it difficult to believe he would successfully fulfill the role of an instructor. "Thank you," Ron replied, observing the pale, timid man before him. He nodded gently and took the seat that Harry and the others had saved for him. Despite Quirrell's apparent frailty, Ron was acutely aware of the dark presence that lingered behind him, knowing full well that Voldemort had not treated his servant with kindness. Quirrell, once a distinguished student from Ravenclaw, had excelled during his time at Hogwarts, and his commendable academic record had facilitated his appointment as a professor. The torment he had endured at the hands of Voldemort had undoubtedly transformed him into the shadow of his former self, yet it did little to evoke sympathy. It was a fate of his own making. A decade ago, the ancient protective enchantment cast by Lily Potter rebounded Voldemort's killing curse, obliterating his corporeal form and fracturing his soul, rendering him a mere wraith adrift in the Albanian forests, surviving solely by possessing animals. At this juncture, Voldemort found himself in an exceedingly vulnerable state. As an exemplary graduate of Hogwarts, Quirrell should have been more than capable of confronting this exceedingly weakened fragment of a soul. Even if he could not confront it, fleeing would pose no challenge. Thus, it was likely that he had struck some form of accord with Voldemort. However, it appeared that Voldemort had no intention of fulfilling his end of the bargain, and from the outset, it had been a ruse. Quirrell had been molded by Voldemort into such a state that even Ron felt no sympathy for him, and instead, he was tempted to laugh. "Greed is indeed the original sin. Where have you been?" Hermione gently prodded Ron's arm, her voice barely above a whisper. "Harry mentioned you disappeared early this morning. I went for a morning run, then visited Hagrid for tea, and brought along some supper. We're having barbecue tonight," Ron replied, winking at Hermione, only to receive a stern glare in return. "Now, shall we commence our lesson?" The young witches and wizards fixated their attention on Quirrell, their nerves tinged with anticipation. The subject of defense against the dark arts was evidently one where practical application was paramount, and the mere taste of transfiguration had left them yearning for more. A weary sigh escaped, and the spirits of the young sorcerers dissipated significantly. Professor Quirrell's authority was utterly lacking, failing to command the students, and thus, the classroom descended into a slight chaos. The absence of practical exercises and wands, coupled with mere reading, starkly contrasted with their expectations of a magical school. The common tendency among most 11-year-olds, brimming with vitality, to wish to fly without first learning to walk, was evident. Wizards did not possess any form of preschool education, and attending a magical school at 11 constituted their entire formal education. Perhaps pureblood families had some semblance of supplementary tutoring, yet that was predominantly focused on their illustrious family histories. Muggle-born students fared slightly better, having at least attended primary school. Their experiences in the non-magical realm had not involved magic. As they entered the magical world, still assimilating the wizarding ways, their acceptance levels were relatively high, though they too felt a sense of disappointment. Quiet, quiet, quiet. Quirrell attempted to restore order, yet his hesitance only elicited more suppressed giggles from the students. "Silence, please." Quirrell enunciated clearly, taking a deep breath to calm his agitation, for the raucousness of the young sorcerers was decidedly disheartening. "All right, quiet down. Did you not hear the professor speaking?" Ron rapped his desk, his voice commanding enough to silence the chattering students. For his infamous exploits on the train had already become the stuff of legend. 10 points to Gryffindor, Mr. Weasley. As Chi Luo exhaled slowly, he turned his gaze towards Ron, a flicker of gratitude shimmering in his eyes. This first-year wizard proved to be far more manageable than the older students, who were often unruly and audacious in their antics. Ron silently mused to himself, chuckling quietly, uncertain whether he would ever be able to express thanks aloud. With genuine concern, Ron kindly reminded him that he had no desire to endure Chi Luo reading to them, as that would be excruciatingly dull, far worse than History of Magic, where one could at least doze off or peruse extracurricular literature. The initially downcast first-year students now radiated renewed enthusiasm, their eager gazes fixed on Chi Luo. The professor, feeling a tingle of apprehension, flushed crimson before stammering, "All right then, I shall share a few intriguing tales." Closing the textbook in his hands and cradling it to his chest, he found that this casual conversation alleviated a significant portion of his anxiety. "Professor, why does the classroom smell so strongly of garlic? Are you being pursued by vampires? Are they formidable?" Can they transform into bats? Can they fly? Seymour Feiningen eagerly articulated the collective curiosity of his fellow young wizards. Professor Chi Luo, have you encountered vampires? Are they not quite handsome? The girls seemed to possess a perspective distinct from that of the boys. While the young lads were lost in thoughts of a fierce battle between the professor and a vampire, the girls were envisioning an entirely different confrontation. One that appeared similar at first glance, but grew increasingly askew upon closer inspection. Indeed, I have encountered vampires, Chi Luo replied. His stammer easing significantly as he recounted his experiences. Sharing his stories appeared to provide him with considerable relief. However, Miss Brown, vampires are not quite as glamorous as you imagine. He directed his attention to the girl who posed such peculiar inquiries, Lavender Brown. That notion belongs to fiction. Vampires are treacherous and cunning magical beings. Their skin is exceptionally pale, and they possess a pair of sharp fangs. They cannot transform into bats, but they do have a penchant for blood. While they can consume ordinary food, only blood can satiate their hunger. In the past, several young wizards entered into unions with vampires, but the outcomes were invariably dire. The offspring bearing vampire lineage developed a taste for raw meat and blood. They do not inherit the vampire's long lifespans, but do acquire most of their undesirable traits, leading to their ostracization from the wizarding community. Are they handsome then? Lavender inquired. Seemingly unfazed by the vampire's unsavory habits, her focus solely on their appearance. Can vampires marry humans? Ron, puzzled, interjected. Of course, Mr. Weasley. Vampires possess semi-human characteristics, and most humanoid magical beings are capable of intermarrying with wizards. That is mere fiction, Ron. Hermione nudged him with her elbow, speaking softly. I consulted resources in the library this morning. Vampires are depicted quite differently from what is written in your book, yet it aligns closely with Professor Chi Luo's account. What a pity, Ron sighed dramatically. I had hoped they were edible. Suddenly, the classroom fell into an uncanny silence. With both the young wizards and Chi Luo fixated on Ron, their expressions a mixture of bewilderment and discomfort at his unfortunate remark. Consuming human flesh is undeniably wrong, Mr. Quirrell, stammered a somewhat anxious Chilo. Half-humans are equally unacceptable. It is a violation of the law. Does anyone here possess knowledge of vampires? Hermione raised her hand high, her expression tinged with urgency. Miss Granger, please share, he prompted. Vampires are magical beings originating from the Balkan Peninsula. Hermione spoke rapidly, her words tumbling forth with remarkable speed. As if she had nearly memorized the tome on vampire studies. They typically have a lifespan of around 200 years, though they seldom exceed 300. They harbor an intense aversion to garlic. While not fearful of it, they detest it profoundly, akin to how humans react to excrement, repulsed by any contact. Her extensive knowledge astonished the young wizards, refreshing their perspectives, and a subtle mixture of envy and admiration brewed within them. As first-year students, they couldn't fathom why Hermione exhibited such remarkable prowess. Very well. Gryffindor earns an additional 5 points, Quirrell remarked. As Miss Granger has articulated, they are indeed perilous magical creatures, and their insatiable thirst for blood is an undeniable flaw. I once encountered a half-vampire, a progeny born of the union between a vampire and a wizard, afflicted with severe hematophagy in Romania. The young wizards leaned in, eager to learn how Quirrell managed to deal with such a fearsome half-vampire. I consumed a clove of garlic, which frightened him away. Is that it? Indeed. Huh. This dry, succinct account lacked any thrilling elements. The initial hope for a more exciting revelation among the young wizards quickly dissipated, erupting into a cacophony of chatter as the previously quiet classroom transformed into a lively debate. Professor, exclaimed Seamus, his face contorted in disbelief as he fixated on Quirrell. What is it? Are you suggesting you ingested excrement in front of a vampire? Garlic is akin to human waste in the presence of a vampire, is it not? A cascade of absurd sounds erupted, punctuated by several retching noises. And no, it's not like that. It was simply garlic. Quirrell stammered, waving his hands in panic, beads of anxious sweat forming on his brow. Yet garlic before a vampire is indeed akin to excrement, Seamus retorted mercilessly. You've been consuming excrement until now, he said, crossing his arms and attempting to distance himself from Quirrell. I did not. Quirrell struggled to counter, his faltering words lacking any persuasive power. Come now. How can you say this, Professor? Garlic is merely garlic. It cannot be compared to excrement. Professor Quirrell would never consume excrement, Ron interjected earnestly, silencing the whispers that had filled the classroom. We are wizards. There are no vampires among us. Otherwise, would we not all feel as though we were submerged in a cesspool? Ron positioned himself in the foremost row, rising to sit atop the table. With his back turned to Professor Quirrell, he delicately waved a finger before his nose, blocking his nostrils and displaying an expression of disdain. Professor Quirrell's decision to consume garlic as a deterrent against vampires was indeed sagacious. While spells are also quite effective, the attacks from vampires are often abrupt. The ability to swiftly recall a vampire's weakness in such perilous moments is a cleverness we ought to emulate. and it constitutes the invaluable lesson the professor intends to impart to us. The perceptive young wizards straightened their expressions, their faces reddened with suppressed discomfort. Silently, they raised their hands and bowed their heads slightly, feigning contrition, while in reality, they covered their noses. Is that not so, Professor Quirrell? Ron turned around, his demeanor returning to one of gravity. Indeed, that is correct. Feeling the goodwill emanating from Ron, Quirrell expressed deep gratitude towards him, although a peculiar sensation stirred within him. The sight of Ron's earnest face and the seemingly remorseful young wizards behind him caused Quirrell to dismiss that small oddity. Mr. Weasley, an additional 20 points, he declared. Thank you, Professor. You are exceedingly generous, Ron replied. However, might I suggest you remove your headscarf? I notice you are quite sweaty. It is rather warm now. September's England. After the morning's chill, transformed into a sweltering day that starkly contrasted with the coolness of dawn. Although midday was still some time away, the temperature had already risen, and Quirrell was not perspiring due to the warmth. No, I need not, Quirrell replied, wiping his brow. He gestured towards his headscarf, explaining, This is a gift from an African prince, in gratitude for my assistance in freeing him from a troublesome revenant. Professor, how did you vanquish the revenant? Seymour inquired, his voice deep and resonant. Revenants are formidable beings, are they not? They are indeed terrifying, undead creatures. Hermione exclaimed, raising her arm high. I must say, the weather in England is abominable. I much prefer winter. His gaze flickered, and a flush brightened his pale face. Professor Quirrell, are you perhaps boasting? Upon uttering these words, the young wizards erupted into raucous laughter, covering their noses and chuckling, which caused veins to throb upon Quirrell's forehead. I simply cannot divulge that, he retorted, glaring at Seymour, the instigator of this uproar. How could the professor deceive you? Such dangerous matters are not suitable for you young wizards to know. Revenants are far more vicious than vampires. And you are all still too young. At what grade, then, are we permitted to learn about them? Seymour pressed on with relentless enthusiasm. I could ask the older students. Can't I? Surely they would glean information from you. With a mind undoubtedly filled with knowledge, Hermione commenced an elaborate exposition. She meticulously dissected the malevolent revenants, birthed from the twisted faith of voodoo practitioners, unraveling the obscured tales surrounding them. Hermione's eloquence was remarkable, with a few succinct yet vivid anecdotes. The sinister image of the living dead was entirely constructed. This was far from a classroom on defense against the dark arts. It was Hermione's own forum of enlightenment. Any flicker of jealousy previously felt towards her swiftly transformed into admiration. Who could resist such a knowledgeable and eager-to-share classmate? Even if her slight arrogance was a tad off-putting, one must concede that genius often comes with peculiarities. Miss Granger received ample praise for her excellent exposition. Quirrell, repeatedly rescued from embarrassment, sighed in relief as he concluded Hermione's performance. Then, with a stammering, halting voice, he began recounting the well-worn tales from the textbook to the young wizards. Truly splendid. 45 points. A chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the little sorcerers, marking a remarkable achievement. Ron extracted his roommate from the throng, clapping him on the shoulder and winking at the group. Ha ha ha. Just curiosity. Nothing more, though I shall tread carefully, he chuckled. In class, the boisterous Seamus sheepishly ruffled his hair, displaying a hint of pride as he grinned at his classmates. Gryffindors seemed to have stumbled upon a treasure. They had long been troubled by the relentless point deductions without any recompense, having heard from upperclassmen of their grim history. However, today's lesson ignited inspiration among the young wizards. The innate talent for audacious antics was a hallmark of Gryffindor students. They eagerly anticipated the next defense against the dark arts class. On their way to the common room, they animatedly devised several elaborate schemes to torment Quirrell. That doesn't seem right, Ron. He's a professor, Hermione interjected, feeling uneasy as she tugged at Ron's sleeve after overhearing their peculiar plans. What is the worry? We have you, after all. Did you not see the way everyone looked at you when you spoke of the inferi? It felt quite right, did it not? Indeed. Hermione beamed, her prominent front teeth glinting momentarily. Hermione. Ron quietly pulled her aside and whispered in her ear, You might want to visit the infirmary. Madame Pomfrey might have a surprise for you. Really? Hermione looked at Ron quizzically, then seemed to have an epiphany. She pursed her lips and lifted her smooth, fair chin defiantly. She playfully kicked Ron and turned to walk away. Hey, don't be like that. It's perfectly fine if you don't go. Everything looks good. Ron hurriedly chased after her, saying, Ouch, don't kick. It'll make me look foolish. Chapter 45, For Dreams and Galleons. However, it appeared that the fortune of the Gryffindor students came to an abrupt halt starting today. Whether in charms or herbology, they had completely lost the joy of magical games. Professor Flitwick, despite his endearing demeanor and diminutive stature, was as passionate and meticulous in his teaching as Professor McGonagall. The name of the intrepid hero, Simo, who occasionally set off explosions, echoed among the first-year students, serving as a solemn warning for others regarding his reckless pursuits. As for Professor Sprout's herbology class, Entering her greenhouse without prior knowledge or preparation could lead to dire consequences, even in the least perilous chamber. The magical flora within starkly contrasts with ordinary plants and cannot be merely compared. One could never foresee that a seemingly innocuous ornamental plant might, upon your turn, unleash its tendrils from the earth, injecting paralyzing toxins into your body, reducing you to a mere translucent husk within 30 minutes, nourishing itself with your essence while blooming resplendently. Even the outrageous Fred and George resolutely avoided stepping foot into any greenhouse during their free time, not daring to approach even with a toe. For Professor Sprout's greenhouse was far more terrifying than the Forbidden Forest. However, none of this concerned Ron. After all, who was he? A hapless boy who had barely survived the rigors of high school exams only to find himself transported to another realm the very next day. The fervor ignited by his former teacher still burned brightly within him. Having endured 9 years of stringent compulsory education, followed by 3 arduous years of high school, he had triumphed over the hellish challenges of his final year, successfully conquering the formidable gauntlet of the college entrance examination. What significance did a mere textbook hold for him? If endowed with Hermione's prodigious memory, he could memorize all the coursework from the 1st to 7th year before even stepping foot in Hogwarts. Those books stacked together barely reached his height. What was the most vexing subject, the history of magic, in comparison? It merely chronicled around 1,000 years of magical events, filled with trivialities to pad the narrative. How challenging could it really be? Ron, disdainfully curling his lip, found himself yet again laboring in the chilly underground ice cellar, grappling with the venomous fangs and silk of an 8-eyed giant spider. He toiled alongside his 3 brothers and Cedric, an old friend he had known for only a short time, yet felt as close as a brother. I have a feeling that George and I can definitely snag a passing grade in potions this semester, especially if the exam focuses on the vanishing potion, he declared. Come on, Fred, if we do face the vanishing potion on the exam, that old bat Snape will probably send home a report card addressed to our mothers, Cedric teased, knowing that aside from Slytherin, no other students held any fondness for the cantankerous professor. Spare me, Cedric. The grease in his hair is probably older than I am, and it has surely fermented by now, Fred shivered, crossing his arms. Though perhaps George would appreciate it. In that case, I'll share half with you, my good brother. George chuckled, tossing a cold spider venom sack into Fred's bowl. We share the burden together, after all. If you two could focus on your studies, I believe you could succeed without resorting to cheating, Cedric remarked. Percy adjusted his glasses with a gentle push of his wrist, his hands adorned with dragon hide gloves. Do you not think that such frivolity is a disservice to our dear mother? Spare me, esteemed prefect. We are not cut out for examinations. We are practitioners of true wizardry. Hands-on experience is the ultimate path. In this chilly, unnervingly cold underground ice cellar, nothing warms their hearts more than teasing Percy. As mere third-year wizards, we are far from the top of the class like you and Cedric. Take pride in your younger brothers. Even those who have passed the ordinary wizarding level exams might struggle to handle the venom of an acromantula. Our excellence transcends the superficial accolades of paper tests. Even if we only scrape by, let us celebrate mediocrity. As the increasingly audacious twins began to boast, Percy furrowed his brow and remarked, Then you should take a lesson from Ron. He is only a first year. Is this how elder brothers should behave? You can't even serve as a proper role model. If you lead Ginny astray, I shall have your hides. The twins, who had been feeling rather pleased moments before, suddenly let their expressions droop. Ron muttered under his breath. Is he even a person? George, slipping into his habitual interjection, unwittingly voiced their inner thoughts. Don't kick us. The twins hastily dropped the venom sacks they were holding, their 4 hands flailing behind them, eager to avoid another brotherly love kick, as the discomfort of squatting to relieve oneself was far from pleasant. Very well. I shall spare you this time, but move swiftly. We need to have a serious discussion after we tidy this up. Ron rolled his eyes at the twins. How could they not settle down? For the sake of galleons. Fred exclaimed softly, then buried himself in work. Over the course of several days, Ron and the others hurriedly gathered the materials from the acromantulas. The most valuable asset was the venom, with a pint worth 100 galleons, an essential component in potions. Adding in the premium spider silk, this 100 or so acromantulas had amassed nearly 1,000 galleons in wealth. If Fred and George were to earn this through their usual low-margin, high-volume grind, it would take them at least a year or 2. Now, with such a substantial initial capital and a steady stream of income, it was time to embark on grand ventures. Close your ears, Percy said as he drew his wand and waved it lightly. While the house elves were unlikely to betray them, fewer people knowing was preferable. Now shall we begin? Ron inquired as he tossed several dozen skewers of oyster meat and 2 spider legs onto the grill. Hagrid wants to raise dragons in the Forbidden Forest. Wait, Ron. You didn't say it like that at the beginning. Percy gasped, locking his gaze onto Ron. If it's just a small business, I can assist. But raising dragons is a matter for Professor Dumbledore. Don't rush, Percy. Listen to Ron, Fred encouraged, patting Percy's back with a grin. That is ultimately our objective. Naturally, we did not embark on this journey with that singular focus from the outset. However, if we wish to continually procure materials from the formidable eight-eyed giant spider, this consideration is indispensable, as Hagrid is our benefactor. I am scheduled to attend supplementary lessons with Professor Dumbledore on Saturday, during which I plan to discuss this matter with him. Before that, do you know why Fred, George, and I sought your assistance? Ron gestured towards Percy and Cedric. Percy shook his head gently. Though he was a prefect, he could not conceive how he might significantly aid Hagrid in raising dragons. Cedric pondered for a moment, then raised an eyebrow. Is it because of my father? The reason I approached both of you is quite straightforward. You are my trustworthy brothers, and you both possess exceptional talents. Previously, Fred and George were engaged in a small enterprise, buying and selling, facilitating purchases for others. They chimed in together. Due to financial constraints, they could not expand their operations, but the situation has changed. The fruits of our labor over the past few days have provided us with our initial capital. Coupled with the remaining funds, our starting capital is approximately 1,100 galleons. It would indeed be a tremendous waste to utilize such resources for trivial ventures lacking in technical skill. Ron shrugged, exasperated, and spread his hands. Although he could swiftly grasp theoretical knowledge, he lacked confidence in his practical abilities. I believe Percy is more than capable, but I am only in my third year. Surely, older students would excel in such endeavors, right? Despite the flattering notion of being deemed a genius, Cedric remained self-aware. Fred informed me that you have received Professor McGonagall's approval to commence preparations for becoming an animagus? Clearing his throat softly, Cedric nodded modestly. Indeed. But it is merely preparatory work. I will likely need to wait until I ascend to the 5th or even 6th year before I can attempt the animagus transformation. It is exceedingly challenging. He shook his head in resignation, acknowledging that while Professor McGonagall recognized his talent in transfiguration, her standards for this particular branch of magic were exceptionally rigorous. The perils associated with animagus transformation can be stark. A moment's inattention may lead to irreversible consequences, ranging from physical aberrations to the complete loss of one's human form, resulting in a half-human, half-beast existence. Isn't it true that there are others at Hogwarts who have gained Professor McGonagall's approval to study animagus transformation? I doubt there are many. Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in trust, Cedric. While there are indeed capable upper-year students, I lack faith in them as core team members. At the very least, our families have known each other for quite some time, and you share a remarkable bond with Fred and George, which allows me to place my complete trust in you, just as I do in my brothers. Ron flipped the items on the grill and brushed them with a layer of the house elf's secret barbecue sauce. Very well, thank you. Cedric smiled broadly, then, somewhat bashfully, scratched the back of his head. I am truly delighted to join. I will certainly be of assistance. Shall we take a look at our proposal? Fred and George produced several pieces of parchment, having already embarked on their plans for the future. Their previous small venture had merely served as a means to accumulate capital. Visions of their future endeavors had emerged long ago. Although it was presently just a rough outline, it represented their aspirations for the future. The group carefully examined the parchment offered by the twins. Mischief products? Percy involuntarily furrowed his brow. As a diligent prefect and a model student who adhered to school regulations, he had a natural aversion to such things. Although he had mentally prepared himself to delve into this new realm, altering ingrained habits was no easy feat. I think this idea has merit, Cedric remarked, his interest piqued upon glimpsing the twins' plans. With a notable talent for transfiguration, he felt he could manage these peculiar little inventions, which seemed rather entertaining. Your vision is rather limited, you two. Ron sighed softly as he set down the parchment. If we pursue this path, we could indeed establish a remarkable prank shop, perhaps even outshine Zonko's joke shop. However, he questioned, is our sole ambition to merely run a prank shop? Not all students will embrace such frivolities, right? There are many earnest scholars at Hogwarts. He turned to Fred and George. Do you know what the most lucrative business is? It's monopolization. We must dominate Hogwarts and then extend our influence throughout the wizarding community in Britain and beyond. What is it that endures, even after they leave Hogwarts? What will they continue to cherish? Ron pulled out a stack of cards. Entertainment. At school, aside from Quidditch and the tired old games like Gobstones, Wizard's Chess, and Exploding Snap, we lack any truly engaging forms of amusement. Compared to the vibrant Muggle world, our wizarding realm has remained stagnant for far too long. Quidditch, at best, offers a mere 77 matches. Even though the audience cheers with excitement, the majority cannot partake in the thrill of the competition. As for Gobstones, Wizard's Chess, and Exploding Snap, they are merely tedious pastimes that fail to provide the joy of collective engagement. What do these chocolate frog cards signify? Fred inquired softly, as if he had grasped a fleeting insight. Do people enjoy collecting them? Ron raised the chocolate frog cards in his hand. Indeed. We compiled several complete sets and sold them for a good price. The twins, having long profited from these collectibles, were well acquainted with their appeal. Collecting can be quite addictive, can't it? Knowing these cards hold little actual value, yet the desire to obtain them and complete a set persists. Let us duel. What? Fred was momentarily taken aback as he gazed at the chocolate frog card that Ron held in his hand, before casually selecting one for himself. Ah, it was Dumbledore. He cast a glance at the vacant, hollow frame devoid of any occupants, yet this did not hinder Fred from discerning the identity of the character on the card. Without needing to read the inscription, a mere glance at the border sufficed for him to recognize who it was. Ron pulled out a card depicting Grindelwald. Instantly, Fred's eyes sparkled with understanding as he began to engage Ron in an imaginative duel between black and white wizards. Although their current exchange bore no resemblance to the duels they had previously engaged in, the fervent banter animated his eyes with delight. I believe I grasp your intention, Ron. Fred chuckled, clutching the Dumbledore card before slipping it into the pile of cards. We are wizards, and spells are our most potent tools for manifesting our whimsical ideas. If this card were a fire dragon, Cedric, would you be able to transform it into a model of a fire dragon upon its release? Of course. Though it may prove challenging, I shall certainly give it a try, Cedric declared, drawing forth his wand and gesturing towards the blazing coals. From the fiery embers emerged a palm-sized fire dragon, swaying its head and flicking its tail as it flapped its wings. Clearly, he exhibited a commendable humility regarding his transfiguration skills. Percy, witnessing this, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. As a fifth-year scholar, he was aware that he could not surpass Cedric's performance, and in fact, he found himself lacking. Transfiguration is a discipline heavily reliant on innate talent, and most of its spells require no incantation. If one lacks the requisite skill, even shouting oneself hoarse yields no results. Surely, this exceeds the standards of our examinations? Percy inquired uncertainly. I simulated the advanced wizarding examination in Professor McGonagall's class, and I passed, Cedric replied, sheepishly ruffling his hair before retracting his wand. But only in transfiguration. My grades in other subjects are rather average. Yet that still makes you the top of the year, my dear Cedric, Fred exclaimed, placing a hand over his heart, feigning the demeanor of a lovesick youth. I think I've fallen for you, Cedric. George interjected with a mockingly affectionate tone, seemingly intent on bestowing upon him a melodramatic death kiss. Cedric, shuddering at the thought, hastily distanced himself from the twins. I warn you, don't come any closer. I'll call for help. After a brief period of mutual irritation, the trio began to devour the roasted skewers, suppressing the rising urge to retch, while Percy and Ron deliberated whether their creation would be acceptable and recognized by the professors. Rest assured, Percy, who says that indulging in play leads to a loss of ambition. Ron chuckled. This is not merely a game. We can incorporate historically significant locations into our environmental cards. To gain a strategic advantage in such places, one must possess a certain understanding of their history. We can establish advantageous zones based on historical contexts, and successfully unlocking them would yield bonuses. As a combat-enhancing status card, we can incorporate potions, herbs, alchemical items, and so forth. A correct combination of potions can yield effects exceeding 11, while herbs can be blended using fusion cards to concoct temporary potions. I intend to introduce combat cards of the realism and fantasy types. The realism cards will draw from various magical creatures and blank character cards. Furthermore, upon obtaining the necessary permissions, we could even include renowned wizard characters, such as Dumbledore, each possessing their unique and formidable skills, albeit exceedingly rare. The universal skill cards for combat and the exclusive skill cards for specific characters require diligent study of spells and their respective attributes. This is an intricate game, and to become a master player within it, one must delve into a multitude of disciplines. Should one achieve this, I am certain that the professors would wholeheartedly approve, and they might even assist us during its creation. Ron's words ignited a spark in Percy's eyes as he nodded enthusiastically. As a diligent student, he fully recognized the profundity of this endeavor. The essence of learning lies in the pursuit of knowledge, and if a game can incite greater interest in academic subjects, the professors would undoubtedly be supportive. This is far superior to mere pranks. Subsequently, Percy playfully smacked the twins on the head. Look at you two. What kind of brothers are you? The twins exchanged glances, momentarily speechless, pondering what they might have done wrong, feeling a tad aggrieved. Oh, barbecue, barbecue. They excitedly popped open a bottle of butterbeer, raising their bottles in a spirited cheer to dreams and galleons. Cheers. Chapter 46, A Grand Adventure. Butterbeer is non-intoxicating. This beverage, reminiscent of rice wine, is sweet and rich, with only a hint of detectable alcohol. Though Ron had consumed a considerable quantity the previous night alongside the barbecue, it did not hinder his early rise the next morning. He continued his routine of early morning runs and a leisurely lap around Hogwarts, avoiding the Forbidden Forest. Took just over 2 hours. This time, Seamus was unperturbed, having become accustomed to it. Good morning, mate, came the drowsy greeting from the dormitory as his companions, toothbrushes in hand, ambled past Ron, their expressions dazed. Harry, Ron called out, do you remember what class we have today? Right, Ron. What is Professor Snape truly like? Harry, perched on Ron's bed with a toothbrush and cup in hand, scratched his head in confusion. It felt like he was staring at me the entire time during the sorting ceremony. A shiver ran down Harry's spine as he hugged his arms. That gaze was dreadful. I always had an unsettling feeling. After all, you are quite famous, Ron chuckled lightly, then leaned closer to Harry with a mysterious air. You've reviewed the potions textbook, right? Yes, Harry nodded. With Hermione and Ron, both academic powerhouses, by his side, and Neville obsessively studying his herbology textbook, Harry knew he couldn't afford to be idle. The atmosphere was indeed vital. Professor Snape has always harbored a disdain for Gryffindor. In just a few days, we have already lost nearly 50 points due to his actions. Is this not outrageous? Harry grimaced slightly, noting that the total points earned by you and Hermione barely exceeded 60, falling short of 70. This bias is quite typical, given that he is the head of Slytherin. However, you must exercise caution, Harry. Observing the seriousness etched upon Ron's face, Harry nodded earnestly. How so? Your notoriety is substantial. For every professor who admires you, there exists one who does not, and Snape undoubtedly belongs to the latter. In today's class, you are certain to face challenges. Indeed. Harry patted his chest. Although he had not memorized the textbook, he had perused it diligently. Rest assured, Ron, I feel confident in my abilities. No. Do not underestimate Snape. His animosity towards Gryffindor is far more profound than you might imagine. Ever since he assumed the roles of head of Slytherin and Potions Master, no Gryffindor has ever received a single point from him. Since that time, Gryffindor has been severed from the House Cup. I suspect that during his own time at Hogwarts, he endured a significant blow from Gryffindor, which prompted him to wield his authority vindicatively once he became a professor. With your presence in Gryffindor, he is likely to intensify his hostility. During the sorting, when you entered Gryffindor, you must have sensed the atmosphere. Every house desired your inclusion, yet ultimately, you found yourself in Gryffindor. Thus, I harbor a deep resentment towards the so-called savior, for I am far from it. Harry sighed in exasperation. He found no merit in this inexplicable notoriety, which now felt even more burdensome. What should I do? If he intends to make things difficult for me, I cannot confront a professor directly. That would only result in further deductions. Will you trust me, Harry? Ron gazed earnestly into Harry's emerald eyes. Of course, Ron. What do you propose? It is quite simple. Ron leaned closer. Just do this, and then this. He whispered into Harry's ear, and as Ron spoke, Harry's expression began to shift, a look of shock gradually unfolding. Is this not akin to compromising oneself? Is he a pedophile? Harry, in a state of panic, hugged his frail frame, engulfed in a silent dread. No, this is certainly not about compromising oneself. I am not asking you to disrobe. How could that greasy old bat possibly be interested in your slender physique? If he were truly a pedophile, Dumbledore would have long since expelled him from Hogwarts. For such matters would warrant the closure of the school. You merely need to present yourself with integrity, as a professor, despite his jealousy towards your reputation. He possesses a fundamental professional ethic, having been employed by Hogwarts for so long. You harbor no ill intentions. The one with ulterior motives is he. Therefore, there is no cause for concern, Harry. Face adversity with courage and resilience. Swimming against the current is the true embodiment of Gryffindor's bravery. I understand. Inspired by Ron's encouraging words, Harry nodded heavily. I'll give it a try. He then clutched his toothbrush and made his way toward the door. Your heroic deeds will be immortalized, Harry. Rest assured, you shall remain a valiant warrior until the end. A true Gryffindor. God, no, Merlin bless. Ron was merely jesting with me. What is the matter, Harry? Hermione, stirring her porridge with a hint of confusion, inquired. Did you get caught by a professor while taking him out for a midnight stroll? Am I that sort of person? Ron scoffed, as a diligent student. How could I possibly be caught by a professor while escorting Harry on a nighttime adventure? Absolutely impossible. I have Lucy. Ron extended his hand, offering Lucy's feline head a piece of jerky, which the large cat devoured with delight. Harry was on the brink of embarking on a grand adventure. If successful, it would be a vivid entry in the annals of Gryffindor history, an indelible mark that could never be forgotten. You all can't take your studies seriously, can you? How splendid it would be to join me in the library. To Harry's mild astonishment, Hedwig, savoring her last meal, was interrupted by the arrival of a beautiful black-spotted snowy owl that swooped into the dining hall, landing before him. It dropped a note from its beak and nibbled on a piece of toast from Harry's plate. Wow. Lucy lunged across the table, swiftly pinning Hedwig down with a paw. As Lucy savored the moment, a somewhat disgruntled Hedwig cast a pitiful glance at Harry before resigning herself to Lucy's playful antics. Hagrid has invited us to visit him this afternoon, Harry exclaimed, waving the note excitedly, the good news restoring a bit of his energy. That sounds delightful. Are you going, Neville? Ron inquired. Sorry, I have to help Professor Sprout in her greenhouse. I've been given permission to enter the greenhouse. Neville's face flushed with excitement as he clenched his chubby fists, his eyes gleaming with newfound confidence and courage that herbology had instilled in him, despite his struggles in other subjects. Such a pity. Perhaps next time we can all go together. Hagrid has so many marvelous plants, and the Forbidden Forest is teeming with. Yes, I will do my best, Neville responded. Enjoy yourselves. With a flurry of wings, Lucy took to the air, waving its paw at them. Lucy had devised numerous ways to train itself in preparation for vanquishing the Dark Lord, while Hedwig had become its newly acquired steed. Let us depart. Class is about to commence. Casting a glance at the brass clock hanging on the side of the hall, they left the dining area, their steps varying in weight as they went. Chapter 47. We All Seek Redemption. The potions classroom was distinct from the others. It lacked the warm sunlight of the herbology room, the bright ambience of transfiguration, and even the scattered tomes of charms class. The air was thick with a more oppressive atmosphere than that of the garlic-scented defense against the dark arts. Here lies the subterranean level of Hogwarts. Adjacent to the lower classrooms near the Black Lake, a mere 2 turns from the Slytherin common room, the damp darkness seems to hang heavily overhead. The chill of the moisture gradually seeping into one's hair, wrapping its cold tendrils around one's neck, striving to siphon away the very breath of life. Along the walls, 2 lengthy shelves are laden with glass jars, each the size of a human head, containing specimens of various creatures submerged in translucent liquids of pale green or yellow. Some remain intact, albeit with grotesque visages, while others are heart-wrenchingly disassembled. There are hundreds of eyes bobbing in the potion, cold and lifeless, fixating on the group of young wizards. Even the typically audacious Gryffindor students hunch their shoulders in trepidation. The valiant Seamus finds his previous bravado evaporated, as he timidly huddles with his companions, cautiously advancing. The Slytherin students, despite their close proximity to this classroom, are equally astounded by the bizarre atmosphere upon their inaugural visit to the potions class. An eerie silence prevails in the classroom as the young wizards take their seats, awaiting the clock's hands to point towards 9. As the second hand ticks to the 12, precisely at 9 o'clock, a distinct sound of footsteps echoes from outside, followed by a pale hand that reaches in to push open the classroom door. Severus Snape enters, clad in a flowing black robe, accompanied by a whisper of cold air. Silence envelopes the room. His voice, akin to a whisper, resonates clearly in the nearly frozen classroom, a statement he need not utter, for the atmosphere was already thick with tension before and after his arrival. The young wizards, well aware of Snape's notorious reputation, exhibit a much greater sense of restraint here than in other classes. As he opens a slender attendance book, akin to Professor Flitwick, the first order of business is the roll call. As anticipated, he pauses upon reaching Harry's name. Ah, yes, he murmurs softly, lifting his gaze slightly from the page to peer across the front row of Slytherins towards Harry's position. Harry Potter, he drawls, his tone reminiscent of a serpent's hiss, provoking an involuntary itch at the nape of one's neck. Behold our new illustrious figure. Snape's eyes harbor no warmth. His icy stare transfers a chill to Harry. Despite being mentally prepared, Harry cannot help but feel a twinge of anxiety. The gaze is simply too frigid. In that moment, he recalls Ron's words. Harry strives to maintain a composed expression, though his lips fail to cooperate in a smile, yet he holds his gaze steady upon Snape. Those emerald green eyes shine brightly, even in the dim, damp classroom, remaining clear and resolute. Snape paused, crumpling the parchment in his hand, as if jolted awake from a dream in the dead of night. He abruptly tilted his head back and took a step backward with his right foot, as if startled. Straightening his posture, his voluminous black robes concealed his movements, eliciting no reaction from the other young wizards. The bulging muscles of his chest twitched, causing the pallid Malfoy to shrink back in terror, quickly turning his face away to avoid further scrutiny. Regaining his composure, Snape continued to read the names on the list somewhat absent-mindedly. Yet he did not raise his gaze again. He finished the list in a perfunctory manner, even furrowing his brow slightly when he reached Ron's name, which he then bypassed. You are here to learn the intricate science and rigorous craft of potion-making, he murmured, his voice low yet resonant enough for every student in the classroom to comprehend his every word. Since there are no foolish wand-waving here, many of you may not believe this is magic. A hint of bewilderment flickered across Snape's expression, and he continued. I do not expect you to truly grasp the exquisite nature of a cauldron simmering over a gentle flame, exuding fragrant vapors. You will not genuinely understand the liquids coursing through people's veins, their enchanting powers that can leave one entranced and disoriented. His voice took on an ethereal quality. Yet Snape's tone elevated slightly at that moment. I can teach you how to enhance your reputation, brew glory, and even stave off death. He paused. But there is one condition. You must not be the kind of fools I often encounter. Like a heart-stealing specter, this foreboding declaration ignited a yearning within the young wizards. In the hushed classroom, pairs of bright eyes fixated on this purveyor of chill and darkness. Snape resembled a gazed-upon abyss, dark yet filled with temptation and allure, drawing one irresistibly toward its depths. He savored this silent longing, the corners of his mouth curling slightly as if touched by a lingering desire. Potter. Snape's sudden call shattered the silence he had cultivated. What would I obtain if I were to add powdered daffodil root to an infusion of mugwort? A potion of life and death, Professor Snape, Harry replied, startled yet tense, his gaze fixed on the table, only to be stepped on by Ron. Then, if I were to ask you to procure a piece of bezoar, where would you seek it? This seemed to be the response Snape anticipated. A subtle smile crept upon his lips, an inscrutable expression gracing his features. From the stomach of a goat, is it not, Professor Snape? Harry raised his head once more, his gaze meeting a pair of cold, black eyes. Yet he did not falter. Instead, he leaned in, staring back intently. His eyes were clear, devoid of any pretense, and the slight upturn of his lips seemed to create ripples in those deep, pool-like eyes. Snape abruptly came to a halt, staring blankly into Harry's eyes, much like before. The silence in the classroom reached a crescendo, with students holding their breath, nearly stopping their hearts. Snape's lips quivered slightly, and unusually, there was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice. So, what is the difference between aconite and monkshood? There is no difference. They are both aconite, Professor Snape. He blinked, the depths of his emerald eyes swirling like a tranquil lake. Lily Snape let out a soundless hum, as he seemed to be transported back to that gloomy yet sunlit afternoon. There was a swing, a girl, and a frail boy pushing her, making her laugh. The boy possessed a pair of dark eyes, filled with a world that had already been entirely occupied by the silhouette of joy ahead, a verdant hue capable of dispelling all shadows. Lily, he whispered, though no one could hear him. Amidst the terrified gazes of the Slytherins, Snape spoke calmly, then swiftly turned to inscribe profound words on the small blackboard. Chapter 48, Two Long Legs to Bear. Perhaps it was their first time attending Snape's class. When he turned away, the Gryffindor students focused their attention on Harry, their expressions merely reflecting delight. It seemed that Snape was not as he was rumored to be. They mused. The young Gryffindors began to stir with excitement. Could this potions class transform into something akin to defense against the dark arts? A teacher who grants 20 points at a time is indeed a rarity, and if they could earn extra points, they began to dream grandly. Suddenly, the enthusiasm that had just surged in the Gryffindors faded, and they sat up straight, discarding their reckless thoughts into the abyss. Earning points was not worth their lives. Have you all remembered? Snape scanned the classroom. Then why didn't you jot down what I just said? Now, close your books. In my class, you need not fixate on the textbook. Potions have never been about perfection. This book, published decades ago, merely records the correct methods. Only the mediocre cling to their books. He cast a sinister glance at Ron. In my classroom, I will teach you how to brew a potion that approaches perfection, if you can manage to learn. This alone was commendable. As a teacher, Snape's professional integrity was evidently strong, at least when it came to sharing knowledge. Such a direct approach, allowing students to engage in hands-on experiments, was a first for the young witches and wizards. Potions were inherently a practical discipline, and behind every successful potion master lay countless repetitions of experiments to verify, to err, to familiarize, and to discover. At this moment, the Gryffindor Lions began to realize that Snape's earlier points awarded to Harry seemed to be an exception. Nearly everyone else had endured his scathing remarks directed at their noses. Some miscalculations stem from weighing errors, while others arise from improper handling. Some issues even result from mere rote learning. I hope you can exhibit a bit more cleverness, Weasley. Facing the mocking gaze of Snape, Ron felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Are you not intending to trouble Harry, but instead aim your sights on me? Understood, Professor. I shall endeavor to study diligently. Acknowledging his mental age of 18, Ron recognized that sparring with a teacher could only lead to dire consequences, and thus he obediently nodded, denying Snape any opportunity to criticize him. Initially believing Ron to be akin to a firecracker, easily ignited, Snape felt a twinge of frustration as he pursed his lips. This fellow had cost him 1,000 galleons, though not a substantial sum. It was a grievance he had never endured before. With a disdainful snort, he waved his sleeve and departed silently. Longbottom, it is the venom of a shattered serpent, not something to be ground. And you, Finnegan, why did you not remind Longbottom? 1 point deducted from Gryffindor. A serpent-like smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, aside from Ron and his companions. A chilling tempest was ravaging the spirits of the little lions. Harry lowered his voice and gently addressed Ron, pondering whether he had not effectively dealt with Snape. Clearly, it had been quite effective. Snape had even awarded him points. You may relish beef, but that does not necessitate a fondness for cattle farming. Just because Snape is no longer targeting you does not imply he will spare Gryffindor. Alas, I suspect that the 20 points you earn will be entirely deducted in this class. Yet regardless, not losing points means we have already triumphed. Time meticulously pressed. The potion was added in batches, and if successfully brewed, the scabies potion would reveal a clear green hue, reminiscent of Harry's eyes. After an hour of diligent effort, a pot of slightly overly vibrant green potion emerged in the cauldron. It seemed satisfactory. Ron nodded, arms crossed. As a first-time potion brewer, while it had not reached perfection, it was still commendable. At the very least, the scabies potion was effective and posed no risk of poisoning. The flames were too high, and before adding the porcupine quills, the potion had become overly thick. How many clockwise stirs did you make? The relentless dark wind returned, and Snape stood before Ron and Harry's cauldron, leaning against the table. Peering over. Weasley, if you can read, where have your eyes wandered? The malicious breath was utterly devoid of pretense. Ron surveyed the room, aside from Hermione's flawless potion. His and Harry's concoction displayed the most authentic color. Though it was not imperial green, it was at least of high quality, better than mere paste. But at least it was effective. Although aware that provoking Snape was unwise, when confronted with such blatant scorn, even a clay figurine would retain some indignation. If Professor Snape found himself with ample leisure, why not direct some attention to the other students? Are you instructing me, Weasley? Certainly not, Professor Snape. Ron gestured toward the blackboard, noting they were at the final step, adding the porcupine quills and then letting it sit. This step was clearly marked for your attention. I believe. Professor, you need to. Enough, Weasley. The dark eyes narrowed into a slit. I do not require your guidance on how to conduct a lesson. Perhaps you should ponder, with that muscle-bound intellect of yours, why you are making such a trivial mistake. Snape had entirely forgotten that it was Harry and Ron who were concocting the potion together. He disregarded Harry and instead focused on Ron, mocking him. Because of you, Granger. But Snape's words were abruptly interrupted by a loud hissing sound. The seasoned potions master instantly realized what had transpired. He spun around with lightning speed, only to have his wide sleeves brush against something. A cauldron, already skewed and emitting green smoke, was further disturbed by his robe, causing the ominous, acidic gray-green liquid within to spill over completely. Neville, frightened, leapt in place, his somewhat clumsy body colliding with the desk, which promptly tipped over, spilling green goo across the surface. The corrosive potion rapidly soaked into the hem of Snape's robe, creating visible holes that expanded as if alive, while pockmarks the size of ping-pong balls began to emerge on Snape's legs, which appeared to swell alarmingly. Levioso! With a frantic shout, Snape stumbled over the overturned desk and fell heavily to the ground. The green sludge continued to flow onto his legs, with acrid smoke rising incessantly. In agony, Snape attempted to draw his wand, but found himself utterly incapacitated. Scourgify! Ron swiftly pointed his wand at the chaotic mess. This cleaning charm, capable of erasing filth in an instant, obliterated the mysterious liquid, though the intensity of the spell spread as it struck the potion. Just as he had transformed a desk into a matchstick and shattered a teacup along with the table, everything deemed refuse within the charm's range was targeted for removal. The once raucous classroom fell into a profound silence. The girls covered their eyes, while the boys gaped in astonishment as Snape's legs, covered in pockmarked white hairs, were laid bare to the air. The tattered hem of his robe, already corroded, was also categorized as debris, completely vanishing from sight. Snape's complexion shifted from pale to red, then darkened to a menacing shade of blue-black, a palpable aura of malice enveloping the classroom. Professor, you know my spells tend to be a tad powerful. At least I left you some clothing. Ron scratched his head, revealing an innocent grin. I warned you. It would be wise to keep an eye on the other students. Harry, apply some potion to Professor Snape. Ron patted Harry's shoulder and then deftly vaulted over the desk. May I borrow your head of house's attire? He approached Slytherin's table, addressing Malfoy amiably. Is that acceptable? As the impending punch threatened to cave in their muscle-bound adversary, the dazed Xiao Ma Gu could entertain no other thoughts. In a flurry of urgency, he seized Gao Air, swiftly stripped his companion of his robe, and hastily thrust it into Ron's hands, gripping his own collar in trepidation of being similarly undressed by Ron. Meanwhile, Harry cautiously hoisted two long, hairy legs. Nay, he merely moved the table aside and carefully applied some scabies potion to Snape's legs. It was evident that the concoction he and Ron had brewed was effective. The unsightly lumps rapidly diminished, and the swollen limbs soon returned to their original state. Perhaps due to the absence of undergarments, Snape remained motionless, pressing his upper body into the remaining fabric of his clothing. Here you go, Professor. Ron interrupted Snape's intense gaze towards Harry, and the dark orbs of Snape instantly glared daggers at him. Weasley. The name was forced out from Snape's clenched teeth, as if he intended to reduce Ron to mere pulp. Ah, it's nothing. No need for thanks, really. Adding 50 points to Gryffindor is not worth mentioning. It's simply what we ought to do. Ron quickly interjected, patting Snape's shoulder with an exuberance that was ill-advised. Snape, whose coccyx had just met the floor, was ill-equipped to endure such a jarring encounter, nearly reduced to tears from the pain, and lost the ability to articulate. Do you need me to carry you to the infirmary, Professor? You seem quite injured. Perhaps Madame Pomfrey should examine you? Ron whispered in Snape's ear. The professor's already ashen complexion turned ghostly pale. The thought of being paraded around school, exposing his backside for all to see, was unbearable. Snape felt the weight of Ron's hand on his shoulder, and without the use of his wand, he was utterly powerless to resist. Enough. Next week, each of you will submit a foot-long potion brewing instruction for scabies. Now, class dismissed. He bellowed. Under the piercing glare of Snape's murderous gaze, the young wizards surged toward the exit, eager to escape even the slightest delay. Ron, Hermione, and Neville waited at the door for a moment. And after a minute or two, Harry was the last to leave the classroom. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault," Neville said, his eyes brimming with tears as he repeatedly apologized to Harry. "It's nothing, really, don't be like that, Neville," Harry comforted him with a pat on the back. Then added reassuringly, "Professor Snape wanted to deduct our points. It was merely an accident. Just be a bit more cautious in the future. He may be strict, but he is not a bad person." "Really?" Neville asked, rubbing the corners of his reddened eyes as he looked at Harry. "Then let us get going. Hagrid is waiting for us." Chapter 49. As long as it's legal, it's not absurd. On the verdant grounds of Hogwarts, Harry frolicked with unbridled joy, blissfully unaware of the astonishment he had instigated within Gryffindor. His actions were even more remarkable than the minor mishaps caused by Ron, particularly the fact that Snape had awarded points to Gryffindor due to Harry's exploits. "Hermione, are you not heading to the library?" "What? Are you not welcome?" Hermione, clutching a hefty tome, cast a sidelong glance at Ron. "Of course, you are welcome." Ron chuckled awkwardly. Truth be told, he was not particularly keen on including Hermione in their escapades. Her current disposition was far from charming before their revolutionary friendship had fully blossomed. "I merely intend to keep an eye on you, to prevent you from leading Harry into the Forbidden Forest and subsequently having the professors deduct all your points." As expected, Hermione's words struck a nerve with Ron. He indeed harbored thoughts of exploring the Forbidden Forest with Harry, especially with Hagrid accompanying them. What was there to fear? Not at all. Ron whistled nonchalantly. "The weather today is splendid. The sun could roast a person alive." "I knew it." Hermione shot him a disapproving glare. Though it failed to penetrate his facade, she patted the book in her arms and said, "By the way, I found something out." "What? What have you discovered?" "It's that spell, the one I found quite familiar." Hermione produced a scrap of paper from her seemingly infinite stash, adorned with a series of incomprehensible symbols. "The one about vampires?" Ron pondered, realization dawning as he stroked his chin. "But didn't you say that was merely fiction?" "I concur with that notion. After all," Ron recalled that vampires could be quite the enthusiastic participants at gatherings. There had even been a vampire at Bill's wedding. If the tales pinned by Tafandra L on were to be believed, the world would indeed descend into chaos. The notion of nurturing a phoenix solely for an annual meal seemed ludicrous, a concept likely confined to the realm of fiction. Even in the realm of fiction, such absurdity was hard to fathom. After all, phoenixes were exceedingly rare and bestowed good fortune upon their keepers. "However, I have found it." Abandoning her quest was not in Hermione's nature. Although she understood it to be a fictional narrative, once she had embarked on her search, she was determined to see it through, for the words felt hauntingly familiar, and without resolution, she would feel an unshakable discomfort. "I had my owl bring my book from home. Look, it's this one." The exquisite cover bore the title Encyclopedia Britannica, a volume that introduced the ancient Anglo-Saxon script, known as runes, or rune characters. Yet, this spell did not precisely align with the runic script. I consulted the library. In the Wizarding World, runes are referred to as rune writing. While fundamentally the same, the magical realm possesses 8 unique letters that muggles do not use. I have memorized the introductory textbook on rune writing. I have already translated the spell. Would you like to know? Hermione's lips curled into a playful smile as she lightly hopped forward, the cool breeze from the lake tousling her hair. "Of course," Ron grinned. "If you do not share, I shall simply choose not to inquire." As Hermione observed the mischievous antics unfolding before her, her smile faded. "Ron, stop right there. Don't run," she exclaimed, brandishing a hefty tome that could inflict considerable pain. As she chased after Ron, despite her breathless attempts, she could not catch up with the boisterous lad ahead. Their playful scuffle continued for about 10 minutes, and soon they traversed the expansive green field, coming closer to a quaint cottage where wisps of smoke were curling into the air. Woof, woof, woof. As the trio approached the cottage, Fong's exuberant barking erupted, but the moment the sound escaped his lips, he seemed to catch a whiff of a familiar scent, and his barking abruptly ceased. With a soft creak, a large, bearded face emerged from behind the ajar door. "You've arrived." Hagrid, adorned in an oversized apron, had received the note about Harry and the others arriving early and appeared to be busy preparing lunch. Come in, he warmly beckoned, his furry face alight with joy. "Woof." Fong, wagging his tail furiously at Ron, showed no sign of menace. Typically, he would seek to assert his bravado under Hagrid's imposing presence. "Hagrid, this is Hermione," Ron introduced as they stepped into the room. "We have a friend, Neville, who couldn't make it today. He is helping Professor Sprout in her greenhouse. Take a seat. I'll pour you some tea. By the way, this is Fong. A bit of a coward. Don't let him fool you. He once got scared by Lucius." As Hagrid busied himself with lunch, Ron effortlessly engaged Harry and Hermione in conversation, while Fong, feigning ignorance of his embarrassing history, rolled over on the floor, behaving as only a dog would. "By the way, Hagrid, what are you cooking? It smells delightful." After pouring tea for the somewhat reserved Harry and Hermione, Ron craned his neck to peer into Hagrid's enormous pot. Hagrid chuckled heartily. In that gargantuan pot, which is nearly as big as two people can embrace, a rich, bubbling broth of peculiar light brown hue simmered, exuding an alluring aroma that wafted into their nostrils. Is that a thestral? Hermione gasped softly. I know about them. They are classified as dangerous creatures, and any form of captivity or hunting is illegal. Of course, I'm aware, Hagrid replied, scratching his head a bit sheepishly. This is from a chimera. I merely took a leg to avoid waste. Come, have a taste. It should be well cooked. With that, he lifted the large pot off the fire, scooping out several hefty servings of the rich stew into an oversized wooden bowl, then hesitantly asked Hermione, Is that all right? Sorry, she realized her earlier slip, her cheeks flushing as she nodded and struggled to accept the hefty bowl. Ha ha ha. It's nothing, Hagrid chuckled heartily. I merely wanted to treat you to something delicious. After all, such fare is quite rare elsewhere. But today, indulge yourselves, eat to your heart's content. He patted his chest, producing a resonant thud. As each person was presented with a generous bowl of exquisitely tender stew, Hagrid returned with a basket of rock-hard rock cakes, which possessed a lethality surpassing that of stale baguettes. Despite their formidable texture, when soaked in the savory broth, the rock cakes absorbed the essence of the stew, offering a unique flavor akin to spicy strips, with a delightful chewiness that rendered them increasingly addictive. The rawness and exuberance of this humble meal were vividly apparent. When everyone had nearly satisfied their appetites, Hagrid, somewhat anxious, leaned towards Ron. Ron, is there any news about raising dragons? He inquired, nervously rubbing his large hands together, his dark eyes blinking in a feeble attempt at endearment, which ultimately fell flat. Now might not be the best time to discuss this, Hagrid, Ron replied, gesturing to the two beside him, who were clutching their full bellies yet bore expressions of trepidation. They sighed helplessly. Thankfully, it was Harry and Hermione. Had someone nosy overheard, their plans might have been jeopardized. Just think, if those parents found out we intended to raise dragons at Hogwarts, they would inundate the headmaster's office with letters. I reckon you'd have to settle for a fire lizard instead. Hagrid, scratching his head in distress, had never contemplated such consequences. Though only a few days had passed since their last meeting, his eagerness felt like an eternity. Before Hagrid could continue, Hermione interjected with an unusually elevated tone. I can recite all the rules of Hogwarts and the 3 rolls of parchment detailing Mr. Philip's list of forbidden items. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze intently on Hagrid. Under her stern scrutiny, an inexplicable layer of cold sweat broke out on Hagrid's back, causing him to shiver, his lips trembling. The school rules did not explicitly prohibit raising dragons at Hogwarts, although the Ministry of Magic forbade the private breeding of fire dragons. Obtaining a dragon handler's certification and establishing a compliant breeding facility with the appropriate permissions could render dragon keeping entirely lawful. Her uninterrupted tirade nearly rendered Hagrid speechless, and he nodded vigorously. Across from him, Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered and incredulous looks. If we need to choose a dragon breed, the Welsh Green and the Hebridean Black are excellent options native to England. However, I would recommend the Welsh Green, as they are among the most discreet and least troublesome dragons, not to mention their meat is exquisite. With a thud, Hermione raised her wooden cup and took several hearty gulps, then set it down with great satisfaction. What's wrong? She surveyed the table, noticing 3 astonished faces staring back at her. Have I said something incorrect? And no, not at all. Ron, suddenly alert, quickly responded, shaking his head as he struggled to gather his thoughts. You actually agreed to this? What? The school rules do not explicitly state that one cannot raise a dragon, and besides, we have yet to commence this endeavor. As long as the proper procedures are followed, it is entirely legal to keep one, provided we abide by the regulations. There is nothing inherently wrong with this. She cast a glance at Ron and then at Harry. After all, it is a dragon. I have only encountered such creatures in stories and animated series. Who wouldn't be curious? Our esteemed headmaster, Professor Dumbledore, has discovered 12 uses for dragon's blood, and his research on fire dragons is undoubtedly among the finest in the world. If it is lawful, what is so outrageous about raising a dragon at Hogwarts? It is hardly absurd for a magical school to have dragons. With her arms crossed, Hermione gently lifted her chin. If we can manage the necessary paperwork and facilities, I would be more than willing to assist in any way I can. Ah, Hermione, then you should join us. A familiar electronic cat's meow interrupted Ron's invitation as Lucius squeezed through a fist-sized hole, his demeanor serious, as if he were boneless. Meow? He maintained a stern expression, looking up at Ron while gesticulating and vocalizing. Are you saying that when you had Hedwig drop Scabbers from the sky for practice, Scabbers took the opportunity to flee while you were ambushed by the Acromantula? And then, as you chased after him, he darted into the centaur's territory, resulting in your expulsion? Meow? Lucius nodded vigorously, his claws flailing in a mix of anger and grievance. This is intolerable. The centaurs have gone too far. With a resounding clap, Ron stood up, stifling a burp. Come on, Hagrid, Let us go confront Lucius's troubles. I just dealt with them a few days ago. It hasn't been long since. Lucius went to catch a mouse, and they refused to show him any respect. Is there such logic in this world? I need to have a serious talk with them. Am I wrong? Ron jumped up and patted Hagrid on the shoulder. The half-giant, still somewhat dazed, instinctively nodded and mumbled, "Indeed. Then let us go?" Ron opened the wooden door and pulled Hagrid along outside, while Harry and Hermione exchanged glances within Hagrid's hut. "Shall we go see for ourselves?" Harry asked cautiously. "There's no other choice. Let us go," Hermione sighed, and then she followed Harry as they trailed behind Ron and Hagrid toward the Forbidden Forest. Chapter 50. The Centaur Tribe. The gradually thickening trees obscured the sunlight, transforming the once scorching rays into mere specks of light filtering through the dense foliage, casting tiny beams upon the forest floor. Following a wave of coolness, the scent of decaying leaves and branches filled the air. No, absolutely not. This time, no matter what. It cannot happen. Hagrid stubbornly shook his head. It's too dangerous. And you too. Why did you come along? This is the Forbidden Forest. Young wizards are not permitted here. Observing Hagrid's solemn expression, Harry and Hermione felt a pang of guilt. They were merely 11-year-old children, albeit somewhat astute. Yet they had not transcended their limitations. As Hagrid wore a stern countenance, they hesitated to speak, obediently listening instead. "Ron," Hagrid grumbled, furrowing his brow in distress, pondering how this little fellow was more challenging than his two brothers. "You say the Forbidden Forest is perilous, and indeed it is. However, I reckon as long as you do not encounter any great and dangerous creatures, the forest poses little threat. At least, with a well-timed explosive spell, you could easily escape. Yet, should you confront a giant acromantula, a creature of formidable strength, who knows who would be in greater peril?" Hagrid vividly recalled his own feat of unarmed combat against centaurs. Even against a werewolf, Bane's grappling prowess would leave others in tatters. Yet here was Ron, who had been bested by a mere rat. Is that rodent truly of such significance? Would you prefer I fetch you a whole nest of large black rats instead? Best to avoid the centaur tribe. Hagrid was reluctant to allow Ron to venture alone to the centaur encampment. Who could predict how he might bungle it? Although centaurs had long resided in the Forbidden Forest, it did not necessarily imply they held wizards in high regard. Can a large black rat perform acrobatics? Can it dart faster than an ordinary cat? Can it endure being toyed with by Loxy for months without perishing? I think not. Thus, Scabbers is irreplaceable. My encounter with such a creature was a stroke of pure luck. There exists no other Scabbers. He is truly one of a kind. Ron spoke gravely, enumerating Scabbers' virtues, while Loxy, perched on his shoulder, chimed in with a series of encouraging sounds. "Oh dear," Hagrid exclaimed, slightly exasperated, as he struck a massive tree with his fist, leaving a deep dent in its trunk. Leaves cascaded from the branches, and the forest seemed to tremble in response to Hagrid's display of frustration. "Never mind," Hagrid finally conceded, effortlessly lifting Harry and Hermione to his shoulders. "You two stay steady and do not squirm." In truth, with Hagrid present, the Forbidden Forest held little terror, provided they did not encounter the larger denizens lurking deep within its shadows. Loxy leapt from Ron's shoulder, leading the way ahead, while Ron jogged alongside, turning to Hagrid. The giant advanced at a leisurely pace. "The Forbidden Forest is not as safe as you might imagine. Should you encounter a chimera, you would scarcely be enough for their appetite." Despite this warning, Hagrid's expression radiated pride. Although he struggled with spells, he excelled at confronting threats with sheer force. His half-giant blood endowed him with extraordinary resilience, allowing him to tackle the thick-skinned, elemental beings of the forest with an agility uncommon for his size, possessing the robust constitution and brute strength akin to that of giants. Up ahead lies a swamp. Loxy can traverse it, but we must take this route. Guided by the leader of the centaur tribe, the group of four deftly navigated around several seemingly innocuous traps, swiftly arriving at a secluded valley hidden within the Forbidden Forest. A slender stream, spanning 4 to 5 meters in width, meandered through this area, flanked by slightly elevated hills adorned with numerous lookout posts. Centaur warriors, bow and arrow in hand, stood vigilant, guardians of this realm, though they held a deep respect for the other beings that dwelled here. "It's me, Hagrid." Before crossing the threshold, Hagrid seized Ron's arm and called out, pausing for a few moments before carefully parting the thorns that obstructed their path. A flurry of hooves echoed in the distance as several figures emerged from the centaur tribe. Hermione and Harry widened their eyes, peering forward, for this was their first encounter with an intelligent creature from the magical world beyond wizards and elves. "Why isn't Firenze here?" Hagrid muttered under his breath, for Firenze was, in Hagrid's estimation, the most amicable centaur, holding a significant position within the tribe, capable of engaging in meaningful dialogue. "Hey, Bane, it's good to see you again." Upon spotting the familiar figure of the imposing black centaur, Ron approached with a cheerful greeting. A profound silence ensued, the muscular black centaur maintaining a serious demeanor, lips pressed tightly together. "What brings you, you mutated little pony?" Bane remarked, clutching his forehead, clearly eager to depart, though he found it impossible to do so, as he was on duty that day, and for the entire month. We're the best of friends. Surely, you wouldn't turn away a guest? In a playful gesture, Ron bounded forward and leaped onto Bane's back, wrapping his arms around the centaur's neck. However, Bane exhibited no signs of joy, the tension on his forehead nearly palpable. Get down. I won't. Will you get down or not? I refuse to. Bane growled, veins throbbing on his forehead, but his protests fell on deaf ears. What are you doing here? Hogwarts doesn't allow such little ponies in the Forbidden Forest. Bane, his expression darkening, sought Hagrid's assistance. Well. Hagrid scratched his head awkwardly, struggling to find the right words. You know I can't stop him. Perhaps another fight? If you lose, I'll carry him out. Hagrid's suggestion was rather unsporting, prompting Hermione to blanch while Bane's expression darkened further. Come on, let them through. Reluctantly, Bane gestured for the centaurs to part, glaring furiously at Ron. Get down. All right. Releasing his grip, Ron slid off swiftly. By the way, what brings you here? Despite his inner displeasure, Bane maintained a stern countenance as he addressed Ron. I'm searching for a rat. Mine has escaped to your territory, and you won't permit Luxie to enter. Which is why I've come. As Ron gestured to the large cat that had leapt onto his shoulder, Bane's previously taut expression fell in an instant. Just this? Had I known, I would have reconsidered my appetite. He mumbled a remark, but quickly realized his faux pas. Bane stiffly turned his head and beheld the menacing Luke, along with Ron's amused expression. Chapter 51. The Centaur Maiden, Safina. Do you wish to consume him? Ron asked, lifting Luke under his arms and shaking him before Bane. This is my beloved companion, my brother. When I first encountered him, Luke was merely a palm-sized kitten, Ron exclaimed, a look of shock and sorrow etched upon his face. He locked eyes with Bane's dark gaze, sending shivers down the centaur's spine. Do you have any idea how much effort I have invested in raising him? I sought out tutors, arranged special training, nurturing his wildness and honing his hunting skills. He is destined to be my faithful companion, accompanying me in our adventures through this wondrous world. And you wish to devour him? The wide-eyed stare, as round as a bronze bell, sent a chill down Bane's back, causing him to grip his spear tightly, beads of clammy sweat forming in his palms. With a dejected expression, Bane stammered, I was not unaware of that. And now you are? Ron inquired earnestly. Indeed. Bane nodded seriously. Then it is settled. If you wish to feast upon him, it will cost you extra. Meow, meow, meow. Luke mimicked Hedwig, twisting his head 180 degrees, his innocent, terrified gaze fixed upon Ron. I was merely jesting. How could I allow anyone to consume you? Ron soothed Luke's ruffled fur, cradling him gently. If anyone is to eat, it shall be me. Meow, meow, meow. Luke cried, increasingly alarmed. Alas, you are not a phoenix. Consuming you once would render you extinct, a poor investment. Let us forego that notion. As they entered the gates of the tribe, passing through the flat land before the valley, they were greeted by a stunning vista. The gourd-shaped valley was far larger than anticipated, culminating in a majestic waterfall, with the centaur dwellings lining either side of the stream. Contrary to expectations of barbarism, the centaurs possessed their own culture and a written language. Though they resided in the wild, their abodes exuded an air of order and tranquility. Unlike human homes, centaur houses were predominantly taller, with sloping ramps replacing stairs, and seldom featured multiple stories. Constructed from raw timber, these homes possessed an enchanting charm, seamlessly blending with nature. Bane's centaur tribe comprised approximately 200 to 300 members, with fewer than one-fifth being young foals, who gazed curiously at the newcomers, their innocent faces reflecting wonder. While the foals bore no malice towards the outsiders, the adults displayed mixed reactions. About a quarter of the centaurs regarded them with hostility. The animosity towards sorcerers was not unfounded, as the goodwill bestowed upon centaurs by them had only persisted for a mere few centuries. Bane, what on earth are you doing? A group of robust young centaurs advanced slowly, their tone decidedly unfriendly. A few days ago, I suffered defeat at his hands. With a scowl, Bane pointed directly at Ron, asserting his capability to overpower all of them. Oh, never mind, it's all good now. Disperse, he commanded. They, understanding the hint, promptly turned and left. In the realm of the centaurs, knowledge and wisdom confer authority and status, yet the size of one's fist can wield even greater efficacy. Very well, now go find your mouse. After dismissing several unruly characters, Bane urged Ron to act swiftly. Upon hearing Bane's voice, Lucy leapt down to the ground, sniffing curiously in various directions before bolting away. A few inquisitive young foals trotted behind, but Lucy, akin to a flash of light, swiftly outpaced them, leaving them in his dust. A piercing squeal erupted from a wooden hut, followed by a startled, subdued gasp, which did not seem to originate from a rough man. It was indeed peculiar that upon entering the centaur tribe, Ron noticed the conspicuous absence of female centaurs. After all, the young foals were present. Could they possibly reproduce through the rectum? Yet, it appeared that the mystery was unraveling. With a collar clenched in his mouth, Lucy was tugging at a creature, while a young centaur maiden held on to Lucy. She emanated an unusual herbal fragrance, and her flower-woven crown bore remnants of dried dew. With a light step, the centaur maiden approached Bane, holding the cat before Ron and the others. "Is this your cat?" she inquired, disregarding Bane completely as she waved Lucy in front of Ron and the others. Their gazes shifted, yet it was evident that they were not focused on Lucy. "Oh dear." Hermione, her cheeks flushed, turned her head away, stumbling back a step while clutching her heart, her expression gradually paling. Beside her, Harry, similarly crimson-faced, awkwardly turned his head, fixating on the ground where two ants were engaged in combat, utterly captivating and thrilling. Ahem. Ron, the most audacious and knowledgeable among them, cleared his throat and thoughtfully regarded Bane. "It seems you have a valid reason for your disdain towards wizards. Who could possibly manage such a situation? Oh, I'm glad you understand. Your cat and your mouse, all is well now, isn't it?" Bane spoke bluntly, clearly indicating his desire to dismiss Ron and the others. "How can you say that, brother? They are merely young foals, such delightful creatures. Hagrid is also our friend. He has helped us fend off the rampaging chimeras on numerous occasions, or we would have faced significant troubles. Such is the nature of things, Selena. I am the keeper of the Hogwarts grounds. Maintaining peace in the Forbidden Forest is my duty." Hagrid chuckled heartily, slapping his chest with a palm the size of a trash can lid, his expression unchanging. Having encountered centaur maidens before, he displayed no particular reaction. "Bane, is this your sister?" Ron, gradually regaining his composure, patted Bane's furry, dark arm, incredulous. "My biological sister, though she is 11 years my junior. Do you have any objections?" He glared at Ron, yet what he beheld was still that disbelieving gaze. This jest had been taken rather far. Ron sheepishly grinned, while the sight before him, a muscular centaur with sinewy arms, a broad chest, and a dense mat of black fur covering his lower abdomen, exuded an unmistakable air of villainy. However, a glance at Sedna revealed her long, lustrous black hair, reminiscent of Bane's, though that was where their similarities ended. Her silky tresses cascaded gracefully over her shoulders, and her fair skin, set against the backdrop of her dark locks, seemed to emanate a soft, ethereal glow, as delicate and smooth as jade. The seamless transition between her pristine white fur and her skin presented a wondrous harmony, evoking a sense of inevitability. The strands of hair that drifted across her chest obscured the peaks of her figure, yet they also traced an astonishingly exaggerated curve that defied the laws of gravity, leaving onlookers in awe. It was simply magical. Though the centaur maiden was not the sole embodiment of beauty in the world, her visage could only be described as above average. Yet, her impeccable physique elevated her allure to extraordinary heights, making her virtually unattainable. "Why do you not wear clothing?" Hermione's voice, delicate as a whisper, broke the silence. Gathering her courage, she lifted her chin and stepped forward, her face flushed. "Even if it is just undergarments, that would suffice." Hermione regarded Sedna earnestly, expressing her disapproval. As she spoke, she stepped on Ron's foot, causing him to grimace, and, in turn, he crouched down with Harry, both of them intently observing the ants engaged in a skirmish on the ground. "We are born into this world unclad, and we shall depart in the same manner. The veiled and the veiling are merely the shadows and darkness within our hearts that we are reluctant to reveal. We ought to honor the nature that bestows life upon all things, embracing our mother with sincerity. Do not let prejudice and narrow-mindedness cloud your vision." Under the gaze of the stars, nothing escapes scrutiny. Sedna spoke softly, her voice imbued with a peculiar rhythm. The centaurs, devoted to the natural order, had never adopted the custom of wearing clothes, not out of a lack of shame, but rather a refusal to impose their subjective views upon a world they did not comprehend. Such actions only lead to misunderstandings, transforming the innocuous into chaos. The astute Hermione hesitated but eventually nodded. This was a tradition the centaurs had preserved through the ages, and all she could do was respect it. "The herbs for the cold remedy are nearly prepared. There will be a small gathering tonight. Would you care to join us?" Sedna inquired of Ron and the others, then turned her gaze towards Hagrid. Although they did not reside here, the concoction for warding off the cold would benefit them as well. "We have no classes this afternoon." Ron interjected suddenly, with Harry vigorously nodding beside him, eager to linger a while longer in the centaur tribe's presence, which was a rare opportunity. "This is against the rules, Sedna. There has never been a precedent for a human foal attending the gathering." Bane crossed his arms, visibly displeased, as he scrutinized his sister with a furrowed brow. "Well, now there is, brother. Let us go." Sidna grasped Hermione's hand and waved to the two individuals crouching on the ground, observing ants. "Shall I take you on a stroll? Would you care to discuss the outside world with me? It should be quite intriguing." Chapter 52, The Horsemen of the Lasso in the Thick Fog. As they followed Sidna deeper into the valley, any lingering doubts were completely dispelled. Beside the profound pool beneath the waterfall, the female centaurs of the tribe had gathered. They sat on the sun-drenched, soft grass, meticulously tending to the herbs in their hands. Perhaps due to their frequent runs through the forests, None of the centaurs possessed a portly physique. Rather, their well-defined lines accentuated their wildness and vitality, while their relatively gentle curves evoked a sense of warmth that softened the heart. Strangely, what should have been a fervent heart was remarkably calm at that moment. Observing the centaurs basking in the sunlight, an odd sense of peace filled Ron's heart. He felt an impulsive urge to check if something were amiss with his brother by pulling down his trousers, but reflecting on his age, did 11-year-olds lack rights? It seemed so, as the components did not support it, and the functionality had yet to be activated. Resolutely, Ron quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, he had spent many a late night in high school, wrapped in blankets, learning new knowledge. The breadth of experience was indeed the greatest wealth, especially considering that no creatures more entertaining than the mutated beings with a decent life had yet been discovered. As for the four-legged centaurs, they were just as they were. Those participating in the Olympics were all four-legged. With his thoughts wandering, Ron found himself, unbeknownst, at the side of the centaurs by the waterfall's pool, guided by Sidna. What is the cold plague? Are these herbs prepared for it? Hermione, now gradually accustomed to the centaur's lack of clothing, curiously inquired. Although she had memorized 1,000 herbs and ferns, she still could not identify all the herbs. The cold plague? It is actually a preparation for the significant drop in temperature, not a disease or disaster. Winters at Hogwarts are exceedingly frigid, particularly in the Forbidden Forest, where the temperatures are notably low. Therefore, before winter arrives, around September or October, we gather herbs and brew potions to enhance the physical condition of the foals. Sidna explained while gently combing Hermione's unruly hair and meticulously braiding it. Isn't magic used? If magic were employed, it should be quite easy to keep the house warm and ward off the cold. Upon hearing Harry's question, Sidna gently shook her head. Centaurs excel in astrology and herbal concoction. Although we can also use magic, it differs somewhat from yours. Her radiant smile left Harry momentarily speechless. In terms of convenience, your wizarding magic is indeed enviable. Our magic leans more towards enhancing ourselves, inscribing runes to imbue specific powers upon our beings, much like this. The wicker basket, estimated to weigh around 200 pounds, could easily be lifted by an adult centaur, and even Ron could manage it. However, to raise such a weight with a mere finger is quite an extraordinary feat, yet not many centaurs possess the ability to inscribe magical runes, as most lack a sensitive perception of magical energy. Unlike wizards, who can enhance their magical sensitivity through wands, the majority of centaurs can only become warriors. Much like my brother. At this point, Sedna beamed with a radiant smile, clenching her fist and gently bending her arm. Just like my brother. I could take on 10 at once. Her words, spoken in a soft yet commanding tone, were met with nods of agreement from the three companions. For such an ability was not at all implausible. It was indeed magical. Instantly captivated by the centaur's remarkable magic, the young wizards engaged in animated conversation with Sedna, discussing the world of wizards, the realm of muggles, and the enchanted forest beyond which Sedna had never ventured. Unbeknownst to them, the sun, which had been suspended high above, gradually sank lower in the sky. Just as the golden-red sunlight was about to vanish on the horizon, the rumbling of their stomachs interrupted their chatter. "What a delight it is to meet you all," Sedna exclaimed, her every hair radiating genuine joy as she opened her arms to embrace each of them. A few hours earlier, the bashful young boys would likely have been overwhelmed, but now it must be said that familiarity can be a rather formidable and unfortunate phenomenon. "Now, come join us for our evening celebration." She gestured towards the small plaza at the heart of the valley, where the centaurs had already prepared a bonfire and set up for the evening feast while they were engrossed in conversation. In a bubbling cauldron, a herbal soup brewed, designed to ward off the chill of winter. Each young centaur received a generous bowl, and Ron and his companions were no exception. Though the soup appeared an unappetizing shade of yellow-green and bore a potent herbal aroma, it was not unpleasant. As the warm liquid slid down their throats, a fiery sensation spread throughout their bodies, quickly transforming into a comforting warmth that enveloped them, rendering the evening's chill more bearable. The centaur's meticulously crafted herbal soup held unique effects that rivaled potions. And it was precisely these wondrous and mysterious elements that had ultimately woven together the fantastical tapestry of the magical world. When Marcus, the centaur chief, cast an unknown powder into the bonfire, everyone joined in unison to offer blessings for the young centaurs, marking the official commencement of the evening's festivities. Gathered around the massive bonfire, the centaurs sang unfamiliar ballads, swaying their cups filled with their own aged spirits, engaging in impromptu dances and chants without exerting excessive force. They reveled in the tranquility of the night, merging their laughter and joy with nature, coexisting in harmony. Though feeling somewhat out of place, Ron and his friends quickly adapted under Sedna's guidance, learning to sing the centaurs' songs and joining hands to dance in their lively steps. Amidst the revelry, the gallant horseman rode forth, his steed racing like the tempest. The old man's off-key singing startled Ron, who recoiled in surprise. "Apologies for the interruption. Long absent." The elder cleared his throat and hastily assigned a task before sprinting away. Your elder has bestowed upon you a mission, although you may choose to decline. He believes you are more than capable of accepting it. Will you accept or refuse? Ron, bemused, retorted, are you jesting? Of course, I shall accept. How could one refuse a task from the elder? Then mount the horse before you. Yes, ride her. A ferocious roar shattered the night's tranquility, a chimera, the very beasts that had clashed the previous day. Hagrid set down the barrel of ale, rubbing his reddened eyes as he spoke with certainty. These foolish children. Why do they not heed their father's warnings? Chapter 53, The Night. The terrifying shriek of the chimera and the sound of splintering trees plunged the equine folk into a state of instinctive panic. Firenze, the leader, Marcus, bellowed, and the previously chaotic crowd fell silent. You, lead your kin to retreat at once. Safina, you two, gather them together. The imposing centaur chief glanced at Safina, gesturing toward Ron and his companions. Young ones. Marcus raised his obsidian spear high above his head. We must depart. The chimera is not a foe that ordinary centaurs can confront. Hagrid, you fool. Those are fully grown beasts. Hagrid, in a fit of frustration, instinctively reached for his hunting bow, only to realize he had left it behind. That unremarkable bow could unleash arrows capable of shattering dragon scales, though he seldom employed it. At this moment, having it would have been better than not. Blast it. What shall we do now? Hermione anxiously tugged at Ron's robe. Should we find a professor at the school? The chimera is a highly dangerous magical creature, akin to a dragon. It would require more than 10 rigorously trained wizards to subdue it. Hagrid and the others are in grave peril. Ron remained silent for a moment. There is no time. By the time the professor arrives, it may be too late. Hogwarts cannot be accessed through apparition. Will you trust me? Ron firmly grasped Harry and Hermione's shoulders. His demeanor grave. They nodded, albeit puzzled by Ron's intentions. Stay here, do not approach. I cannot gauge the power of my spell, so keep your distance. I will assist them. No. Hermione began to protest, but Safina interjected, firmly gripping Ron's shoulder. That is no place for a young colt. Come with me. She attempted to pull Ron along, but found herself momentarily unable to budge him. Without employing her magical sigils, her strength was on par with that of an ordinary centaur. I can obliterate hundreds of 8-eyed giant spiders with a single explosive spell, affecting an area exceeding 50 meters, leaving a pit deep enough to entomb Hagrid. I am not jesting. Did Bane not inform you? Seeing that Ron was not joking, Satina hesitated in her attempt to pull him back. Yet she continued to regard him with skepticism. Brother did not inform me, but are you serious? This is not the time for jesting. The roar grew increasingly closer. Hagrid's bellow resonating through the night sky with a particularly sharp clarity. The primal fury in the sound weighed heavily upon their chests. Though the circumstances remained unclear, they were certainly far from favorable. Take them away, Satina. While the elder had commanded him to mount a horse, was this truly the moment for riding? Breaking free from Satina's grasp, Ron brandished his wand and charged towards the battlefield, shedding his cumbersome robes as he ran. Admittedly, the voluminous sleeves of traditional wizard attire concealed many subtle movements, yet they were ill-suited for Ron. At times, spells proved less effective than close combat. After sprinting several hundred meters and surmounting a modest hill, he vaulted over a wooden fence. Ahead, approximately 300 meters away, two frenzied behemoths were wreaking havoc upon everything in their path. With a lion's head, a goat's body, and the tail of a serpent, or perhaps that of a fire dragon, this monstrous creature measured nearly 20 meters in length and stood 5 meters tall. It bore another name, Chimera. This exceedingly malevolent and tempestuous beast had only once been documented in recorded history, with a solitary account of its slaying. The wizard who battled the Chimera while mounted on a Pegasus perished from magical exhaustion upon defeating the creature, collapsing upon his companion's back. Any creature classified among the most dangerous of magical beasts is not to be trifled with. Even the seemingly feeble Acromantula, which thrives in swarms, can overwhelm even a dragon, ensnaring it in webs and dragging it to their lair to be devoured, leaving only remnants of scales and bones. A host of elite centaur warriors unleashed a relentless barrage of arrows, yet the arrows proved utterly ineffective, failing to breach the defenses of the combatants. The Chimera's random bursts of flame caused the centaurs to scatter in terror, with those unfortunate enough to be grazed engulfed in flames, meeting a horrific demise. Only their leader, Marcus, could engage in the fray. His agility was remarkable, almost defying belief for a centaur. He leaped with such velocity that he seemed to leave afterimages in his wake, his spear slicing through the air as it struck the Chimera with force. Marcus intended to drive away the two raging beasts, at the very least preventing them from continuing their rampage into the centaur tribe. Should they breach that territory, it would spell an unprecedented catastrophe. Unlike Marcus, Hagrid lacked such nimbleness, but as a half-giant, he possessed immense strength unmatched by Marcus. An adult giant could effortlessly uproot trees over 10 meters tall to wield them as weapons, while Hagrid's size did not permit him to uproot trees of that height. He could easily snap a trunk thick enough for a person to embrace, wielding it like a battering ram. In a tumultuous encounter, two chimera beasts, embroiled in an inexplicable conflict, were abruptly propelled over a meter into the air by the savage charge of Hagrid. Following this, a massive log, swung with ferocity, struck one of the creatures squarely on the head. In an instant, the shattered remnants of the log rained down upon the lion-headed beast, which, disoriented and dazed, shook its head and fixed its large, bell-like eyes upon Hagrid. With a thunderous roar, Hagrid's fierce bellow startled the gargantuan creature, causing it to retract its head in fear. This beast had been nurtured under Hagrid's watchful eye since its youth, having consumed ample meat and milk, and had endured many a blow from Hagrid's fists. Having served for decades as the guardian of the Forbidden Forest, there was hardly an animal within that realm that did not recognize Hagrid. With a sigh of relief, Hagrid felt a mix of familiarity and concern, for while the creature he had just roused was one he had known since its infancy, the other, slightly smaller beast, was a stranger to him. The Forbidden Forest, a haven for magical creatures, often attracted newcomers from distant lands, yet typically, these outsiders posed little threat to the well-established inhabitants that Hagrid had nurtured to be strong and formidable. However, this particular chimera, inherently malevolent and ferocious, was evidently undeterred by Hagrid's authority. Though it found itself at a disadvantage in terms of size, its extensive experience allowed it to hold its ground. The fact that the awakened chimera chose to retreat rather than pursue its adversary was a considerable concession to Hagrid. Expecting such a wicked and dangerous creature to assist him in resolving the current predicament was, quite frankly, an absurdity. Merely avoiding chaos was a blessing in itself. Upon regaining its composure, the outsider did not pursue the retreating beast, recognizing the futility of such an endeavor. However, the simmering rage within it was unmistakable, and it would not spare Hagrid or the centaurs from its wrath. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the forest, the creature, with its lion's head, unleashed a deafening bellow, swinging its massive paw down upon Hagrid. The centaurs, taut with tension, braced themselves, but Hagrid remained unfazed as the intended target. "Disobedient fool," he exclaimed. The half-giant extended both arms to absorb the force of the strike. Though he sank slightly under the weight, he remained unscathed, gripping the creature's claw and, with a mighty tug, drew it close to him. With a resounding cry of defiance, Hagrid effortlessly lifted the colossal beast, sending it soaring through the air in a sweeping arc before crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact that sent branches and debris flying, leaving the nearby centaurs in disarray. Hagrid shot a fierce glance at Marcus and then bellowed at the centaur warriors, expressing his disdain for their ineffectiveness, deeming them burdensome even as mere cannon fodder. In a follow-up strike, Hagrid delivered a powerful blow that drove the lion-headed creature's head deep into the earth, using sheer strength to convey the rules of the Forbidden Forest to this intruder. "Heed my words. Otherwise, you shall meet your demise and be cast into the pot for a stew." Although Hagrid had a fondness for these formidable creatures, he was acutely aware of their untamed nature. He treated those who obeyed him like cherished pets, while those who defied him were merely meat for the pot. A mere saint could not tame the magical beings that roamed this land. Having spent decades here, Hagrid had long since grasped the truth. When dealing with wild beasts, one must adopt a dual approach. "Hagrid, I am here to assist you." Marcus, realizing that the centaur warrior was more of a burden than an asset, felt a pang of guilt towards Hagrid. Yet he was no fool. Pride meant little when the lives of his kin were at stake. Although ordinary centaurs could not lend assistance, Marcus was an exception. While his strength was somewhat lacking, he was still capable of inflicting pain upon the creature. Hagrid did not hesitate to welcome the howling spear into the fray. The chimera, battered by the combined efforts of the two, thrashed violently. Yet Hagrid's foot pressed firmly upon its throat while their fists rained down upon its head. The chimera, with its strength significantly diminished, was unable to break free. After enduring a prolonged assault, the creature seemed to realize its predicament, its struggles waning as a low whimper escaped its lips. "Will you listen now?" Hagrid exclaimed as he delivered a powerful uppercut that twisted the lion's head at an alarming angle. Gasping for breath, he rolled up his sleeves and glared at the obstinate beast. The chimera, now disheartened, drooped its head, seemingly subdued. However, before Hagrid could fully lower his guard, the impatient creature suddenly surged forth, striking out at Marcus. Lacking Hagrid's years of experience in taming beasts, Marcus mistakenly believed the creature had yielded. Caught off guard, he failed to evade the ambush completely, and a single swipe sent him flying several meters, blood bursting forth from his wounds. Selena, who had just arrived on the battlefield, let out a piercing scream. After successfully landing its surprise attack, the chimera endured one of Hagrid's furious punches and rolled away several meters. As it regained its footing, the creature opened its massive jaws, a searing flame brewing within, ready to erupt. "Hagrid!" Ron roared in anger, gripping his wand tightly. "You are a knight. Lend me your strength." With blood trickling from his mouth, Ron leaped onto Selena's back, pressing his hand upon her shoulder. "Now slay this beast. Your mission of mounting her is complete." You have received various rewards from your esteemed lord, including collections, recommendations, monthly tickets, and tips. Please continue your efforts. Your esteemed lord loves you. Chapter 54, The White Knight in the Ashes. Selena felt an overwhelming weight settle upon her as Ron tore off his robe, revealing a physique that was both formidable and intimidating. Although he was merely a 13-year-old boy in stature, he appeared extraordinarily robust, akin to a heavy weight. As this weight enveloped her, a peculiar sensation blossomed within Selena's heart. As a 17-year-old centaur maiden, it was her first experience of being mounted, albeit awkwardly described, by a human child. And though the sensation was strange, it was not entirely unpleasant. What should I do? Kaitina turned her head to Ron, her clear gaze imbued with a hint of inquiry. How shall I lend you my power? Run, Ron calmly instructed. Yet the ferocious glint in his eyes revealed the fury simmering within. No further words were necessary. Magical runes flickered to life across Kaitina's form, embodying the strength of the bear, the grace of the deer, and the keen sight of the eagle. As a centaur nurtured by nature's embrace, Kaitina could harness the abilities of all that nature had birthed. As the candidate for the next shaman of her tribe, she illuminated 7 different magical runes, surpassing even the current chieftain, Marcus. Her suddenly augmented physique exhibited subtle changes. The formerly unremarkable contours of her alabaster skin were now gracefully defined, as if her form had contracted slightly, rendering Kaitina even more explosive in her potential. A thin veil of dim, ethereal light radiated from her, enveloping her being. The preparation was complete. With a stamp of her pristine hooves, Kaitina vanished from her spot, leaping into the air, nimbly alighting upon the branches and leaves of the trees, transforming into a streak of white lightning. Fully awakened in her mastery of all riding disciplines, Ron adapted to the sudden acceleration, preventing himself from being unceremoniously thrown off as Kaitina surged forward. Yet, the abrupt increase in speed caught him off guard, prompting him to lean back slightly, nearly losing his balance. I could use a handlebar, Ron muttered inwardly, then grasped Kaitina's flowing mane, securing it in his mouth to keep it from whipping about wildly. He reached forward to embrace her, for without a handlebar, he needed to steady himself. In this moment of shared understanding, no further communication was required. As Ron readied himself completely, Kaitina transformed into a radiant white streak, charging towards the grotesque chimera. After exhaling a torrent of searing flames, the malevolent creature, its eyes ablaze with wicked light, intended to pounce upon its prey for a satisfying feast. However, it caught sight of the lightning-fast white streak. The dim shield of light that enveloped Kaitina had extended to Ron. Though it was more tenuous, it sufficed. As Kaitina and the chimera's head passed each other, the mounted warrior unleashed a swift strike with his short staff. In an instant, a terrifying surge of magical energy erupted, transforming into an unparalleled, razor-sharp blade. Slicing through the air with incredible speed, a fierce wind swept through, sending the severed mane dancing beneath the night sky of the forbidden forest. A gory gash, nearly 2 meters long, extended from the corner of the lion's maw to deep within the fur of its neck. Blood erupted forth, radiating a scorching warmth as it rose in a faint white mist upon the ground, accompanied by a chilling howl from the creature's cavernous jaws. Ron flicked the blood from his wand, the crimson droplets staining his right arm and Kaitina's pristine coat. A faint burning sensation arising as the blood corroded the shield that could withstand multiple spells. Ron gently squeezed the belly of his steed. The radiant Selena once again surged forward in a flash of white light, seizing the moment while the ferocious beast was wounded and roaring. The pure white knight swung the sharp blade forged from magical energy once more. This time, however, the weapon was clasped in his left hand, while his trembling right arm encircled Selena's waist, leaving a vivid crimson imprint. A gaping, cross-shaped wound nearly tore apart half of the chimera's face, its exposed fangs glimmering menacingly in the air, the blood-stained yellowish-white canines appearing all the more fearsome. Though not a grievous injury, it was certainly significant enough to awaken the last vestiges of ferocity within the chimera. Its long, scaled tail swept through the forest, snapping several large trees with a furious force, while its glaring gray-yellow eyes fixated unyieldingly on the knight and the centaur maiden. A flicker of flame ignited. The searing fire, fueled by magic, erupted in all directions, instantly transforming the forest into a blazing inferno, tormenting the creatures ensnared within its smoldering embrace. Amidst the flames, the lion's head opened wide, its blood-soaked fangs lunging toward the knight and the centaur maiden. Yet, they deftly evaded the attack, having already distanced themselves the moment the creature's maw gaped. Strangely, there was no glimmer of despair in the beast's eyes. It charged forward relentlessly, albeit with a slight change in direction, its fangs aimed squarely at a charred pit from whence black smoke billowed, a testament to scorched fur and skin. Its target was Hagrid. This creature was far from a foolish beast. However, the White Knight possessed swifter speed, and the radiant form surged forward from a diagonal angle, targeting the grotesque wound once more. This strike aimed to cleave the beast's head, shatter its skull, and claim its life. The colorless blade of magical energy tore through the flames, the swirling tongues of fire outlining the shape of the weapon, akin to wielding a flaming saber. The intent to slay it palpable in the air. Yet, the lion's eyes remained eerily calm, even exuding a hint of mockery deep within. The chimera opened its mouth, already brewing a torrent of fiery breath. In that instant, as the fire burst forth, a colossal fist erupted, sending dust flying. Hagrid, charred and disheveled, with hair singed and curled, delivered an uppercut to the chimera's jaw. The moment its tightly closed fangs clashed, a piercing sound reverberated, and the surging flames ceased abruptly. Subsequently, the flames that had leaked from its torn cheeks splattered across the white fleece of Hagrid's form. Though Hagrid found himself directly in the path of the chimera's fiery breath, only his clothing was singed. Even his thick black hair remained largely unscathed, save for the remnants of old oil from an unwashed head. Beyond the burnt odor, Hagrid had inadvertently gained from this ordeal, for he could hardly achieve such a level of cleanliness in his hair through his usual washing. 10 meticulously trained wizards must simultaneously cast a spell to temporarily incapacitate a dragon, and giants are similarly formidable. In terms of magical resistance, giants can rival dragons, though they possess slightly lower physical resilience. Many giants, in fact, have a penchant for dragon hunting. For Hagrid, a half-blood giant, withstanding a breath attack is hardly an ordeal, especially considering that the leather garments he wears, though unremarkable in appearance, are all contributions from the charming creatures of the Forbidden Forest. The chimera, taken by surprise, swayed momentarily, nearly collapsing onto the ground, but the excruciating pain on its face spared it from that fate. As it leapt backward, a significant tuft of its mane was torn away. Yet it managed to escape Hagrid's grasp. Just moments before, Ron and Sefina, who had narrowly evaded the fiery assault, wiped the cold sweat from their brows, but did not falter. Ron tightened his grip around Sefina's left arm, and she understood what was required of them next. A stream of white light arced through the inferno, as Ron held the tip of his wand, securing the end beneath his arm, pouring every ounce of his remaining magical energy into it. A straight white trajectory extended towards the retreating chimera. The surging torrent of magical power transformed into the tip of a lance, extending invisibly for 5 meters, causing the creature's heart to race to its peak, its pulse resonating like a drum, as blood gushed from its already bleeding wound. Yet, it was beyond the realm of evasion. The chimera could not match Sefina's full-speed charge. The white light and the massive beast narrowly missed each other. Ron's right hand, gripping the wand, suddenly bulged with countless veins, as muscles swelled, tearing through the taut skin, exposing the vivid red fibers to the scorching heat of the flames. The lance, engulfed in fire, pierced into the chimera's skull from the back and burst out the front. The raging inferno gradually extinguished after the flow of magical energy ceased, as blackened smoke spiraled upward into the sky. The howling night wind swept over the Forbidden Forest, dispersing the dark smoke in an instant. Amidst the ashes, the chimera's heavy body crashed to the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. A pure white figure, stained with blood, emerged from the remnants. Beside her stood a giant marked by singed scars, supporting a boy who bore a weak smile upon her back. "Weren't you told not to come here?" Ron, devoid of strength to even wave, rested his head on Sefina's shoulder, offering a faint smile. "You fool." Hermione, biting her lip with tears in her eyes, stamped her foot, but upon meeting Ron's gaze, she found herself at a loss for words. "You should let go of her hand already." The girl, arms crossed, huffed as she turned her head away. Ron furrowed his brow in confusion, only to notice Harry giving him a thumbs up. "Oh, my apologies, Sefina, it was unintentional." The centaur maiden let out a cascade of melodious laughter, unconcerned by such trivial matters. Hermione was feeling jealous. "Shouldn't he hurry over?" "Not at all." The little girl pouted, letting out a nasal sound, yet she hurriedly helped Harry support Ron, who had just toppled over. Chapter 55, A Marvelous Transformation of Your Body. Marcus, who activated the healing magic rune, swiftly subdued his severe injuries. With the assistance of Sedina and the centaur's herbal remedies, he managed to navigate through the perilous phase unscathed. Given his extraordinary centaur physique, the remaining wounds would completely heal within a week. With the aid of magic, physical injuries that are not immediately fatal pose little threat to a magical being or wizard capable of casting spells. As for Ron's minor injuries, they were trifling, merely superficial skin tears and strained muscle fibers. The centaur's herbs quickly facilitated the healing process, and a visit to the hospital wing would expedite recovery further. Madame Pomfrey could remedy such exterior injuries with just a spell and a touch of ointment in a mere 5 minutes. However, the emptiness of his body and the drained magical energy left him temporarily weak. Although the sensation of being utterly exhausted was not new, it remained an unpleasant experience. After downing a large cup of bitter herbal soup and devouring a greasy roast, Ron finally regained his vitality, patting his stomach and burping contentedly. flashing a silly grin at his good friend and giving a thumbs up. Aren't I impressive? He rubbed the scabs on his arms, now reduced to a few faint red marks, predicting that by nightfall, they would likely vanish. Harry chuckled at this, relieved that Ron was unharmed despite the earlier perilous incident. However, Hermione was still fuming. Although she felt reassured, she could not forgive Ron's reckless behavior. Yet, she understood that only by regarding him as a friend would she exhibit such concern. She would react similarly if it were Harry or Neville. Cough, cough. Ron attempted to steer the conversation away, realizing that lingering on such trivial matters was unwise. Hermione, he leaned closer and sat beside her. The pouting girl glanced up at Ron, emitting an inquisitive sound. You seem different today. How so? Hermione regarded Ron with curiosity, instinctively touching her hair. Sedna had spent the afternoon tidying her unruly locks into an intricate hairstyle, making her appear even more beautiful than usual. Upon hearing this, Sedna, seated opposite Hermione, winked at her with a cheerful smile, the corners of her mouth lifting in playful jest, causing Hermione to finally relent, dropping her angry facade. Seeing that Hermione remained silent, a perplexed Ron was utterly befuddled. The intricacies of a girl's heart were beyond his comprehension. Could it be? Suddenly, a bold conjecture emerged in Ron's mind. Mustering his courage, he spoke with the heart of a warrior facing death, attempting to comfort Hermione. You needn't be so sorrowful, he said, gently patting her shoulder. You are still young, you will grow. She lowered her gaze momentarily before raising it again, meeting Ron's encouraging eyes. What are you thinking? She pondered indignantly. I'm merely concerned that if you continue like this, something serious may happen. After a brief silence, Hermione extended her arms to embrace Selena. Humanity could not possibly possess such grandeur. Harry, with his cheeks puffed out, stared vacantly at the sky, his mouth moving aimlessly. The moon is particularly round tonight. He mused to himself, recalling a legend that single individuals could transform during a full moon. I feel it approaching. My blood is stirring. Hey, Harry. I have a sister named Ginny. What did you say, brother-in-law? Harry, suddenly invigorated, turned swiftly, his unruly hair swaying, giving him a rather handsome appearance. What's the matter, brother? Oh, nothing. You must have misheard. And Ginny's early romance is unwise. Academics come first. Harry fixed a wide-eyed stare on Ron. We are merely discussing human physiology. This is a serious academic discourse. Harry replied. You are the elder. Your word is final. Ron rose, brushing off his clothing, and reached out to pull up Harry and Hermione. But before we leave, I must collect a souvenir. The carcass of the chimera was too heavy to transport conveniently. With Hagrid's assistance, the centaurs had begun to dismantle it on site. Although the chimera was fierce, it held little intrinsic value, being a hybrid beast artificially bred with a complex composition that rendered it difficult to utilize effectively. Of course, in comparison to a dragon, the disassembled remains of the chimera could fetch a few thousand galleons, but unless sold on the black market, it would be challenging to find a buyer, as it was laden with regulated materials. After a strenuous effort, Ron successfully pried free a yellowed, blood-stained tusk, nodding in satisfaction. However, immediately afterward, a notification appeared. Ride her. Then crush it. Completed. You have received a reward from your uncle. Knight's initial conquest package. Bloodline awakening. Knights do not perish unarmed. Hunting gift. Chimera tusk, processable upon request. Magical resistance. Fire affinity. Chimera's magical essence, edible. Your allowance has increased to 100 galleons per month, due to your outstanding performance. Your uncle has decided to bestow upon you a small gift. Your uncle's affection for you has risen to 5. He is paying more attention to you. A wondrous transformation is occurring within your body. What is happening to my body? And what does it mean that knights do not perish unarmed? Ron murmured in confusion as he touched his pectoral muscles, yet felt no change, much to his relief. Oh well, time to sleep. Hagrid, let us go? Do visit us when you have the chance. Under the gentle glow of the moonlight, Selena waved goodbye, watching them head towards the castle. Chapter 56, The Mirror of Ariste. A peaceful night ensued. After exchanging casual pleasantries with Simona and the others, Ron fell into a deep slumber, his snores echoing as dawn broke. The atmosphere at Hogwarts during the weekend was imbued with a sense of languor. After serving himself a hefty portion of mashed potatoes and 2 bottles of milk, Ron indulged in a feast of house elf prepared braised beef, patting his belly and letting out a contented sigh. Just as he stretched, the sound of flapping wings grew nearer, and a brown owl swooped down, delivering a note that landed on Ron's table. The message read, the password is Fizzing Wisby. I await your presence in the office behind the statue in the 8th floor corridor. Always a source of delightful surprises. Your headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Did he learn about the centaur incident? That seemed plausible, as he should be informed. Ron pursed his lips, but soon raised an eyebrow, thinking, surely. This warrants an additional 100 points to reward my efforts in maintaining the safety of the Forbidden Forest at Hogwarts. As Ron pondered over this, he grabbed a few brown paper bags and made his way to the common room, noting that his dorm mates had yet to rise. Seizing the opportunity of a few free hours, Ron pulled out a stack of parchment and began constructing the framework for a card game he envisioned would be profitable. This endeavor required not only magic, but also careful consideration of numerical values and rules, areas that his brothers Percy and the twins were utterly oblivious to, leaving Ron to tackle it alone. At 12:50, he set down his quill and organized his drafts before slipping out of the common room. The entrance to Gryffindor's quarters was located on the 8th floor. He proceeded down the corridor, turning a corner to find the solitary statue of the floor, Fizzing Wisby. Upon uttering the password, the statue animatedly moved aside, revealing a spiraling staircase that emerged from behind it. Ascending the stone steps, he reached a sturdy oak door adorned with a brass knocker shaped like a griffin's head. After lightly tapping 3 times, though he did not hear Dumbledore's customary invitation to enter, the oak door creaked open on its own. Beyond it lay a spacious, circular room filled with peculiar decorations. Odd sounds emanated from various corners, though their source remained elusive. Upon a long-legged table were an array of bizarre silver artifacts, rotating and exhaling wisps of smoke. The walls were adorned with portraits of past headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts, most of whom were peacefully napping with closed eyes. However, as Ron glanced up, he noticed several mischievous old men immediately feigning sleep, promptly closing their eyes. In the depths of the room, directly facing the grand entrance, a substantial table appeared to be the workspace of Dumbledore. Yet, the space was desolate, devoid of the presence of the silver-haired elder. Instead, a magnificent bird with golden-red feathers perched upon a gilded branch, its keen gaze fixated upon Ron. Beside this avian creature stood a glass cabinet, atop which rested a familiar blue wizarding hat, significantly cleaner than before. The sorting hat tilted at an angle, its mouth agape as if emulating the snoozing portraits of the headmasters. However, these elements were not the most captivating aspects of the room. A tightly closed black cabinet exuded an air of mystery, and an imposing mirror was positioned at the innermost part of the headmaster's office. It soared to the ceiling, its golden frame supported by claw-like feet, and inscribed along the top edge were a series of intricate characters. Enchanted, the mirror seemed to beckon one forward, as if it concealed an entirely different fantastical realm within. Ron found himself involuntarily stepping closer, finally discerning the inscription along the golden edge, Irresistible Voice. In the mirror, Ron beheld a version of himself that starkly contrasted with his current appearance in school robes, wand in hand, and books tucked under his arm. He abruptly lowered his head, extending his hands to examine his palms, feeling somewhat bewildered as he gently clenched his fists, only to release them in confusion. Something felt amiss. This is strange, Ron muttered doubtfully. There is something wrong with this thing. He raised his gaze, fixating intently on the mirror, nearly pressing his face against its surface. How could such thoughts even enter my mind? I am not some deranged murderer. This mirror must be faulty. Ron cursed inwardly, recognizing the mirror as the Mirror of Erist, a magical object capable of revealing one's deepest desires. Yet, he would wager that he harbored no such vile intentions. Are you there, old man? He silently called out. I sense you're up to something. I am not. I do not know. It is not me, the old man swiftly denied. And Ron could easily envision him shaking his head vigorously. Confirmed. Ron sighed helplessly. What are you doing? I am a fine young man. Presenting me in such a manner could lead to misunderstandings. My 9 years of compulsory education did not prepare me to be an executioner. It is a matter that must be faced eventually. I am doing this for your own good. It is a labor of love. Well, thank you. But could you at least allow me to see what I truly desire? Isn't it merely a woman? What is so fascinating about that? After this retort, the old man vanished, leaving Ron both amused and exasperated by his elusive antics. In this world, the most exquisite things are few and far between, and indeed, a woman is among them. With a sigh, Ron raised his gaze once more to the Mirror of Erist, and this time, he was utterly entranced. He beheld a roaring bonfire, an entire row of jars and bottles, and a multitude of feathers, a splendid blend of golden and red hues scattered about. With a sudden gasp, Ron straightened his posture, saliva flowing like a river at the mere sight before him. Although he had merely glimpsed the image, the alluring aroma seemed to transcend dimensions, rushing into his nostrils. The enchanting fragrance conjured in his mind compelled Ron to instinctively take 2 steps back, before he leaned closer to the magnificent golden-red plumaged bird. Cuckoo. Dumbledore's phoenix tilted its head curiously, appearing quite pleased as it inched closer to Ron. Without a moment's hesitation or a stray thought, Ron scooped the phoenix off its gilded perch. It appears Fawkes has taken a liking to you. A gentle voice emanated from behind Ron. Dumbledore emerged from an inconspicuous spiral staircase, his eyes twinkling with mirth as he gazed at the harmonious duo of man and bird. I haven't eaten. I merely wanted to taste it. It's a tad salty. Perhaps a wash is in order. Chapter 57. Your grandfather intends to kick his behind. An awkward silence descended between the elder and the youth, with Fawkes caught in the middle, casting a bewildered glance at the two. A flicker of golden-red flames ignited upon its body, incinerating the drool atop its head. The phoenix, now resplendent once more, seemed unperturbed by Ron's earlier peculiar actions. It tucked its head in contentment, nestling comfortably in Ron's embrace, evidently enjoying the sensation. "Would you care for something to drink?" He waved his finger lightly, conjuring an exquisite teapot and cup, filling the latter with a sweetly fragrant white beverage. "Perhaps red tea?" "Thank you, Professor, without sugar, please." "What a pity." Dumbledore's mild disappointment was palpable. As a fervent lover of sweetness, he relished the addition of honey and milk to his red tea. With another flick of his finger, he summoned a fresh teapot, pouring Ron a cup of tea. "That is the mirror of Ariste. It reveals one's deepest desires. Please forgive my oversight." Dumbledore gestured, and a black cloth shrouded the mirror. "The most fervent yearnings are not always delightful. Yet, it seems what you beheld was rather pleasant." He took the page Ron had opened, smiling as he glanced down. "Is this what you saw?" "Indeed," Ron nodded, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. "I would not advise you to pursue that. It is rather—" Dumbledore faltered, uncertain how to continue. In his century-long existence, he had never encountered such a scenario. Who would dare to consume their own phoenix? It was utterly absurd. This cursed book brings misfortune. Is the phoenix truly so delectable? "Fear not, Professor. I assure you, I shall not harm Fawkes. Just look at how docile it is. It must be delicious, surely. A true friend. How could one ever bring it harm?" "Cuckoo." Fawkes seemed to catch wind of the odd conversation, but merely lifted its head lazily before curling up once more to relish the gentle strokes. "Very well." The elder took a sip of his sweet concoction to calm his nerves, resigning himself to trust in the improbable. "However, before we delve into the main topic, Ron, I have heard that you rendered significant assistance to Hagrid and the Centaurs?" Behind the half-moon spectacles, Dumbledore's gaze remained serene, and though his expression revealed no hint of vulnerability, Ron, determined not to extract any clues from the headmaster's face, spoke candidly. "This is something a Gryffindor ought to do." At that moment, anyone would have stepped forward to defend the Forbidden Forest. Safeguarding the peace and tranquility of Hogwarts is a duty that every student, every member of the Hogwarts community, would strive to fulfill. No matter who the intruders may be, anyone daring to trespass into our serene sanctuary shall not be forgiven. "Professor Dumbledore, I merely fulfilled my obligation. Accolades from the entire school are unnecessary. Just a casual addition of 100 points to Gryffindor will suffice." Observing the earnest and undaunted young man before him, who dedicated himself wholeheartedly to the school, a flicker of astonishment crossed Dumbledore's eyes, followed by a warm smile. "Indeed, Hogwarts is our home. Ron, your courage and convictions are commendable. 100 points to Gryffindor. You have earned it." "Thank you, Professor. Under your leadership, Hogwarts is destined to become the pinnacle of educational institutions, unrivaled by any other." However, before Ron could continue his eloquent praises, Dumbledore elongated his tone and shook his finger. "It seems I mentioned just a week ago that entry into the Forbidden Forest is strictly prohibited for students, correct? As long as one is not caught in the act. It doesn't count as a violation of school rules. Yet, Ron, you have indeed been apprehended, have you not? Ron, you along with Harry and Hermione entered the Forbidden Forest without the professor's permission, which is a serious infraction of the rules. Consequently, each of you will incur a deduction of 20 points as a penalty for this breach. Clear and fair in matters of reward and punishment." Ron raised a thumb in approval. "This is the standard that a teacher ought to uphold." "You rascal," Dumbledore chuckled, shaking his head. "Such words please me. Who wouldn't appreciate them? After all, at 11 years old, children possess no ill intent. They speak the truth. Very well, let us set this matter aside. However, in future dangerous situations, I hope you will promptly inform a professor. Fawkes is quite fond of you. Perhaps next time you could try calling his name. The Phoenix is an extraordinary and unpredictable creature. I hope everyone embraces kindness instead of harboring thoughts of consuming a phoenix. As for your own well-being, Ron, what are your thoughts?" Dumbledore retrieved a small glass vial from beneath the table, filled with a glimmering, fine powder. "Eating well promotes growth, especially after I began exercising. My muscles are developing rapidly, much to my mother's delight. She has always denied that raising our sheep into lamb chops was her fault. But that is of no consequence now. Our old hen, though not growing meat, is still rather prolific in laying eggs." "Well, Molly will be proud of you," Dumbledore affirmed. "However, I mean to inquire if you have any other observations regarding your remarkably accelerated magical flow." Upon encountering Ron, Dumbledore shook his head, rising with the small vial in hand. He circled the table and approached Ron's side, gently lifting Fawkes and placing the phoenix upon a branch. "Fawkes possesses an extraordinary sensitivity to magic, far exceeding that of any other magical creature. Why it is so drawn to you, I believe we shall soon discover. This is merely my conjecture, though my instincts are typically quite accurate. Rise, Ron, let us explore the omnipresent yet elusive essence of magic." Dumbledore uncorked the glass vial and delicately tapped the opening with his wand, drawing forth a shimmering powder that quickly transformed into a swirling cloud suspended in the air. Setting down the vial, he extended his left hand and cradled the cloud in his palm. In an instant, the powder ignited with fervor, though it did not burn in the conventional sense. Despite the flame-like quality of the pale blue glow, it soon softened, enveloping his left hand in a gentle azure film. This apparatus serves to detect the flow of magical energy in alchemical arrays, responding to the intangible magic and coloring it in this delicate blue hue. As you can see, this is my magic. The azure film morphed with Dumbledore's intent, transforming into a lifelike phoenix, then into the silhouette of Hogwarts Castle, and subsequently into myriad little figures. His gaze drifted toward the window, which faced the Quidditch pitch, where young witches and wizards soared on their brooms. The tiny figures he conjured mirrored their current forms. This exquisite manipulation of magic surpasses that of 99% of wizards in this world. As a preeminent white wizard, Dumbledore wields a power befitting his esteemed reputation. Rest assured, this is harmless to the body. Although the composition is intricate and difficult to elucidate, trust in my word. Very well, Professor, what should I do? Relax. Just as you normally would, without channeling any magic. He paused. Let us wish for good fortune. I hope my hypothesis proves incorrect. Dumbledore again tapped the glass vial with his wand, drawing forth all the powder and showering it over Ron. As the cloud enveloped Ron, a surging, blazing humanoid torch erupted within the headmaster's office. The volatile surge of magical energy transformed Ron into a dazzling figure of fire. If the blue flame Dumbledore initially conjured resembled a flickering lighter, then the flames now enveloping Ron were akin to the roaring exhaust of a rocket engine. It seems we have arrived at the most undesirable outcome. Dumbledore gently adjusted his glasses, his eyes reflecting a profound contemplation. In contrast to the elder, the Phoenix Fox joyfully took flight, soaring into Ron's embrace, affectionately nuzzling him. This tumultuous magic was its favored domain. Am I being consumed? Ron asked softly, cradling Fox and extending an arm, gazing at the fiercely ascending flames. If this continues, I believe so. I cannot ascertain whether the flow of magic within you will accelerate with age, but even in the absence of such acceleration, in your current state, your magical essence shall remain stagnant at this moment. Should it indeed continue to quicken, you would burn yourself out. Magic is the foundation of a wizard. It is our very lifeblood. Magic surged, Ron murmured softly. It seems that this esteemed gentleman of mine is rather unreliable. Do not heed his nonsense. How could I possibly harm you, lad? The esteemed gentleman finds Dumbledore's ramblings absurd, his respect for Dumbledore at an all-time low, and he decides to give him a swift kick. In an instant, Ron witnessed Dumbledore soaring upwards, his head colliding with the ceiling. Who? Fox looked up in confusion. Chapter 58, The Cube. Astonishing. What on earth are you doing, esteemed gentleman? How am I to explain this later? Dumbledore might just dissect me. Oh, I wish to live a few more years. In a state of utter panic, Ron stammered to his remarkably active elder, although this is a world of magic. Such peculiar occurrences cannot be easily elucidated by wizardry. Ron vividly recalled the kick he received from his elder, a pain both sharp and numbing. The electric sensation still lingered in his memory. Observing Dumbledore propelled nearly 2 meters into the air, that kick was certainly more forceful than the one he had received. Do you think I am someone of little consequence? This old fool's ramblings deserve a kick. Fear not, this is our grudge, and it shall not fall upon you. However, the old man speaks a truth. Your magic shall not grow naturally unless you can fully master and restrain it. I have revitalized your body. A necessary consequence following the surge of magic, for in this world, nothing is flawless, not even I. Ron paused in contemplation. Rationality reminded him that 18 years of life experience had taught him that complaints and quarrels yield no results. Much like the exercises before a crucial examination, no matter how much one curses, it is futile. One must seek solutions to eradicate the problem entirely. Is there truly a remedy? Of course, I have included it in your school starter pack. I remain quite responsible for you. After all, you are my chosen host. You are quite amusing, and I find myself rather fond of you. The school starter pack, Ron remarked with a hint of exasperation. Wasn't this confiscated by you? Along with my allowance for next month? Oh right, I forgot, ha ha ha. However, rules must not be broken. I am a principled elder. When you complete your next task, I shall return it to you. For now, learn from this old man. He may seem tedious, yet he is indeed rather fascinating. Albeit cunning, be cautious not to fall into his traps. Well then, I must take my leave. Enjoy yourself. Hey, esteemed elder, when is the next task? Give me a sign. My heart is racing. Elder, are you still there? Thud. Dumbledore tumbled from the ceiling, landing with a resounding thud that left him grimacing in pain. A chuckle escaped from Ron, whose lips twitched slightly. Professor Dumbledore? He inquired hesitantly, extending his hand to assist the somewhat disoriented Dumbledore back to his feet. What happened to you? He asked, his expression a mixture of confusion and concern. Dumbledore, slightly embarrassed, turned his head away to evade Ron's gaze. It's nothing, he replied. followed by a wistful sigh. Ah, old age. He patted his white robe, but then paused, his hand brushing against a significant tear at the back, revealing a gaping hole through which he could feel the chill of his aged skin. A sense of gloom enveloped him, as he felt uncertain about where to direct his old, weathered face. Grasping the fabric of his robe, he pulled it taut to conceal the rip. I shouldn't have indulged in so many popping candies. It seems I've upset my stomach. He initially contemplated expressing how alarming the force of his flatulence had been, but reconsidered, realizing the implications of such a statement might be too much for young Ron's tender sensibilities. Ron, please wait here for a moment, Dumbledore instructed, placing his right hand atop Fawkes. In an instant, both man and bird vanished amidst a sudden burst of flames. The surge of magical energy coursed through him, altering the flow of his internal power, which likely contributed to his rapid physical transformation over the past month. However, the influence on his corporeal form paled in comparison to that of his magic. The Oathkeeper's staff demanded an immense reservoir of magical energy, and with Ron's current limitations, even the simplest of oaths was beyond his reach. The mind-sealing charm, a spell solidified by a powerful entity, concealed the deepest secrets of his being as a transmigrator. For the time being, neither Dumbledore nor any wizard in this world could penetrate this magical barrier, as the entity, when provoked, could retaliate in ways unnoticed by Dumbledore. The newly acquired affinity for magic and fire remained untested, but it was presumed to bolster his magical resistance, akin to magical creatures capable of enduring a greater number of spells and wielding elemental magic. After all, the Chimera was known to breathe fire. As for the knight's ability to withstand unarmed combat, this newly awakened bloodline power did not seem to originate from the lineage of King Arthur, the Night King. Rather, it resembled the berserk abilities exhibited by the Lake Knight, Lancelot, the mightiest of the Round Table, who, in his frenzied state, showcased skills that rivaled those of the Night King. Yet, despite the complexities of their relationships, the Queen and the Night King were bound by a political marriage. Unless they shared the hilt of Excalibur, the Queen would inevitably face solitude. It was precisely this sense of guilt towards the Queen that prevented the Night King from blaming Lancelot for his indiscretions. What constitutes the magnanimity of a king? This embodies the essence of a king's heart, yet the most significant reason may well be due to her being a girl. Thus, she possesses an understanding and has never felt anger. However, if one were to phrase it thus, Ron found himself pondering the peculiarities of his lineage, which seemed to possess certain flaws. A whimsical and audacious conjecture flitted through Ron's mind. Yet, the likelihood appeared exceedingly slim, likely a manifestation of the eccentricities of the system, which had woven the legend of King Arthur from another world into his own narrative. After all, 5 centuries prior, they were likely of the same kin. And what was done, without any detrimental consequence. In the stillness of the moment, while Ron was lost in thought, Dumbledore emerged once more from the swirling staircase, clad in a new robe, indistinguishable in style from the previous one. Ron, Dumbledore spoke softly, a handful of candy boxes in his grasp. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I believe I have found something that may aid you. I took a journey to France and met with an old friend. The elder chuckled, his face radiating warmth and devoid of any hint of distress, as he placed the candy boxes upon the table before Ron. These are local delicacies I acquired during my holiday. However, it appears I am not destined to enjoy them. Age has rendered my digestion poor. Though delightful, these sweets may not sit well with me, but I trust you young ones will fare better. Pop rocks. Ron could not decipher the foreign script on the packaging. Yet according to Dumbledore, there was no mistaking it. Oh, thank you, Professor, but we shouldn't indulge too much, right? Though Ron was curious whether the explosion was due to the sweets or Dumbledore's own mischievous intervention, he prudently suppressed the reckless thought, expressing his gratitude and accepting Dumbledore's gift. Why not give it a try? The elder suggested hesitantly, a spark of curiosity flickering in his eyes. Never mind. Thank you. All right, now this is for you. Dumbledore produced a walnut-sized 2-layered Rubik's Cube, strung on a necklace. This is a simple alchemical tool, crafted after a Muggle puzzle. We can scramble it, and then align the colors on all 6 sides. The sole distinction is that it requires magical power to turn, rather than manual dexterity. Like this. This will serve as an excellent exercise for honing your magical control. Once you manage to restore the cube successfully, I shall provide you with a new one. Dumbledore then revealed a 3-layered Rubik's Cube, manipulating it swiftly with his magic in his other hand. Thank you, Professor, but this doesn't seem particularly challenging? Ron remarked as he accepted the 2-layered cube, believing it required little cerebral effort to solve. However, upon his initial attempt, Ron quickly discerned the intricacies of the puzzle. Its challenge lay not in knowing the sequence of restoration, but in the ability to manipulate it freely. The cube, which obeyed Dumbledore's commands effortlessly, became a tempest of chaos as Ron infused it with his own magic, which proved unruly and unyielding. Controlling it for a single rotation became a formidable task, let alone restoring it. Oh, well, I stand corrected. Gazing at the swiftly spinning little top before him, Ron spoke with a hint of dejection. I believe in your abilities. Dumbledore reassured him with a gentle pat on the shoulder. By the way, Professor, may I pose a question regarding a spell? Ron inquired. In this book, Hermione and I encountered a spell. Although Hermione has translated its meaning, it seems vastly different from what we currently use. I find myself utterly incapable of wielding it. Could it be mere fabrication, or is our approach flawed? After all, this book appears to be a novel penned long ago. Upon receiving the book, the professor examined it closely. Dumbledore, of course, would not struggle to decipher a spell written in runes, yet as he delved deeper, the intensity of his focus became increasingly pronounced. After thoroughly perusing the tale concerning vampires, Dumbledore lifted his gaze and inquired of Ron. Quite an intriguing book, no. Rather a fascinating one. He stroked the dragonhide cover, nodding thoughtfully. Certainly, but is this not a work of fiction? Perhaps, yet I believe it conceals more captivating elements. For stories are born of life itself. The most outrageous tales are not those spun in novels, but rather the histories that unfold in reality. Regarding the spell, he added, I believe it to be genuine. However, the methodology we employ today diverges significantly from the era in which this book was written, hence the discrepancies. May I ask, Ron, where did you acquire this book? From a second-hand bookstore in Diagon Alley. You know, my family frequents it. Thank you. Dumbledore nodded lightly. And Ron understood it was time to take his leave. As he prepared to bid farewell, he suddenly recalled two matters. Professor Dumbledore, can Hogwarts accommodate dragons? Ron paused at the door before turning to inquire. Hagrid has already informed me, Dumbledore replied, his expression unperturbed. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded. I suppose if you are able to manage it, I could act as a guarantor, but safety must be paramount. This is non-negotiable. And the cards? Ron elaborated on his plans, sharing his educational yet entertaining concept with the elder. Of course, I wholeheartedly support your idea. I believe the professors will not hesitate to assist you. And should you encounter insurmountable challenges, feel free to seek my guidance. Noticing Dumbledore's slight distraction, Ron chose not to prolong the conversation. Having received the answers he sought, he bid a quiet farewell and descended the spiral staircase, leaving the headmaster's office. Meanwhile, at the expansive long table, Dumbledore settled into his seat, running his fingers over the pages, his gaze lingering on the written words. The Golden Age, he mused. Let us depart, Fawkes, to visit another old friend. He caressed the phoenix's warm, silky feathers before transforming into flames and vanishing from the scene. The portraits of former headmasters, previously in repose, opened their eyes, whispering amongst themselves as if inquiring about something. Chapter 59. Apologies, Cedric. A new week dawned. Catching the first-year students at Hogwarts off guard as they experienced their inaugural weekend, the professors assigned a meager amount of homework, which left many young wizards struggling to complete their tasks in one day. The weekends, filled with forgotten assignments, proved to be quite torturous, particularly when they realized this predicament late on Sunday. Fortunately, on Monday morning, Gryffindor had no classes, granting the young lions a half-day reprieve, sparing them from utter chaos. However, this week also held an air of anticipation for the young sorcerers. Those hailing from wizarding families fared better. But the majority of the student body, over 80%, comprised of those from Muggle backgrounds and half-bloods, who may not have had prior exposure to flying. Thus, a flying lesson was deemed essential. As Thursday approached, a tumult of peculiar rumors began to circulate within the school, reminiscent of the outlandish claims made by McLaggen when Ron first joined the Gryffindor team. Outrageous tales abounded, all too easy to dismiss. For instance, the bravest of Gryffindor's warriors, Seamus Finnegan, would regale anyone willing to listen with tales of how he piloted his broom to the moon and retrieved an American flag. Initially, Seamus merely claimed he had been flying since birth, but as the audience grew, so too did the absurdity of his narrative, for everyone was eager for amusement. And Quidditch had become a rich source for storytelling, regardless of how exaggerated their tales became. The young wizards erupted in cheers at noon when Ron and Harry's brooms arrived, one a Nimbus 2000 and the other a Clean Sweep 7. Although the Clean Sweep 7 lacked the renown, aesthetics, and performance of the Nimbus, it was undeniable that it was an exceptional value for money. How splendid! However, almost no one cast their gaze upon the Clean Sweep 7. Is that Nimbus 2000 yours? Seamus inquired, his eyes sparkling as he fixated on the gleaming redwood handle of the Nimbus, unable to divert his attention. Many young wizards shared this envious gaze, fixated on such an expensive toy, costing hundreds of galleons, which even wizarding families seldom afforded. Most employees of the Ministry of Magic earned insufficient wages to cover such an expense in a month. At this moment, Harry felt somewhat awkward and unsure. While the broom belonged to him, he sensed that Ron might have a greater need for the Nimbus. No, Ron replied, grasping his Clean Sweep 7, though it appeared rather ordinary. As a chaser, this broom, capable of reaching speeds of 150 miles per hour, was more than adequate, considering the limited area of the pitch. I plan to have Harry try out for the chaser position. The Nimbus is Harry's. Trust me, Harry will become the most dazzling player on the field. Ron clapped Seamus on the shoulder, then stood to wave at Wood, who had just entered the hall. "Hey, Wood, come here, come here. I want to show you a great treasure." "Where is it?" In just a few strides, Wood pushed through the crowd surrounding Ron, and, as soon as he got close, he wrapped his arm around Ron. The smell of sweat from his armpit nearly made Ron gag. This fellow must have just come from herbology class. The scent of sweat mingled with a foul odor reminiscent of dragon dung. "Although a goalkeeper doesn't require such an exceptional broom, I appreciate it nonetheless." "Ha ha." Wood raised his robust arm and patted Ron on the back, seemingly intent on executing a public display of olfactory assault. "I wager you'll still be single by the time you graduate." Struggling free from Wood's bear hug, Ron pinched his nose in disgust for a moment. "Forget about that broom. It belongs to Harry, and he is the treasure I found for you." Ron pressed Harry's shoulder and brought him to the forefront. Harry's father had once been a chaser for Gryffindor, leading the team to 5 consecutive championships, a flying prodigy without a doubt. "I bet my Nimbus 2000 that Harry has inherited his father's genes." At Ron's words, Harry's face flushed crimson, as the multitude of onlookers made him acutely aware that if he didn't measure up to his father's prowess, it would be quite the spectacle. "Believe in yourself. You can do it," Ron whispered encouragingly in Harry's ear, seemingly instilling him with the courage to confront the situation, though Harry still felt a tinge of apprehension. At that moment, his emotions had calmed considerably, allowing him to meet the gazes of others with greater confidence. "Really?" Wood regarded Harry with a mix of skepticism and hope. Although he knew of Harry's fame as the one who vanquished Voldemort and his commendable academic performance, it did not necessarily imply he excelled at flying. "I'll go request a leave now, before lunch. Professor Quirrell's garlic-scented office is truly unappetizing. Oh, by the way," halfway out, Wood halted and turned to Ron, saying, "This afternoon, the Ravenclaw Quidditch team has practice. We should go watch and scout the competition. I've heard they have a particularly skilled new seeker joining the team." Which is significant news. Observing Wood rush out with fervor, Ron wore a peculiar expression as he stared at his retreating figure. Then, he glanced at Harry and emitted a series of suspicious sounds. "What's wrong?" Harry, feeling a bit anxious, swallowed hard under Ron's penetrating gaze. "Nothing," Ron chuckled awkwardly, muttering to himself. "Cedric, oh Cedric, what an unfortunate situation this is for you. I wonder if letting Harry take the field early will cause Cedric to miss his opportunity and remain a bachelor? But upon reflection, that seems unlikely. That dashing Cedric, who should be penalized for his charm, had already made his move on Harry, having fortuitously encountered him during the Ravenclaw tryouts. With looks and grades that far surpassed Harry's, Cedric had no reason to lose. Ron skillfully filled in for his good friend, feeling not a hint of anxiety. "Relax, Harry, don't overthink it. First, fill your stomach, and then you'll have the energy to ride the broom, right? Perhaps you might even create a miracle." Ron spoke with a double entendre, yet the true meaning was known only to him. Chapter 60, A Guide to Broomstick Usage. At 3:30 in the afternoon, the Gryffindor Lions hurriedly descended the stairs, eager to dash forward, flowing onto the flat grass outside the school. This area lay between the Forbidden Forest and the castle, open and level, merely 500 meters in a straight line from the hospital wing. This was indeed necessary. Accidents caused by acrophobia or anxiety were not uncommon. However, thanks to the wizard's overwhelming ability to heal physical injuries, as long as one did not die on the spot, they could certainly be revived from the brink of death, leaving no scars behind. There was even a saying that a peculiar magic had solidified within the grounds of Hogwarts, allowing one to fall from 50 feet or even greater heights without immediate fatality. At worst, one might suffer from multiple fractures, requiring Madame Pomfrey to administer several pounds of unpleasant potions, and then one would lie in recovery for a month or two. After all, in the 1,000 years since Hogwarts was established, the number of students who had perished from broomstick falls remained at 0. It was a clear day with a gentle breeze, and as they briskly walked down the sloping grass towards a flat lawn opposite, the blades of grass swayed beneath their feet. At the far end of the lawn stood the forest, with a deep green sea of trees swaying in the wind. The Slytherin snakes arrived at the field ahead of Gryffindor. Beside them laid more than 20 brooms neatly arranged on the ground. These brooms appeared worn and haphazardly chosen, even more dilapidated than the one Ron had ridden that night. Truthfully, it seemed nearly impossible for such a broom to ascend beyond 20 meters. Not long passed before Madame Hooch, the flying instructor, approached them with a brisk stride. She had a short, practical head of gray hair, and her bright yellow eyes resembled those of a hawk, sharp and piercing. In addition to being the flying instructor, she was also a referee for Quidditch matches at Hogwarts. "Well, what are you all waiting for?" She spoke sternly. In the first lesson, she needed to maintain order among the curious and clumsy young wizards to prevent any mishaps. "Everyone, stand next to a broomstick, quickly. Time is of the essence." Her urgent words inexplicably reminded Ron of his military training in a past life. "You too." Madame Hooch noticed Ron and Harry, as they stood out among the other young wizards, clutching their own brooms. "Good broom." Her gaze fell upon Harry's Nimbus 2000. But soon her brow furrowed. "However, I do not recommend using such a competitive broomstick at this moment. even though it is indeed remarkable. Madam Hooch approached Harry, glancing at Ron absently as she remarked, Professor McGonagall mentioned you. You've joined the Quidditch team, correct? Yes, Madam Hooch. After conversing with Ron, Mrs. Hooch turned her attention back to Harry. Have you ever flown before, my child? No, Harry replied, shaking his head shyly, which only deepened Mrs. Hooch's frown. Very well. But it is rather unrealistic to expect you to abandon the Nimbus 2000. You must not fly too high and must listen carefully to my instructions. Is that understood? Now, pay attention. Mrs. Hooch clapped her hands, directing the young wizard's gazes toward her. Do not disdain the brooms beneath your feet. Although they are tattered and fly unevenly, they possess a singular advantage. These brooms are unlikely to soar above 50 feet. Thus, even if you were to fall, it would not result in a fatal accident, perhaps just a few broken bones at most. Therefore, if you wish to bring your own broom to school, you must first complete the basic flying test with me, lest you plummet from the sky and find yourself languishing in the hospital wing. I am certain none of you would relish that experience. Now, extend your right hand and place it above your broom. Mrs. Hooch called out loudly. Then say, up. A chorus of voices erupted as the young wizards shouted up. Harry's Nimbus 2000 leaped into his hand at his quiet summons, instilling him with a newfound confidence amidst his earlier apprehension. I did it, Ron, Harry whispered, his eyes gleaming with excitement, feeling a closer connection to his father. Isn't it obvious? I told you, you could do it, Ron replied, waving his hand as his clean sweep 7 effortlessly floated beneath him, allowing him to recline comfortably. With his mastery of all aspects of riding, he could even sleep on the broom and still reach his destination smoothly. As Ron lifted off the ground, Hermione, sitting beside him, tugged at his sleeve, looking somewhat disheartened. Is my method incorrect? She asked, attempting to command her broom with a simple up. However, her broom merely rolled over lazily. Stay calm, composed, and focused. You must have attempted the summoning charm, right? Ron inquired of Hermione. After she nodded, he continued. It's about that feeling. Summon your broom with a clear intention in your mind. Evidently, this was indeed effective. The previously lethargic broom slowly soared into Hermione's hand after she adjusted her mindset. Nearby, Neville watched enviously. You need a bit more courage, Neville. Are you afraid of heights? Ron approached him with a serious expression. Perhaps, I don't really know, Neville replied, yearning yet timid, as he had always felt insecure, believing himself clumsy and incapable of doing anything right, except in herbology. I'm right here beside you. Don't be afraid. If you fall, I will catch you, Ron reassured him, patting Neville's shoulder. The anxious little boy steadied himself, seemingly feeling a surge of strength coursing through him. With a big brother by my side, what is there to fear? You can do it, Neville, you can. Neville continually encouraged himself in his heart, just as he tended to the plants. How can one know if they can succeed without trying? Under the encouragement of his friends, Neville, with a flushed face, exclaimed, up. The broom stirred, at least a significant improvement from its previous immobility. Thank you, thank you. I did it. Overcome with excitement, Neville looked gratefully at his friends. And even Madam Hooch, standing nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Riding a broomstick is not difficult. As long as one is not afraid of heights, any wizard can ride it normally. It is akin to a muggle's bicycle. Any capable individual can learn, depending on their willingness to try. Now that you all can make the broom obey, I shall proceed to the next step. After approximately 15 minutes, Madam Hooch addressed the eager young wizards, who could hardly contain their excitement. If she had not spoken, these little ones might have taken to the skies prematurely. The flying broom possesses an invisible seat cushion located just above the broom's tail and grip upon mounting. There are also invisible footrests on either side. Thus, it is crucial to maintain the correct posture while riding. Of course, if your skills are exceptional, she pointed to Ron, you may sit at the front of the broomstick handle like him. However, I do not recommend this, as it requires remarkable balance. Attempting this in flight, I assure you, would result in a fall. Apologies, Professor, Ron said, a bit abashed, yet his composure shone through. Some notably ancient brooms, like the silver arrow I rode in my youth, lack cushions and footrests. If you are fortunate enough to ride one of these relics that can still fly, be cautious. I recommend securing yourself to it. This remark elicited gentle laughter from the young wizards, who curiously explored the broom but failed to locate the seat cushion. Many of them were even attempting to tether themselves to the broom. As Madam Hooch walked through the ranks, she continually corrected the young wizards on the proper grip of the broom. Those who had previously launched to the moon, collided with rockets, chased airplanes, and traveled the world often became the focus of her guidance. After all, no one at home had taught them properly. They could fly, yet their habits and inaccuracies were numerous, often more troublesome than those who had never touched a broom. Take, for instance, Seamus and the opposing Draco, who were nearly reprimanded by the ears for their numerous errors. The once boisterous young wizards fell silent as they mounted the brooms per Madam Hooch's instructions, and the invisible seat cushion became apparent. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. Do not lose heart. Those who have successfully taken off should now slowly land. For those who have not, Try again shortly. We have another hour, so there is no rush. Harry, how do you feel? Ron gazed up at Harry, who was soaring steadily in the sky, and inquired, How do you feel? I've never felt this amazing. Harry exclaimed, his eyes reflecting the lush grass below. A feeling of unprecedented freedom filled his chest, and a radiant joy blossomed on his face. Flying is truly a delightful experience. Harry's hands moved, and the Nimbus 2000 beneath him responded with remarkable sensitivity to his commands, gliding sideways. Professor, may I take Harry for a spin? I have arranged to meet Wood at the Quidditch pitch. Gryffindor is still in need of a seeker, and I'm recommending Harry. He is exceptionally talented. ISNT. Ron and Harry descended, distinctly separating themselves from the other young wizards, their fluid movements affirming Ron's claims. Very well, Madam Hooch nodded. Just be sure to keep an eye on him. The speed of the Nimbus can be quite overwhelming, so he must be cautious. Thank you, Professor. Let us go, Harry. With a swift turn of his broom, they accelerated instantly, shooting upwards like two arrows, soaring over the castle's towering spires, and heading toward the rear of the castle. Chapter 61. A Wish for Lovers to Become One. This defies science and magic. Harry executed a stunning tailspin, halting 500 meters in the air. He shouted to Ron, I've already reached my top speed. How are you still keeping up? For a fleeting moment, Harry questioned whether his Nimbus 2000 was an imitation, masquerading as a superior broom while secretly being a Clean Sweep 7. According to the specifications, the Clean Sweep, priced at less than half of the Nimbus, could only rival it at mid-speed. Yet at peak velocity, the Clean Sweep's maximum speed of 150 miles per hour would be utterly eclipsed by the Nimbus, which exceeded 200 miles per hour. Yet Ron kept pace, which seemed utterly absurd. No, this is pure magic, Harry. While the broom is enchanted to enable flight, truly mastering it requires the expenditure of our magical energy. Although I cannot confirm the accuracy of this, Ron's earnest musings were quite convincing. You see, my magical flow is rather extraordinary, much swifter than that of an average wizard, Ron remarked as he patted the Clean Sweep. Harry nodded in sudden realization. That's so cool. If I join the team, we'll have 2 Nimbuses. We could actually win this year. With his father's records as his inspiration, Harry was eager to break the achievements left behind. Perhaps he could lead Gryffindor to an unprecedented 7th consecutive victory. Of course, Ron raised an eyebrow, especially with me around. All right, I'm familiar with the broom now. Let us go find Wood. He should be over there. Harry pointed, and despite wearing glasses, his keen eyes easily spotted Wood's robes, a flash of red amidst the sea of blue. The 2 individuals reversed their course, plunging diagonally downward as the gusting winds billowed their robes, the exhilarating sensation of soaring freely through the skies igniting a fervor within their hearts. In truth, Ron had just uttered a falsehood. Although flying broomsticks do indeed draw upon a wizard's magical essence, this process is passive and requires no active participation from the wizard. It is exceedingly difficult to engage in, for the fixed alchemical array provides a remarkably stable flow of magic to propel the broom, while the magic infused by the wizard is inherently volatile, potentially leading to aerial mishaps. The reason the Clean Sweep 7 could keep pace with the Nimbus 2000 was that Ron had finally grasped the significance of the phrase "a knight does not perish unarmed." Originally, the Wild Blue could utilize this ability to transform any object held in hand and recognized as a weapon into a temporary artifact, effortlessly converting items such as airplanes or frying pans into formidable tools. Ron's magical capacity was insufficient for complex creations or the transformation of weapons into artifacts. Yet he could readily enchant a broom for temporary enhancement. Although the enchanted Clean Sweep 7 could not surpass the Nimbus, it had come tantalizingly close to Harry's Nimbus, especially since Ron possessed a tactical advantage, which explained why Harry could not shake Ron off during their race. Their rapid descent propelled them downward at speeds exceeding 200 miles per hour. In mere moments, they barreled through the few hundred meters towards Wood. Wood, engaged in casual conversation with Cedric, was startled by their arrival. Upon witnessing Ron and Harry dive, brake sharply, and then execute a graceful tailspin to halt before him, this usually composed individual leaped with surprise. Wood quickly ensnared Ron in a bear hug, exuberantly thumping his back with great enthusiasm. Are you trying to kill me? If you keep that up, I might just retaliate. Ron gasped, struggling to extricate himself from Wood's fervent embrace, his back undoubtedly flushed red without needing to check. Are you out of your mind? Ron shot a glare at Wood, who had now abandoned him in favor of warmly inquiring after Harry, embodying the role of a caring older brother. Where did you find this little rascal? Cedric, equally taken aback, patted Ron on the shoulder. I wouldn't dare attempt such a dive. It appears Gryffindor is poised for greatness this year, with 2 little marvels on the field. As the seeker for the Hufflepuff Quidditch team, Cedric's keen eye was well attuned. Ron was within his threshold of acceptance, given that Fred and George had mentioned him. He is a first year? Harry Potter, our future seeker. Today marks his inaugural flight on a broom. Just as Cedric gasped in surprise, Wood interjected, embracing Harry with unwavering resolve. Not the future. He is one now. As captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, I hereby approve Harry's application to join our ranks. From this day forth, he is our seeker. Cedric, with a radiant smile, would approach Cedric, teasingly stating, "This year's championship is ours. We now possess a seeker who rivals you, and we also have Ron." "Ah, indeed," Cedric replied, casting a glance at Wood, "but if we meet, that golden snitch will certainly be in my grasp." He stood up, brushing off his trousers. "I have more pressing matters to attend to." He swiftly retrieved a clean towel from the box beside him, just as a striking witch descended on her broom in front of Cedric. "Chio, have you finished your training?" "Today was merely for me to familiarize myself with the rest of the team, not an actual training session," Chio responded. Accepting the towel Cedric offered and wiping away the slight sheen of perspiration before smoothing her tousled hair. "The captain sent me to gather intelligence on the opposition." She waved her hand towards Ron, saying, "Ron, stop teaching Cedric Chinese. You are an inadequate teacher, and your student's performance is woeful." A playful grin appeared on her face. And in that fleeting moment, time seemed to freeze, as Ron keenly sensed the effect, and the nearby men momentarily fell silent. "That's not my fault," Ron shrugged, denying any responsibility. Yet, Ron found himself curious. While Chio's appearance could be deemed attractive, it was not particularly striking, yet she seemed to captivate foreign eyes effortlessly. This duality perhaps elucidated why, in the original text, Harry experienced instant infatuation upon seeing Chio. Now, at 12, Chio had blossomed into a young woman, her fresh allure irresistibly appealing to the hormone-driven young men around her. "But," Ron's voice shattered the brief stillness. "No, I didn't say that." Cedric's face flushed crimson as he hastily waved his hands, glaring at Ron. "Why do you always blurt everything out?" "All right, no problem. What about you, Cedric?" Chio turned to the somewhat dazed Cedric, winking at him. "CCC, could it possibly involve me?" Cedric exclaimed, his eyes wide with excitement, his speech stuttering. "No problem. Absolutely no problem. Whatever it takes, I will participate." Cedric puffed out his chest and gazed at Chio with the most charming and sincere look, his flirtatious glances exuding a universal appeal. Does being handsome grant one the liberty to act as one pleases? Cedric believed so, and the author concurred, wishing for all lovers to find their union. Oh, how could I forget? Harry has been nurtured and trained by the Centaur ladies in the Forbidden Forest. Glancing at Chio's youthful innocence, Ron seemed to comprehend Harry's current feelings. Having experienced lavish feasts, he found himself with considerable resistance to such refreshing simplicity. After all, aren't men just visual creatures? Although the anticipated scene of a pastoral rivalry did not unfold, the outcome appeared far from unfavorable. "By the way, Chio, would you be interested in a friendly match?" There were only 4 of them, 2 seekers, 1 keeper, and 1 chaser. Chio cast a dubious glance at Ron, questioning the viability of such a configuration. "We don't need a seeker. Wood will guard the goal. Harry and Cedric can experience the thrill of chasing the quaffle. Don't worry, I'll take it easy on you. There's no need for excessive pressure." "Bludger incoming." Ron extended his hand, catching the oncoming bludger that nearly shattered the sound barrier. He held the obedient little ball in his grasp, revealing a chilling smile. "You won't get hurt. I'll go easy on you, so rest assured." Laughter erupted from the dark sorcerer, whose body emanated ominous black smoke, relishing the moment on the Quidditch pitch, while below, a group of spectators found no joy in his mirth. Game over. After a taxing match, Chio finally caught the elusive golden snitch, bringing the contest to a close. "Chio, wait for me," Ron called out. "I didn't mean to score that many. Let me explain." Chapter 62. In the depths of research, a glimmer of hope appears. Harry's inclusion in the Gryffindor Quidditch team stirred a minor wave of excitement, but as the first year to join, his impact was minimal. The primary cause for this was that after 2 weeks at Hogwarts, classes resumed their regular pace, and the young witches and wizards lost the leisurely comfort of the initial days. After 2 weeks of wand practice, the young sorcerers were finally permitted to delve into spellcasting. These captivating incantations brought joy, yet also burdensome assignments. Our hero, Seamus, was no longer solitary, although he remained the brightest star in the realm of exploding charms. Many eager successors rushed to claim his position. To safeguard his explosive crown, Seamus's complexion, especially his face, darkened at least 3 shades from when he first arrived. The adorable creatures in the greenhouse revealed their troublesome aspects, such as the tentacled beasts that adored gentle embraces and the toxic blossoms that ensnared with their alluring beauty. These perilous plants, selected by Professor Sprout to serve as a precautionary lesson for the young sorcerers, had distinct weaknesses, yet posed significant dangers. It was imperative to tame the unruly children before they ventured beyond their first year. Herbology was a subject at Hogwarts where no one dared to take risks. Despite Professor Sprout's gentle demeanor, her lessons were as intimidating as potions class. Snape's favoritism was palpable, as Harry had supplanted the Slytherin students to become Snape's current cherished pupil. The astonishing gentleness that emerged from Snape towards this slender, bespectacled boy was met with disbelief from all. While this favoritism was exclusive to Harry, The other Gryffindors continued to bear the brunt of Snape's acerbic remarks. However, it was evident that the points lost by Gryffindor under Snape's scrutiny had decreased by at least a third compared to previous years. However, what astonished Professor McGonagall the most was the transformation of the twins. Their earnestness in the Transfiguration class and their fervent inquiries outside of class genuinely took her aback. The complexity of the dual cards exceeded their imagination. Cedric indeed possessed exceptional talent in Transfiguration, managing to execute the transformation of the cards. Yet this was only feasible when he personally applied his skills. To solidify this transfiguration into a card while ensuring that the transformed object adhered to the rules they devised multiplied the difficulty manifold. Not to mention the subsequent steps required for card authentication and anti-tampering measures. Their progress remained sluggish despite crossing the threshold of Professor McGonagall's office. "We cannot continue like this," Ron lamented, rubbing his aching temples. Over the past 2 months, he had devoured all the Transfiguration textbooks for 7th grade, as had everyone present. Although they were not yet in 7th grade, the knowledge within those texts had become second nature to them. "Percy, how much funding do we have left?" 379 galleons and 10 sickles, Percy replied, setting aside the documents, removing his glasses, and rubbing his reddened eyes. The 8-eyed giant spider venom that Hagrid provided weekly was worth approximately 700 galleons, and they had already expended nearly 6,000 galleons on materials. As he spoke, Percy's voice quivered with pain, a significant sum slipping through his fingers, and it was only natural for him to feel distressed. Yet, it is not entirely wasted, is it? At least we have constructed the scene cards. Cedric reclined backward, sprawled on the floor like a lifeless fish. Then produced a palm-sized metallic card and tossed it into the air. This was a prototype they had created at great expense to replace the original paper cards. The card danced midair before unfurling into a 1-meter square scene of dense forest, with dotted lines dividing the woods into a 10-by-10 grid. Although the construction of this fixed scene appeared somewhat crude, it was functional. "Cost, Cedric." "The cost," Fred said gravely, staring at Cedric. "This is worth at least 1,000 galleons. It's prohibitively expensive. First, we create it, and then we will attempt to reduce the costs. At that point, I believe the professors will genuinely lend us a hand." Ron sighed, expressing his helplessness. "Dumbledore assured us that the professors would assist. We could consult him if we were unsure, but isn't this situation utterly absurd? I refuse to take the blame for this." They glared at Ron in solidarity, pondering their own roles in this predicament. The twins, once underachievers, furrowed their brows, uncertain how to counter his statement, as it seemed to carry some merit. "Let us approach this differently. We must consider profitability. Although Hagrid does not say it, he has been the one providing support every month. We cannot remain trapped in this pit. It would be unfair to Hagrid. Give up? No, of course not." Ron waved his hand. "If we can create this card, it will undoubtedly be a lucrative venture, but making money does not necessarily mean we must fixate solely on this product. Let us engage in a change of perspective. Perhaps indulging in alternative endeavors may bestow upon us fresh insights. Have you forgotten your original vocation? Mischief-making tools." Instantly, the twins were invigorated. "With our current prowess, while we may not completely outshine Zoc, we can certainly hold our own in a fierce contest." "Stick figures?" "Precisely." Ron withdrew his wand, and with a flourish, sent scraps of paper soaring from the wastebasket before the group. Over the past 2 months, Ron had not neglected his magical training. The uncontrollable outpouring of magic he once struggled with was now under his tentative command. The airborne scraps, influenced by his transfiguration spell, morphed into origami stick figures, each striking varied poses before rushing together in a chaotic, smoke-free melee. Limbs flailed wildly, and as the stick figures reached the zenith of their battle, a few furrowed-browed youths leaned in, captivated. "Victory!" They let out a small cheer as one stick figure, missing an arm, emerged triumphantly from the fray, surrounded by a scattered array of dismembered limbs. "This venture holds promise." The twins exchanged knowing glances. "Consumables, not overly challenging, albeit with a shelf life of about a week?" Fred glanced at Ron. "Roughly so. A week should suffice, but beyond that, they may become limp. Then we have no worries. Few would consider these items for collection. A stick figure skirmish during recess would undeniably provide delightful amusement." After Fred's remarks, they simultaneously turned their attention to the mountain of discarded cards, which could certainly be quantified by the ton. Previously, they were mere refuse, but now, they transformed into charming galleons, sickles, and nuts. "Percy, quickly calculate the cost of these items." Instantly entering a hyper-focused state, Percy swiftly retrieved his brick-thick ledger, scanning it with remarkable speed while mentally calculating. After approximately 5 minutes of waiting, with his face flushed red, Percy averted his gaze. "We purchased a total of..." "Just tell us the result." The twins interjected, fully aware of their older brother's tendency to ramble. Though detailed, it was undeniably tedious. "Approximately 3 nuts each. We experimented with 437 different materials and combinations. The costs varied, but on average, it's around 3 nuts. Let us create card packs. Categorize the cards. marking those made from the least expensive materials. Then, we shall design a portable arena, allowing the victorious, unscathed contenders to leave their hunting marks, and even in defeat, they could serve as collectibles. The group began to fervently discuss, their excitement growing with each word. The setbacks they had faced had dampened their spirits somewhat, yet now, the initial fervor surged back within them. Let us go and tease Professor Flitwick. As a diligent student, Percy exhibited an unprecedented expression of dread upon his face. The spells could indeed expand upon the branches of functions you just mentioned. It need not be restricted to transfiguration. Perhaps, Percy, you are correct. We have been rather obstinate in our approach. Ron murmured, a fleeting thought igniting a spark of inspiration in his mind, yet it always felt just out of reach, elusive. Well, it has been quite some time since I had a proper date with Autumn. I shall take my leave and wander to the Ravenclaw common room while it is still early. Cedric, grinning broadly, pushed open the door and dashed off, leaving a few who had been caught off guard by his exuberance exchanging awkward glances. I shall take my leave. Percy adjusted his attire, regaining his composed demeanor. I need to discuss academic matters with Penelope. She is seeking my guidance on transfiguration. Amidst a chorus of coughs from the twins, Percy gracefully exited, unhurried yet brisk in his stride. The twins turned in unison, glaring fiercely at Ron. I'm only 11. They nodded in satisfaction. Therefore, I must apply myself diligently to my studies. I am headed to the library to find Hermione. My dear brother. Fred interrupted Ron's thoughts with a loud exclamation. We have a grand surprise for you. George lunged forward, wrapping his arm around Ron's neck. Come on, come on. The twins hoisted Ron, marching with exaggerated steps toward the Gryffindor common room. Hey, let go of me. I wish to indulge in sweet romance. Chapter 63. The Gift of the MaraudersEra Map. Eventually, Ron found himself escorted to the dormitory, the twins insisting on presenting him with a grand surprise, leaving him no room for refusal. In the common room, Luxington, reveling in the gentle caresses of the girls, was taken aback. Master, what has happened to you? Blink if you are being kidnapped. A woo. Instantly leaping onto Ron's shoulder. Luxington glared menacingly at the twins, attempting to intimidate them, but to no avail. Having spent a holiday playing with Luxington, chasing rabbits and catching goblins, the twins merely extended their hands, effortlessly subduing the protective feline. Caught by the scruff of his neck, Luxington had no choice but to remain still on Ron's shoulder. Wow. I know you did your best, Ron said with a wry smile, glancing at his large cat. Hurry up and grow, Luxington. Once you are an adult, they won't stand a chance against you. Clap. My dear brother, Fred spoke with a serious countenance. As your brother, George also fixed an earnest gaze upon Ron. It is time, they sighed softly, their serious expressions morphing into an indescribable peculiarity, like an elderly person on their deathbed, trembling as they utter their last words. Imparting final advice to those nearby. Are you suggesting? A hint of exaggerated shock appeared on Ron's face. Indeed, the twins nodded gravely. One of you is pregnant? Men can have children? Ron's expression contorted into an exaggerated grimace, causing the twins' faces to fall in dismay. You can't continue like this. You fool. They helplessly waved their hands and retrieved a thin sheet of parchment from the hidden compartment of their bed. This is for you, the most treasured possession of Hogwarts. Or none. Fred casually tossed the parchment to Ron, then slumped into a chair, gazing at him with a half-dead demeanor. Where did this come from? Although he already suspected the answer, the formalities had to be observed. Back when we were carefree, innocent first years, Fred began to recount the tale. We were pursued by Filch due to a series of misunderstandings, such as inadvertently dropping a dung bomb in the corridor. After all, we had just arrived at the school and our pockets were prone to leaks. George, who had entered the school in split-crotch pants, openly confessed his own embarrassing history. He resembled the ancient ghost of Hogwarts, privy to many secret passages within the castle. That old man lacked any sense of honor, taking shortcuts with brazen audacity. As we entered his office, about to be hung by chains and mercilessly whipped with a moldy strap, we spotted a drawer labeled confiscated items, highly dangerous. Just then, George accidentally dropped another dung bomb, and I yanked open the drawer to seize it. Fred gestured towards the parchment. We struggled greatly to unravel this mystery. It wasn't actually that difficult. George shrugged. During our nocturnal explorations of Hogwarts, we ventured to many places, allowing us to complete the tasks on the parchment. It must be a secret treasure left behind by predecessors worthy of respect, just like us. Moonface, Wormtail, Big Foot, and Pointed Fork. They whispered reverently, their eyes filled with devotion. We offer the highest praise to you, our esteemed predecessors, who illuminate our path and guide our direction. Fred drew his wand and tapped Ron's parchment, and suddenly, a line of text appeared. They humbly expressed their gratitude to Fred and George, their words suffused with contentment. I solemnly swear I am up to no good. After uttering this, Fred tapped the parchment again, and a blot of ink unfurled from where the wand had touched it. Moonface, Wormtail, Big Foot, and Pointed Fork, aiding the purveyors of magical mischief. The Marauder's map was grandly unveiled. Countless little black dots populated the map. Upon closer inspection, tiny labels bearing names appeared beside each dot. We could locate most of Hogwarts' secret passages and shortcuts, as well as find the whereabouts of everyone in the castle, as long as they remained within the school's confines. Look, there's Dumbledore. Fred pointed to the location of the headmaster's office, noting his pacing. Perhaps he's constipated? He seems rather hurried. Let me see. Ron leaned in closer, muttering. Is this for real? I'll check where we are. As Ron's words lingered in the air, Lucy suddenly sprang up, emitting a fierce roar. He turned swiftly and struck out with his paw. With a powerful swipe, he sent the patchy creature crashing against the wall, where it clutched a tuft of bloodied fur in its mouth. Moments ago, it had savagely bitten Lucy, leaving the latter's back drenched in blood. With claws unsheathed, Lucy lunged forward, raising his paw high, ready to deliver a decisive blow that would likely spell doom for the large gray rodent. However, his claws halted mere inches from the snout of the standing creature, and in an instant, Lucy retracted his claws and leapt back half a meter, emitting an indignant growl as he dug his claws into the floor. What has come over Banban? Fred, utterly perplexed by the situation, inquired. All petrified. The moment the incantation was uttered, a layer of stone-like, grayish-white shrouded the area in the direction of the wand's point, affecting everything within a half-meter radius, including Banban. Lucy nearly fell victim to the spell as well. Ron, exerting the full force of his magical power without restraint, knew that even if Banban sprouted wings and took flight, he could not evade the spell's influence. Check the map, Fred. Ron handed him the live map, urging him to observe their location. There is a fourth presence here, Peter Pettigrew. He dropped those words before lifting the petrified rodent, his small eyes reflecting a glimmer of regret for the unliberated creature. Finite incantatum. Ron pronounced the counterspell, pointing at the affected areas, and the petrified floors, walls, and doors reverted to their original state. It seems I must pay a visit to Professor Dumbledore. He reached for the live map again and addressed the heir, Fawkes. After a brief pause, a burst of flames ignited in front of Ron, revealing the phoenix with golden red feathers, who landed on his shoulder, affectionately nuzzling him. I am uncertain if Professor Dumbledore has changed the password, but I urgently need to see him. Thank you, Fawkes. Fred, I would appreciate your assistance in looking after Lucy. In a flash of fire, Ron vanished from the dormitory. Chapter 64. The Serpent and the Mouse, the Old Fox and the Young Lion. Professor Dumbledore. As the flames flickered in the headmaster's office, Fawkes brought Ron into the chamber. It was approximately 8 in the evening, still early before bedtime. Dumbledore was engrossed in a book titled The Phoenix and the Fire, glancing at the bookmark, likely having interrupted his reading upon witnessing Fawkes' arrival. Is there something amiss? Dumbledore regarded Ron, his gaze settling upon the petrified rodent Ron held. Fred and George just delivered to me a live map that reveals Hogwarts layout along with the names and locations of individuals within the castle. As I examined my own position, I noticed a name that should not exist in this room, Peter Pettigrew. Ron placed the rodent before him on the wooden table. I remember that name. Known only to one individual. The hero slain by Sirius Black a decade ago, Peter Pettigrew. Dumbledore set down the book in his hands and calmly continued the conversation initiated by Ron, though his gaze, fixed on the rat, betrayed a certain intensity. Let me see. The lake blue eyes behind his half-moon spectacles shimmered with an enigmatic allure, stirring a subtle thrill within Dumbledore, filling the room with a barely perceptible sense of trepidation. Could I possibly have a look at the Marauder's map? Of course, Professor, Ron replied as he handed over the enchanted map. Its incantation revealed. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. Thank you. After accepting the map, Dumbledore examined it meticulously. As a scholar of great renown, he swiftly discerned the map's intricacies. It was a stroke of genius. They had ingeniously linked the map with Hogwarts' protective enchantments, artfully creating a backdoor that incorporated a tracking charm, entwined with ancient magic. The spell revealing names was a rarity in the wizarding world, recorded only in the annals of a few long-established pure-blood families, primarily used for the safety of their kin. I recall that your family possesses a peculiar clock, correct? Dumbledore nodded at Ron, having visited the burrow where an antique clock indicated the status of each Weasley family member. Now, take good care of it and store it safely. He returned the Marauder's map to Ron, recognizing its unique merits, yet knowing that, now aware of its construction, creating a similar one would not pose a considerable challenge for him. Fawkes, I need you to find Severus and bring him here. The phoenix took flight from Ron's shoulder, landing gracefully on Dumbledore's arm, gently pecking at his fingers before erupting into a blaze of flames, vanishing in an instant. Let us wait a moment. Please take a seat. Ron, shall we have some tea? Thank you, Professor. Tea would be splendid. The two, one aged and the other youthful, sat in silence, sipping their beverages. Before long, flames flickered anew, and Fawkes reappeared, accompanied by Snape. What is the urgency? Snape inquired, scowling. He despised being transported by the phoenix. Each time, Fawkes seemed to take particular pleasure in causing him some discomfort, as evidenced by the smoke wafting from his hair. Fawkes disdainfully cast a glance at Snape before settling comfortably in Ron's lap, nuzzling against his chest. Mr. Weasley has brought us quite the surprise, Severus. It appears you ought to wash your hair. The smoke emanating from your head is rather overwhelming. With a flick of his wand, Dumbledore dispelled the noxious fumes enveloping Snape's head. The dark-haired professor shot a fierce glare at Ron, as if warning him to remain silent regarding the matter. Now, let us set aside those concerns and examine what we have here. Dumbledore gestured toward the petrified rat on the table, his tone oscillating between light-heartedness and gravity. It seems we may have all misjudged certain matters, yet Ron has uncovered the truth of the situation. He gazed at Snape, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Ron, you speak up. After all, you are the one involved. He reiterated his previous statement, yet this time, Ron refrained from producing the Marauders map. Professor Dumbledore. After recounting his words once more, Ron ventured to ask, why did Pettigrew seem to seek death before he could be discovered? He pondered for a moment, uncertainty lacing his voice. I feel he was yearning for death, hoping that Lucius would end him, if there were indeed secrets and mistakes surrounding the events of that time. Ron gestured toward the collar, suggesting that he could have taken his own life. It appears you have deduced the truth, Dumbledore remarked, regarding Ron with satisfaction. Yet this reasoning is rather straightforward. A cowardly and timid soul would never dare to commit suicide. Had he possessed the courage to confront death, the past events would never have unfolded as they did. Dumbledore withdrew his wand, gently waving it before the collar inscribed with Pettigrew's name, causing the iron ring to clatter onto the table with a sharp sound. Now then, Dumbledore continued to wave his wand, and the petrified rat levitated into the air. The petrification lifted, unleashing a piercing scream. Under the gaze of the three witnesses, the large gray rat contorted in midair, transforming into a tearful, panic-stricken, short and stout man. He stood frozen, paralyzed by the stares of those present, lacking even the courage to utter an explanation. At the moment Pettigrew revealed himself, Snape's eyes turned a bloodshot crimson, a torrent of repressed emotion erupting within him like a volcano. Were it not for his fervent restraint, the overwhelming intent to kill would have engulfed the entire space. Snape had never forgiven himself. Lily's death stemmed from that prophecy, and he was the one who had revealed it to Voldemort, the true culprit. Yet, Lily's demise was equally entwined with that betrayal. Hand him over to me. Snape enunciated each word with precision, his hoarse voice betraying an unprecedented madness. I must know. I must know. With a flick of his wand, Pettigrew was instantly bound, and Snape produced an array of vials and jars from within his robes, the unrecognizable potions exuding a bone-chilling aura. Dumbledore gestured to open a small door, and as Snape entered, the kindly old man with a white beard turned his gaze back to Ron. Do not tell me the old man's mind-blocking spell has been seen through? Ron's heart tightened as he met that cheerful gaze. Chapter 65. Are there good people among Death Eaters? Dumbledore seldom utilized this space. Though pristine, it lacked a semblance of warmth. The predatory ferocity in Snape's expression vanished the moment he closed the door behind him, transitioning swiftly as if that visage had never existed. Though bound, Pettigrew could not utter a word. Nevertheless, a subtle flicker of turbulence danced in his eyes, carrying the plump rat into the room. Snape casually discarded the creature onto the floor. He conjured an armchair and seated himself opposite Peter, then with a flick of his wand, the bindings that restrained Peter loosened considerably. Fool! A hint of derision curled at the corners of Snape's lips. Why didn't you just die back then, you imbecile? His shadowy visage leaned slightly forward, the penetrating chill causing Peter to shudder involuntarily. Memories of his master, the name that could not be uttered, flooded his mind. Though Snape lacked some of his former charisma, the sheer intensity of his coldness sent tremors through Peter's very being. His courage had always been feeble. Or perhaps it was simply non-existent. Do you comprehend what your capture signifies, Peter? Upon hearing Snape's inquiry, the rat swallowed hard, shaking his head in a frantic manner. Indeed, it would have been far better had you perished then. A conflagration ignited in Snape's eyes, fueled by hatred and anger, a fire that raged uncontrollably. That foolish dog is in this predicament because of you. He is about to emerge from Azkaban. Each word was pronounced with meticulous precision. Snape's pale left hand gripping Peter's collar, revealing his murderous intent without restraint. Help me, please. Snape. Professor Snape. Save me. Peter's tear-filled eyes streamed with murky tears. They were the ones who tormented you. I did not. I was coerced. It was that accursed werewolf, Lupin, who dragged me into their fold. I never wished to befriend them. What of Sirius? What of James? I have never been one of their lot. I beg you. I implore you, save me. For the sake of my master, please, save me. Snape regarded him with an icy stare, the mockery in his gaze intensifying. You expect me to release you? In front of Dumbledore? His derision seemed poised to manifest as a slap across Peter's face. What do you take me for? And what do you believe Dumbledore to be? I am but a stray dog, Snape murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. After the Dark Lord's departure, I have been forced to live like a dog to avoid imprisonment in Azkaban. Fortunately, Dumbledore fancies himself an exceptional animal trainer, and I remain within his grasp only because I still possess some utility, which has afforded me the luxury of survival until this day. Though you, foolish creature, have wrought a grievous deed, perhaps I owe you my gratitude? I believe that if I can extract something of value from your mind, I might no longer have to live in trepidation, correct, Peter? Will you divulge it willingly, or shall I assist you in doing so? Snape toyed with a vial of potion in his hand, the liquid within swirling ominously, imbued with a chilling, sinister magic. It is not merely Veritaserum. Snape's eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. I possess many more intriguing concoctions. Perhaps you might wish to sample them? The diminutive Peter understood, in that fleeting moment. Comprehensively, yet unsurprisingly. As a former Death Eater, he was acutely aware of the true nature of his kind. Mutual assistance was utterly non-existent among them. Had it not been for Voldemort's oppressive reign, this assembly of self-serving schemers would have long since disintegrated. The notion that Snape intended to use him as a stepping stone for advancement was unexpected yet logical. In that instant, he grasped why Snape had managed to remain by Dumbledore's side for so long without being dealt with. Dumbledore required someone to undertake nefarious deeds, and Snape, with his unparalleled acting prowess, had successfully deceived this great white wizard. I shall divulge everything to you, Peter murmured, his voice laced with a haze of confusion. But you must promise me one thing. Snape furrowed his brow slightly, coldly uttering, "Speak. Kill me." Peter trembled, clutching his arms. With eyes tightly shut, he whispered in despair. "Kill me, Snape, kill me. I cannot bear to do it myself. Please, do it for me later." His silent gaze was imbued with a weighty hopelessness. "I do not wish to enter Azkaban. I do not wish to be kissed by a Dementor. I absolutely do not want to remain in this world." He shivered. Demons roam this earth. The profound terror emanating from Peter astonished Snape. He could scarcely fathom what could compel this timid, self-preserving wretch to beg for a death he himself feared to embrace. "Why?" Snape inquired, like a serpent tasting the air. Peter's fear piqued his curiosity. His already low opinion of Peter urged him to uncover the grotesque wound concealed beneath this scar. Perhaps it would bring him a fleeting moment of amusement. In an instant, the pallid little star appeared ensnared in an abyss of terror. He abruptly lifted his head, his tear-filled eyes fixated on Snape. "Promise me, you must kill me. I implore you." Subsequently, Peter collapsed onto the ground, trembling as he turned. His robes bore a significant tear, and his body, untouched by water for a decade, was encrusted with layers of dark filth. Yet amidst this grime, there existed a relatively clean patch. Snape recoiled several steps, inadvertently toppling a chair behind him. He swallowed hard, disbelief etched across his face. Who did this? Upon uttering those words, Snape instinctively covered his groin, pressing his legs tightly together as a chill coursed up from his feet, causing the hair on his legs to stand on end. "It's a demon. As long as I exist in this world, that demon will persist. Even that demon in Azkaban will inevitably find its way there. No place is safe in this world." Then, Peter ceased his rambling and uttered a name, one familiar to Snape, Ron Weasley. He acted with his own hands, without a trace of hesitation. I remember the blade was swift, the hand steady. It stung dreadfully, soaked in whiskey, and after being smeared with white powder, it was utterly despairing. Why do such individuals exist in this world? They do not belong here. They ought to descend into the depths of hell, where only devils and demons may contend with them. A soft, sorrowful whisper flowed quietly across the cold ground, casting the atmosphere into a profound desolation. "Therefore, I beseech you, Snape, I implore you, I'll reveal everything. I shall divulge all. When the time comes, do ensure you end my life." Without a trace of hesitation, Peter Pettigrew began to recount the events of a decade prior, narrating how he betrayed James and Lily, leading them step by step into the abyss of death. The veins on the back of Snape's hand bulged increasingly, yet his countenance remained tranquil, as if in a daze. "Very well." A twisted smirk of derision curled at the corners of his mouth. "Very well." He raised his wand, and Pettigrew extended his hands, awaiting the arrival of death. The moment of escape from this dreadful world. "If you perish, then my dog would have died in vain." The tip of the wand emitted a binding rope that ensnared Pettigrew tightly. Despite his desperate attempts to struggle, he could not break free. "You need to forget something, and then live well. Are there any good people among the Death Eaters?" Snape scoffed, and then uttered the incantation, total oblivion. For a fleeting moment, Peter was bewildered. And then a desperate scream escaped from the confines of the rope, transforming the space into his solitary wailing lament. Chapter 66, A Year of Astonishment for Old Dumbledore. In the headmaster's office, an elderly man and a young boy gazed harmoniously at one another. One had hair and a beard as white as snow, a kind smile gracing his face, with a gentle appreciation glimmering in his blue eyes. The other, a youth with hair as red as blood, appeared youthful and contemplative as he regarded the elder, subsequently posing a question. "Professor Snape," Ron pondered his words, uncertainly stating, "does he have feelings for Sirius?" Although I cannot fully accept this, the circumstances of our great nation dictate my stance. I hold no prejudice against them, nor do I harbor any ulterior motives. As long as they do not disturb my mornings. I have a fondness for girls, and I prefer not to interfere with their affairs. For a moment, Dumbledore was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Did I guess correctly? Ron cautiously inquired, casting a glance towards the direction in which Snape had just departed. What makes you think so? Dumbledore's expression was one of profound peculiarity. He was well aware that Snape and Sirius were sworn enemies, with Snape's animosity towards Sirius rivaling that he bore for James. During their school years, as Remus, a member of their quartet, was a werewolf, he had to traverse the secret passage of the Whomping Willow each month during the full moon to release his uncontrollable beastly nature in the shrieking shack of Hogsmeade. As Remus's friends, Sirius and James had always safeguarded his secret. However, Remus needed to venture out each month. Perhaps they could conceal it for a time. But throughout their 7 years at Hogwarts, this necessity became apparent to the curious minds of the observant. Severus Snape discerned the peculiar behavior of those who opposed him, while Sirius Black inadvertently let slip a few words. On one fateful day, Snape quietly trailed behind James, following them as they departed from the castle towards the Whomping Willow. He glimpsed Remus's secret, which plunged him into a perilous moment that could have cost him his life. Had it not been for James's timely intervention, this master of potions would have faced a tragic demise in his youth. Snape could not forgive the irony of being saved by the very person he despised most, James, who had tormented and humiliated him at school and stolen away his childhood sweetheart, Lily. Though James acted out of a desire to rescue Remus, Snape could never absolve himself of the fact that he had been saved by him. This tangled web of emotions fueled Snape's profound hatred for James Potter, which only intensified after James's death, transferring that animosity onto Sirius, who had mocked and belittled him alongside James. At times, Snape's loathing for Sirius surpassed even that for James. How could it be that Snape, wishing for a Dementor's kiss upon Sirius, had transformed in this young man's mind into a beloved companion? Such a conundrum eluded even Dumbledore's keen intellect. Am I truly aging? Dumbledore mused, stroking his pale beard, feeling that if all were well, he could still live for several more decades. Reaching 200 was not out of the question. The generational gap felt insurmountable. Or is it not? Ron retorted, reminding Dumbledore that Peter Pettigrew had once been a close friend of Harry's father and Sirius, masquerading as a hero while betraying Sirius and leading him to Azkaban. Dumbledore nodded, recognizing the simplicity of such reasoning. The clues were evident, and he felt no surprise. He then recalled that before the Sorting Hat ceremony began, Professor McGonagall had been speaking with them while Professor Snape, standing behind her, had his gaze fixed oddly upon Harry. Ron, sensitive to the nuances of others' stares, noted that despite Snape's overt display of disdain, there lingered an inexplicable sentiment towards Harry. After some contemplation, Ron hesitantly voiced his thoughts, further embellishing Dumbledore's already peculiar expression. He sensed that this affection was not directed at Harry himself, at least not entirely, but rather towards someone closely connected to him. Initially, he thought of Harry's parents, at least until today. However, Snape's unusual demeanor piqued his curiosity. Professor Dumbledore, Ron ventured, intrigued, what about Sirius? Beyond being good friends with Harry's parents, does he share any other connections with Harry? For instance. Thus, the narrative began to weave itself together. Ron savored a sip of tea, relishing the unfolding mystery. Professor Snape harbored a deep affection for Sirius Black. However, Harry's father and Sirius shared a close friendship, spending nearly every moment together. Thus, the unrequited love that Snape felt was tinged with helplessness, as he could not express his feelings to Sirius. He loathed Harry's father for obstructing his romantic aspirations, and, in turn, directed this resentment toward Harry. Yet, being an adult and a dedicated professor, albeit somewhat biased, he was not inclined to project the grudges of decades passed on to Harry. Initially, he exhibited disdain for Harry, but soon recognized a reflection of the person he once loved within him. At one point, I had assumed that Professor Snape's affections lay with Harry's mother, only to be thwarted by Harry's father. But how could that possibly be? Ron chuckled awkwardly, then lowered his voice. I must admit, Professor Snape's appearance leaves much to be desired. Girls would hardly find him appealing. Moreover, he consistently directs his attention toward male students, seemingly overlooking someone as remarkable as Hermione. Slytherin boasts Draco Malfoy, and Harry has been under his scrutiny as well. I, too, have felt his gaze upon me. With that, Ron crossed his arms and shivered. I have always had the impression that Snape's targeting of me stems from a desire to confine me to his office. Thankfully, my grades are satisfactory, otherwise, I would surely be at his mercy. However, Professor, you must issue a stern warning. Harry has been frequently summoned for tutoring lately, and I harbor suspicions about what he might do to Harry. Although the likelihood is low, one must remain vigilant. If something were to occur, the school would undoubtedly suffer the consequences. Observing Ron's anxious demeanor as he reported his concerns, Dumbledore's astonishment transcended words. How could you arrive at the correct conclusion, yet still err in your deductions? Though Professor Snape masked his emotions well, today he revealed too much. Were it not for his feelings towards Sirius, how could he have displayed such a terrifying expression in the presence of Peter Pettigrew, the one who had betrayed Sirius and condemned him to a decade in Azkaban? Ron, adorned with a label that proclaimed the truth is singular, stroked his chin and concluded. If it were an unrelated party confronting Pettigrew, who is responsible for Sirius's unjust imprisonment, such fury would be unfathomable. Professor Snape is indeed in love with Sirius. I cannot be mistaken. Dumbledore's lips twitched slightly, a soft chuckle escaping him. Let us hope so. He cautiously glanced at the door through which Snape had entered, internally praying that Severus would not overhear their conversation. Otherwise, he might resort to lethal measures against Ron, poison so undetectable that even the headmaster would commend Snape's prowess in potions. You must not speak of this. It could lead to significant troubles, he stated gravely, his expression one of deep concern. This startling revelation, which had captivated Dumbledore for an entire year, not only left him bewildered, but also dispelled any lingering doubts he had harbored about Ron. After all, Ron's previous actions had indeed impacted many, particularly the relationship between Harry and Snape, which he managed in a remarkably unexpected manner. This young man possesses boundless potential. Dumbledore pondered internally, feeling a twinge of concern for Ron's future. All right, I understand, he said, taking a deep breath to organize his scattered thoughts. Gryffindor has been awarded 200 points due to your exceptional performance. Courage is not recklessness, and I believe, Ron, you have done remarkably well this time. He restored his gentle, beaming demeanor, while Ron felt a weight lift from his heart. What? Ron looked up in astonishment. You have captured Peter Pettigrew, unraveling an old case. Minister Fudge will be immensely grateful, as he has only recently taken office without any notable achievements. This is a significant event that will reverberate throughout the wizarding world. Therefore, congratulations. Dumbledore patted Ron on the shoulder. However, we shall handle the subsequent matters. Dealing with the Ministry of Magic can indeed be quite troublesome. What is it? The refreshed Severus Snape glanced at Dumbledore, sensing an oddity in the elder's gaze. Nothing. I was merely discussing some intriguing matters with Ron, Dumbledore replied, gesturing toward the book on the table, Phoenix and Fire, and giving Ron a playful wink. Chapter 67, Human Form 90. The matter of Peter Pettigrew was no longer Ron's concern, at least until Dumbledore and the Ministry had settled their disputes. This situation was detached from Ron. He simply needed to await his reward, as any discussions regarding the retrial of Sirius Black and his vindication were beyond the purview of this young wizard. While Fudge reveled in the unprecedented opportunity to rectify a long-standing case, he also found himself in a state of considerable distress. The source of his troubles lay solely in the fact that Sirius bore the surname Black, one of the most ancient pure-blood families in the wizarding world, with a lineage traceable to before the Common Era. Even though the family had fallen into decline, nearly severing its bloodline, the legacy of the Blacks loomed large, burdening Fudge immensely. During Sirius's imprisonment, the Ministry had appropriated a substantial portion of the Black family estate. Had Sirius perished in Azkaban, everything could have been dismissed as inconsequential. However, now Fudge was racking his brain to return all that the Ministry had seized. Failure to do so would mean that when Sirius regained his innocence and re-entered the wizarding world, the power inherited from this ancient family could easily result in the Ministry requiring a new minister. They had clandestinely acquired nearly 1 million galleons worth of Black family real estate. An astonishing fortune. Should Sirius make any demands, such as insisting that Fudge step down, offering 1/3 of that wealth as a reward, the next day's edition of the Daily Prophet would announce either Fudge's resignation or assassination. The succeeding minister would gleefully claim that third and subsequently restore the remainder. This is the power of wealth, intertwined with the deep-rooted legacy of an ancient family, where unseen connections are concealed in the depths of the wizarding world, eluding comprehension. 1,000 bats flitted chaotically against the walls and ceiling, while another 1,000 swirled like low-hanging clouds above the dining table. A pumpkin lantern, its interior aglow with candlelight, floated amidst the bat-filled gloom, casting a yellow halo from its gaping mouth, which adorned the dining hall with a sinister charm. Golden plates overflowed with an array of pumpkin-themed dishes: pumpkin soup with potatoes, pumpkin-stuffed potato cakes, pumpkin-flavored mashed potatoes, and pumpkin juice paired with roasted potatoes. One could hardly expect anything extraordinary from British cuisine, unless one fancied a pumpkin pie rendition of stargazing. Ron, thoroughly disgusted, toyed with his fork, awaiting something palatable from the house elf, perhaps a roasted acromantula leg. In this state of ennui, a staggering figure suddenly burst through the side door of the dining hall. Professor Quirrell, wrapped in his crooked scarf, stumbled into the room, his face etched with terror, instantly capturing everyone's attention. He staggered to the front of the faculty table. A troll, Quirrell gasped, unusually fluent at that moment. There is a troll in the underground classroom, he exclaimed to Professor McGonagall. adding that Dumbledore was preoccupied with the Ministry of Magic and absent from the evening's festivities. Just as Quirrell finished relaying this urgent news, his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor, unconscious. Professor Quirrell. The Gryffindor students cheered, only to quickly shift to concerned tones. Surely this merits us an extra 100 points? The young lions had become quite addicted to racking up points from Quirrell, first-year warriors Seamus, and third-year legends Fred and George. Adept at stirring up mischief without it backfiring, had kept Quirrell perpetually on the brink of embarrassment and anxiety. Allowing the clever and capable students to regain control and engage in their well-practiced point-gathering routine. Quick, get the professor to the infirmary. The little wizards eagerly hoisted Quirrell. Undeterred by his pungent garlic scent, for a moment's discomfort could yield a multitude of points. Who would pass up such a risk-free venture? The commotion caused by Gryffindor left the students from the other three houses simply watching in bewilderment. Even the news of the troll's approach failing to elicit any shrieks of terror from them at that moment. Professor McGonagall observed the harmonious scene with satisfaction. Yet as deputy headmistress, she seized the opportunity to issue orders to the prefects. And what of Professor Quirrell? We must escort him to the nurse. The young lions quickly volunteered, unwilling to let this opportunity for points slip away. Understood, Professor McGonagall, leave it to us. The other students obediently followed McGonagall's directives, hastening towards their respective common rooms under the prefect's organized guidance. But Ron. Hermione stood with her hands on her hips, blocking Ron's path, her stern gaze reminiscent of Professor McGonagall, almost mirroring her imposing presence. A troll, Hermione, Ron exclaimed, his eyes sparkling as he grinned at her. What of it? Did you not hear Professor McGonagall? It's a troll, Ron reiterated. Do you remember Hagrid? Hermione furrowed her brow, puzzled by Ron's statement. Hagrid faced a chimera, though I suppose you weren't around then. He actually took the chimera's paw and threw it over his shoulder. It was incredible. Now that's a real man. Ron's rather dubious remarks left Harry and Neville astounded. Mate? Neville cautiously prodded Ron's arm, feeling the bulging muscle beneath. Though exaggerated, it was still within the realm of human capability. Let's not. That's not something an ordinary person can tackle. A troll? Harry's face paled momentarily. As a diligent student, he was well aware of the nature of such creatures. Originating from the Scandinavian peninsula, they stand 12 feet tall, weigh over a ton, and possess a strength that is terrifyingly formidable, paired with a frighteningly low intellect. That thing is not edible. Let's forget it, Ron. Harry grimaced, the foul odor of trolls being as notorious as their brute force and stupidity. No. I want to fight it. What is just a ton? With a deep breath, I could topple it with ease. There are no giants in the Forbidden Forest for me to practice on. I can't just go and hit Hagrid, right? I'm itching for a fight. Muttering incomprehensible phrases, Ron began warming up, his eagerness stemming not merely from a desire for action, but also from a lingering task on his mind. While controlling his magical abilities could resolve his issues, why not pursue both avenues and maximize his opportunities? Harry and Neville exchanged silent glances, but Hermione was resolute. She stood before Ron, her expression growing more serious, her cheeks flushed with indignation, almost begging someone to pinch her cheeks playfully. Your actions could cost Gryffindor points, Ron. We've worked hard to secure first place. If we lose the House Cup because of this, I could never forgive you. Ron sighed. I added 200 points to Gryffindor just yesterday. Over the past 2 months, we've earned over 500 points. Slytherin, in second place, trails us by nearly 600 points. Even if we do nothing, the House Cup is practically in our hands, not to mention the Quidditch match. At this point, a cryptic smile appeared on Ron's face. I'm all set to help Gryffindor shatter the Quidditch scoring records, each house scoring 1,000 points. Are we really going to lose? Harry shivered with a sense of foreboding as he recalled the friendly match against Ravenclaw during their flying lessons, where he and Cedric had scored nearly 50 goals. The two seekers had reached the pinnacle of their prowess, leaving Harry questioning his very existence after that game. Had it not been for Cho's remarkable ability to capture the golden snitch under immense pressure, the massacre could have turned utterly catastrophic, while the oblivious Slytherins remained unaware. Both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff had devised an exceptionally intricate strategy specifically targeting Ron. Fear not the loss of points. I have vanquished a chimera. So why should I fear a mere troll? At worst, I shall rend it asunder. I wonder if its magical resistance can withstand the full force of my spells. Ron retrieved the second-order Rubik's Cube from his pocket. After 2 months of manipulation, he had just begun to control his magic enough to attempt its restoration. This is a pioneering field study of magical creatures. Are you not intrigued? While hunting trolls is not illegal, locating them is quite the challenge. Oh, and there's something else I must share. Ron seized Hermione's hand, pulling her forward as he began to remove his robes. As you are all aware, I have been diligently studying transfiguration. To prevent any unforeseen mishaps from my spells, I have specifically learned a new charm. Tossing his robes to Harry, Ron drew his wand and waved it lightly. Armor, protect me. The spell, requiring a substantial 6 units of his magical energy, conjured a visible, translucent shield before him. approximately 10 centimeters thick, adhering closely to his body. The intensity of his magic gave the ethereal armor a semblance of structure. I shall be prepared. With another flourish of his wand, the armor began to morph under his magical influence, gracefully floating before him. A pair of gauntlets, a steel breastplate, and iron boots assembled around him. Ron, now clad in half-plate armor, tested his movements, finding the weight perfectly suited, unimpeded in his actions. Please hold my wand. He passed his hefty stick to Hermione, stretching his body, producing a series of crisp pops. Observing Ron's sudden transformation into a formidable figure, the trio fell into a contemplative silence. Not even a troll would dare confront Ron in such a state. He could easily land a few blows that would leave the creature reeling. I told you, this plan is foolproof. We shall not fail. A pungent odor reminiscent of 13-year-old stinky socks mingled with the scent of an unwashed public restroom wafted from around the corner, accompanied by the sound of heavy, clumsy footsteps. Chapter 68. I shall be the arbiter of this confrontation. The valiant souls eager to confront the troll hesitated momentarily, for as the colossal figure rounded the corner, the nauseating stench reached its full, grotesque intensity. Ugh! The little wizard, stifling a retch with his hand over his mouth, was besieged by the ominous number 11 indicating poisoning above his head. The bioweapon inherent to the troll was indeed daunting. I found myself reluctant to continue. The repulsion was overwhelming. Ron seized his wand from Hermione, while beside him, Harry, pale and pinching his nose, grumbled, I told you this wasn't worth it. Yet we are wizards. Scourgify. This was also a cleaning charm, but it differed from the usual refreshing spells. It was more suited for clearing debris and banishing foul odors. As the swirling magic surged forth, the noxious stench and the troll's long-standing filth were obliterated in an instant. The foolish creature scratched its head in confusion, raising its arm and inhaling deeply into its armpit. However, the familiar, mature scent of a troll was absent, leaving the clumsy oaf perplexed. Why has my adult fragrance vanished? Its shriveled mind could not fathom such complex thoughts, and soon enough, the troll abandoned its quest to understand the disappearance of its aroma. Of course, this was also related to the sight of the small figures ahead in the corridor. Perhaps it would be amusing? This thought suddenly flitted through the troll's mind, prompting it to stride toward Ron and his companions. Returning the wand to Hermione for safekeeping, Ron knew that the steel gauntlet could also trigger proficiency with one-handed weapons. Moreover, bolstered by the knight's assurance of survival without bare hands, this combination of heavy armor from the Hogwarts corridors offered both offense and defense. If it were to become soiled, Ron wouldn't be bothered. He gestured for Harry, Neville, and Hermione to retreat, claiming the spacious corridor for himself and the troll. Ron planted his feet firmly, slightly lowering his stance, poised for action. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a cacophony resembling the sound of gongs resonated in Ron's mind. The beloved spectator had returned after a 2-month hiatus. Yet, the tone of the voice that emerged was somewhat different from before. The previously deep, magnetic, and comically serious voice now seemed to carry an electric filter. First, never act on impulse. Second, never overlook any wrongdoing. Third, ensure the judgment is fair and splendid. The robotic referee, the esteemed elder, had come to preside. Feeling a bit uneasy, yet not overly concerned, a series of polite question marks appeared above Ron's head. Hello, esteemed elder. Ron greeted energetically. Have you eaten yet? Yes, indeed. I just devoured a dimensionally torn ironclad treasure and felt quite satisfied. Retirement has afforded me such delightful indulgences. The image of the elder laughing heartily, hands on hips, was vivid in Ron's mind. One could only say that the elder was truly deserving of his status. Completely bewildered by terms like dimensionally torn and ironclad treasure, Ron had no idea what was happening. All he could do was gaze up in admiration, for he was merely an ordinary 11-year-old boy, unburdened by the need to understand such complexities. Continue. The referee is in place. Quickly now, don't hesitate. That foolish creature is approaching. Please commence your performance. Just as Ron and the elder were engaged in their brief conversation, a colossal giant, capable of covering several meters in a single stride, had already strode confidently to Ron's front. Standing at approximately 12 feet, or around 3.6 meters, this creature towered over Ron, though not by much. Yet, Hagrid was evidently far more robust than this giant. The giant raised a wooden club, taller than Ron himself, high above his head, grinning foolishly like a visitor brandishing a hammer in an arcade game. However, Ron was no mere target. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the lumbering giant, his agility surpassing even that of a bare-bodied combatant while clad in heavy armor. The wooden club crashed down with a jarring thud, causing the giant to gaze in confusion at the ground where Ron had just stood. Where had that pesky creature gone? At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from beside him. Any weapon that could be wielded with one hand, be it a massive sword or this hefty gauntlet, fell within the realm of Ron's mastery. Just then, seizing the opportunity as the giant stumbled, Ron crouched down, gathering his strength, and leapt upward, delivering a powerful punch that left a dent in the giant's cheek, sending several bloodied teeth flying. With his hands at his sides, Ron summoned an immense surge of magical energy, rapidly condensing a raw, unrefined magic blast in his palms. He forcefully pressed this explosive energy against the giant's face. And at the moment of detonation, the giant was launched into the air, reeling backward. With both feet firmly planted, Ron sprang upward, executing a spinning kick that struck the giant squarely in the abdomen. The force of the blow sent the giant crashing against the thick stone wall of the corridor, where it landed heavily, slumped against the wall. Before Ron could take a moment to compose himself, an acrid stench assaulted his senses as a foul wind rushed from behind him. Reacting swiftly, he performed a forward roll to evade his position. But the giant's projectile vomit had considerable force. A gloppy, greenish mass stuck to Ron's calf, and despite his steel greaves, the repulsive nature of this biological weapon was enough to make him feel utterly nauseated. You are dead meat. The fierce intent to kill filled the corridor, and shaking off the vile substance clinging to his leg, Ron grasped the giant's calf, gritting his teeth as he dragged the weighty brute out of the nauseating mess. At that moment, a rotund man in a tightly fitting black robe and a round hat, sweating profusely, followed closely behind an elderly man with a white beard and hair. Dumbledore, as Minister of Magic, I must express my deep concern regarding this matter. Well then, Minister Fudge, has the assessment of the Black family's assets been completed? I recall that you neglected to account for an alchemical workshop, along with 3,000 acres of prime potion gardens. Our esteemed Hogwarts once shared a profound connection with the Black family. Sirius's great-great-grandfather was the headmaster of Hogwarts, and his portrait still adorns the headmaster's office. Did you not see Phineas just now? A portion of the Black family's estate, which your Ministry of Magic has consumed, represents a long-term investment in Hogwarts, contributing approximately 8,000 galleons each year, along with numerous magical materials for students' practice. Due to your actions, this investment, which should have benefited Hogwarts, has been withheld for a decade. Upon hearing such words from the elder, Fudge, drenched in sweat, abandoned any thoughts of bargaining with Dumbledore. What influence could a troll possibly wield? He had intended to use this matter as leverage, yet Dumbledore nearly struck him senseless with a single blow. Hogwarts stands as the safest sanctuary in Britain because we possess the capability to address any issues that arise within the school. As they descended the staircase and turned the corner, 3 young wizards stood frozen in place, their expressions one of astonishment, eliciting a furrowed brow from the professors. Potter, Longbottom, and Miss Granger. The stern reprimand from the headmaster caused the trio to shudder, their faces contorting into an indescribable expression as they silently shook their heads and retreated. A ghastly sound akin to a mournful wail or a muffled cry instilled an ominous feeling in the air. Dumbledore's aged visage mirrored the expressions of Hermione and the others. He had already surmised the grim reality, yet now he had no choice but to forge ahead. Good heavens! The sharp intake of breath from Professor McGonagall was followed by the gasps of the other male professors and ministry members. They instinctively quickened their pace, particularly Snape, who had witnessed and heard certain disquieting truths regarding Wormtail, now laid bare before him. A heavily armored figure stood atop the troll, each stomp sending violent spasms through the massive creature beneath. The grotesque cries they heard emanated from the troll's mouth, which was now disfigured, its teeth knocked out. With limbs grotesquely contorted, the troll lay motionless on the ground, enduring a brutal and merciless beating. Vomit. Go on, try to vomit again. You were quite brave earlier, weren't you? Daring to smear that foul substance, worse than excrement, upon me. Now move a muscle if you dare. Ron, wholly unconcerned with notions of fair play, was determined not to let this creature escape. He had initially planned for a spirited exchange of blows, as nothing could please him more than a contest of strength against this brute. However, the troll was utterly revolting. Upon realizing Ron's disdain for its vomit, the creature unleashed a frenzied assault on Ron, employing its vile biohazardous weapon. The chaos that unfolded, littering half the corridor, spoke volumes about the dreadful scene that had transpired. I commanded you to use that biohazardous weapon. I demanded you to act without honor first. A subtle sound akin to an egg striking steel reverberated through the air as the giant cringed, its bulging eyes fixated on the ceiling. Exhausted, it collapsed onto the filthy floor. Ah, the professors have arrived, Ron mused, unperturbed by their entrance, which had been quite raucous. My apologies for the mess in the corridor. He added. A powerful cleaning charm swept through, instantly eradicating the vile remnants of the giant's vomit, along with the rancid stench that had pervaded the air. I intended to engage in a duel with him, but I misjudged. Trolls and giants are distinctly different creatures. The troll's repulsiveness dissuaded me. Who would use excrement as a weapon? Observing the diminutive wizard who had soundly defeated the creature without even catching his breath, the professors fell into a contemplative silence. Professor McGonagall opened her mouth to express concern. This is far too dangerous. Yet, as she gazed at Ron, the words faltered. The true peril lay not with the troll, but with the promising student before her. The young wizard, Fudge struggled to turn his gaze towards Dumbledore. What is happening here? Ah, this is he, Dumbledore replied. The young wizard I mentioned earlier, Ron, who has captured the diminutive Peter. Ron, this is Minister Fudge. A pleasure to meet you, Minister, Ron said, extending his hand to shake Fudge's, rousing the somewhat dazed middle-aged man. You are Ron, Arthur's youngest son? Fudge inquired incredulously. Indeed, that is correct. Allow me a moment, Fudge said, attempting to compose himself, a peculiar smile forming on his face. Heroes emerge from youth. He sighed deeply, his thoughts racing. Perhaps I ought to be kinder to Arthur, he pondered silently. Despite minor flaws, Ron seemed acceptable. Next time, I shall attempt to face a giant. Trolls are simply too nauseating, he thought. You have received a reward from your uncle, the Fair Judgment Package. Mana Spring 1. Your uncle has passed you a small note. Your uncle's fondness for you is at 1, while his fondness for trolls is at 10. The nearly depleted magical energy within Ron surged back to life, filling every corner of his body with vigor. Mana Spring? Ron thought, a concealed smile gracing his lips as he donned his robe. So this is the method of my uncle, simple and direct indeed. Chapter 69, The Forgotten Triviality. A glance at his headmaster revealed Professor McGonagall. Her lips pursed in a habitual manner, betraying no sign of her thoughts. No need to reward me. It was merely a troll. I could dispatch it with a few strikes, nothing to trouble you about. Shall we take our leave? Ron retreated to join his companions, gesturing discreetly behind his back. At this moment, Harry, Neville, and Hermione displayed the innocent and endearing smiles characteristic of young wizards. A sight that caused Dumbledore to let out a faint sigh in his heart. However, he instructed Ron to remain, which rendered a certain individual, who had just relaxed, suddenly stiffened, donning an awkward yet polite smile. Wasn't there nothing amiss? If there were any danger, I certainly wouldn't allow Harry and the others to observe such rare magical creatures, he muttered softly, his head bowed as he shuffled his feet on the floor. The professors, hearing his words, couldn't help but feel a bit perplexed. How had they failed to notice the oddity of this peculiar creature mingling among the young wizards? Upon recognizing Ron's current combat capability, the professors began to subtly adjust their perceptions of him, not with wariness or suspicion, for Ron still held a favorable impression in their eyes. They merely intended to make some slight modifications to Ron's curriculum, as they prided themselves on being the finest educators, adept at tailoring their teaching to individual needs. Except for Snape, who had no desire to provide Ron with any special treatment, his favoritism reserved solely for Harry. However, after careful consideration, Snape decided to refrain from provoking the red-haired boy in class. Whether he could find a reason or not was inconsequential. If that unruly child were to act recklessly and drag him down as well, who could fathom the psychological and physical toll it would exact upon him? Headmaster, what do you require of me? Is it regarding the troll? Ron inquired, scratching his head, somewhat baffled by Dumbledore's intentions. At any rate, the situation had reached this point. If trouble was to befall him, he would face it head-on, for there was no escaping it. You have dealt with the troll splendidly, have you not? Dumbledore began, his voice gentle. Minister Fudge and I have found ourselves in a minor stalemate, although our extensive life experiences grant us insights beyond yours. We too can be blinded by our own perspectives at times. His serene blue eyes regarded Ron, as if sharing a secret. He is just a child, Fudge interjected, discontent evident in his tone. These matters are beyond his comprehension. How could a child possibly grasp such complexities? But we have already delayed too long, Cornelius, Dumbledore replied, his voice still calm, yet Ron detected a hint of annoyance beneath. Dumbledore truly disliked engaging in disputes with the Ministry of Magic. Although adept in the realm of politics, he had more pressing matters to attend to, and Fudge's obstinacy was beginning to test his patience. What harm is there in considering opinions that diverge from our own? Ron is a clever boy. Very well, Fudge acquiesced, finding it difficult to maintain his assertiveness in Dumbledore's presence. Nevertheless, his spineless demeanor was characteristic of his position as minister. Is this about serious? How may I assist? With the protection of Dumbledore and the innocence of youth at his disposal, Ron felt emboldened. Even if he were to speak foolishly, these adults could not hold him accountable. Having previously observed the battles of keyboard warriors, he possessed a modicum of confidence in shaping discourse. Dumbledore succinctly conveyed the matter at hand, and upon finishing his words, Ron fixed an inexplicable gaze upon the still brainstorming Minister Fudge. Is this it? Is this truly all? Headmaster, may I trouble you for a cup of red tea? Thank you. After sipping the tea to soothe his throat, Ron began to grasp Dumbledore's intent and addressed Fudge. Since the Ministry of Magic is capable of offering compensation and restitution regarding monetary matters, the remainder should be straightforward, should it not? Minister Fudge, you hail from a pureblood family, correct? Coincidentally, so do I. Though the Weasley family may not be affluent, and despite the prejudices other pureblood families may hold against us, it must be acknowledged that we, the Weasleys, have genuinely inherited the most vital qualities that pureblood families must not forsake. Our family has never taken pride in being one of the 28 pureblood families. Do you know why? The honor of being pureblood is not rooted in the disdain of muggles, nor is it derived from our lineage of esteemed wizards. The legacy of our family is rooted in blood, which merely transmits physical resemblance. The true nobility of pureblood families lies in the noble spirit passed down through generations. Regardless of whether we find ourselves in dire straits or confinement, as long as we uphold the initial teachings and convictions, the glory of pureblood families shall not wither. Yet, how many of the current 28 pureblood families still adhere to such principles? Take the Malfoys, for instance. Why can the discord between our family and theirs never be resolved? It is because they have forgotten the honor of being a pureblood wizarding family. Their eyes are now only fixated on galleons and the allure of power. Just as they once followed the Dark Lord, what has compelled them to willingly plunge into the mire, to willingly descend into depravity, to willingly aid in tyranny? It is the insatiable desire for wealth and power that drives them, a lust that renders their eyes wild. The Weasley family scorns to associate with such filth. Though we may be impoverished, we still proudly uphold the banner of our family's glory. We maintain humility, treating ourselves and others with equality. We fear not sacrifice. Bravely facing death for the sake of justice and family, we do not cower before authority. In the absence of justice, we shall become the law. These are the ancestral teachings and principles inscribed in our tomes for future generations to remember and uphold. As one of the oldest, wealthiest, and most powerful pure-blood wizarding families in Britain, the Black family holds not wealth or power in the highest regard, but rather honor. An honor that Sirius, a Gryffindor, cherishes deeply. With a heart ablaze with a fire named Glory, as vibrant and bold as a lion. However, he has endured a decade of torment and injustice in Azkaban due to a grossly unfair trial. Given his status, is the compensation not apparent? What Sirius values is honor, both his own and that of his friends. As a close friend of Harry, I must interject that Harry despises being adorned with the mantle of the Chosen One, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. He firmly believes that such glory belongs to his parents. Ron set down his teacup, having conveyed all he wished to express. It is not difficult to conceive, yet Fudge subconsciously overlooked these matters. In comparison to galleons and the power they signify, the notion of honor appeared to him as the most trivial of commodities. It may embellish a situation but holds no intrinsic value. As Ron aptly stated, the number of wizarding families that steadfastly adhere to the pureblood ideology is dwindling. The 28 pureblood families, revered as the Sacred 28, raise the question of why so many pureblood families exist, yet only these are acknowledged. If we look back, it must be that the ancestors of these families accomplished something commendable that earned them honor. Although Fudge was born into one of the Sacred 28, his insatiable desire for power and wealth made him forget that ancient glory. In contemplating what compensation could appease Sirius and prevent him from causing trouble for the Ministry, Fudge unconsciously disregarded the notion of this seemingly cheap, yet invaluable recompense. A single phrase awakened him from his reverie. A glimmer of shrewdness flickered in Fudge's eyes as he stifled his excitement and patted Ron on the shoulder. He is a hero, Sirius. In his mind, Fudge had already compiled an extensive list of honors that could overwhelm anyone with their weight. These accolades, while somewhat useful and accompanied by certain privileges, held little significance for him. Conversely, for the Black family, acquiring such privileges posed no insurmountable challenge, especially considering their considerable wealth and galleons. The Ministry was acutely aware of the formidable power wielded by the substantial sum exceeding 100,000 galleons. Then I shall take my leave, Professor Dumbledore, Minister Fudge, Ron said, fiddling with the Rubik's Cube in his hand before quietly excusing himself. Dumbledore noticed this small gesture and smiled, nodding in acknowledgement. Go on. I shall have Fawkes find you if needed. Chapter 70, My Foolish Oedadu. As November commenced, the weather turned bitterly cold. England's winters are typically bleak, and the mountains surrounding Hogwarts were draped in a shroud of grayish ice and snow. The surface of the Black Lake resembled hardened steel, frozen beneath several feet of ice. Aside from the Forbidden Forest, which remained perpetually cloaked in green, other areas displayed little sign of life. The flocks of birds had long departed for warmer climes, unwilling to endure the biting chill of winter. It was merely 2 months into the school year when the Quidditch season commenced. Unlike the other teams, a peculiar atmosphere enveloped the Gryffindor team. For instance, during practice, the team seemed perpetually absent. Their beaters were nowhere to be seen. Not a single one of them had appeared since the term began. Neither Fred nor George, nor even substitute Ron. One would strategize during training. His tactics were alarmingly off target. There was a complete absence of defense. Had it not been for the regulations preventing the keeper from straying too far from the goal, Wood would undoubtedly have taken the initiative to act as a seeker himself. Charge! 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 We are the valiant knights of justice, the champions of the sun. Crush them. Whenever Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff pass by and witness this illogical, purely aggressive formation, they always turn away with mixed emotions. Gryffindor has ceased to regard themselves as human. The weight of an impending catastrophe bears down upon their shoulders, leaving them unsteady. Only the oblivious Slytherins, upon observing such a scene, would mock Wood with biting sarcasm. Yet Wood merely gazes at them with a benevolent smile, radiating warmth and reassurance. Continue in this manner, and we shall feel justified in delivering a resounding defeat upon you. Wood mused. Is it feasible to score 100 goals in 10 minutes against Slytherin? 100? Who do you think you're looking down upon, Wood? Angelina huffed into her palms, having just completed the final training session before the match in the biting cold. Harry spent a grueling 30 minutes in the blizzard to capture the golden snitch, concluding the training, and she was on the verge of freezing. 150 goals in 10 minutes. This is our worst performance, even if the match day mirrors today as Tempest. But Harry, you must strive harder. Your fastest snitch capture still took 15 minutes, and you must persist. Angelina shivered, hugging her arms. I detest winter, it is far too cold. Our first match is against Slytherin, Wood remarked, brushing off the snowflakes and donning a heavy cloak. Oh, that is nothing. I fear not the cold. In an instant, Angelina felt invigorated, as the biting winter winds seemed to vanish in that moment. The following day, the Gryffindor team members gathered in the dining hall, indulging in a sumptuous feast. After Ron's request, the house elves joyfully prepared a custom breakfast, featuring each individual's favorite dishes. The young lions encircled them, chattering incessantly, offering encouragement and support. A banner proclaiming Gryffindor shall prevail had been crafted early on, with Percy enhancing it with a spell. Dean, skilled in artistry, had depicted a lion's head that now roared mightily, exuding majesty. As the prefect, it is my duty, Percy declared, although still responsible and earnest as ever. Percy had become far more popular among the students compared to before. Under the influence of Fred and George, he had learned to set aside his previously lofty pride and engage with his peers in a more relatable manner. By 11 o'clock, nearly the entire school had congregated around the stands of the Quidditch pitch, many students equipped with binoculars. The seats soared high, almost reaching the heavens, yet even then, it was sometimes challenging to discern the events of the match. Meanwhile, within Gryffindor's locker room below, an air of excited joy illuminated each face, save for Fred and George, who were engrossed in their 1001st round of rock, paper, scissors. With only 2 positions for the batters, a victor must be determined. 5 heads, 666, wait. They're merely engaged in a regular game of rock, paper, scissors. Hey, George, you've lost. Fred grinned as he raised his hand, mimicking scissors, and snipped at George's outstretched palm. You are not Fred. This doesn't count. George, trembling with indignation, pointed an accusatory finger at Fred's nose. We are twins. When have we ever been able to determine a winner in rock, paper, scissors? You are certainly not Fred. Tell me, where have you hidden him? This logical deduction left the onlookers speechless, and they collectively turned to scrutinize Fred, searching for any sign of deception. Oh, foolish Oedadu. Fred waved his hand dismissively, casting a somewhat disappointed glance at George. I am no longer the person I once was, while you remain stagnant. Have you forgotten the oath we took during the holidays? We squandered 2 years. Now we are in the 3rd year, and we promised not to continue this state of despondency. With a sigh, Fred stepped to the left and stood beside Angelina, gazing at her earnestly. Angelina, how about we get married after graduation? Sounds good. Angelina replied with a gentle kiss on Fred's cheek before turning back to converse with Betty and the others. George, trembling, struggled to articulate a response, clutching his chest as he staggered to the ground. With a sudden motion, George shoved something into his mouth, then lifted his head to unleash a vivid crimson fountain, far more spectacular than merely spitting blood. This is the blood plasma gummy we devised last night. Do you think it has any market potential? Fred whispered to Ron. Now free from the urgency of card research and with paper stick figures to earn money, their thoughts began to wander. Why not give it a try? I have a feeling vampires would adore it. Ron mused, though he speculated that if it were sold as a film prop, it might gain popularity. Yet did wizards even make films? He had a promising idea, but for now, it was best left aside. All right, gentlemen. Wood, donned in a vibrant red uniform, cleared his throat. And ladies, Angelina added, supplementing Wood's statement. Yes, and ladies, let us crush them. Annihilate Slytherin with a score of 5,000 points. We shall beat them until they weep and call for their fathers. Charge. Wood brandished his broom and, bursting through the curtain, led the charge. I thought he would repeat the same old lines, Fred remarked, scratching the back of his head as he glanced at Angelina. Has Wood been like this lately? What do you think? Angelina shrugged, non-committally nodding. Let us go. Wood's head popped back through the curtain, shouting at them. Coming. A throng of players emerged from the changing room, brooms in hand. Despite the midday chill, the frigid air could not extinguish the fervent flames burning in their hearts. Chapter 71. Ding 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 ding. Ladies and gentlemen, and esteemed professors, welcome to the Quidditch match at Hogwarts. This is the first match of the academic year, featuring Gryffindor against Slytherin. I am your new friend, Lee Jordan. I will be providing live commentary for this match. Last year, Lee Jordan, who failed to secure a position on the Gryffindor team, has successfully attained the role of commentator through his own efforts. He distinguished himself among numerous competitors with his remarkable vocal skills. Although this marks his inaugural commentary, his nervousness went unnoticed by the audience. The first team to enter the field was Gryffindor, adorned in vibrant red jerseys, who, for the first time in the history of Quidditch at Hogwarts, welcomed 2 first-year students this year. However, there is no cause for concern, as Gryffindor's captain, Wood, exudes immense confidence. During my interview with him, he revealed a mysterious smile more than once, causing me to flee in embarrassment, for I might have unearthed some intriguing insider information. Entering from the opposite side was the Slytherin team, clad in a murky green akin to seaweed. Look, oh my, why is there a gorilla on the field? Where have the Slytherin players gone? Jordan, Professor McGonagall, standing beside Lee Jordan, interjected sternly. Oh, my apologies, Professor, I mistook them. Those are indeed the Slytherin players. They ought to apologize to everyone, as they bear an uncanny resemblance to gorillas. Just look at their Captain Marcus's arms. No human possesses such a profusion of black hair unless they are moldy. Jordan, I apologize, Professor, I merely spoke the truth. Now, both teams have convened. Players from both sides, please attentively heed the words of our referee, Madam Hooch. Listen up, I expect everyone to participate in the match fairly and honestly. Madam Hooch, accustomed to such minor skirmishes, began speaking as the teams gathered, her gaze fixated on Slytherin's captain, Marcus, whose nefarious antics she had observed for several years. You're going down. Brat, Marcus muttered menacingly at Ron. Though he had received a good beating on the train, the excuses were endless if one wished. I didn't draw my wand. The space was too cramped. This fellow was too underhanded, and so forth. To be honest, this group of upperclassmen, having been bested, harbored thoughts of revenge, not unlike Malfoy. They were wizards, masters of many spells, and if it came to an ambush, they doubted Ron could withstand it. However, due to their preoccupation with card games, Ron had been elusive for most of the time, leaving them without a suitable opportunity to strike. Now, everyone, mount your brooms, Madam Hooch commanded, interrupting the standoff between the two teams. Ready. She drew her wand and pointed at the box containing the balls. Then, a sharp whistle pierced the air, and 15 brooms soared high into the sky, marking the official commencement of the match. Gryffindor seized the ball first. Angelina Johnson caught the quaffle. What an exceptional chaser she is, though regrettably, she is already taken. Damn it, Fred, Jordan exclaimed. Stay on topic. Professor McGonagall glared at Jordan. Good heavens. What formation is Gryffindor employing? The triangle razor formation. 25 years ago, at the Quidditch World Cup, the English team, employing a rather dubious strategy, found themselves utterly trounced by the French team, trailing by a staggering 700 points. Did Gryffindor truly intend to showcase such a tactic? Could we behold a miracle? Elias Pinnett received a pass from Angelina, a talent unearthed by Wood, whose capricious nature is both thrilling and maddening, with 3 female chasers vying for the quaffle. I am utterly enamored with him. Elias breached the defenses, but Marcus from Slytherin charged towards her. This hulking brute aimed to make a statement. The bludger struck Marcus squarely on the backside, sending him soaring. I mean, that gorilla lifted off on his broom at least 10 feet into the air. Let us hope he does not have any unfortunate dreams tonight. Merlin preserve us. Here comes Dramione Pusey. This is a match devoid of any decorum, a relentless contest. Alongside him is Wade, the Slytherin beater. What is his intention? His bat is aimed at the poor Elias. This is an infraction. Damn it. Elias passed the ball to Angelina, and it swiftly found its way to Katie's hands. One must admit, the fluidity of this formation is indeed remarkable. What is Slytherin doing? Elias has lost the quaffle. They intend to knock her off her broom. The bludger scores. The gorilla, poised to deliver a blow to Elias, was struck in the leg by the bludger. He flipped in the air for 3.5 rotations, but alas, did not fall. Angelina is nearing the goal. A splendid feint. She evaded a hulking gorilla, and Gryffindor has secured the first goal of the match. Observing the jubilant crowd in the stands below, Ron rubbed his hands together, reveling in the thrill of flying on a broom for the first time on such a frigid day. Initially, he felt a touch of discomfort, but after a couple of strokes, he had acclimatized and gripped his broom firmly once more. He let out a low, rumbling chuckle, a sinister aura seemingly emanating from him. This ominous laughter was carried away by the cold wind, echoing in the ears of others, perhaps an auditory illusion. Now it is your turn, Marcus. The clean sweep 7 beneath him, along with the bat in his hands, was empowered by magic, as if turbocharged, transforming its previously languid pace into a staggering speed. Ron, hurtling through the air at a constant velocity of 150 miles per hour, plunged into the increasingly chaotic battlefield. Gryffindor's formation lacked protection, and Slytherin was notorious for their ruthless tactics. Frustrated after being thwarted twice, Slytherin grew bolder. Just as Angelina intercepted the bludger, 2 chasers barreled towards her with reckless abandon. Whoosh! A bludger, soaring freely across the pitch, was suddenly struck violently by a swinging bat, tearing through the biting wind with a piercing shriek, propelling itself forward. Bang! What have I just witnessed? Slytherin has successfully completed a magnificent and remarkable traverse through the air today. He soared at least 20 feet aloft. Regrettably, he lacked Marcus's good fortune, as no broom awaited him beneath. A bludger struck him squarely in the abdomen, causing the unfortunate lad to feel as though his insides had been shattered, and in an instant, he was catapulted off his broom. With the momentum of his flight and the force imparted by the bludger, he ascended skyward, becoming the most dazzling figure on the pitch. Arcing in a parabolic trajectory at 70 feet in the air, he expelled undigested mashed potatoes and crashed into the elevated stands, violently shattering the wooden corridor beneath him, landing at the feet of the astonished onlookers. As the bludger wobbled away, he lay there, spewing a stream of detritus, clinging to life. A chorus of gasps erupted, prompting Madame Hooch to blow her whistle, halting the match to assess the lad's condition. The game resumed. After the unfortunate child was carried away to the infirmary, Madame Hooch continued the match. It was not as if he had been struck by a bat. Being hit by a bludger is entirely within the rules of Quidditch. There could be no punishment for withdrawing from the game due to injury. Otherwise, what would be the purpose of the beaters and the bludgers? The hearts of the Slytherin team sank as memories of Ron's earlier mishaps on the train resurfaced vividly in their minds. Gryffindor scored again, while Slytherin was momentarily stunned. Angelina had already commenced her scoring routine as practiced. Clink, clink, clink. Jordan incessantly tapped the scoreboard, the numbers flipping rapidly. In that brief interlude, the trio had completed 7 successful shots, leaving the Slytherin keeper on the verge of tears. His skills paled in comparison to Wood's, and he simply could not withstand the onslaught. This burly keeper bellowed at his hapless teammates, "Move! Quickly!" Bang! Just as they dispersed, a bludger careened towards them, sending the last remaining beater tumbling from his broom. Although not as high as 70 feet, he was still nearly 50 feet above the ground. Struck in the face, he fell unconscious without uttering a single scream. Madame Hooch waved her wand, and the boy gently descended to the ground. She blew her whistle again, instructing for him to be taken to the infirmary. The match resumed. Bang! Again! Bang! Once more! Bang! Could you not be so hasty? Blowing the whistle is quite exhausting. Madame Hooch glared at Ron, casting a glance at the solitary keeper and one chaser still airborne for Slytherin. Could this continue? She pondered uncertainly. Marcus, do you have any substitutes left? None. Hee. Madame Hooch, there's no foul here, right? Ron approached her on his broomstick, beaming with delight as he addressed Marcus. No? Then let us keep going. There are still 2 of us, don't you think, Marcus? Hurry up. Laughter erupted, filling the air, as the dark sorcerer, cloaked in ominous energy, cackled with a grin so menacing it nearly terrified Marcus into submission. Run! Ron bellowed, and Marcus, gripping his broom tightly, soared through the skies with fervor, as if a firecracker had been affixed to him. If he slowed down, it would surely explode. Having taken a few hits from Ron, the enchanted ball, slightly misshapen from the blows, playfully followed Marcus, occasionally zipping past with a sharp whistle. The frantic Marcus resembled a dazed green fly, buzzing about in search of something lost, executing complex maneuvers he had never considered or attempted before. However, Marcus's flying skills were commendable. After all, he was the captain, possessing a fair share of talent. Lee Jordan had mostly ceased commentating on the goals, merely tapping away at the scoreboard, the rhythmic ding-ding-ding resounding as Angelina and her companions executed an impressive 3-second scoring spree. Although it was a one-sided massacre, the sight of the 3 elegantly soaring figures captivated the students, who were thoroughly engaged. Many pairs of binoculars were shared among the onlookers, the mischievous young wizards focusing intently on the fluttering skirts. Hey, I can't see. Just a little more. Fred, could you move? We want to see your girlfriend. Amidst the fervor, Harry squinted against the biting wind, his gaze fixed on the golden snitch. With no distractions, he had already spotted its whereabouts. However, Harry was leisurely hanging back, remembering Wood's goal of scoring 5,000 points today. 120 goals in a minute? That means 525 minutes. Time is already past halfway, and Harry felt no urgency. He was remarkably composed. Though the match felt a tad too easy, Harry understood that when facing Slytherin, a vigorous approach was essential. Ron had assured Cedric and Cho that during their matches, no one would leave the field. He would merely observe, and the real battle would commence then. Treating this as a warm-up to acclimate to the competitive atmosphere, Harry eagerly anticipated next week's match against Hufflepuff, where he and Cedric would likely engage in a thrilling duel. Just as he was lost in thought, his Nimbus 2000 beneath him suddenly felt amiss. Harry could swear he had meticulously maintained his broom. Such an anomaly should never occur. The Nimbus 2000 shuddered ominously once more, prompting Harry to grip the broomstick's handle with all his might, his legs clamped tightly around it. However, the broom began to spiral uncontrollably, its movements growing ever more frantic. Oh look, Lee Jordan seemed to have found a new subject for commentary. as he had already exhausted his repertoire of praises for the girls. He was struggling to find something new to savor. Was Harry dancing to entertain them? Damn, I should have anticipated this. My pole dance had garnered unanimous acclaim from my roommates. But what on earth was Harry doing? I had never witnessed such a peculiar dance. Wow, a highly challenging performance. I could scarcely refrain from awarding him extra points. Jordan's exaggerated commentary caused Professor McGonagall's face to tighten with concern. In an instant, she deduced that Harry's unusual predicament was far from a dance. The enchanted broomsticks possessed formidable protective charms, especially the Nimbus 2000, a competition-grade broom, whose protective magic was impenetrable to mere novices. Only advanced dark magic could breach such defenses. Ron had also taken notice of Harry's plight. His decision to keep Marcus at bay was not merely a cruel jest. What a fool Quirrell was, daring to play such games now, Ron mused. Yet the backup he had prepared was precisely for this moment. As he struck the bludger again, forcing Marcus to alter his course, Ron accelerated closer, pushing a visibly distressed Marcus to fly harder, darting across the field towards the stands. He thought, surely, this fellow wouldn't dare target me here. Behind me are Professor Snape and other students. He wouldn't be so bold. But just as he neared the stands, a sound he knew all too well whizzed dangerously close. How dare you? In a panic, Marcus executed a desperate maneuver, dangling beneath his broom to narrowly evade the oncoming bludger. Yet, propelled with tremendous force, the rogue ball showed no signs of halting, even with the stands ahead. It surged forward relentlessly. Snape's unkempt hair whipped in the wind, as Fawkes burned away the accumulated grease of years, allowing Snape's hair to be lifted by the breeze. Suddenly, Snape was startled mid-incantation. He beheld a garlic-scented figure soaring high, baring its teeth in midair. With a resounding crash, Quirrell collided with the wooden board behind him, his face embedded against the splintered wood from the impact of the solid ball. The shattered fragments jolted Quirrell from his dazed state, and a heart-wrenching wail erupted from his toothless mouth. Ah, Mama! The sobbing Quirrell clutched his head, calling for his mother, though it was of little use. The bludger wobbled away from his head, but before it could ascend high, Snape caught sight of the frenzied red-haired baboon swinging its bat wildly in his direction. With a resounding thud, it struck. Marcus concluded his flying career in this match, crashing into the stands and inadvertently crushing the small Slytherin wizard, Thacker, beneath him. The match has come to an end. Exhausted, Madame Hooch blew the whistle that signified the conclusion, bringing the torturous 27 minutes to a close. Harry, elated, clutched the golden snitch, while the exuberant Angelina, glistening with perspiration, leapt into Fred's embrace. Burp. Perhaps it is time for me to seek a girlfriend as well. Harry pondered silently. 5,350 points. With a broad grin, Wood gathered his teammates into a jubilant embrace. I am fulfilled.